Title: Popular Game. Hang Up Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 803 awaits. We won't interact with the people from Vixing Technology. I choose to collect the most profitable or to earn by purchasing from the company with the highest price. ManhwaRecap flipped through the map in his hand and continued. I've selected these to relatively advanced ore points. Theoretically, we could. As the two were speaking, not far away, Zhao walked over with 5 or 6 others. Zhao was furious. Sell the ore directly to the NPC of the Raptor company. Even if it means losing money. He wanted to make them feel uncomfortable. Zhao felt humiliated. Hey, you're blocking our way. Feng Heng lifted his head and looked at Zhao. Provocation and physical altercations in the safe zone would incur penalties from the Raptor company. So, it was necessary to act. Zhao had no intention of moving out of the way, blocking the path of Feng Heng and the others. He stared at Feng Heng, angrily staring at him. Let me remind you that the ore area hasn't been peaceful lately. It would be bad if you encountered mutated creatures while transporting supplies back. Thank you, and you too. Times are tough. Everyone needs to be careful, Feng Heng said, taking a step forward and bumped into Zhao Xu's shoulder. Bang! Zhao felt a huge force hitting him in the front. Despite being prepared, his body couldn't bear it, staggering backward several steps before regaining his composure. Stop right there. Zhao felt embarrassed, infuriated, and pulled out his gun, aiming at Feng Heng's back. Feng Heng, however, left the Raptor company's public trading area without even looking back. HMPH. Under the gazes of many players, Zhao Xu's facial expressions changed several times, but eventually, he let out a cold laugh and put away his weapon. He didn't dare to act in the safe zone. Being marked as unwelcome by the Raptor company was no joke. Forcing himself to calm down, Zhao signaled to a few players behind him. Follow them and see how they got so much ore. Powerful players with combat talent. So what? Can they defeat a group of 5? Can they surpass beam weapons? The more Zhao thought about it, the angrier he became. Once again, he stopped his subordinates, and have Su Bao follow them as well. Take action as deemed necessary. Watching the group from Vixing Technology flee in anger, the players in the hall became rowdy. It was Vixing Technology's first setback. Zhao was the type to seek revenge, and he would definitely make a comeback. To major companies fighting. Now, that's interesting. Last night, the ore veins were not yielding much. Contributing points was slow. After Feng Heng and ManhwaRecap left, they headed towards the northern area, preparing to mine in a high-level ore area. As they moved forward, they entered a dense jungle area. Cough. ManhwaRecap coughed lightly, stopped, and looked back, asking, Feng Heng, so, what's our next move? It will be troublesome to leave them be. Right, that's true. Let's resolve it quickly. Feng Heng had initially planned to earn some contribution points and leave. He never took a third-rate game company seriously. But now, since they wouldn't let it go, there was no choice but to deal with it. With that, Feng Heng stopped. The two turned around and looked back. After advancing the hunter lineage, ManhwaRecap's perception ability had greatly improved. He had sensed the players following them for some time. We see you. Come on out, he called back. From behind, over 20 players gradually revealed themselves. The middle-aged man leading them looked like a seasoned fighter. He walked forward, cautiously eyeing Feng Heng. Su Bao had always been active in this area. As a hired thug by Vixing Technology, he handled some shady business, such as dealing with troublemakers like Feng Heng. Feng Heng faced the incoming group without panic and asked, Did Zhao send you? Yes, Su Bao nodded. Brother, sorry about this. I take people's money and solve their problems for them. Nothing personal. As he spoke, the 20 or so players Su Bao brought surrounded Feng Heng's group. Yeah, you're right. But your line of work comes with great risks. One wrong move and things could go south. Su Bao frowned. Feeling like Feng Heng was buying time, he gestured. Attack. Several players raised their shotguns and aimed at Feng Heng and his companions. Feng Heng simply raised his hand nonchalantly. Buzz, what? Su Bao's pupils constricted. He was astonished to see a blood-red barrier unfold in front of Fang Heng and his group. Clap, clap, clap. All incoming bullets were instantly deflected by the barrier. What sorcery was this? A talent skill? Before Su Bao could comprehend, a hissing sound was heard. Mutants! Looking around, Su Bao saw crawlers emerging from the bushes surrounding them. The players behind Su Bao turned pale at the sight of these mutated beings. Exposed to unknown radiation for a long time, the skin of these crawlers was severely corroded, constantly oozing pus, and bleeding uncontrollably due to their mutations. However, the undead effect made them immune to damage. Hence, at that moment, the players saw grotesque humanoid creatures covered in pus and blood, with indistinguishable facial features, resembling a skeletal structure. Mutated monsters. The players behind Su Bao trembled continuously. They were surrounded by these never-before-seen mutated beings. The lurking feeders adjusted their attack angles, gradually revealing their forms and approaching the players in the center. In an instant, Zhao Zhu broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. He immediately raised his hand to signal a ceasefire, instructing the players not to provoke the mutated creatures. With a slight squeal, the feeders leapt forward, launching a sudden assault on the players. Bang, bang, bang. Before Su Bao could order, the players frantically pulled the triggers on their firearms. For novice players, firearms were the most practical weapons due to their limited combat skills. However, they were ineffective. The feeders completely ignored the gunfire, causing Su Bao's subordinates to be wiped out in no time. In less than half a minute, over 20 mutated creatures surrounded Zhao Zhu. Su Bao's face turned pale as he watched his allies get picked off by the mutants. Finally, the mutants cleared a path allowing Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei to approach. Terrified, Su Bao looked at Fang Heng, feeling a chilling sensation creeping up his body. So, were these mutants all manipulated by him? I heard that Vixing Technology also has a few teams nearby collecting ore. Right. Fang Heng stepped forward, looking at Su Bao. Tell me their location, and I'll let you go. Fair deal, right. National Game. Hang Up from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 804 Chapter 1 Wave of Fate is on its own. Without hesitation, Su Bao quickly took out a map from his backpack. There are only 2 collection teams directly under the Vixing Technology Company, and the ore collection teams are equipped with accompanying escort teams, all marked on it. Fang Heng took the map with satisfaction. Very well, you may go. Su Bao raised his eyebrows, confirming that Fang Heng indeed had the intention of letting him escape, so he quickly ran away without looking back. Fang Heng, are you just going to let him go like that? Mo Jiawei watched Su Bao escape, approached, looked at the map in Fang Heng's hand, and asked, won't there be any problems? Old Mo, you have to leave people a way out. After all, I'm not a bad person. Fang Heng looked suspiciously at Mo Jiawei, thinking to himself that he hadn't seen anyone from the Blood Clan leave a way out in the apocalypse. Ahem. Fang Heng coughed lightly and explained, it's troublesome at the Abyssal Corridor. Can't stay in the game too long, so let him go back to report, hoping Vixing Technology can take preemptive action over there. Let's solve the problem in one go, and save me from trouble time after time. Mo Jiawei gave Fang Heng a look that said, you aren't that kind-hearted after all. Fang Heng opened the map, quickly observed for a moment, and commanded the Devourers and Zombie projections to gather towards the abandoned mining site. Let's go. Head to the abandoned mining site first. Give Vixing Technology some time to gather manpower. On the other side, Su Bao didn't expect Fang Heng to have such a malicious plan. He frantically fled through the forest, fearing that Fang Heng would suddenly change his mind. A guy who can control Devourers. It wasn't until Su Bao left the forested area that he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had just narrowly escaped death. Damn, this time he was really played by Vixing Technology. He said there were only 2 of them. This mission was supposed to be simple. Those unreliable guys. With these thoughts, Su Bao immediately contacted Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu and his team had been staying in the safe zone all along. He was somewhat annoyed. His subordinates had been searching for clues related to the Arc Technology Company for a long time to no avail. Upon careful consideration, Zhao Zi found it strange. How did the ARC company manage to collect so many ores in just one night? Did they find a new ore vein? And the efficiency of their mining was abnormally fast. Before he could figure it out, one of his subordinates hurriedly ran over. Boss Zhao, the team we sent out has been completely wiped out. Only Su Bao managed to escape and return. He said the other party can control very powerful devourers. Zhao Zi was stunned. What's going on? The team got wiped out. And powerful devourers. Zhao Zi was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, Su Bao barely escaped. He said the other side is still inquiring about our company's mining team. He felt they might target our mining team. Zhao Zi widened his eyes. Arc Technology. Are they crazy? They dared to wipe out Vixing Technology's small team, and they're inquiring about our mining team, planning to attack proactively. What exactly are they trying to do? After the initial shock, Zhao Zi then smirked, thinking they're so great just because they can control devourers. They dare come knocking on our door. Huh. 2 hours later, at a chrome metal mining area outside the safe zone, Vixing Technology was a large company with industries in various parts of the wasteland world. In the Tianlin mining area, the company adopted a strategy of grasping the big and letting go of the small. On one hand, the company sent out to elite mining teams to collect the rarest ores in the mining area, and on the other hand, they used the power of players to jointly develop small to medium-sized ore resources in the form of protection fees. After receiving the report from Su Bao, Zhao Zi immediately assembled his forces, taking all of Vixing Technology's combat teams to support the mining area. Devourers. So what? Su Bao is becoming more and more useless. Can't even handle a few rookies. Yes. Yes, a subordinate nodded and smiled on the side, saying, Su Bao may be good at fighting, but their equipment is insufficient, and their weapons are limited in power. Speaking of which, the ARC company seems suspicious, being able to control devourers. Ignoring his subordinate's explanation, Zhao Zi felt disdain in his heart. Devourers that can ignore bullets. He thought Su Bao was just talking nonsense, making excuses for their incompetence. If it's true as Su Bao said, that ARC Technology can really control powerful devourers, they would have long gone to dominate the whole post-apocalyptic world. Why would they be interested in this lousy mining area? Are they out of their minds? Zhao Zi rallied nearly 50 personnel and arrived at the designated mining area with the mining zone security team. A team of over 100 people. Truly formidable. Such a grand lineup. Does Manager Zhao really have to come in person? Cheng Han, the captain of the mining team, also received the news of Su Bao's team being wiped out. He thought, like Zhao Zi, that Su Bao was making excuses for his own incompetence and didn't take the ARC company seriously. HMPH. I didn't want to come either, but someone just doesn't have eyes. Zhao Zi came this time to completely resolve the issue with the ARC company and intimidate the players who harbor dissent in the Tianlin mining area. Give them a profound lesson. Understood. As the two were speaking, suddenly, there was a sharp sound outside the mining area. Hearing this sound, Su Bao, who was guarding the area on the right side, quickly walked over and warned, Manager Zhao, they're here. It's the devourers. We must be careful. I suggest we focus on defense. I know. Zhao Zi didn't pay much attention to Su Bao's words and, together with Cheng Han, surveyed the outside. Huh? Cheng Han felt a chill in his heart. What kind of creature is that? From the outside, an eerie life form emerged from the bushes. They crawled on the ground, their limbs looking extremely strange, and their appearance was completely ravaged by radiation, constantly oozing pus and blood, with sharp white teeth exposed, appearing particularly ferocious. Damn fire. Sensing that something was off, Cheng Han shouted and raised his weapon to shoot at the strange entities outside. The level of equipment of the elite guard team of Vixing Technology Company was completely incomparable to Su Bao's previous group. They all had excellent standardized gear. In the post-apocalyptic world, Hawk Corporation provided systematic skills training and standardized equipment to the outside world. From low level to high level, they had everything needed. As long as players had enough contribution points to exchange, even armed helicopters were available for sale. Bang bang. The dense artillery fell on the group of devourers. Specially enhanced bullets hit the mutated beings, bursting pus and blood, causing them to retreat and lose limbs. At first glance, the visual effect was quite impressive. Huh? What's going on now? As they continued to fire, the players realized something was wrong. These mutated beings had terrifyingly resilient vitality. The national game, Zhao Shu's face also showed a slight change when the zombie apocalypse began. Why can't they be killed? Zhao Zhu watched as a mutated creature was hit by a dense barrage of bullets and flew out, with dozens of holes in its body. Any other known mutated creature would have been dead and unable to die again. But after landing, it rolled on the ground, quickly healing its wounds, and then quickly rushed towards the entrance of the mine with extreme speed. The mutated creature's healing ability was terrifying. Cheng Han's face was also serious, as he quickly took out a grenade and threw it towards the group of mutated creatures on the field. Boom! The bomb exploded. Still no effect. The explosion sent a small group of eaters flying, but they rolled on the ground and struggled towards the entrance of the mine. What's going on? Zhao Zhu was really panicked this time. He had never seen a mutated beast with such strong vitality. Cheng Han did not answer, as he did not know either, signaling the team to suppress the mutated creatures with powerful firepower. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Zhu took out an energy beam weapon from his backpack. In the wasteland world, the energy beam weapon was an extremely rare weapon, a top-tier item with very expensive ammunition replenishment. Swish! A beam of light pierced through the approaching mutated creature, leaving a bleeding hole in its body, and the creature flew out. Zhao Zhu stared at the creature intensively. He couldn't imagine. What kind of mutation was this? Even the top-tier beam weapon couldn't kill it. The beam bullets penetrated the creature's body out of thin air, but still could not cause fatal damage. Upon landing, the wounds on the eaters' bodies healed rapidly from the energy beam weapon. More and more eaters emerged from the dense forest, facing the powerful firepower of the Vixing technology players, rapidly approaching the entrance of the mine. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Shu's forehead as he couldn't help but shout, "Think of a way." These mutated creatures were too terrifying. Just by looking at their claws, one could tell they were close-range biological beings. Once in close range, even at long range, they couldn't beat them. After being close range, it would be even more impossible to beat them. Escape. Zhao Zhu suddenly realized this was an extremely foolish behavior to guard the mine entrance. It was a dead end behind the mine. There was simply nowhere to escape. They were blocked. Swish! The first eater broke through the dense firepower network, pouncing towards the player in front of Zhao Zhu. Zhao Shu's face showed horror. It was just as he had predicted. The sharp claws of the eater effortlessly opened the companion's protective suit, splattering fresh blood. Surrounding teammates were being continuously slaughtered. Suddenly, Zhao Zhu realized something. It was Su Bao. Su Bao. Su Bao was also frantically shooting to fend off the approach of the eater's group. He now regretted deeply why he had come here to find trouble. Wouldn't it have been better to escape earlier? Seeing the evasion in Su Biao's eyes, Zhao Zhu became more convinced of his suspicions. Was it you who did this? What? Did you lead us here? Did you take money from our corporation? Do you think we will spare you? Are you crazy? Su Bao just realized he was being suspected and immediately defended himself. I've told you before, there's something wrong with these mutated creatures. You just don't believe it. Nonsense. The high-energy beam gun can even kill a Tier 5 mutated beast, but it's useless against them. In a fit of rage, Zhao Zhu pointed his gun at Su Bao, shouting madly, "Do you think these life forms are just ordinary low-level mutants? Tell me, how can you escape under the siege of so many mutants?" Huh? Faced with Zhao Shu's questions, Su Bao could not say a word at this moment. Hiss. The next moment, a decayed mutated creature passed in front of him, knocking Zhao Zhu to the ground. Mutated creatures leapt towards him one after another, completely tearing Zhao Zhu to shreds. Su Bao realized that everything that had happened over an hour ago was replaying before his eyes. Mutated creatures breached the mine entrance, slaughtering a large number of companions in front of him. And those mutated creatures did not attack him. In less than a minute, almost everyone except Su Bao was dead. Around 40 mutated creatures surrounded Su Bao. The eaters cleared a path. Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei slowly emerged from the back, staring at Su Bao. Fear filled Su Bao's eyes. He felt extremely parched in the throat. You've worked hard. Feng Heng shrugged, looking at Su Bao. Aren't you going to leave? Su Bao gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, then turned and ran outside. Mo Jiawei followed Feng Heng, saying, letting him go again. Leave a way out as a person. We're all us workers. There's no need to be so ruthless. After all, I'm not a bad person. Feng Heng walked towards the interior of the mine area. Mo Jiawei shook his head, sighed. Why do I feel that letting him go back will make him even more unlucky? Whatever. Letting him go back can at least help us promote our ARC technology. So, we won't be disturbed during mining. Feng Heng surveyed the mine cave and said, this mine area seems pretty good. We should be able to accumulate a lot of contributions overnight. As they spoke, the two entered the depths of the mine. Feng Heng changed his plan and took over the nest. He instructed the eaters to leave the mine and stay in the nearby areas for surveillance, then control the common zombies still on the way to enter the mine and begin the process of mining. Earlier, Feng Heng had made some purchases in the Falcon Company, and the zombie duplicates had all changed into new protective suits bought there. The lowest quality second-hand protective suits were repaired and patched up. They were cheap, their effects lasting only about 60 minutes. However, the suits covered the entire body, making it difficult for people to notice that they were zombies if they stayed a little further away. It added a touch of mystery. Soon, the zombies in shabby protective suits, under Feng Heng's control, unsteadily entered the mine, raising the high-grade multifunctional mine hose provided by the Falcon Company to start mining. Hint: your prospecting skills have explored the ore zone, with current mineral reserves of 43% to 77%. Hint: your zombie duplicate has obtained a Tier 1 Chicken Bloodstone *1. Hint: your zombie duplicate has obtained 5 Tier 2 Chromium Metal Crystal ore. Hint: your zombie duplicate. Rows of game prompts began to flood the screen. Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction. In the Wasteland Apocalypse, ordinary players had to be vigilant against attacks from external mutated creatures while mining, constantly monitoring the durability of their protective suits and maintaining stamina. However, the zombie duplicates no longer had this concern. Radiation couldn't kill them, their stamina was unlimited, and the peripheral areas were guarded by the eaters. If they encountered misguided mutated creatures, they would be dealt with on the spot, turning into evolution crystals needed for Feng Heng's upgrades. The text describes a scenario in a game where players are involved in mining activities and facing competition between different companies within the game world. The main character, Feng Heng, is strategizing to maximize his mining efficiency and contributions to the company. There is a sense of tension and competition as players navigate through acquiring resources and forming alliances to prosper in the game. National game. Hang up for 180 West starting from the zombie doomsday. High-grade metal is really valuable. Feng Heng is thinking about hanging up for a while tonight, digging out the entire mine, and earning a few million contribution points. The contribution points should be enough for a short time. Helicopters and off-road vehicles can still be exchanged after entering the new area. Let's do this. If nothing else, I'll leave first. Let's continue hanging up tonight and go to a new location tomorrow. Feng Heng doesn't want to stay in the wasteland world for too long. He originally planned to make a fortune and leave. He waved to Mo Jiawei and Sandy and walked towards the trading area. Mo Jiawei nodded. All right. Leave it to me. Tonight, I will inquire about where it's suitable for farming crystal ores. Just as the three of them walked out of the trading area, a young man in a black suit and tie, dressed like a workplace elite, approached them. Hi, nice to meet you. You must be Feng Shuo. Li Wenbo greeted Feng Heng with a smile upon seeing him. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. You have helped our Raptor company a lot by obtaining so many ores. Li Wenbo forgot to introduce himself. I am Li Wenbo, the sales general manager of the Raptor company in the Northwest. Li Wenbo looks very young. His joy soared upon hearing about the large amounts of rare ores added to the inventory. Players these days have become clever, knowing to trade ores with NPCs for profit. Their company's business has become increasingly difficult. Sales performance has become highly pressurized. Unable to resist Li Wenbo's enthusiasm, Fang Heng shook hands with him. Hint: your affinity with Li Wenbo has greatly increased. Hint: your VIP membership level at Raptor Company has been temporarily raised to LV 20. Seeing the goods being loaded into the company warehouse, Li Wenbo felt ecstatic and his fondness for Fang Heng skyrocketed. Business has become increasingly challenging recently, and Li Wenbo has lost quite a bit of hair over it. Brother Feng Shuo, our company has a huge shortage of ore resources. Feel free to contact me for any issues you encounter during our future transactions. I can provide you with comprehensive privileges. Also, I have many high-level equipment here that Raptor Company only sells to premium customers, guaranteed to satisfy you. I'll elevate your privilege level. Ordinary people won't get such treatment. Thank you, Fang Heng politely acknowledged, somewhat dismissively, as players spent more time in the Wasteland Apocalypse. Converting resources to contribution points for Raptor Company began to seem foolish. Major players' guilds, including the Federation, also purchase ore resources externally using real-world currency. Li Wenbo noticed Fang Heng's expression and furrowed his brow. He realized something seemed amiss about the situation. Fang Heng wasn't interested in the special high-quality equipment he offered. Not wanting to give up easily on such a sucker, Li Wenbo continued probing. Your interest seems lacking. Ordinary goods in the exchange area indeed aren't worthwhile, but what I have here is different. By the way, the temporary exchange permit my brother provided you allows you to exchange for high-tier items effortlessly. Really? Mojoe chatted casually, expressing doubt. Of course, we have an extensive range of items, unimaginable to you. I can offer you a 5% discount personally, the highest discount from my permit. Is that so? Mojoe pointed randomly. Then, how about this shelter? Ha ha ha, you have a good eye. This shelter is a super large-scale one established by the Raptor Company, integrating communication, transport, entertainment, storage, security, research, and many more facilities inside. There are also vast ore areas nearby. Frankly, our shelter surpasses those here. Even Raptor Company cannot match more than a dozen shelters with better configurations. It's truly exceptional. Li Wenbo warmly presented, gesturing. Now, you only need 5 billion contribution points to acquire this shelter. It's super cost-effective, right huh? Fang Heng and Mojoe were stunned, exchanging puzzled glances. This guy actually selling it for real. Li Wenbo sensed something amiss in Fang Heng's subtle reaction. He frowned slightly, realizing that the plot seemed off. Fang Heng was uninterested in the special premium equipment. In the face of the enthusiastic salesperson, Fang Heng suddenly thought of something, squinted his eyes, and asked, "What about staff members? Are they included in the package?" Of course, as promised, the package includes everything. Our Raptor Company has an excellent reputation. You can verify it outside. Li Wenbo responded confidently. Fang Heng felt something was off. What background does Raptor Company have to sell shelters in packages? But in the end, it's just a shelter. What's the use? The researchers in the shelter are indeed valuable, but he can't bring them back. In the conversation, Fang Heng followed Li Wenbo to the trading area. Due to Li Wenbo's repeated recommendations, Fang Heng checked the trading list with little interest. Scanning the items available for exchange, Fang Heng remained uninterested. Some of the high-level energy beam weapons offered by Raptor Company were actually quite good. However, these items are useless for the zombie avatars, and he cannot take them back to the zombie doomsday. Is this all there is? Not satisfied, Li Wenbo was even more surprised. The exchangeable items offered by Raptor Company, not limited. However, You understand, some items require a VIP level requirement, and selling to external parties also involves approval from higher-ups in the company. So, it's hard for me without fulfilling the VIP level requirement. Li Wenbo played mysterious, but I can assure you, the items we can provide you with are truly unique. Is that so? It's a pity. I don't have time. Let's cooperate in the future. Feng Heng was uninterested. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. Prepare the space-splitting device. We'll be leaving soon." Hey, wait. Li Wenbo, not used to Feng Heng's unconventional ways, hurriedly caught up and stopped him. The nation's game. It was not easy starting with the zombie apocalypse to finally find a capable player. Li Wenbo didn't want to give up so easily. Brother, don't leave in such a hurry. Alright, I'll secretly tell you something. As long as you can help gather a special high level, or that the company urgently needs, I will temporarily raise your quota to the highest level. How about it? It's very cost-effective, right? Trust me, it will definitely hold its value. We have everything here, as long as you can help me with the aberrant nest. Feng Heng suddenly stopped in his tracks as he listened. He turned to look back at Li Wenbo. What did you say? Aberrant nest. Ah, yes. Li Wenbo was also surprised, not expecting Feng Heng's focus to be on something so strange. He immediately explained, it's a mine occupied by a large number of aberrant creatures, with an aberrant nest inside where the aberrants are ranked around to 2-3, with a few at level 4. Due to radiation effects, our company has found that a small part of the worlds or structures have undergone some special mutations, and many aberrants like to inhabit the mutated ore, absorbing the energy waves released by it. Research suggests that they can use the power of these ores to enhance themselves. Some time ago, our company explored a nest occupied by aberrants nearby, and few dared to go there. Seeing Feng Heng suddenly interested, Li Wenbo continued to tempt him. I believe with our company's abilities, you can definitely handle it. The mutated ore reserves in that area are not abundant. Help me with this favor, and I will temporarily unlock the highest level VIP status for you. For regular people to unlock this level, they would have to spend at least 2 billion contribution points. What do you think? Feng Heng thought for a moment and asked, have you confirmed the level of the aberrants? Confirmed. They are approximately at level to 2-4. I'm not lying to you. Although there's no energy reaction, it's not ruled out that there might be high-level boss-level creatures, but the possibility is extremely low. Deal, huh? Li Wenbo was surprised, then showed a happy expression and hurriedly followed. You agreed. When are we preparing to leave? Now. Feng Heng nodded. Unlocking the Raptor Company's VIP level wasn't a concern for him. It was more about the aberrant nest, a place to grind monsters. He had never really fought against aberrants in the Wasteland Apocalypse. It was time to give it a try. Aberrants of levels 2-3 were just right for dropping first-tier evolution crystals, suitable for his crystal upgrades. Now, isn't it too late at night? Li Wenbo was a little surprised, but still patted Feng Heng's shoulder, saying enthusiastically, all right, it's settled, brother. This mining area is very troublesome. Don't think I'm not considerate enough. I can privately assemble a team to help you. Hint, player accepts team mission, gathering mutated gamma metal bodies. Mission name, gather mutated gamma metal bodies. Type, large team mission. Mission difficulty, A+. Mission description, please follow Li Wenbo to enter the mutated mining area and collect mutated gamma metal bodies in the mining area. Be aware of the large number of aberrant creatures lurking in the mining area. Mission requirements, obtain at least 500 units of mutated gamma metal bodies and ensure Li Wenbo's safety. Mission remaining time limit, 30 days. Mission reward, the Raptor Company will purchase mutated gamma metal bodies at a price of 10 West per unit. After completing the mission, your Raptor Company VIP level will be temporarily raised to the highest. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the mission details. It was a large team mission, with a generous time limit and not very high difficulty. No. We don't need Raptor Company mercenaries. Mo Jiawei, who was following Fang Heng, also received the mission prompt and immediately waved his hand to reject. He was too familiar with NPC routines. Hiring mercenaries didn't cost money, but the wear and tear on weapons did. If an accidental death occurred, it would be troublesome. Are you really sure? Li Wenbo blinked. Fang Shuo, some of the aberrant beasts over there do have combat power. I suggest not underestimating them. How about this? I can provide you with a low-interest loan of up to 1 million contribution points. Fang Heng turned and said, Are the mercenaries free? Of course, and they have all been professionally trained by Raptor Company. What about initial equipment? Do I have to pay to rent equipment? For regular people? Yes, but since we are good friends, I'll waive that for you. Li Wenbo showed a friendly gesture. It was hard to tell that they had only met less than half an hour ago. Fang Heng nodded. That's great. I'll take it. Huh? Mo Jiawei was stunned, wondering what Fang Heng was up to. Fang Heng continued. When can the mercenary group be ready? Also, clear out the warehouse. I don't want the hassle of transporting or back next time. Additionally, you will provide the mercenaries with protective suits, right? Ha ha ha, of course. Who said our relationship isn't good? I will also give you protective suits. Great. Thank you. An hour later, with the moon just rising, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei, along with over 50 Raptor Company mercenaries, left the shelter. Curious players watched from afar and discussed at the entrance. Seeing the Raptor Company's top salesperson, Li Wenbo, the players pointed and whispered, Are they going to the mutated mining area? Yes, you guessed right. I heard that Li Wenbo personally came to ask for help. Oh, it's that guy again. Fallen into the trap again. Another one being deceived. Players heard that Fang Heng took on Li Wenbo's special mission and looked on with curiosity. Any players who had spent some time in the shelter would know about Li Wenbo's mission, which was a complete trap from start to finish. The mutated creatures in the mining area were just one part of it. After putting in a lot of effort to clear the mutated mining area, the subsequent mining work was also full of pitfalls. Mutated gamma metal bodies were high-tier mutated ores that required advanced mining skills to support, as they consumed a lot of stamina and time. The most troublesome part was that mutated gamma metal bodies emitted radiation effects, rapidly reducing the durability of protective suits. The sounds produced during mining also attracted aberrant creatures from nearby areas, disrupting the mining progress. Players fought cunningly against the aberrants during the day, mining ores all day, then naturally returned to rest at night. The next day, when they returned, the mining area would once again be occupied by a large number of aberrant creatures. National game, from the zombie doomsday to hang up, including the revival of technology. Many large companies have tried this pit mission, and finally found that the mission input and harvest are completely out of proportion, and they have all chosen to give up. For large player companies, if the investment is increased, it is not necessarily impossible to complete, but it is not cost-effective. It is not necessary to bear a large amount of losses to complete this mission. Fang Heng is completely unaware of these. His main goal is not to mine, but to find and kill monsters. Leaving the shelter, the small team came to the outskirts of the shelter. Fang Heng raised his hand to signal the mercenary team to stop. Li Wenbo looked strangely at Fang Heng. What's wrong? Nothing, we have arrived at the mission location. Fang Heng looked at the leader of the mercenary team brought by Li Wenbo. Today's mission is very simple. You need to stay here to guard. Our team from ARC Technology will deliver supplies here, and then you need to transport the supplies back to the safe zone. Listening to Fang Heng's words, Mo Jiawei suddenly realized. He understood. It turns out that the high battle force brought from Raptor Company is not here for a fight. They are actually here to work as laborers. Such a big shot to play. Just staying near the safe zone, there are almost no mutant beasts appearing in the surroundings. The elite team of 50 people from Raptor Company, enough to protect the ore, and there is no possibility of any danger. With them here, players won't dare to grab ores, killing two birds with one stone. Oh, this. Li Wenbo really didn't expect Fang Heng's move. Let's go. After finishing the instructions, Fang Heng opened the game prompt and controlled the gathering of the liquors. Li Wenbo looked around suspiciously and confirmed to Fang Heng again, "Go to the alienation or point." "Just the three of us?" "Yes." "All right." Li Wenbo thought Fang Heng was just going to explore this time, nodded, and led the two of them towards the alienation or point. Continued. National game. Hanging out with zombies from the end of the world is terrible. Li Wenbo's heart beats violently. He was amazed to find that bullets actually caused damage to the aberrations just as he had anticipated. He needed to switch to a higher level weapon. "Hey." Fang Heng reached out and pressed on Li Wenbo's shoulder. Li Wenbo was startled. He turned around and looked at Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei, who had calm expressions. "What's going on? Brother, calm down, we're on the same side." Mo Jiawei shrugged and patted Li Wenbo's shoulder. "Huh?" Li Wenbo was confused and looked at Mo Jiawei, repeating, "On the same side. You mean them?" "Not quite." With nothing better to do, Mo Jiawei improvised according to Sandy's pre-prepared script. "Have you heard of Arc Technology Co., Limited?" Li Wenbo blinked. "Is it you guys?" "That's right." Mo Jiawei nodded solemnly. "In fact, we are a high-tech company from another dimensional world, and our technology at Arc Technology has always been at the forefront of the world. Well, as you can see, our technology can manipulate some organisms. Currently, we are manipulating life forms for some localized fusion. To put it in simpler terms, Arc Technology is now able to control some special aberrations for combat. The aberration organisms you see are our latest scientific research products." "Huh?" Listening to what Mo Jiawei said, Li Wenbo was stunned. These aberrations are actually controlled by their company. It's no wonder. Upon closer inspection, the appearance and size of this group of aberrations are almost the same. Li Wenbo couldn't believe it as he looked at these aberration organisms. "Are you saying that these aberration organisms all belong to your company, and you can even mass-produce them?" "Of course." Mo Jiawei continued to bluff according to the artist Sandy's script. "But you should also understand that cross-dimensional teleportation requires a huge amount of energy. Therefore, we can only put a small batch of replicated life forms into it at the moment. What you are seeing now, we call them Aberration Type B16, our 16th generation improved version of this." Li Wenbo was simply shocked to the extreme. He didn't expect that there would actually be such a parallel world in this world, and that it could have technology even more advanced than their Raptor company. It's hard to believe without seeing it with your own eyes. "So, how do you control these aberrations?" "With your mind." Raptor company is also trying to control aberrations and has made significant progress. But to control aberrations directly with just your mind as our company did, their technology is far beyond theirs. Currently, Raptor company relies on drugs and long-term training, or directly uses electronic mechanical rings to control brain-controlled aberrations in two ways. Both methods have major drawbacks at this stage. Li Wenbo realized that Fang Heng's way of controlling aberration organisms was completely different from theirs, and it was more than twice as advanced. In front of these two, Li Wenbo felt like a primitive and naive person. This is a trade secret." Mo Jiawei shook his head, pretending to be mysterious. Since this line wasn't in Sandy's script, he just used the trick of being secretive. Li Wenbo opened his mouth, his inner shock overwhelming him, as he turned to look at the feeders launching a slaughter inside the pit. Not only in terms of control, but also in terms of combat ability, they far exceeded his expectations. These aberrations were just too powerful. The ordinary aberrations in the mutation zone were no match for them. Once the feeders approached, they were easily torn to shreds. And that exaggerated self-healing ability, to what extent was that about? Li Wenbo watched as an aberration had its 4 limbs cut off, only to regrow a pair of 4 limbs in less than a minute. Why are their life forces so strong? He turned to Mo Jiawei, hoping to find an answer from him. Through the latest cell division technology from Arc Technology Co., Ltd., which can promote cell division rapidly in a short period of time, achieving a powerful self-healing effect, Mo Jiawei explained according to the script. Li Wenbo swallowed carefully. Our technology. What kind of behemoth was it? Compared to Mojiawei, Feng Shuo, who wasn't very talkative, was the one who Li Wenbo found most unfathomable. With Feng Heng standing behind the rock quietly watching Mojiawei trying to deceive, game hints flashed across his retina. Hint: your zombie avatar has killed a plant-shaped aberration, earning you 9 survival points and a complete evolution crystal *1. Hint: your zombie avatar has killed a second-tier aberration, earning you 21 survival points and a first-tier evolution crystal *1. The wave of monsters was okay. It's just that there weren't enough aberrations in the mine pit. Feng Heng looked at Li Wenbo again. How come the explosion didn't attract more aberrations from around? Why so few? Li Wenbo blinked, giving Feng Heng a puzzled look. Soon, the entire interior of the mine was cleaned up by the feeders. Feng Heng stepped forward, waved his hand over a pale blue evolution crystal on the ground. Hint: you've obtained 311 evolution crystal shards, 330 complete evolution crystals, 307 first-tier evolution crystals, and 27 second-tier evolution crystals. Not bad income. To reach level 23, he needed 999 first-tier evolution crystals, completing 1/3 of his upgrade requirements. Thinking about it, Feng Heng controlled the feeders to patrol around, hoping to kill more aberrations and accumulate more experience points. Watching Feng Heng effortlessly clean up the entire mine area with the controlled aberrations, Li Wenbo was truly shocked for a while. No wonder you were able to drive away Vixing Technology Company in such a short time. I'm impressed. But I still want to remind you that due to the mutation of ore, there will be a constant stream of aberrations coming this way. So I suggest you not slack off and maintain the safety of this area. I know. The more Feng Heng said, the better. Next, we can start mining the minerals. Li Wenbo looked around and asked, Brother, have you hired people to mine here already? Yes, we're ready. Knowing the opportunity had come, Li Wenbo continued, recruiting employees to mine, and very efficient. I recommend a product here that has been researched and developed over 3 years by the Raptor Company. After extensive exploration and listening to various mining organizations' on-site feedback, it's called a Loot 3, a convenient mining robot that can be used outdoors. National game, auto farming starting from the zombie apocalypse. These robots are suitable for working in radiated environments, made from over 50 types of alloys through special crafting techniques. Their efficiency in gathering resources is 3 times higher than that of regular players. Li Wenbo enthusiastically pitched. This product has not been officially announced for sale by the Raptor Corporation yet. If you need it, I can rent it to you at a cheaper price. It only costs 100 contribution points to rent it for a whole day. Very affordable. Another scam, right? Do they really think we know nothing? Mojiawei sneered inwardly. The Raptor Corporation is notorious for its mining robots, always known for their low-quality products in the gaming world. Although their mining efficiency is quite high, their failure rate is also high, and they lack flexibility. It's a costly item. In this dangerous post-apocalyptic world with all kinds of threats, if they are attacked, they could break down on the spot, leaving them vulnerable to attacks with nowhere to run. A daily rental fee of 100 points may not be expensive, but if there is any damage, the compensation price proposed by the Raptor Corporation could be quite steep. Mojiawei quickly waved his hand, saying, We don't need it. We are already prepared for resource collection. No need, said Feng Heng, who had also heard about the stories of mining robots. He pointed towards a nearby location and said, Look, our mining team has already arrived. Li Wenbo looked disappointed, turned his head towards the direction Feng Heng pointed to. In the forest, a team in protective suits formed a line carrying shovels as they walked towards the mining area. Li Wenbo muttered softly. This team looks strange. Li Wenbo felt they didn't seem very intelligent. As they approached, Li Wenbo found it even more bizarre. He noticed the worn-out protective suits the laborers were wearing and even saw the damaged areas on them. What on earth? These protective suits won't protect against radiation at all. How can this be? Aren't they afraid of getting infected by radiation mutations? Li Wenbo was shocked and, upon closer inspection, saw that the labor's skin was already decaying, oozing blood. Oh my god. Li Wenbo took a few steps back in fear and looked towards Fang Heng. What's wrong with these workers? Ahem. Mojoi coughed lightly and whispered. Well, Li Wenbo, we are friends, right? Initially. Yes, but now. I'm not so sure, replied Li Wenbo. Actually, these people are not ordinary workers. They are the improved 17th generation biomechanical tools developed by our ARC Technology Limited, equipped with skills such as transportation, collection, resource classification, and even combat capabilities, though their combat power is weak. This is the first time they have been deployed in this world, and the local modifications have failed a bit. Hence, they look a bit terrifying. Mojoi shrugged, explaining, you will keep this confidential, right? Well, biomechanical tools. Li Wenbo was astonished. He was amazed that ARC Technology's research capabilities had advanced to the point where they could control synthetic humans as mining labor to this extent. Watching the biomechanical tools swaying as they approached the pit, aimed at the highly radioactive ore, and began mining and collecting with versatile mining hammers. While they may seem foolish at times, they were unequivocal when they worked. How could their mining efficiency be this high? The most incredible part was that despite looking a bit terrifying, they seemed completely unaffected by radiation. How is this possible? Li Wenbo was thoroughly astounded. Mojoi patted Li Wenbo on the shoulder. Not bad. Right. By the way, our company will offer lending services in the future. A synthetic individual only needs 5,000 contribution points a day. We can deepen our cooperation in the future. Sure. It took Li Wenbo a while to come to his senses. He was astonished by the efficiency of the ARC company's biomechanical tools, which far exceeded his expectations. They effortlessly completed a series of operations, including mining, transportation, resource classification, and loading trucks, much more efficient than the mining robots his company had spent a great deal of effort developing. The comparison between the two made the mining robots look like rubble in front of the biosynthetic individuals. Even the sheer number of biomechanical tools in the ARC company far exceeded Li Wenbo's estimates. Hundreds of these tools. Despite facing advanced ores, they could easily collect them all. How about that? Pretty impressive. Mojoi knew of Fang Heng's abilities. He had mastered 8 different mining skills, each raised to the highest level possible. The zombie avatars inherited Fang Heng's excellent skills. During the zombie apocalypse, solely in terms of transportation round trip, numerous zombie avatars could exhaust a rich mine in just 1 day's time. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Li Wenbo adjusted his mood. Indeed, your company's research capabilities have amazed me. I've learned a lot. Li Wenbo was dumbfounded as he watched carts filled with ore being excavated and swiftly transported back. Previously, small companies could only mine a few carts of ore in a day at most. How long has it been now? They had already filled 5 carts. Fang Heng skillfully optimized the mining production line beside him, directing a few zombie assistants to handle the resource transportation and loading, then giving them cyclic commands. When everything seemed almost done, Fang Heng turned around and said, "It's almost done. Let's go." Huh? Li Wenbo was puzzled again. What a go? Yes, we can return to the safe zone now. Fang Heng felt it was inexplicable. Why stay here when they were done with the mission? Brother, don't worry. Mojoi patted Li Wenbo's shoulder. The biomechanical tools will automatically follow the preset design program for subsequent transportation, sending the mined ore back to the vicinity of the safe area. We just need to finalize the transaction. Oh, okay, Li Wenbo said. So, does this mean their mission is complete with this visit? It felt like a dream. A few hours later, outside the safe zone, even the early hours couldn't dampen the excitement of the players gathered together. They buzzed around, nibbling on melon seeds, as they once again became lively. They witnessed the Raptor Corporation mercenaries shuttling back and forth between the safe zone with carts full of alienated ore. To and fro. Goodness. To everyone's surprise, the mission that had troubled players for over a year had been completed by the R Company, and the output was so high. It didn't make sense. With such a rate of ore production, they would probably empty the entire mining area soon, right? What kind of monster company is ARC Technology? Li Wenbo had never imagined ARC Company's efficiency could reach this level. When they returned, he didn't think about anything else, quickly making space in a special warehouse to isolate the special radiation of the ore, making room for the ore to be relocated. Game for all, starting from the zombie doomsday. After Hang Feng completes the task and returns to the safe zone, he logs off to rest for a while. He only logs back in late at night. Game notifications pop up one after another. Notification. During the time you were offline, your zombie avatar completed the collection of chromium metal ore, totaling 29,015 units, and partially delivered the ore. Notification. During the time you were offline, your zombie avatar conducted reconnaissance, encountered attacks and counterattacked, killing a total of 1892 mutant beasts, obtaining complete evolution crystals *301, first tier evolution crystals *103, and second tier evolution crystals *38. Hang Feng quickly scanned through the long list of game logs. Apart from occasional attacks by mutant beasts during the mining process, there were a total of 7 waves of attacks by various sizes of mutant beast groups. All were easily resolved by the Lickers, and earned more than 100 first-tier evolution crystals. Observing from the game logs that the mine has been completely excavated, Hang Feng controls his zombie avatars to stay put while he goes to the warehouse area to find Li Wenbo. Feng Shuo, you really surprised me. In the warehouse area, Li Wenbo was excited and somewhat incoherent. How? Looks like you've been busy. Li Wenbo wiped the sweat off his forehead. A little bit. Hard work pays off, it's really earning money. In just over 5 hours, the resources of the entire alienation mine pit have been almost completely mined by the ARC Corporation. The efficiency is simply incredible. Li Bo Wen was surprised and busy. After returning to the Raptors Company safe area, he was busy finding a place for storage, and ultimately opened a teleportation channel to transport large quantities of alienated gamma metal or resources to the Raptors Company headquarters area. This time, Li Bo Wen made a fortune with Hang Feng, and their annual business performance has exceeded expectations. The supplies are being counted. I'll prepay you a portion of contribution points and unlock the high-ranking VIP for you. Let me take you to the counter to activate the high-level exchange service. Notification. You completed the mission, collecting alienated gamma metal ore. Notification. You received 900 W contribution points prepaid by Li Bo Wen. Notification. Your temporary VIP level at Raptors Company has been increased to LV to 99, allowing you to upgrade services at any Raptors Company counter. Hang Feng nodded in satisfaction. The 900 W contribution points were enough to purchase a small shelter. Thank you. Can I use the teleportation channel now? Huh? Leaving already? Li Wenbo was startled when he heard Hang Feng wanted to leave. The company's performance today exceeded his half-year's earnings. With such immense profits, he intended to deepen cooperation with Hang Feng for resource collection. Why leave so hastily? Li Bo Wen was anxious to keep Hang Feng. Don't rush. I've temporarily granted you the highest level exchange permission. You can exchange for everything you need. Take a look first. Maybe there's something you want. Right. Li Wenbo put down his work. Here, hand me your membership card. I'll take you to upgrade your permissions. Unable to resist Li Wenbo's enthusiasm, and since he was also planning to go to the exchange for teleportation purchases, Hang Feng reluctantly agreed to follow Li Wenbo to the exchange. At the counter, the clerk handed Hang Feng the updated black gold VIP identity card. Esteemed member, here is your VIP identity card. Please keep it safe. Notification. You have obtained a black gold VIP identity card. Li Wenbo encouraged Hang Feng. Take a look, brother. This is the highest level of membership privileges. Only a dozen or so people in the world have it. Who knows, you might need something. Okay. Hang Feng, feeling obliged due to Li Wenbo's warmth, decided to take a look. He didn't think he needed anything from the Raptors company. Opening the contribution point exchange, he scrolled to the top. Hang Feng raised his eyebrows, letting out a soft gasp. Technology. The Raptors company surprisingly offered advanced technologies for sale. Technology. Microelectronic low-level mutant control technology. Description. Control mutants by implanting electronic chips in their brains. Exchange cost. 8,800 W contribution points. Technology. Mineral particle transmission technology. Description. Transform minerals into particle form for quick transportation, greatly increasing efficiency. Exchange cost. 5,900 W contribution points. Mineral particle transmission. This seemed promising. The ability to transport minerals in particle form would significantly save time and resources. Hang Feng continued through the list of over 20 technologies, each costing over 1,000 West contribution points. He was surprised to find one more item. Large spatial rupture device blueprint design. Hang Feng's expression suddenly changed in astonishment. The fact that the blueprint design for a large spatial rupture device was sold caught him off guard. However, it showed that only 3 units were available and had already been sold out. Hang Feng narrowed his eyes. He realized something. With this device sold, in this world, he could also build a spatial rupture device. Hang Feng's expression turned serious as he scrolled through the sell list. Almost all the required resources to build a large spatial rupture device were available for external purchase within the Raptors company. However, the resources were limited, with extremely high prices. Theoretically, building a spatial rupture device in this world was possible. So, Hang Feng started contemplating. If he directly bought a shelter from the Raptors company, then built a personal spatial rupture device inside it. With the zombie avatars as labor, and enough resources, it could be completed in a day. Theoretically achievable. He then only needed Victor to temporarily take over from the zombie Doomsday, help upgrade the spatial rupture device to 2nd tier, allowing it to link to the 8th zone of the zombie Doomsday. By then, he could establish a teleportation point with the Wasteland Doomsday, facilitating continuous transportation of resources and beam weapons back to the zombie Doomsday world. This plan. Hang Feng clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Since he was here already and would have to engage in combat, why not? National game. Hanging up from the zombie Doomsday and buying a large-scale safe zone from the Raptor Corporation doesn't require much contribution. Just 5 billion, he crazily mines, won't take long. Anyway, it's just a hang-up hosting. The Wasteland world is not bad, with many rare mineral resources available for research. Mutants and radiation outside are also special research directions. There are even the unique purple spatial crystals produced in the Wasteland world. Remember, the 12 Consortium spent a great deal of effort to collect the spatial crystals from the Tier 3 world. Inferences suggest that this type of spatial crystal should also be very valuable. No, this wave can't be wasted. Moreover, killing monsters and earning upgraded spatial crystals can be done during the process of establishing the spatial rift device. 2 birds with 1 stone. Several thoughts quickly flashed through, and Feng Heng had already made a decision. Greedy for one more wave. Alright. Since he decided to be greedy this time, Feng Heng's gaze gradually became firm. Build the space teleportation channel as quickly as possible. Although he cannot qualify for the Master of the Wasteland world, the high-level resources in the Wasteland world must all be taken back. What the 12 Consortium has, his prison must have as well. It's a matter of attitude. Therefore, he needs a main base as the placement point for the Space Rift device. Building a main base by himself is too slow, and Feng Heng doesn't have the time or patience for that. The Raptor Corporation provides excellent service. Just by it. Considering the large number of minerals needed for subsequent construction and upgrading of the Space Rift, It's better to just buy it here. After all, it's a super large safe zone with all the necessary facilities and even a personal short-range teleportation device. Bye. Thinking so, Feng Heng turned to Li Wenbo. Do you have any good tasks on hand? I want to buy a lot of things, which will require a significant contribution. Li Wenbo, upon hearing this, was also pleased. Hooked. He has secured the Outstanding Employee of the Year title. Yes, of course. The two almost immediately reached an agreement. Feng Heng, I have many excellent tasks on hand. They may be challenging for ordinary people, but for you, they will be a piece of cake, without much effort at all. By the way, I can become your exclusive agent. I can help you find the most suitable tasks around the world in the future, arrange everything for you, and provide you with the best one-on-one service, relieving you of any worries. Feng Heng clenched his fist. Why does he suddenly feel so motivated? Alright, let's start with the nearby area. Do you know about the abilities of the bionic tools? Which mines are worth exploring? Li Wenbo snapped his fingers and immediately said, You've asked the right person. Based on your mining ability and the current Raptor Corporation's pricing for material contributions, there are a total of 3 mines nearby that are most suitable for us to exploit. We can obtain the highest contribution points income in the shortest time possible. However, I remember that some of them seem to be mines occupied by the Vixing technology. You drove them away, right? Are you sure they won't come back with reinforcements? I heard that Vixing technology is also a large company. It's okay, we can communicate with them. Feng Heng nodded. Where is the nearest mining point? Vixing technology. The company was shocked to learn that the mining team stationed in the Tianlin mining area had been completely wiped out. The Tianlin mining area has been running smoothly for several years and has always been very peaceful. The sudden emergence of the ARC technology was unheard of. Could they have such strong power? Before the specific investigation results were released, they learned that the Tianlin mining area had been completely controlled by the ARC technology company. Can they tolerate this? Zhao Zhu was called to the company headquarters to report in person. A high-level strategy meeting was immediately held the afternoon after Zhao Shu's team was eliminated. While Vixing Technology was investigating the details of the ARC Technology Company, they also started to mobilize players and prepare to recruit mercenaries for the battle. At the company's strategic meeting, the department manager of the mining area, Yang Kai, heavily pounded the table. This is provocation. We must fight back. The income from the Tianlin mining area accounts for over 10% of the company's total income annually, making it extremely important to the entire company. I believe we should go directly and confront ARC Technology head-on. At this point, Zhao Zhu also saw an opportunity for retaliation, adding fuel to the fire. From my contact with ARC Technology, it seems they are deliberately targeting us, with no intention of negotiating or resolving the issue from the start. The chances of private mediation are very slim. They're already at our doorstep. What's there to negotiate? The deputy director of the company's operations department coldly snorted. Even if we want to negotiate, we must first strike back, hurt them, and then talk about reconciliation. Yes, this wave must be fought. The upper management of the company all shared the same idea. However, strangely, they had not been able to find any information related to ARC Technology so far. This company seemed to have popped out of nowhere, and they couldn't reach them even with their best efforts. As the players were discussing, the company's deputy general manager, Dai Yudong, looked down at her phone messages. Her expression was somewhat odd as she raised her head and said, "Everyone, there's a new development." Everyone stopped talking and turned to Dai Yudong. Recently, we sent people to conduct perimeter reconnaissance onto mining areas that were just occupied by the ARC company. According to the news we received, there were no signs of ARC company employees mining there. Dai Yudong scanned everyone and said word for word. But after thorough investigation, we found that both large mining areas had been completely exhausted. The areas were in a state of complete abandonment, with no further need for mining. Everyone was taken aback. What's going on? The ores have been depleted. They all turned to Zhao Zhu in unison. Zhao Zhu also looked surprised. I think maybe our company has some kind of efficient collection capability. He had said this before. But, so efficient. From the attack on the mining areas by the ARC company yesterday until now is just over a day, and both mining areas have been completely mined out. Once again, the players fell into silence. They were somewhat skeptical of Zhao Shu's previous words, thinking he might be exaggerating ARC company's combat capabilities to make himself look better. Judge a person's character from one single act. If what Zhao Zhu said is true, and ARC company does possess such powerful technological capabilities, then their military strength must not be weak at all. Zhao Zhu, a middle-aged executive, looked at Zhao Zhu and said coldly, "Could it be that you colluded with Chang Han over the years, secretly embezzled the mines, and fabricated the ARC company just to scare us?" The National Game. Automatic hang-up starting from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 814. Chapter Expansion. Zhao Zhu was stunned, then furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? You need evidence to back up your words." In the midst of silence, a player hurriedly entered the report. Manager Dai, the underground fortress of Falcon Company, numbered 2838, has just been confirmed purchased by our technology company. Our people have been driven out. The people at the meeting were all stunned, then quickly began discussing. What is happening? Directly buying a safe zone? And such a large safe zone? At the current mid-game stage, it is rare to directly purchase a safe zone. Moreover, Tianlin mining area is considered a low-value purchasing area, only suitable as a transit station. Our company? Where did this wealthy person come from? Every action of our company reveals an air of money is no object. I am strong. Initially, Wixing Technology had the idea of directly confronting our company. As news continued to come in, morale suddenly plummeted. Everyone, in my opinion, Dai Yutong also felt that the players' desire for battle was quickly diminishing. She thought for a moment and said, "Judging from our company's various performances, the other company is very powerful. I believe we need to temporarily halt our attack plan." Young Kai frowned. "Manager Dai, I understand what you mean, but if we just let it go, the impact on the company's reputation as well as the income will be significant." "It's not letting it go. Just wait a moment. Consider changing the way we act." Dai Yutong nodded. "Let's spread the news about our company. I believe there are others who are more anxious than us. One family may not be able to defeat them, but if united against our company, the risk will be much smaller." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhu immediately realized, there is more than one company that relies on mining ores to make a living, and the pie is only that big. Suddenly having such a powerful competitor, how will they deal with it? Wixing Technology can withstand for a while, but many small companies won't be able to. They either disband and seek another way out, or they resist our technology company. When the time comes, Wixing Technology will rally. Keep a close eye on our company. Thoroughly investigate them. I want to know their details clearly. Dai Yutong looked around at everyone. We must let them perish. Let them go crazy first. Let our company expand a little more. Under the intentional dissemination of Wixing Technology Company, the notorious reputation of our company quickly spread within the game. The players in the Tianlin mining area were shocked beyond belief. Waking up, their own well-guarded safe zone had changed its name and identity. Our company's financial power was unexpectedly terrifying, buying the entire safe zone. Ordinary mining teams no longer harbored thoughts of confronting our company, instead obediently contributing to the company. What's even more puzzling is that our company was offering slightly higher prices in the market to buy certain special ores and evolution crystals. Everything remained the same, plus the opportunity to make money, naturally drew players in. 2 days passed. Feng Heng logged in again. Feng Heng had spent most of his time in the Rift Quarter coordinating the team against the undead and wraiths, so he wasn't well informed about the current situation in the game. Most of the time, he was in automatic hang-up mode. He just felt something was a bit strange. People in the Wasteland Apocalypse didn't seem too brave. If it was the zombie apocalypse, and their ores were stolen, a group of people would surely come knocking. Whether they would win or lose, they would act first. Seeing that Wixing Technology didn't make any move, Feng Heng diligently accelerated his mining of high-grade ores and exchanged them for contributions. With the additional contributions acquired by ManhwaRecap in secret, he accumulated 100 million contribution points, and 2 days ago, he used a mortgage loan from Li Wenbo's hand to purchase the Falcon Company's underground fortress number 2838. From then on, Feng Heng also acquired a super large shelter underground in the wasteland world. The only trouble was that every week, he needed to submit several billion contribution points to Falcon Company to repay the loan. It was a system-certified loan that needed to be repaid. ManhwaRecap had recently returned to Blood Clan District 9, went to the hunter's camp to fiddle with the unknown slab he obtained last time, triggered a follow-up quest, and then just rushed back. Upon returning, he found out that Feng Heng had already taken possession of the safe zone. He expressed shock, looked at Feng Heng, and confirmed, "So Feng Heng, you've also taken on a mortgage, right?" "You're right. From now on we are just employees of Falcon Technology." Feng Heng nodded. After purchasing the entire safe zone, even the zombie avatars could bypass the security setup and enter the safe zone, immediately starting to build a large space rift device. Ha ha ha. ManhwaRecap laughed. "I knew Li Bowen was talented from our first meeting. He could come up with such a mortgage operation." At this point, Li Wenbo became Feng Heng's exclusive agent. Standing behind the two, he cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, I heard someone speaking ill of me." "Ha ha ha, just joking." At this moment, Li Wenbo was greatly admiring Feng Heng, raising his head, looking at the metal building structures full of architectural beauty. It was apparent that our company also had the technology to construct such devices. However, in just 2 days, the rift device was completed. The biotool men were too useful. Li Wenbo looked at the zombies equipped with the most advanced orc-electing equipment developed by Falcon Company behind them, feeling somewhat envious. These 2 days, Feng Heng mostly relied on the zombie avatars to dig high-grade ores in exchange for contributions, while also contributing ores to the players in Tianlin mining area for constructing the space rift device and upgrading the necessary evolution crystals. At this point, the zombie avatars had surpassed the basic level and were armed with top-of-the-line or collecting machinery developed by Falcon Company. Their efficiency was unparalleled. With an average of clearing a mining pit every 5 hours, they harvested the deep high-grade ore areas in Tianlin mining area. For this, Li Wenbo even urgently assembled 6 NPC squads, directly establishing a temporary base camp near the deep ore areas, temporarily storing resources, constructing dedicated material transport channels for ease of storage and transport of materials. They were mining too quickly and couldn't dispatch the resources efficiently. Li Wenbo had never experienced such a problem before. There were too many resources, to the extent that the transportation port was under unimaginable pressure, with large amounts of high-grade ore resources now piled up outdoors. It was almost impossible to transport them. By the way, I never had time to ask, "Who is this?" Li Wenbo had just arrived. He pointed to Victor, who was working on the space rift device. "Victor, my good brother." Feng Heng introduced him to Li Wenbo. Victor also wore a mask, and upon hearing his name mentioned by both of them, he waved to Li Wenbo in greeting. National game. Hanging from the beginning of the zombie doomsday, Mr. Victor also have research on machinery. ManhwaRecap nodded in agreement. That is quite a comprehensive research. He is a genius mechanical engineer. Li Wenbo nodded, then said, "By the way, the energy crystals you urgently purchased from the company a few days ago were approved last night. They just arrived this morning, and I had someone bring them over for you. They are now stored in the temporary warehouse number 3. "Good. Thank you for your hard work." Feng Heng's spirit lifted. "Great. The energy source for opening the transmission channel is also ready." "Hey, this is nothing. Just a small matter." Feng Heng then controlled the zombie clones in the hall to move towards the temporary warehouse. They carried the boxes filled with energy crystals over and loaded them into the energy slot of the large spatial tearing device. After a moment, Victor flipped down from the high-tier transmission device and made an OK gesture towards Fang Heng. Done. The next moment, a game prompt appeared in front of Fang Heng. Notification. Player completed the upgrade of the spatial tearing device to the second level. Current shelter level increased. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can we try connecting to the main world channel?" "In theory. No problem. I need to debug it," Victor said as he walked to the large control console and quickly restarted it. Mojoey stood by, rubbing his hands eagerly. "When I arrived, I had already communicated with Qshen over there. They are ready to receive the signal from the transmission channel, on standby 24 hours, ready to assist in opening the channel." "What? Are they starting to open the world channel now?" Li Wenbo listened in amazement. He swallowed hard, carefully watching Fang Heng and the others. Even though he had learned from them that the ARC company was a large company from another world, seeing them now open a transmission channel still made him a bit shocked. Second-tier spatial tearing device. Activated. Victor completed debugging, then reached out and turned the red knob. BZZT. The large machine buzzed, emitting a blue light. Notification. Player activated the second-tier spatial tearing device. Detected the signal requesting connection to the spatial channel coordinates. Notification. Player has the qualifications of the 8th District Lord, meeting the conditions for establishing the spatial channel. Notification. Received response information from the channel terminal. Notification. Confirming coordinates. Confirming authorization. Channel coordinates under construction. Buzz. Over 20 minutes. Fang Heng and the others stood silently beside the large screen, watching the progress bar on the projection reach from 0% to 100%. A blue barrier unfolded in front of the central spatial tearing device. Notification. Spatial channel construction completed. A blue ripple appeared in the barrier. A hand reached out from it, followed by a familiar figure in a blue research suit walking out of the channel. "Unable to find you secretly. You've been hiding here all along." Qiu Yao Kong adjusted his glasses. "Ha ha ha, please keep it confidential, especially about the prison side." "Sure." Seeing Fang Heng, Qiu Yao Kong waved his hand, indicating that he was more interested in the research. Despite appearing calm, after knowing that he could enter this world, Qiu Yao Kong had been excitedly waiting for the connection message from the transmission channel all night. "By the way, the special or samples you brought back last time are quite good. I think I need a dedicated supersized research lab here, as well as at least 30 researchers above the B level." "Don't worry, I will try to arrange that." Fang Heng gestured OK to Qiu Yao Kong and then patted Li Wenbo's shoulder. "By the way, you researchers should be for sale too, right?" Li Wenbo was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Yes. Yes." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a slight tremor was felt in the hall. Li Wenbo was startled and turned to see several towering 3-meter fusion behemoth figures emerging from the channel. He was filled with awe. These huge life forms carried an extremely exaggerated supersized rotary machine gun in their hands, a large focus flamethrower on their backs, anti-ammunition boxes. Every step they took caused a heavy tremor on the ground. This is... Seeing Li Wenbo's shocked expression, Mojoey chuckled. "Come, let me introduce you. These are the latest fusion biological weapons developed by the ARC company, which have not undergone local adaptation and may not be very suitable for the outside environment. What do you think? Impressive, right? Isn't it imposing?" Li Wenbo took a deep breath and nodded. It was indeed super imposing. It had been a long time since he had seen Qiu Yao Kong. Fang Heng approached to inquire about the fusion behemoth situation. Due to the reverse optimization effect from the undead, the fusion behemoth had not been able to complete suicide and be brought into the Blood Clan Doomsday world, which directly led to a significant reduction in Fang Heng's strength. "Well, we have been conducting related research all along, and there are already some results." "Oh, how so?" Fang Heng's face showed excitement. After all, his visit to the wasteland world was for vacation, but he would soon have to go to the 6th District Blood Clan world. At that time, the fusion behemoth would definitely come in handy. Unknown radiation, Qiu Yao Kong said succinctly, walking towards the control console. Based on your description, continuous radiation exposure can accumulate and cause massive damage. If we can control the radiation, we can quickly kill the fusion behemoth. Feng Heng clapped his hands. Exactly. The solution has come, Feng Heng suddenly realized. By bringing the fusion behemoth to the wasteland world through the transmission channel and exposing it to radiation, after 1 or 2 hours, its health would drop below 10%, and it would self-destruct, completing the suicide. Problem solved. It was a bit troublesome, but at least the suicide part was now possible. Feng Heng felt a bit better. At this stage, visiting the Doomsday Wasteland was essentially about gaining experience and accumulating strength. With the fusion behemoth, he would be even more fearless when going to the Blood Clan world later. Qiu Yao Kong calmly turned back and looked at Feng Heng. There is much in the radiation world worth researching. Local research can greatly accelerate our progress. I will stay here for a while to work on that. When can I get what I need? Feng Heng looked at Li Wenbo. Well, soon. After paying contribution points, the researchers are expected to arrive tonight. Contribution points. Feng Heng took a deep breath. There was no other way. In order to gather enough contribution points, he had to speed up mining. 5 days later, Arc Gaming Company. Dai Yutong sighed when he received the related reports. He hadn't expected to be defeated in this way. Indeed, he had anticipated that the Arc Company would expand, and they had indeed expanded as he had predicted. However, he hadn't expected the Arc Company to expand to this extent. They didn't care about other major gaming companies, aggressively acquiring securities zones owned by the Raptor Company, and steadily pushing forward. The national game, starting from the zombie apocalypse, wherever the Arc Corporation goes, it's like being devoured by locusts. All mineral resources and wood resources, even the mutant beasts, have been wiped out completely. The so-called United Band plan is simply ridiculous in the eyes of the Arc Corporation. The other side's move is too ruthless. The forests around the area are gone, the ores are gone, even the mutant beasts are gone. All valuable resources have been completely wiped out. Except for rocks and sand, there's only radiation. There's nothing left but baldness. What's the point of the company in those areas? Spending a lot of effort and not even enough for fuel money to compete with the Arc Corporation. What's the point? Just to save face. Unlikely. The ones suffering the most are the players. Once the safe area is cleared, only 1/10 of the missions released by the Raptor Corporation are left. With a lack of mission sources and income sources, players often have to run a long way to complete a mission. So, without the Raptor Corporation having to force people out, players quickly find a new place on their own. Large areas are then easily taken over by the Arc Corporation. The reputation of the Arc Corporation is becoming more and more prominent, and more player companies and gaming guilds have heard of this company. Many large companies, upon seeing the arrival of the Arc Corporation, don't engage in a battle to the death but instead flee. Anyway, the world is vast. If you can't provoke, can you escape? Once targeted by the Arc Corporation, you can only consider yourself unlucky. Helplessly, the Vixing technology decides to admit defeat. After all, it's not just them. Many large companies have already admitted defeat. It's not embarrassing. But, to annoy the Arc Corporation a bit, Dai Yutong still reported to the Federation about the Arc Corporation's involvement with anti-federal forces. The Necromantic Research Association, the corrosion rate of the main seal has exceeded our expectations. It is estimated that the central seal in the sinking corridor has been completely damaged. At 10:23 this morning, the leakage value of the necromantic aura has reached the alert line. Chen Songlin, the vice president of the association responsible for the seal of the Death Realm, introduced the situation in the sealing corridor to everyone. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence in the hall. Milne, the president of the Necromantic Research Association, sat in his chair with half-closed eyes, not speaking. We'd like to hear the opinions of the Necromantic Research Association. From a professional perspective, do you think the safety of the death realm crack can still be guaranteed? Everyone turned to Su Xiaojiang, who spoke. Su Xiaojiang looked a bit serious. He was the deputy director of the Central Inspection Bureau of the Federation, responsible for crisis management. About a week after the necromantic research incident, Su Xiaojiang, as a member of the Federation team, came to the Necromantic Research Association to discuss the crisis. Previously, when he collected equipment for Fang Heng, Su Xiaojiang also helped a lot. Chen Songlin shook his head. This is incalculable. For us, it's too risky to bet on probabilities. I can only say, if there's no other external force involved, the seal can last for at least 3 months. What external forces do you mean? Any damage to the seal, impacts, as well as fluctuations in the death realm, the soul niche's fluctuations. There are too many? Milne pondered and shook his head. No, there are too many factors affecting it. I can't make a judgment. Su Xiaojiang clenched his fist with one hand, supporting his cheek, then looked at Xu Yangzi. Xu Yangzi, an investigator, a first-level investigator in charge of this necromantic study event, was airdropped from the Central Federation. Appointed by the Central Federation, he was the leader of this investigation team. According to the agreement between our team and the Necromantic Association, once the necromantic or a leakage reaches a dangerous level, we will immediately take emergency measures, evacuate the surrounding residents, and declare a state of emergency. Shi Yangzi said, glancing around at everyone. May I ask, what are we waiting for? There was silence among the people. President Milne of the Necromantic Research Association opened his eyes and said, as Mr. Shi said, according to the agreed terms, the association can enter the highest state of emergency at any time. As for the evacuation, the Necromantic Research Association does not have that authority. Thank you for your cooperation, President. Also, there is one more thing. Shi Yangzi looked at Deputy President Dickey. Is Fang Heng your disciple? Dickey frowned. Yes. Are you sure he is still inside the sinking corridor? What do you mean by that question? Nothing. Shi Yangzi nodded, looking around at everyone. I just want to confirm with the members of the association. Recently, I received some strange news. Someone saw Fang Heng in the game. Dickey was even more displeased. How dare the Necromantic Research Association interfere? Besides, their precious student was trapped inside the sinking corridor, and yet they had to endure a federal investigation. Why should they? Hey, who is this someone you're talking about? Let him come forward and show himself. Shi Yangzi shook his head. It's just a rumor. Perhaps not reliable. Also, I am curious. You didn't have much contact with Fang Heng, and you made him your disciple so quickly. Is there something special about him? Oh, Dickey slapped his forehead, and then realized, I'm sorry, I forgot. Before taking a disciple, I need to apply to the Federation for approval. Write a report. I'll do it right away. Dickey? President Milne suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Dickey. Dickey shrugged, closing his mouth. As a member of the Necromantic Research Association, whether to take on a disciple, which disciple to take on, is his own business. The federal government is reaching a bit too far. We haven't discussed this aspect. I didn't mean to offend. We just find Fang Heng a bit strange and want to confirm with President Dickey. Dickey couldn't be bothered to respond. Faced with Shi Yangzi's gaze, he rolled his eyes. We found some strange movements by Fang Heng in the game, and his sacred studies background is also a bit strange. He seems to be prepared for the entire incident in the sinking corridor. So, Shi Yangzi paused, looking at Dickey. Please believe that our investigation is based on evidence. We want to have a conversation with you to confirm whether Fang Heng's behavior in the sinking corridor is suspicious. The sacred studies of my student is taught by me. I've lived this long. Learning a bit of sacred studies can't hurt. Do you also want to learn a bit of my sacred studies? I'm happy to oblige. Okay. Chen Songlin waved his hand, closed his eyes, and continued. Well, that's it for today. Su Xiaojiang watched as everyone left the meeting room, squinting his eyes. He came to the Necromantic Research Association at the right time. Many pieces of evidence indicate that the Necromantic Research Association incident is related to the 12 Financial Consortium's plan. They hope to attract the attention of the Eastern District of the Federation through the death crack of the Necromantic Research Association and cover up their secret plan. Of course, in the sinking corridor, there is also the crucial soul niche of the 12 Financial Consortium's plan. However, upon arriving here, Su Xiaozhang discovered that Feng Heng happened to be trapped in the sinking corridor. Meng took the test with a heavy heart. It was the final test of the term, and she knew that she needed to do well in order to pass the course. The questions were challenging, but Meng had studied diligently and felt confident in her abilities. As she worked her way through the test, Meng carefully considered each question before providing her answers. She knew that time was limited, so she focused on answering as efficiently as possible. After what felt like an eternity, Meng completed the test and handed it in. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that she had given it her all. Now, all she could do was wait for the results and hope for the best. The national game, autoplay starting from the zombie apocalypse. What should we do? Listening to Peng He's narration, everyone fell silent, unable to come up with any ideas for a moment. Piyusha looked around at everyone, nodding and saying, "This is the situation. Brainstorm freely. Speak your mind without reservation." A high-level player raised his hand and asked, "Master, when dealing with a large number of vengeful spirits, we can use sealing measures, suppress them with the power of magic circles. Would it be feasible for us to set up a magic circle?" The group pondered. Currently trapped in the abyssal corridor, setting up would require a significant amount of resources and access to the central seal area. The difficulty of achieving this was very high. "Master, the power source of vengeful spirits is the special conversion of death energy through the Bone Spirit Altar. If we can eliminate the influence of the Bone Spirit Altar, can we directly target the source? Are you saying, regardless of vengeful spirits, we attack the Bone Spirit Altar directly?" "Yes, theoretically feasible." Piyushi closed his eyes for a moment, then nodded, "but there are too many uncertainties with the actual operation." Feng Hengshen said, "Isn't this just reckless? Facing so many vengeful spirits continuously reborn, running straight in to deal with the Bone Spirit Altar. It's not that easy. What if it awakens the sentinels of the kings?" He looked up and noticed everyone's eyes on him. "Feng Heng, how confident are you?" Feng Heng turned to Piyusha. We can buy you time. You can enter the sealing zone, purify the Bone Spirit Altar beyond the range of the spell. How about that?" Feng Heng frowned, trying to recall the situation when he first saw the Bone Spirit Altar, estimating the distance between him and the central hall. It seemed quite challenging. Feng Heng raised his head. "I can try reluctantly, but I don't feel very reliable. After being blessed by the Bone Spirit Altar, the strength of the guards of the kings has greatly increased. Be cautious. Remember not to be reckless. Once you find it impossible, retreat immediately. Just retreat. Leave the rest to me. Understood?" "Yes." Everyone nodded. After discussing tactics, everyone entered the central seal area once again. This time, players layered themselves around Feng Heng in the center. Drifting vengeful spirits noticed the intruders and rushed towards them. Under immense pressure, they cleared the vengeful spirits gradually as they approached the dense black mist in the center. Feng Heng frowned. The substantial black mist gathered at the center of the seal hall. Unable to see clearly, he could only rely on his surroundings to identify the central position of the circular hall. The Bone Spirit Altar theoretically should be at that location, about 50 meters away. The Purify spell's limit range is about less than 15 meters. It was still a significant distance. Suddenly, Feng Heng felt a strong oppressive force emanating from the black mist, pressing down directly. "Not good. Something's wrong. Be careful. Retreat." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, shouting loudly as he immediately stepped back. Several players around him were shocked. In the next instant, a black shadow flashed out from the black mist in front. A black skeletal creature. It was the one he had seen before, the skeleton near the central platform. Enveloped in the dense black death energy, the bone quality emitted a glossy black texture. The intense black energy lingered around the skeleton. The guards of the kings. The black skeleton wielded a bone-long knife entwined with dark death energy. As Fang Heng retreated quickly, his attention involuntarily drawn to the dark energy surrounding the black skeleton. He had a strange feeling. That energy seemed like a significant boost. By getting closer, maybe he could manipulate the energy surrounding the skeleton. The king's guards were prematurely awakened. Players were shocked and panicked, frantically retreating. Snap! Fang Heng heard the sound of the bone touching the ground, interrupting his thoughts. At that moment, Fang Heng clearly saw a faint green light in the eyes of the central skeleton. With a swift movement, the black skeleton wielded the knife horizontally, sweeping forward. The blade formed an exaggerated arc of darkness around it, heading straight ahead. Bone barrier. Piyushi held high the Book of the Dead, pointing at the guards of the kings in front. The thick bone barrier rose from the ground, blocking the path of the blade. 1, 2, 3. Boom. The dark blade broke through 3 layers of bone barriers in succession. However, in an instant, more than 10 layers of bone barriers rose behind, blocking the path in front of the black skeleton. The guards of the kings rushed forward, lifting the knife towards the barrier. Bang! The bone barrier shattered upon impact. Boom! Boom boom boom! With incredible physical strength, the skeleton charged forward, smashing the barriers along the way. But each collision slightly weakened the speed of the guards of the kings. The 2 slowest escaping players could hear the sound of the bone barriers crumbling closer and closer. Li Qingren, anxious, turned back. Teacher. Piyushi remained silent, his face serious, staring at the skeleton, manipulating the magic again. Looking closely, he noticed that the bone fragments that shattered earlier were attached to the lifeless body of the guards. A thin layer of armor covered them, gradually slowing down the charge of the king's guards. Seeing the last barrier about to break, Piyushi's pupils constricted, and the Book of the Dead in his hand emitted a dark light. Explode. Boom. Along with the final towering bone barrier, the bone armor attached to the king's guards exploded instantly. Boom. Boom boom. The guards were hit by the violent explosion, their skeletal frames thrown outward. Suddenly, Li Qingren noticed a bulky figure. Li Qingren, move aside. Fang Heng darted out from the side, blocking the path of the exploding black skeleton. No one could have predicted that Fang Heng would appear out of thin air at that spot. Covered in 3 layers of equipment, Fang Heng looked extremely bulky. Swish! A phantom appeared in the air as Fang Heng's spear stabbed forward fiercely. The spear's passive effect purification triggered. Boom! A golden light burst in front of Fang Heng. The approaching vengeful spirit recoiled at the burst of golden light, then retreated. The black energy from the guards hit by the spear kept dissipating. A large amount of black mist turned into ash under the burning golden light. However, the next moment, more black energy burst out from the guards. Totalitarian game. Hanging up from the start of the Zombie Doomsday Volume 819 of the main scroll, the warehouse where Fang Heng was blown open with a breath directly hit. Without suspense, he was knocked back the way he came. Let's go. Li Qingren jumped ahead to where Fang Heng was pushed back, pulled him up from the ground, and quickly evacuated towards the central hall. With the cover of the crowd, they finally managed to escape the pursuit of the king's guards, narrowly escaping danger. Outside the central area, players who had just experienced a life and death battle were sitting around, quickly recovering their energy. The plan completely failed, and the players had a first-hand experience of the power of the king's guards. Feeling somewhat solemn, Fang Heng thought to himself that the king's guards were truly powerful. The last blow triggered the purification effect of the pure sacred long spear. Unfortunately, the effect was very limited. Piyushi's eyes closed slightly as he tried to recall every scene of the battle with the king's guards, attempting to find a weakness to exploit. Fang Heng broke the silence and asked, "By the way, what are those black mists hovering in the ceiling area in the central zone?" In the game, there were hardly any hints, and Fang Heng did not have a deep enough understanding of necromancy, so there were many things he did not comprehend. Li Qingren nodded and explained, "That is the aura of death, essentially a kind of undead energy that, after being transformed by the spirit altar of bones, becomes a type of energy that can be absorbed by the King's Guard. The King's Guard probably doesn't yet know how to absorb this kind of energy. From the recent situation, the King's Guard sensed the usefulness of these powers and desperately absorbed them through the cracks in the Death Realm. But after absorption, there was no efficient way to utilize them, so he just gulped them down. On the surface, he absorbed a large amount of power and his strength greatly increased, but the energy has not been fully transformed and absorbed. Peng He contemplated and continued. So just now, when Fang Heng's purification technique affected him, a large amount of death aura absorbed by the King's Guard dissipated and was purified, so his strength should have been somewhat weakened. However, in the current situation, the King's Guard could quickly replenish and reabsorb the energy if needed. Seeing the dejected faces of the crowd, Peng He continued to encourage them. Everyone doesn't need to be so pessimistic. Actually, our last wave wasted a lot of the King's Guard's absorption effort for half a day, which can be considered a small success, and we also gain more understanding of the King's Guard. Right. The crowd nodded in agreement. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, capturing the key points. He pondered in his heart. Undead energy? Is this thing the same as divine energy? Then how come he had a feeling of being able to control this energy from before? If divine energy can be absorbed, what about undead energy? I have another question. Fang Heng continued. The King's Guard can absorb undead energy. But what about us? Can we absorb that kind of energy? The players all looked at Fang Heng with puzzled expressions. Despite being proficient in sacred arts skills, he seemed to have a limited understanding of basic necromancy. Was he a spy sent by the Sacred Arts faction to infiltrate their necromancy research society? Curiously, Fang Heng looked at the others, wondering what was going on. Ahem, as a working man, Dong Jiakan cleared his throat to help his boss. It's not completely impossible to absorb. The trouble is that absorbing this type of energy with a lot of resentment requires prior transformation, which is time-consuming, and the aura of the undead is highly corrosive. Prolonged exposure to corrosion will lead to various adverse reactions. Many necromancers are not in good health and have some connection to this. In short, absorbing this kind of energy is not worth the cost. The King's Guard is essentially a death creature, so he can absorb these energies with little backlash. Of course, his transformation rate is not very good either. Fang Heng did not have a thorough understanding of the underlying logic of necromancy, but he had reached a conclusion. This thing can be absorbed. Regular players fear the corrosive effects of death aura on the body, but he wasn't afraid. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and suddenly had a revelation, pondering as he said, "Everyone, I have an idea." All eyes turned to Fang Heng. Gesturing, he continued, "What if we find a way to draw out all the undead aura from the central area?" Huh? Draw it out. The players gazed at Fang Heng with curiosity, questioning him. Fang Heng explained further. The King's Guard is constantly strengthening himself by utilizing the powers dissipating from the cracks in the Death Realm. Right. So theoretically, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. The players nodded in agreement. This was also the most worrying aspect for the players. Unable to win the fight, prolonging it further was even worse. Slow death awaited. Therefore, during this time, Menor Pu Shai was under immense pressure. Fang Heng contemplated and continued. So I suggest that we change our approach, not choosing to attack actively, but finding a way to draw out the death aura inside the hall, preventing the King's Guard from absorbing it. Moreover, we can even go a step further and draw out the death aura from the King's Guard himself. Then I will try to see if I can absorb the death aura. Fang Heng silently added in his mind. Hearing Fang Heng's unconventional idea, the players frowned. It seems not quite right, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Fang Heng, the accumulation of a large amount of death aura will have adverse consequences, such as the revival of undead creatures, environmental changes, and mutations and enhancements of undead life forms. As they were discussing, Menor Pu Shai opened his eyes and said, "The current abyssal corridor in a chaotic state. and the wrathful spirits encountered before were all produced from the dissipation of a large amount of death aura. Removing the death aura from the central area and accumulating it in the abyssal corridor will also lead to trouble. However, the method you mentioned is indeed a way to address the symptoms, which can temporarily have some effects, delaying the speed of reinforcement by the King's Guard. Listening to Menhwa Piyushai, Feng Heng's eyebrows raised suddenly. A thought struck him. Unable to hold back, he raised his head and said, "Menhwa, what if we can store the undead energy bodies in containers?" Containers. All players looked at Feng Heng. What container? More than half an hour later, following Feng Heng's lead, the players returned to the temporary camp and opened the door of a large container next to the temporary camp. As soon as the door opened, a pure and holy aura hit their faces. Players specializing in necromancy frowned. They turned on their flashlights and peered inside the container, where 3 giant stone pillars quietly stacked at the entrance of the container. Sealing stones. Among the players were those knowledgeable about these, and upon seeing the sealing stones, their faces showed astonishment. Sealing stones were already rare items, and such large sealing stones were even rarer. Good mate, where did you get them from? In addition to the 3 giant seal stones stored in the warehouse, there are many strange sculptures and paintings in the warehouse emitting waves of holy light. So, everyone couldn't help but look back at Feng Heng. Why did you put so many sacred things and seal stones here in advance? The players looked at Feng Heng with even more peculiar looks. In the past, players often joked that Feng Heng is a spy from the Holy Light faction. Now, the evidence is right in front of them. Facing the questioning gazes of everyone, Feng Heng cleared his throat with a serious expression. "Don't look at me like that. I'm actually an artist." This reason was not very convincing, but considering that Feng Heng had always been engaging in such activities, the players actually felt a sense of normalcy. They felt that such things happening to Feng Heng were quite normal. Piyushai frowned, pondering in his heart. With the seal stones, indeed a large amount of death breath could be safely stored in them. In this way, the way of warfare changes, attempting to compete with the King's Guard for the death breath. It could work. Unconsciously, Feng Heng had found a strange path for everyone. The players couldn't find answers on Feng Heng's face and all looked at Piyushai in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Piyushai nodded. "Well, let's move 1 seal stone over first and give it a try." "Okay." The players spoke and entered the warehouse. Soon, they stood in a circle around the seal stone. No one spoke, and as if in agreement, all the players turned their gaze towards Feng Heng. "Huh? What's going on now?" "Feng Heng, honestly, how did you move such a heavy stone in here?" Until late at night, with the help of rollers, the players finally managed to move a large seal stone to the central ceiling area of the abyssal corridor. Piyushai reevaluated the interior of the abyssal corridor and nodded. "Well, let's begin." Several players held the Book of the Dead and cautiously approached. The central ceiling area was filled with a thick death breath. The players didn't need to get too close. Standing directly outside the central ceiling area's door, they all raised their hands towards the ceiling area. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. Under the control of the Book of the Dead, the players extracted the death breath from the interior of the abyssal corridor, passing it through their bodies as intermediary nodes before infusing it into the massive seal stone. The seal stone began emitting a faint dark light. The remaining players nervously watched the room, alert for any undead creatures that might emerge from the ceiling area at any moment. Feng Heng stood aside, his eyes glowing red. The black aura was gradually being absorbed. The concentration of breath in the room began to decrease. However, the creatures in the hall showed no reaction. Everything was going smoothly. 5 minutes passed. All was well. Seeing the success of the plan, the players showed expressions of joy. Weakening the strength of the King's Guard in the central hall without shedding blood was truly a great achievement. So, Feng Heng also tried reaching out to the central area, attempting to guide the undead breath. However, the breath showed no response at all, not obeying his guidance. Feng Heng furrowed his brows. He felt a resistance coming from the breath. How could this be? Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at his hands. Right, It was probably due to the holy equipment he was wearing. In order to better match his equipment, he was still in the holy light mode. Under this mode, it was too difficult to control the undead breath. He shook his head, abandoning the idea of trying to absorb and convert the breath himself. With so many high-level players helping with the transformation, he was not needed. Thinking about this, Feng Heng turned his head towards Li Qingren, who was also looking pleased. Should we call it a day here? The energy transfer won't be completed so quickly, right? A yes. Li Qingren agreed with Feng Heng's assessment. The speed at which the players were absorbing and transforming the energy was not fast, and many hands would still be needed to guard against any potential dangers. Today is just a trial of the plan to gather some relevant information. I believe ManhwaRecap Shai will make some optimizations after returning. Federal Base, Southwest Division, Wasteland Doomsday District 11. Weekly Routine Meeting. The Federal has recently received several reports and complaints related to the ARC Company. Realizing that a new company, ARC Corporation, unfamiliar to them, was rapidly expanding in the game and had even triggered some companies to file official complaints, the Federal was puzzled for a while. Who exactly was this company? Upon examining the data, they realized that the ARC Technology Corporation was extremely powerful. In just a week, they had already acquired 5 large safe stone shelters under the Peregrine Company. The above is the report on ARC Game Company. The ARC Technology Company is not registered in the federal database, and it is suspected to be a fictitious company. Additionally, based on external information collected, it is said that they possess the ability to control distorted beasts. We have received reports from some companies claiming that ARC Company is connected to anti-federal forces, but currently, there is no valid evidence to support this claim. Commander Alba, responsible for the Southwest Division of the Federal, listened to the reports from his subordinates, feeling somewhat curious. A player company that suddenly emerged out of nowhere. ARC Technology Company operated in secrecy, seldom interacting with players, yet possessed a powerful ability of unknown origins. Taking all these into consideration, they did resemble anti-federal forces. Unable to ignore the numerous reports, they had no choice but to investigate further. Alba rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. In recent days, he had been working hard on the main mission and did not want to deal with any additional headaches. His assistant suggested, "Commander, there is still pressure from above regarding the main mission. Should we take this opportunity to propose a collaboration with the ARC Company?" Alba's eyes lit up. Yes, go seek collaboration with the ARC Technology Company and at the same time probe into their background. Note, player level raised to LV 23. Player gains an additional 100 to zombie clones. Current zombie clone count, 609. Magic circles emerged around Feng Heng's feet. The newly added 100 to zombie clones stood behind Feng Heng. After more than a week, with the help of external acquisitions and hunting during mining, the evolution crystals necessary for leveling up to level 23 were ready. Another 100 zombie clones in the bag. Collection speed had increased significantly once again. Returning to the game from the Abyssal Quarter, Feng Heng was in a good mood and checked his character prompt. Note, next stage leveling requirement. Phase 1 Fusion Evolution Crystal * 1000. Phase 2 Fusion Evolution Crystal * 3000. The difficulty of the next stage of leveling up was not high. They could take their time and soon achieve it by spending some time AFK. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse to grind the story volume 821 of the original Forest. This week, Feng Heng has spent most of his time grinding in the game relying on zombie avatars. With the completion of the second-order space-tearing device reconstruction, the space channel was opened. Every day, Feng Heng not only pays a large amount of contribution to the Raptors company, but also settles debts. He continuously transports a large amount of mineral resources and artworks through the transmission channel into the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse. He is extracting resources from the wasteland world. The resources include the special product of the wasteland world, the spatial crystal. This kind of spatial crystal, ore, is extremely rare. It took more than a week to collect only 34 units. To speed up the process, he needs to acquire more zombie avatars and level up faster to complete the positive cycle. Feng Heng is planning the next step of the fast upgrading plan when Mo Jiawei walked in. Feng Heng, someone from the Federation is here. They've been waiting for you for a while. They mentioned your name and said they want to cooperate with us. Federation. Cooperation. Could it be a scam? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Let's go. Let's meet them. Alba and his two assistants were waiting in the reception room. They traveled by off-road vehicle all the way until entering the ARC Company headquarters. The three of them were all deeply impressed. The entire safe zone outside the area had been cleaned up. Not even a single mutant beast could be found. It was even more post-apocalyptic than the apocalypse. Previously, Alba thought the description of the ARC Company in the intelligence reports was somewhat exaggerated. Now, he felt that such description was actually quite understated, and after entering the interior of the ARC Company, Alba found this company even more mysterious. There were hardly any players in the entire safe zone. After waiting in the lounge for more than 20 minutes, Alba finally saw the boss of the ARC Company, a young man wearing a mask. This mask seemed very familiar. Hello, I am Alba, the direct commander of the Federation Zone. Alba stood up, extending his hand friendly, scrutinizing the person in front of him. Hello, I am Feng Shuo. Feng Shuo. Alba had a sudden realization. He suddenly remembered. There had been a series of events in the 9th district of the Blood Clan Apocalypse some time ago. That person was also called Feng Shuo. He was also wearing a mask. Upon careful recollection, it seemed that there were rumors about an incident at that time related to a large high-level company. Could it be the ARC Company? Such a coincidence. Upon careful consideration, even the timing coincided perfectly. The appearance of the ARC Company happened just 2 days after the end of the Blood Clan Apocalypse event. Alba's expression changed several times. Initially, they had not thought in this direction. But now, it seemed that everything fit together perfectly. What's wrong? Feng Heng looked puzzled. You seem quite tense. Alba collected himself and tentatively said, It's nothing, but there was a person named Feng Shuo who appeared in the Blood Clan world some time ago, wearing a mask like you. I find it quite a coincidence. Well, it is quite a coincidence. Feng Heng lightly agreed, neither confirming nor denying, asking, I heard you came to discuss cooperation with us. Yes, actually, besides ARC Technology Company, the Federation has invited several large player company guilds to cooperate. We have come with sincerity, not hiding anything. Alba straightened his body. The Federation has been focusing on the progress of the main quest in the 11th district of the Wasteland Apocalypse. The difficulty of the main quest at this stage is very high, and there is a time limit. We have already delayed a lot of time on the quest. There is a risk of failure in the quest, so this time we are here to invite your company to participate. As a gesture of sincerity, I have come personally. Main quest. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng's interest was piqued a bit. Main quests are generally more challenging than ordinary tasks. This means a higher probability of encountering higher-level creatures. During the past week, he had indeed acquired many low-level evolution crystals, but he hadn't even seen a shadow of high-energy crystalline evolution ones. He would have to figure out a way to obtain them himself. Feng Heng raised his head and asked, What are the specific details of the quest? Well, in general, we have learned that there is a scientific expedition team currently investigating the Wasteland Apocalypse. They had entered the area of the original forest for exploration work before the apocalypse broke out. At this stage, we need to enter the interior of the original forest, explore, and trace the whereabouts of this team. Feng Heng stroked his chin. He felt that Alba was being quite vague, likely concealing many important details. But that was normal. After all, it involved the main quest. No one would want interference from outsiders. Feng Heng continued, Is the area of the original forest very dangerous? Extremely dangerous. The original forest area is full of mutant beasts, and the levels of these mutant beasts are generally high and very difficult to deal with. In addition, the original forest area is vast, making it difficult to search, and logistics supplies are hard to maintain, greatly increasing the difficulty of search. Are there high-level creatures? Yes, it has been confirmed that there are 5th-tier and higher advanced creatures in the original forest, extremely perilous. It seems not bad. A good place to farm crystals. Fang Heng calculated in his mind and asked, "What about the reward?" "In terms of rewards, we can negotiate, but there is one thing the Federation will not compromise on. Because it involves the main quest, all quest items obtained during the mission process must be handed over to the Federation for processing. In return, we will provide you with some compensation in rewards." Of course, Fang Heng was not interested in the main quest itself. He nodded. "That's not a problem." Hearing Fang Heng's agreement, Alba heaved a sigh of relief. The Federation was determined to succeed in the main quest of the Wasteland world, and they were willing to spend more money for it. "But I also have a suggestion." Alba looked at Fang Heng. "Please go ahead. I am in great need of high-energy evolutionary crystals now. We can settle the reward in terms of high-energy evolutionary crystals. What do you think?" Alba pondered for a moment. High-energy evolutionary crystals were scarce. Many high-level research materials required them. In recent years, the Federation had killed quite a few high-level life forms, so they had some inventory, but not much. If the ARC company could really help them complete the main quest, high-energy evolutionary crystals could be used as a trading item. "All right, I will communicate with the upper management. If your company performs exceptionally well in the mission, the Federation is willing to provide additional rewards." Alba agreed, then continued probing. "By the way, I heard that your company also has a method to control mutant beasts." "Ha ha ha. Yes, but compared to the Federation, it is still a bit lacking." Fang Heng chuckled and redirected the conversation back to the mission itself. "When shall we gather to start the mission?" All population game. Hanging around from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Volume 822. Chapter 822. The first and second batches of companies cooperating with us have already arrived in the Primal Forest area a week ago. Whenever it's convenient for you, we can start at any time. Do you have an estimate of when you can bring people to the Primal Forest? Alba gestured to his assistant beside him, saying, "If there is anything else needed during the process, you can communicate with my assistant." "Thank you. No need to make it complicated. I will buy a safe zone near the mission gathering point from the Terrasor company. It would be too troublesome to make the lickers commit suicide again from afar and wait for the production of the replicators. It's much more convenient and quick to just spend contributions to buy a safe zone from the Terrasor company. This way, he can use the teleportation channels within the safe zone to send the lickers over. After all, in the Primal Forest, who knows if there are any rare ores over there? He might as well dig some up along the way. This investment might not necessarily be a loss." "Huh? What? Buy one?" Alba was taken aback for a moment, doubting if he misheard. This guy, just casually buying like that. Is his confidence that high? Or did he deliberately say that in front of him, trying to show off his strength on purpose? Alba quickly adjusted his emotions, realizing that since he came here, his emotions had unknowingly been influenced by the other party. He found Feng Heng more and more unpredictable. "All right, I'll leave first. Contact me after you arrive in the Primal Forest area." "Okay." Watching Alba and the people from the Federation leave, Mojue asked, "Feng Heng, are we going to get involved with the Federation? Will it cause any trouble?" "Just cooperation. Not a big problem. The Federation's main mission is not important. Our main goal this time is to try to get more high-energy evolutionary crystals." Mojue nodded. "Okay, you handle it?" Feng Heng rubbed his wrist. "This is perfect. The Abyssal Quarter has been absorbing the breath of death these days, so he can take a breather and play the game. He plans to go to the Primal Forest area during this time to sweep a wave of powerful monsters. He needs to level up his character and upgrade the space-tearing device." The next day at noon, Feng Heng and Mojue arrived at the perimeter of the Primal Forest area where the Federation's gathering point was scheduled. There were many player teams coming and going in the gathering point area. The Federation had set up a large camp here, providing some protection for the players. The general location of this mission is only known to be inside the primal forest. Due to the vast expanse of the forest, searching for the missing research team within such a large area is extremely difficult. Once the Federation received the mission, they initially tried to handle it themselves. After trying hard for a long time and seeing that the mission deadline was approaching, they finally realized that they weren't strong enough. So they set aside their pride and decided to work with the players to accomplish the mission together. In the post-apocalyptic world of the Wasteland, high-level players controlling aberrants is not a rare occurrence. Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei nonchalantly brought 3 lickers into the temporary camp area. The radiation-affected lickers looked extremely fierce and terrifying. The players had never seen this type of aberrant creature before, and combined with Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei wearing masks, it indeed seemed strange. Most players would glance at Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei a few more times. Alba, as the commander-in-chief of the Southwest region, had been in contact with several cooperating gaming companies in this main mission. After seeing Feng Heng and Mo Jiawei, he quickly approached. Already here so soon, Alba was somewhat surprised by the efficiency of the ARC company. For other large player companies, from initial communication to finalizing cooperation, and then internal reviews, personnel preparation, weapon equipment, supply provisioning, personnel assembly, and so on, it would take at least 5 days. And it's absurd to take up to a month without even seeing the shadow of the support team. Alba's gaze carefully swept over the aberrants controlled by Feng Heng. With their fierce and terrifying appearance, decaying skin, bizarre muscle movements, and many exposed white bones, they seemed unprecedented. Feng Heng nodded and said, "We don't need much preparation. All right, follow me. Let me take you to receive the mission first." Alba thought that Feng Heng wasn't very good at chatting. The joint investigation report from the ARC company was already submitted to the higher-ups, but he hadn't received a response yet. Alba couldn't be sure if the 2 in front of him were the troublemakers who caused a stir in Zone 9 of the Blood Clan apocalypse. Following Alba, Feng Heng entered the depths of the camp and, after encountering an NPC and triggering a dialogue sequence, successfully activated the mission. Hint: players accept the team mission. Missing research team. Mission name. Missing research team mission difficulty. SS mission description. Professor Eddington accidentally discovered, during his pursuit of the Radiant Society, that his old friend Dude had conducted related investigations. Dude had conducted a special research in the Primal Forest before the apocalypse, but then went missing. Professor Eddington suspects that Dude may have encountered danger. Mission objective: please search for Dude's whereabouts in the Primal Forest. Remaining mission time: 2 months and 8 days. The Primal Forest area is extremely vast, and the mission difficulty has reached SS. Feng Heng is eager to give it a try. This means that there is a high probability of encountering high-level aberrant creatures in the Primal Forest. This time, Feng Heng's main goal is not to complete the main mission, but to hunt high-level monsters in the Primal Forest. Due to the need for timely replacement of protective suits, we have built 8 temporary rest areas inside the Primal Forest during this time. Alba handed a map to Feng Heng, giving a brief introduction to the situation in the entire Primal Forest. The Federation has provided combat supplies, such as materials and protective suits, to all teams of cooperating companies, hoping to help everyone. As the search area within the Primal Forest expands, we are still planning to build more camps to widen the search area. By the way, the Primal Forest area is very large. For management convenience, we are mainly responsible for searching in the western region. No problem. Feng Heng took the map from Alba's hand and looked at it carefully. The Primal Forest area is quite large, and the Federation has thoughtfully marked dangerous zones and rest areas on the map, using various colors to differentiate the levels of danger. Alright, when do we set off? Right now. We are ready to go in and take a look. Mo Jiawei looked at him dubiously. Alba, are you also preparing to enter the Primal Forest with us? Yes. I'm also prepared to go in and take a look. Why not come together? You don't mind, do you? Alba was ready to go into the depths of the primal forest to take a look, and at the same time, he wanted to gather more information about the Ark technology. He had long been prepared to act together with the people from the Ark Company this time. The text is quite lengthy and complex. Here is a translated version, the national game, starting from the zombie doomsday to hang up who would mind. Mojoe looked enthusiastic. Then let's team up and take care of each other along the way. Fang Heng and Alba went to the logistics department together to collect supplies provided by the Federation. With 3 accompanying scavengers, they directly entered the primitive forest area, following the path towards the exit ahead. Alba glanced at Fang Heng and then back at Mojoe, feeling a bit uneasy. Just the 3 of us. What about the rest of the team? Most game companies have large guilds with dozens or hundreds of team members. Ark Games is quite well known. So, why only 2 people? With you, that makes 3 of us like the 3 heroes fighting Lubu. Let's go. The 3 scavengers cleared the way ahead as Fang Heng followed the map into the depths of the primitive forest. Alba furrowed his brow. He had a feeling this mission wouldn't be easy. The text goes on to describe the characters encountering mutant creatures in the forest and engaging in a battle. Despite facing challenges, they managed to defeat the creatures with their skills and teamwork. As they progressed through the forest, they discussed their mission and the lack of information available to them. The difficulty of the main quest is highlighted, emphasizing the complexity and time-consuming nature of each stage. If you'd like a more detailed translation, or have any specific questions about the text, feel free to ask. The People's Game, hanging out from the start of the zombie apocalypse. I do have an idea, Fang Heng said as he pulled out the original forest area map he had just received. Looking at the map, Alba continued, "This is the current map we have, compiled based on the information collected by our Federation and major guilds, updated once a day, with a large portion of unexplored areas on it. Look at these purple areas," Alba said as she leaned over to take a look. Speaking in a serious tone, these areas marked in purple are mostly extreme danger zones discovered by the Federation, confirmed to have highly dangerous high-level aberrant variants, or large groups of aberrant variants, or specific geographical limitations. The markings are too worn, and also, because multiple companies are exploring simultaneously, the map cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. Fang Heng interjected, "In other words, these areas have not been thoroughly explored." Alba nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed, we are short-staffed and lack the ability to completely clear out so many dangerous areas, but we have conducted a general reconnaissance." Fang Heng cut in. "So theoretically, those places may contain key information that has been overlooked. I think we don't need to continue deep into the original forest search. Let's start exploring from these dangerous areas. The key to solving puzzles is often hidden in easily overlooked places." Mojoe realized, giving Fang Heng a knowing look. They hadn't planned for the main quest from the start, just came to farm crystalline bodies, so they naturally had to head to dangerous areas. And leaving aberrant entities in dangerous areas poses a great risk, making it easy for subsequent teams to be attacked. It's best to deal with them. Mojoe chimed in. Looking at Alba, "I remember the cooperation agreement mentioned that these clearance missions are very difficult, and the Federation provides additional points as subsidies, right?" Yes." Alba was a bit dazed by what was said and nodded. This was indeed in the cooperation agreement. However, he was a bit puzzled. The logic was sound, but it felt a bit strange. How come while other players can't wait to run away from dangerous areas, your Ark Company is rushing to catch up with them? 3 hours later, inside the original forest, boom, an aberrant humanoid tree fell in front of Fang Heng. It was a plant-formed aberrant, a mutated ancient tree that could imprison opponents by entwining them and collaborate with nearby moving aberrant tree bodies to inflict damage on enemies. Alba remembered clearly that the player team encountered the ancient tree before and was swiftly evacuated after sacrificing a small team due to being entwined by vines buried in the ground. They really couldn't defeat it. However, now, under the relentless attacks of a large group of lickers, The ancient tree persisted for less than 5 minutes before being completely torn apart. Hint: your zombie doppelganger killed a 5th level aberrant elite aberrant entity in aberrant humanoid tree. You gained 203 survival points and acquired a high energy evolution crystal *1. After wandering through 3 purple dangerous areas, they finally encountered a 5th level aberrant creature. Dealing with it was relatively simple. Feng Heng waved his hand to absorb the high energy evolution crystal emitted by the aberration. The efficiency was decent, and he estimated that staying here for another 2 days could complete the next stage of upgrading the spatial tearing device. Alba, on the side, eyed Feng Heng eagerly. The capabilities of the ARC Company's team far exceeded his expectations. What's that? Alba suddenly noticed something. Near the fallen tree, there were scattered tool remnants. He hurried over to investigate. Oh? Alba's heart skipped a beat. Then his face lit up with joy as he lifted his head and waved towards Feng Heng and Mo Joe. I found something. Come over and take a look. Feng Heng and Mo Joe glanced at each other, surprised at their luck. How could they stumble upon this? I found the research team toolbox of Due to Researcher. Beside the fallen tree, Alba inspected a corroded-looking toolbox. I compared it, and the symbol on it is the mark of Dude's team. Click. Alba opened the toolbox. He immediately emptied everything from it onto the ground and pulled out a small notebook. Hint: player team obtained item Due to Researcher's notebook. Hint: you cannot trigger main mission related events and gain main mission contribution points. You gain 5 chief deity points as compensation. Mojoe also received the prompt. He nodded at Alba, saying, "Brother, remember to calculate the contribution points." Yes, of course. Alba was excited. He didn't expect things to progress so smoothly. The Federation had been searching the original forest for months without any leads, but the ARC Company had been extremely lucky to find clues related to the disappearance of Dude's team within half a day. What luck? Alba lowered his head and quickly flipped through the notebook. Feng Heng and Mo Joe also approached to observe. Alba frowned, saying, "The notebook records some information related to the Dude team we're looking for. They entered the original forest with a mission, conducting research related to the Glory Society, and it lists several coordinates." Huh? These coordinates are circled. Alba flipped back and carefully examined it. Frowning, there are some strange graphic symbols. I don't know what they mean. The coordinate location. Feng Heng opened the map and compared the coordinates on the notebook with those on the map. Yes, it's this location. Alba exclaimed happily. There's a clue to the mission. These 4 coordinate points are most likely related to the disappearance of the Dude team. Shall we go check it out? The marked locations on the map were towards the deeper part of the dense forest and would take some time to reach. Before Feng Heng and the others could respond, Alba immediately sent a message through the survival radio, summoning nearby Federation squads and guild teams to gather at the coordinate point to check if there were any messages left by the Dude team. Alba, don't get too excited. Calm down, we shouldn't be too hasty. We still have over 2 months for the mission. Feng Heng placed his hand on Alba's shoulder. Alba looked at Feng Heng in confusion. Huh? For the subsequent teams to come and conduct a detailed investigation, I think we should proceed by clearing the surrounding dangerous areas instead of rushing, Feng Heng explained. Alba pondered for a moment, looking even more puzzled. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? So, let's stick to the plan and start by dealing with the nearby dangerous areas to prepare for what's to come. Mojoe nodded. Right, that's the way to go. Our company has survived for so many years by being steady. The national game. Alba was puzzled from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Honestly, that's the reason. But in this situation, wouldn't normal people choose to strive for mainline missions to earn a large amount of rewards? He felt that Feng Heng's way of doing things was oddly steady. Could it be? Is this the survival rule of high-level gamers? Yes. Don't let the false lead deceive your eyes. The temptation is strong, but you can't blindly ignore the risks ahead. Alba felt that there were still many places he needed to learn. Okay. In the deep of the primitive forest, in a swamp area, A giant mutated crocodile, about 20 meters long, gasped its last breath under the incessant feeding of the crowd. Hint: your zombie clone killed a 5th level mutated elite aberrant crocodile. You gain 770 survival points. You gain a high energy evolution crystal *1. Fang Heng raised his hand towards the dead body of the mutated crocodile. The high energy evolution crystal flew into his hand, merging with the palm imprint. Very good. The high energy evolution crystal increased by another +1. Brother, come and see. There's a discovery. Fang Heng heard Alba shouting again. He opened his mouth and glanced at Mojoe next to him. Can this even match up? Your lucky aura is working again. Fang Heng turned his head to Mojoe, who also looked innocently at Fang Heng and shook his head at him. Don't trust superstitions. This stuff really is unreliable. After clearing the mutated toxic swamp of the aberrant body of the giant crocodile, Alba surprisingly found a toolbox that was mostly corroded in the belly of the giant mutated crocodile during the process of searching for bodies. The dude team's research box, Alba exclaimed. He turned back to Fang Heng and waved for them to come over. He felt like everything was part of Fang Heng's plan. This mission goes so smoothly. Players from higher positions are different indeed. If it were an ordinary person, they would have rushed to complete the mission long ago, and the clues to existence would have been missed. Excitedly, Alba used the tool to open the toolbox and found a half-corroded work log inside. He quickly flipped through it. Similarly, the log contained fragmented information, a circled coordinate point, and several different symbol arrangements. Hint: player team obtains item, dude researcher's work log. Hint: you cannot trigger the mainline mission related and contribution points of the mainline mission. You gain 5 main god points compensation. Fang Heng waited quietly on the side until Alba put down the log and asked, "What does it say?" Alba directly passed the notebook to him and said, "Well, there's a circled coordinate on it, and it's the same as the one circled on the previous notebook." Observing the content on the notebook, Fang Heng asked, "What do those symbols mean?" While sharing the new information found with the Federal Command, Alba responded, "Yeah, I'm also curious, and these symbols are different from the ones in the other notebook." "Oh, right. The information mentions an ancient archaeological site. Not sure if it's related." Archaeological site. Fang Heng frowned. From the information collected earlier, the mainline mission is related to exploring the world's story and origins. The background of the Wasteland Apocalypse game is a world contaminated by unknown mutated radiation. How come it is suddenly related to an archaeological site? Since it is a mainline mission added later in the game, Fang Heng and Mojoe were both puzzled and couldn't fully grasp it. Alba's suspicion towards Fang Heng decreased slightly as they traveled. He felt that Fang and Mo didn't seem like members of the Anti-Federation organization. He roughly shared more mainline intelligence information that the Federation had. "We have investigated an ancient organization, a mysterious organization called the Brilliant Society. We believe they are related to the mutations in the world." Professor Addington mentioned that long ago. A friend had asked him about information on the Brilliant Society. Yes, that person was Dude. At the time, Professor Addington thought the Brilliant Society was a joke and paid no attention to it, until recently when he remembered. "We started investigating Dude, and found that he entered the primitive forest for a research investigation, and then he disappeared completely." Listening to the background story, Fang Heng pondered for a while. The clues were too few, and he still couldn't clear his mind. But it doesn't matter. With 2 high-energy evolution crystals collected, along with the discovery of important mainline mission information, the Federation could also get 1. In theory, they could upgrade the teleportation channel and go home. But since they were here, they might as well continue and gather some more. The high-energy evolution crystal might be useful in the future. So, it's good to collect more. After Alba finished explaining to Fang Heng, he looked down at the survival radio message and looked surprised. Mojoe raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong now?" "Gentlemen, I just shared the coordinate point with nearby player teams. A federal squad and 3 player guilds arrived at the coordinates for investigation. They found a strange temple next to the area searching time, possibly related." Mojoey suddenly realized, related to the temple mentioned in the notebook. Could it be the temple built by the Brilliant Society? Alba nodded. Yes. Dr. Addington looked at the photos and thought it was very similar. Okay. Seeing that several dangerous areas nearby were almost cleared, Fang Heng shrugged. It's almost done. Let's go over to the temple and see. Following the map guidance, Fang Heng and his group returned to the secure route set by the Federation and proceeded to the designated coordinate point. As evening approached and the sun gradually set in the west, from afar, Fang Heng noticed a small clearing in the forest ahead. On the clearing stood a building made of accumulated stones. It wasn't large, barely considered a temple. We're here. Alba compared the notebook in his hand and nodded. Yes, this should be it. Outside the temple, several player teams had already received news through the Federation sharing system and were setting up temporary camps beside the temple. When he saw Alba bringing Fang Heng and the others over, Sheng Hu led the federal team and several player squad leaders to approach. Sheng Hui was the federal commander in charge of this mainline mission operation. Upon receiving information clues about mainline missions, he immediately organized the elite federal team and rushed over. Sheng Hu nodded at Fang Heng and the others, then looked at Alba. I just arrived a few minutes before you. Alba, you found the notebook? Yes. Beside him, a thin old man with glasses who was following Chung asked eagerly, Does it say anything else? Can I see it? National Game. Auto Hang starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Text Volume 826 Chapter Underground Cave, Professor Eddington. You are here too. Alba handed over the collected notebooks and notes, nodding. There isn't much description of the temple in the notebook. We just suspect that Professor Dowd could have come to this primitive forest for this temple. As they were talking, a medium-sized team of about 50 players returned from outside. A middle-aged player led them. Alba nodded to these people. I just checked. This ruined area is very strange. The aberrant life forms outside seem to have a fear or reverence for this place and generally do not approach here. It's odd here. While the others were discussing, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei walked to the small temple to inspect. Fang Heng, look at this. Fang Heng crouched down and followed Mo Jiawei's hand gesture to look at the strange symbols carved on the entrance stone of the temple. Due to the long time, the stone was covered in a layer of dust and was not very clear. Huff. Fang Heng blew on the stone and reached out, trying to clean the dust on top. As soon as his fingers touched the stone, rows of game prompts appeared on his retinas. Prompt, you have discovered some mysterious runes. Prompt, through the skill of mysteries, you have received some hints. Descendants of gods. Falling from the sky. Sunset. Restart. Strange hints. Perplexing. Fang Heng tried pushing the loose stone. The stone seemed able to move. The whole large stone split into small pieces that could slide left, right, up, and down, somewhat resembling a Huarong road structure. Upon closer inspection, each piece of stone had runes or hieroglyphs, some resembling a human figure, others resembling a sun symbol. This puzzle, you've seen similar runes in the notebook, right? Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up as he took out a photo for comparison. Yes, you're right. It was obvious that the arrangement of runes in the notebook was a kind of hint. Half guessing, half pondering, the two reached out their hands and began moving the patterns on the stone. After a moment, a click was heard. The two looked at each other. Is it done? Boom boom. Alba and the others were discussing the situation around the temple on the nearby clearing when they suddenly heard the sound of mechanical gears and realized a slight shaking from underfoot. Turning around, they saw the stone slabs in front of the temple moving sideways, revealing an entrance leading downwards. The players were puzzled and couldn't help but look at Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei standing at the entrance. Fang Heng wasn't expecting to solve the puzzle directly without understanding the riddle in the first place. He turned to look at Mo Jiawei. This guy, his luck or it must be on. The notebook they found earlier was obviously incomplete, yet they just rearranged the characters according to the order and tried a few random interpretations, and it worked. Seeing the gazes from the crowd, Fang Heng shrugged and explained, There is a mechanism on the stone slab, related to the symbols signposted in the notebook we collected earlier. The others still had a strange look. Fang Heng cleared his throat. It's a simple game decryption. Ah, I know. The thin old man Eddington suddenly realized and shouted in surprise. The text above, the ancient language of the predecessor tribe of the Radiant Society. They built the temple to protect the ruins cave below. Dowd and the others must have discovered the ruins, so they chose to come here for on-site research. Fang Heng looked at the old man in confusion. Alba whispered from the side. He's Dr. Eddington, a key figure in the main quest. Oh? Seeing a major breakthrough in the main quest, Commander Sheng Hui's spirits were lifted, and he waved. All right. Everyone get ready. 10 minutes later, we'll go in and take a look. Alba patted Fang Heng's shoulder in admiration. He thought Fang Heng was truly amazing. The Federation had been stuck on this main quest for months, but since Fang Heng arrived, the progress of the main quest has been surprisingly smooth. Players' attention once again turned to the underground primitive cave, as they concentrated on preparing for battle supplies, changing into protective suits, and checking the team ready to enter the lower region for exploration. Soon, about 15 minutes later, led by the federal team, a team of over 100 people entered the lower cave for exploration. Only after entering the passage did they realize that below the temple was an extremely vast primitive cave. Such a large area. Looking ahead, they couldn't see the end, with darkness enveloping the front. Everyone felt a strange sensation in their hearts, and they held weapons, shining flashlights around, wary of any threats that might appear. Ah! A player from the Federation suddenly felt something trip him under his feet and shouted. Immediately, a massive force dragged him to the ground. The player was seized by a great force, his whole body pulled instantly. Hearing the screams, the others quickly moved their flashlights and gun sights towards the darkness. In the darkness, a black, vine-like entity firmly trapped the player's ankle, dragging him quickly towards the darker depths. Bang! Bang bang! Everyone immediately aimed at the shadow in the darkness and pulled the trigger. Startled, the black vine-like object released the player's ankle, swiftly retreating into the darkness. The attacked player quickly got up, stumbling back to the group. His back was already soaked in sweat, and his ankles were swollen and red. Are you okay? I'm fine. The player looked at the game log and sighed. Fortunately, he was wearing high-quality protective gear and hadn't suffered any damage. Ka zzz. In the darkness, the strange friction noises continued. The players' hearts trembled, continuously shining their flashlights around, cautious of any tentacles or monsters that might extend underfoot. Zuojins, the leader of the Maker Game Guild, led a team of over 40 people into the cave for exploration. It was he who first brought people to the temple for inspection. He looked around vigilantly and asked, "What was that just now?" Fang Heng replied, "I'm not sure, but they seem to fear light." Fang Heng's vampire lineage provided him with night vision, allowing him to see clearly around him. They were being attacked by a black, somewhat vine-like organism, appearing quite soft. They lurked in the crevices of the stones, adept at ambushing and very sensitive to light. Once exposed to light, they would immediately shrink into the crevices of the stone. Alba trusted Fang Heng a lot, so upon hearing this, he immediately ignited a burning stick. The burning stick provided light, dispersing the darkness around them. The black vine then shrank completely into the depths of the rock crevices. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday. The main text volume 827 of Hang-Ups. The pursuit of light has slightly dispersed the fear in everyone's hearts. The eerie, hissing sound around also lessened. Sheng Hui assessed the danger and difficulty of this cave in his heart. Everyone, let's go in and investigate again. Be careful. Don't go too deep. The support team is on the way. Evacuate immediately if you encounter danger and wait for assistance. The team followed the command and became closer to each other. With the light provided by the burning stick, the players' team gradually explored forward. As they delved deeper, the cave area ahead not only did not shrink, but it became even more spacious. Be careful. Fang Heng squinted. He saw a black life form rushing towards them from a distance. Upon hearing the warning, The players stopped in their tracks, raising their firearms in position. Hiss. Intense sounds came from the front. Shortly after, black humanoid mutated creatures crawled out from the depths of the cave. Humanoid mutated creatures. The skin of the mutated beings had a peculiar transformation, resembling black rocks covering their skin. They looked somewhat similar to lickers, crawling on all fours on the ground, but smaller in size, with a prominent horn on their foreheads. The crawling mutated beings lunged at the players' team from the darkness. Attack. Don't let them get close. Sheng Hu frowned and immediately gave orders. Players aimed their guns at the mutated creatures and began shooting frantically. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured out from the gun barrels. Facing visible creatures, the players' fear diminished significantly, and their combat abilities markedly improved, providing continuous long-range output relying on the powerful firepower of their firearms. Feng Heng raised his sniper rifle as well. Bang! The special sniper bullet hit the mutated creature directly, causing it to explode. Hint: player killed a second-tier special mutated creature, Abyssal Beast. Player obtained a complete evolutionary crystal *1. With no suspense. One shot, one kill. Large numbers of black humanoid mutated creatures fell. The player's attacks seemed to provoke the mutated creatures even more. More and more abyssal beasts emerged from the darkness. There were so many of them, seemingly endless. Through the bloodline heritage, Feng Heng could see more clearly. The cave area ahead was broader, and non-stop countless creatures crawled out of deep pits within the cave. The numbers were easily in the thousands. Moreover, they kept coming out of the holes. Not bad. Feng Heng's eyes lit up, a smile appearing on his face. This wave looks good. All second-tier mutated creatures. No killing difficulty for lickers. The key was the quantity. More of these mutated creatures meant more evolutionary crystals could be earned. It was just unclear if the quality of these mutated creatures would continue to improve. Feng Heng, look over there. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, turning to Mojawei beside him. Mojawei Pat. Title: National Game. Hanging up from the zombie apocalypse. The frown appeared on Emi Huey's forehead. The gunshots below became unusually chaotic, and even the sound of explosions could be heard. The mutants are coming upstairs. The two elite team players guarding the entrance to the cave-high plateau shouted to warn, shooting down below at the same time. At some point, a large number of crawling mutants had already climbed up the surrounding rock walls and were heading towards the cave where Feng Heng was. Captain, there are too many of them. Seeing the situation not looking good, the two players shouted and retreated towards the cavern entrance behind them. In the blink of an eye, the team of players had completely retreated into the rear cave. The crawling mutants from the outside continued to swarm towards the cave entrance, almost surrounding the entire opening. The Alba team, who had been guarding below, was also in a difficult situation. Go. There are too many enemies. Let's leave here first. Retreat. Seeing more and more crawling mutants, the team's output capability could no longer keep up, and there was a faint trend of being surrounded. Alba immediately signaled for the players to withdraw to the rear. When they retreated to the exit position, the petrified mutants gradually receded. Fortunately, the mutated mutants were probably accustomed to the cave environment and did not continue to chase out. As they escaped, the players gasped for air and sat on the ground. Alba gasped heavily, looking around in confusion. Wait, where is the leader? Dr. Addington? In the critical situation just now, he had already issued an emergency retreat signal upwards. But they didn't receive it. This is bad. In the critical situation just now, he was too busy to pay attention to the situation of the Shen Hu team above during the retreat. From the current situation, it seemed that the Shen Hu team was still trapped in the cave. Hurry. Contact Commander Shen Hu. Inside the cave, Feng Heng's group hid in the passage for a temporary break. At the beginning, a large number of mutants were pouring into the passage towards them. Helpless, Feng Heng controlled the lickers to block the passage, limiting the number of mutants invading, while the team retreated and fought back. Unexpectedly, the deeper they went into the cave, the fewer mutants dared to chase them into the cave. Mojawei wondered, strange, Why aren't they chasing us? Dr. Addington played with the slime bottle he had asked Fang Heng to get, saying, I think the problem lies in this slime. Curious, the group turned to Addington. Slime. Yes. After the biological mutation, the mutants still retain some instincts, such as the perception of danger from high-ranking beings in the food chain. Addington tried to analyze. I think these are likely secretions from higher-ranking life forms in the food chain. They are afraid, so they dare not approach. Mojoey swallowed carefully and looked cautiously at the deep abyss in front of the cave. You mean it's more dangerous as we go further in? Are we walking into a trap? No. I found traces of artificial synthesis in this slime. It combines the characteristics and breadth of higher-level organisms. I think it is likely that Dudu researched it to drive away those mutants, Professor Addington said as his eyes lit up. Based on this deduction, we must be in the right place. Dudu's research team should be inside. Shen Hui communicated briefly with the outside world through the survival radio, then turned back to the crowd and said, Just now, a large number of mutants appeared below. The team couldn't hold out. Alba and Zuo Jin's team have already returned to the surface next. The crowd's heart sank, unconsciously looking back. Just a while ago, they had been chased all the way, and then blocked in the passage. Whether we stay here or move on, the level of danger is the same. I suggest we keep going forward and see what's ahead. Fang Heng shrugged and continued to explore cautiously. The group continued to move forward through the winding cave passage and had walked for more than 10 minutes. It's a cliff. An exit appeared in front. The exit was still a cliff platform. Fang Heng walked to the edge of the platform and looked down below. Is there no way out? Shen Hui threw the burning stick in his hand high towards the front cliff. The light illuminated the cave. Soon, the burning stick fell into the bottomless abyss, the light below gradually dimming, engulfed by darkness. So deep, there is probably no way out if you fall down. The player's heart sank. Shen Hui lit another handheld burning stick and held it in his hand. Look over there. There was another protruding platform entrance on the facing back rock wall, about 20 meters apart from each other. I think originally these two openings should have been connected by a suspension bridge or something. Fang Heng crouched on the platform, looking at the marks left on the ground. Look, there are nails and iron ropes here, and the iron ropes have broken ends, which were cut off artificially. Shen Hui walked over and crouched beside Fang Heng, examining the traces left on the ground. Indeed, Shen Hui shook his head helplessly. It seems we can only go this far this time. We need to wait for the support team to arrive. We can only cross to the opposite cave with their help. Not necessarily. Fang Heng lowered his head to look at the bottomless abyss and then at the opposite side, asking, Do you have any iron ropes? The crowd looked at Fang Heng in puzzlement. Alba whispered, Hey, Fang Shuo, don't be reckless. Well, I can do it. Do you have any ropes? The team does. Shen Hui was curious how Fang Heng would cross the cliff, so he had one of his men take out a rope from the backpack and hand it to Fang Heng. Thank you. Fang Heng took out the ropes and had the team players hold the other end of the ropes. Then, Fang Heng stepped forward. With the help of the Blood Clan relic boots, he floated in the air, suspended in midair. A talent skill, hovering in the air. The crowd was surprised. Soon, Fang Heng flew over the cliff and floated to the other side, then anchored the two iron ropes to the rocks. Done. Fang Heng tested the stability of the iron ropes, turned back, and gestured to the players on the other side. The players glanced at each other. What? Is it that simple? Come on. Fang Heng firmly anchored one end of the iron ropes and signaled that the others could come over. Shen Hui nodded. Let's go, we'll cross. The elite team players had slightly higher physical fitness than ordinary people, so the two iron ropes were enough to maintain balance, easily crossing. It was a close call. As for aiding Tong, Fang Heng had to float back and fly him over once again.
National game. From the zombie apocalypse to hanging smoothly through the cliff and entering a straight cave ahead. Players ignite a burning stick to continue forward. Before long, the passage ahead gradually widened. Then, the sound of footsteps approached from the front. Two figures in white protective suits appeared in the player's view. They are humans. Both sides saw each other immediately. Obviously, neither side expected someone to come through that entrance. Everyone cautiously raised their guns. Shenghui immediately waved, signaling the team to lower their guns while shouting, "Is it Dr. Du's research team? We mean no harm, yes. It's us. Are you the rescue team?" Both sides quickly put down their firearms, their tones filled with joy. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up. "All right, it looks like good news. The main mission objective has been found." Following the survivors of Du's research team through the long cave, Fang Heng and the others arrived at a super large underground research facility deep in the cave. Very unexpected. They actually found a safe zone in this place. After undergoing disinfection, everyone entered the meeting room of the research facility and saw Du, whose mouth was full of scruff. "Ha ha ha, didn't expect someone to find us in this ghostly place. Hey Den, how did you do it?" Seeing the longtime friend, Du was in a very good mood. "It was thanks to my friends here that we found this place. I noticed you from reading the letters from the research period." Den felt a bit sheepish. "Actually, I received your letter a long time ago, regarding the research on the Glorious Society. At that time, I didn't believe and just threw the letter aside. Recently, I also found some things related to the Glorious Society, which made me suddenly think of you." "Ha ha, believe it now, right?" Du didn't mind at all, laughing heartily. "Actually, many people didn't believe what I said. I always felt that the Glorious Society was a strange organization. Even before the apocalypse, as I traced and researched the Glorious Society, I unexpectedly discovered a temple built by followers of the Glorious Society half a century ago. Later, I applied to the Congress to come and investigate, unexpectedly found this cave, and found some unknown traces of prehistoric creatures here." Du explained to everyone, the Congress and most people are the same. They don't believe in anything related to the Glorious Society. But it's okay. The unknown prehistoric creatures discovered here have already excited the Congress. Subsequently, after the National Security Assessment, our research team obtained authorization and funding. We established a large research base here to conduct secret research on prehistoric creatures. Later, after the radiation disaster broke out, the creatures here also underwent significant mutations, so we have been staying here ever since. Den was curious and asked, "After studying the Glorious Society for so long, do you know their origins?" "I have been investigating the origins of the apocalypse for years, and I found a connection between the apocalypse and the Glorious Society. After entering here, we organized some of the Glorious Society's texts we collected." Du said seriously, "Based on various researches, we deduced that about several billion years ago, an alien species had entered our world. They would visit our world every once in a while due to certain reasons, and a very small number of descendants were left in our world. At that time, humans worshipped these life forms with magical powers, believing they were gods, and built temples to worship and sacrifice to them, which was the precursor of the Glorious Society. At the time, I got some information and believed that beneath the temple we are currently in lies a deceased alien life form." Everyone's pupils narrowed upon hearing this. "You should have seen the pit below when you came here, right? After the discovery, we immediately located the extraterrestrial life form according to the recorded texts and started excavating." The story reached its most critical moment, and Den urgently asked, "Did you really find it? The mysterious alien life form?" "Yes, we found it. It was stored in a strange, inverted triangular yellow crystal structure, like a tomb of an alien life form. Its body had completely dehydrated but still maintained its appearance, not very different from our human appearance. After the discovery, we immediately started investigating the unknown life form on site, but the Congress research team still insisted that it was an unknown prehistoric creature, unrelated to the alien life form." "Sorry." Shenghui couldn't help but interrupt. "How does this relate to our apocalypse?" "It is related, just hold on." Du waved his hand and continued, "On the life form sarcophagus, we found some records in writing. After deciphering it for some time, we discovered it contained prophecies about the destruction of the world. The extraterrestrial life form prophesied several nodes of world destruction, and we are on the verge of the last one. We immediately reported this discovery to the Congress, but they never proceeded with further investigation. Unexpectedly, the prophesied apocalypse quickly arrived, with radiation mutations occurring on the same day, as predicted in the prophecy, causing high-intensity radiation throughout the world. Strangely, the Raptor company had made preparations in advance, establishing high-intensity shelters worldwide capable of withstanding radiation. By the way, you must have encountered the black rock-skinned reptilian mutants, right? They are the mutants that emerged after the ancient creatures underwent mutations. Previously, they gathered at the bottom of the pit. After the apocalypse, they underwent significant mutations. Fang Hang's heart stirred. Prehistoric creatures? Unknown extraterrestrial life forms. The Raptor company predicting the apocalypse in advance. The chaotic clues led the situation in a weird direction. We have been staying here, studying the remaining samples of extraterrestrial life forms. About 2 months ago, we made a major breakthrough in our research. We extracted a special hormone essence from the extraterrestrial life form samples that can effectively resist external radiation. If we can mass-produce it, perhaps we can survive safely in radiation environments and even use it on animals and plants to restore production. After the research breakthrough, we immediately sent out a signal, hoping people from the outside world could find us and support us. Unexpectedly, instead of support, something unexpected happened first. Du sighed. Fang Hang asked, "What happened?" The night after the signal was sent out, we found that the entire research facility experienced a power outage. When the power was fully restored the next day, we found that the hormone essence had been stolen. Everyone's hearts sank. Do you know who did it?
Everyone's game, starting from the zombie apocalypse. Idle hanging chapter 830. Start investigating immediately. We discovered that one employee at the base is missing. His name is Luo Wenru, a researcher sent by the parliament before. We have his identity and image data. Duda nodded and said, "I suggest you start investigating from him. And these are the analysis research data we've obtained from alien life forms over the years. Can't create, edit, or upload. Not enough storage. Get 100 gigabytes of storage for $2.79 69 month for 2 months. Duda placed a data disk and a hand-drawn map on the table, pushing them over to Shenghu and others, saying, "All the information you need, including research on mutated forms, all relevant data from the Glory Association, and also information on Luo Wenru who damaged and stole the alien life forms, is in here. I hope it will be helpful for you. In addition, this is a map. We have studied the ancient texts of the Glory Association. The Glory Association established 12 temples in ancient times, scattered around the world. Whether those places were used as burial goods is unclear, but it's also a direction for investigation." "Thank you." Shenghu accepted the data and map. The mission wasn't clear, but instead shrouded in even more mystery. Hint, you have completed the phase mission of finding the missing research team. Due to your identity, you cannot receive the main contribution reward, which will convert to 20 to main god points reward. Hint, players trigger the next phase mission, the Unknown Prophecy of Glory. Optional mission branch 1. Try to find more temples established by the Glory Association to obtain more information. Optional mission branch 2. Try to find the lost liquid essence. Optional mission branch 3. Unknown. Fang Heng rubbed his neck, feeling quite normal about it. Main missions always involve twists and turns, and typically took several years to complete. The main mission during the zombie apocalypse was just as troublesome. After all, the main mission reward was not significant, so he didn't bother thinking too deeply. "I hope you succeed." Professor Duda, aren't you coming with us?" Duda shook his head and said, "I want to go, but I can't." "Why?" "Because there are a large number of ancient creatures below. We had detected a large number of ancient creatures surviving beneath the cave even before the apocalypse. To prevent these creatures from damaging the external ecosystem, relying on the government's funding, we built stabilizers and monitors. By monitoring wave reactions and using the biological waves generated by the stabilizers to influence the mutated beings below, we prevented them from escaping the cave. Later, after the wasteland apocalypse, we detected a powerful energy reaction below the cave. We also don't know what caused this reaction to become nearly 3,000 times more powerful. We suspect it might be related to the mutation and distortion." Duda shrugged, saying casually, "We cannot determine what this energy is exactly, but someone has to remain here to monitor it. Right. Once we stop the stabilizer's operation, there might be a riot down below, causing trouble." Sheng Hui asked, "How many mutated beings are there below?" "It's impossible to make a judgment on that." Duda smiled helplessly. "Based on the energy fluctuations, it could be in the hundreds of billions." The people's hearts sank. Ha 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 ha. What's with those expressions? With me here, everything will be fine. We have been here for so many years, we are used to it. Duda waved his hand and said, "Don't think I'm unaware. The situation outside is much better than here. At least, the resources here are enough for us to survive for a few more years. Oh, and I also found some special enhanced crystals. After the end of the world, there were special changes in the structures of minerals. With limited research materials here, we couldn't utilize this energy source, but it might be helpful for you." Sheng Hu nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Duda. We will try to find a way to get you out after we return." With that, Sheng Hu began communicating with the outside world through the survival radio, analyzing the important information thus obtained from the main quest. 3 hours later, Alba led the follow-up support team outside the cave, which had already arrived. The players were ready with their preparations to evacuate Dr. Aidingare. Alba looked at Fang Heng and Mojo still whispering with some NPCs inside the underground research center, feeling puzzled. What were they doing? "Feng Shuo, we're ready to go." "Okay, just a bit longer. Almost done." Fang Heng waved at Alba and said, "Forget it. You guys go first. Don't bother about me. We'll figure out our own way to leave later." "Huh?" Alba shook his head, finding it baffling. Fang Heng had no interest in the main quest. He was currently with Duda. "Are you really not leaving?" "Duda, I admire your courage and sacrifice, but it's really dangerous to stay here." "Sacrifices have to be made. Right. Don't say that, Duda. What if I could help you all leave from here?" "It's impossible. We can't do it. Think not only for yourself, but also for your subordinates." "Right." Duda found Fang Heng a bit troublesome, but he didn't think ill of him, saying, "You're right, Feng Shuo, but we have no choice. If I leave, the device will completely lose control, and we can't afford that risk." Title: National Game. Hang up starting from the Zombie Doomsday. Volume 831 of the main text. Energy reaction. "I have a way." Fang Heng continued to persuade. "How about a bet? I can take you out of here, and if I can do that, after we leave, you and your people join my shelter." Dudu was startled, feeling that Fang Heng seemed to have ulterior motives. "What are you trying to say?" "Of course, to help you completely solve these troubles." "Completely solve?" Dudu shook his head wryly, pointing to the three-dimensional diagrams on the control panel. "Feng Shuo, do you see that? With such a powerful energy reaction, there are tens of billions of hidden aberrations below. We simply cannot." "Give it a try. There's no harm in trying." "Right." Seeing Fang Heng's insistence, Dudu shook his head, saying no more. "It's impossible, simply impossible for anyone to do." I will have someone write a detailed evaluation report for the follow-up mission, and the expert team will provide a preliminary suggestion tomorrow morning." After leaving the cave, Sheng Hu gathered the federal team for an impromptu meeting to plan the next phase of the main mission. With the main task completed, the morale of the federal players was high. Also, asked the Arc Gaming Company what they think about the next mission plan. Sheng Hu thought of Fang Shuo. He held the gaming company in high regard. He felt Fang Shuo could handle it. Very reliable, sensible, doesn't talk too much, doesn't cause trouble, doesn't care about mission-related items, and works efficiently? If it weren't for Fang Shuo this time, they wouldn't have found the temple and the cave below the temple so easily, and even successfully located Duju's research team. Initially, Sheng Hu had just thought this guy was pretty good. Looking back now, if it weren't for the Arc Company, they might have spent over a month on this mission. That. Alba scratched his head, saying, "We haven't been able to contact the Arc Company yet." Sheng Hu was puzzled. "What? When we left the underground research facility, they were still there, and when I asked again after returning, it seems no one saw them when they returned to the camp. I think they should still be over at the research facility. After all, the ARC company only had the people with very low visibility, so fellow players didn't notice the absence of these two people. Sheng Hu was puzzled. If the main task is over, why are they still over there? They looked at each other, both seeing the puzzled expressions in each other's eyes. Forget it. Let's try to contact them again. Currently, everything should prioritize the main task. We have always been the most thorough in researching the wasteland world, and the Central Federal is leaning towards letting us control the wasteland world. This is a critical period. Everyone must not be taken lightly. The other three federations may cooperate on the surface with our actions, but they're secretly watching us closely. Also, be careful to guard against other anti-federal forces disrupting the main mission. Sheng Hu thought for a moment before adding, I'll go back with some people tonight, and you lead a small team to stay here to continue observation. The ARC company doesn't seem very interested in the main task. They are a good potential partner, so try to get their cooperation. Understood. Late at night, Temple Underground Research Institute, watching the real-time projection on the portable monitor. Dudu and the researchers in the institute were all showing expressions of surprise and fear. They had never seen such terrifying aberrant monsters. The combat power they displayed when gathered together was terrifying. Countless aberrations intertwined in battle. The sounds of slaughter filled the entire cavern, especially the 8 giant humanoid aberrant life forms from the ARC company. They wielded massive iron chains, each sweep capable of smashing a cluster of crawling aberrations, leaving a crater in the ground each time the chain landed. At this moment, Feng Heng was standing quietly on the first floor of the underground cave, a portable monitor positioned on his chest. He stood silently in place, looking ahead. The aberrant beings slaughtered transformed into evolutionary crystals and a massive amount of survival points, covering the entire first floor of the cave with a thick layer of evolutionary crystals. As the time approached, Feng Heng waved his hand forward. Hint, player obtained a complete evolution crystal asterisk 13,724. First level evolution crystal asterisk 3,199. Second level evolution crystal asterisk 776. So many. The number of aberrations spreading from the underground was extremely terrifying, and with the firepower output of the fused tyrants, Feng Heng's killing speed was equally astonishing. After over 3 hours of slaughter, the game prompt refreshed on his retina. Hint, player has met the upgrade conditions. Hint, player level raised to LV 24. Player currently receives an additional 122 zombie avatars. Current total zombie avatars 731. Hint, level 25 upgrade requirements. 1 first level fusion evolution crystal 10,000, and second level fusion evolution crystal asterisk 50,000. Hint, LV 25 is the maximum upgrade level in the initial game world. Players need to go to a higher level game to trigger the next stage upgrade prompt. Feng Heng quirked his eyebrows. Level restrictions. He had never heard of such limitations before. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed logical. He had already triggered the eligibility for upgrading the game before reaching level 10, and ordinary players wouldn't waste time leveling up to the maximum in low-level games. The next stage of upgrading required tens of thousands of evolution crystals. It seemed the game didn't intend for him to continue to linger in the initial game world. Feng Heng scoffed, estimating reaching level 25 wasn't that difficult. Once he finished the final level, he could run to a higher level world. Making a decision, Feng Heng looked up again. The aberrant life forms in the pit had gradually stopped crawling out. The surroundings gradually quieted down. There was some silence in the lobby of the institute. Dudu had previously made a model for predictions, and based on the detected energy reaction values, the number of unknown aberrant life forms beneath the cave might possibly be in the billions. Who knew how large the space beneath the cave was, capable of holding so many life forms? It was simply unrealistic to try to kill them all. But now, after killing for over 3 hours, these aberrant life forms no longer dared to show themselves. Things were developing in a direction Dudu had not expected. Huiyu, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Mojoe looked at them and said, "How about it? Didn't deceive you, right? I told you. Our company has the ability to deal with these aberrant life forms. Find a way to get you out of here." Dudu snapped back, pressing a few times on the control platform. The body magnetic field reaction is still high, and the radiation source position has not weakened. There may still be a large number of high-level life forms lurking below. I won't take people out of here until the threats are confirmed to be eliminated. Compared to before, Duju's tone had softened. National game. Hang up from the zombie apocalypse to go together and see. Mojoe continued to probe and said, "Passively defending all the time is not a good thing, right? We need to figure out what is below." "Yeah," Duda nodded. "I also think so. In fact, we have sent several small squads down for reconnaissance before, but unfortunately, all the squads that were sent out disappeared. I need some time to prepare. I will bring people with me to investigate later. I hope to find some information this time." Reminder: players trigger the team task Do D's Defense. Task name: Do D's Defense. Task requirements: assist Duda in investigating the bottom of the cave. Task reward: Do D's friendship level. On the other side, on the lower level of the cave, Feng Heng also received a game-triggered prompt. Friendship level task: can't refuse. In the depths of the cave, Do D's team descended from the underground second level via rope. Below the dense pits was an even larger layer of the cave. Witnessing the deformed creatures controlled by the Ark Corporation, Duda was shocked. Numerous terrifying shaped lickers piled together gave a sense of great security. The lower and upper levels of the cave were different. The ground seemed to have been bombarded by numerous artillery fires, with large scattered pits all over the place. "That's where we found the prism." The team walked forward for over 10 meters, and Duda pointed to a distant direction. "A coffin for extraterrestrial life forms." As Feng Heng speaking, he controlled the group of lickers to explore the darkness ahead. "Yes, the life form structure inside the prism is different from any known beings, but they are very similar to humans in appearance, and have a high level of civilization. I believe they are extraterrestrial beings," Duda said, pointing forward again. "Strange magnetic field fluctuations are coming from deeper down, with enormous energy fluctuations. You have not explored it before. Special life forms are already a huge discovery. The country requested us to start researching immediately." Coupled with limited testing conditions at the time and insufficient understanding of the unknown magnetic field fluctuations, the first batch of explorers quickly experienced radiation reactions during the exploration. It's unclear whether these magnetic field and special radiation pose any danger, so further exploration was temporarily suspended. Here, Duda lowered his head, pondering. Subsequent research on the magnetic field has not begun. An accident occurred during the experiment on the original body. Looking back now, the accident was also quite strange. Maybe someone sabotaged the original body and caused it to be destroyed. Huh? Feng Heng's heart stirred. The game log showed the lickers had encountered enemies. "There's trouble, be careful." Upon hearing the words, Do D's team took out their weapons and cautiously guarded the surroundings in a circle. That is, Feng Heng's pupils were tinged with redness as he looked into the depths of the cave. A huge arthropod mutated creature. Its body had grown extremely large due to mutations, with a length of over 10 meters and nearly a meter long length of its appendages. A centipede. Feng Heng immediately associated it with this type of creature. The junction between the centipede's body and limbs was a circular shape resembling spores. It looked very eerie and discordant. Its appendages were like steel needles, creating shallow pits every time they touched the ground. Players were immediately uncomfortable upon seeing such a centipede, feeling shivers running down their spine. The centipede crawled on the ground swiftly, heading towards the players' group rapidly. The lickers, fearless, charged towards the giant centipede as Feng Heng controlled them. The massive size became a disadvantage at this moment, with numerous lickers pouncing on the centipede's back. Hiss. The sharp claws of the lickers cut wounds on the centipede's body. Bright green blood sprayed from the centipede's wounds. Huh? What's happening now? Feng Heng's heart raced. The lickers were in a petrified state. Upon contact with the bright green blood splattered by the giant centipede, the lickers' bodies were immediately covered in a layer of grayish-brown, uncontrollably falling from the air. In an instant, their skin solidified into a gray petrified state. Feng Heng immediately checked the game prompt. Reminder: your zombie doppelganger has been splattered with blood, entering a special petrified state. The petrification effect cannot be cleared by the undead effect. Reminder: you are entering the petrification fascination state. You are currently being petrified. Please move away from the threat or clear the state immediately. Reminder: current petrification level 0.02%. Exceeding 20% will be affected by negative effects. Exceeding 50% will result in attribute penalties and significantly reduced movement speed. Exceeding 80% will prevent movement and subject to numerous negative effects. Trouble ahead. Feng Heng was about to take action when the previously withdrawn arthropod mutated creature once again flooded in from the darkness. Bang! The petrified lickers, now statues, were not only unable to attack, but also fragile and easily shattered by the centipede's appendages. There's even this kind of bug with melee effects. What kind of monster is this? Fire at will? Maintain formation and fall back. This was the first time Duda had encountered such a creature in a cave, and he ordered the team to maintain formation, shooting from a distance while retreating. Mojoey covered his left eye, staring fixedly at the mutated centipede in the distance, activating his talent skill. 6th tier, mutated life form, enchanted death spider. 6th tier. It's a spider. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. It's on the same tier as the vampire earl. He quickly reviewed the information obtained through his talent scouting skill. Its blood has a petrification effect, and it can also enchant most life forms through the patterns on its eyes and back. It relies on this ability to control and feed on other life forms. After undergoing radiation mutations, its abilities are significantly enhanced. Its weakness is fire attribute. High temperatures can neutralize its petrifying blood. Also, it's not a combat-oriented creature. Huh? As they spoke, Mojoey let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong? Its condition is strange. It seems to have some of its abilities sealed. Feng Heng's mind raced. Sealed abilities. Why would its abilities be sealed? A Tier 6 non-combat creature, further restricted, meant that its strength would be greatly reduced. Anyway, the priority now was to resolve the petrification state. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, retrieved the Book of Beginnings, and raised it towards himself. In the dim cave, a divine light shone down. All people game, hanging up from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Hint: your negative effect, petrification, has been purified. The next second, another game prompt refreshes. Hint: you have entered petrification enticement status. You are being petrified. Please immediately move away from the threat or clear this status. Feng Heng has already made a judgment in his heart. The petrification enticement is probably a type of area-based spell. As long as you get close to the enticement death spiders, you will automatically be affected by the effect. Even if purified, as long as you stay within the skill range, you will soon be affected by the skill effect again. Hiss hiss hiss. In the blink of an eye, a large number of crawling distorted life forms swiftly surrounded the team. So are these crawling distorted beings also controlled by the enticement death spiders, forming such distorted semi-petrified creatures? A flash of insight appeared in Feng Heng's mind. This is not important. The key is the Duda team in the rear. They are the treasures. Losing one would be heartbreaking for a while. Back off, Feng Heng shouted, manipulating a large number of lickers behind to attack the distorted beings, covering the Duda team in the rear to quickly leave the petrification area. Duda led the team to use long-range weapons for shooting, continuously retreating. Feng Heng quickly observed. The blood and acidic liquid sprayed out by the enticement death spiders all carry petrification effects. Close combat is very disadvantageous. Therefore, long-range firepower skills need to be used to suppress. It's time for the fused tyrant body to take the stage. Thud, thud, thud. 8 fused tyrant bodies, following behind the team, simultaneously lifted the large boxes on their backs and threw them on the ground, making a heavy sound. They took out Gatling guns from the metal boxes. Due to limited ammunition, Feng Heng had never used long-range attacks in the earlier battles. Indeed, now is the time to use them. Ka-da-da-da. The Gatling gun quickly completed ammunition loading, aiming at the oncoming crawling distorted beings and enticement death spiders up front. Thud, 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 thud. The Gatling gun spun rapidly. 8 huge fire tongues jetted simultaneously from the muzzle. The strengthened large-caliber bullets formed a dense rain of bullets. The enticement death spiders were immediately slammed with huge bullet holes. Azure green pus splattered. The distorted beings at the front were even more unlucky, directly torn into pieces by the bullets. The Duda players had never seen such a scene and quickly hid in the rear. Terrifying distorted creatures. They actually can use weapons. And it's such an exaggerated Gatling gun. Duda was amazed and shocked. Only that kind of monster could withstand the strong recoil of the Gatling gun. But, Duda wondered, since when did the distorted beings have low-level intelligence to control weapons? Is it the latest research result of the ARC company? This is a breakthrough of the era. The Gatling gun continued for over 5 minutes, before gradually stopping. Through the dust raised by the explosions, Feng Heng looked at the enticement death spider lying motionless on the ground, to the bullets. The enticement death spider emitted a faint sound from its mouth parts. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Its hard outer armor was completely shattered, blood flowing all over. Feng Heng aimed his modified sniper rifle at the enticement death spider's forehead. Bang! The bullet penetrated the spider's head instantly. Boom! A second explosion. The head was completely blasted into a burning fireball. The enticement death spider completely lost its breath. A game prompt appeared in Feng Heng's retina. Hint: the player team killed the enticement death spider. The player obtained a high-energy evolution crystal *1. The player obtained 2,312 survival points. Crack, crack, crack. Green blood flowed from the enticement death spider's body. Once it touched the ground, it would immediately trigger the petrification effect. Once the enticement death spider died, the surrounding crawling distorted beings also quickly retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Is it dead? Duda cautiously peeked out from behind a rock, observing the enticement death spider not far away, then turned to Feng Heng for confirmation. Yes, it's dead. Let's go check it out. Duda gestured. Several researchers behind stepped forward with flamethrowers, burning through along the way and deactivating the blood left by the spiders to render them inactive. After a few researchers thoroughly roasted the enticement death spider's body with the flamethrower, Duda cautiously approached to inspect, preparing to try to extract samples for testing. What is this? Duda found something on the enticement death spider's body and tried to scrape off a circular ring from the body, holding it in his hand for closer observation. Any discoveries? Yes. Duda nodded and handed over the circular ring found on the body to Feng Heng. Hint: the player obtains item a metal ring. Explanation: a special metal ring that, when worn, can induce long-term lethargy in life forms and reduce all attributes by 40%. Explanation: this metal ring is damaged and unable to function. Explanation: the metal ring has lost terminal control connection. What is this? Feng Heng looked at Duda in confusion. So, was the enticement death spider weakened by the metal ring? Very strange thing. Feels like a technological product of alien life. Duda sighed. I think the reconnaissance team before probably encountered it and sacrificed themselves. Feng Heng put away the ring, thinking of showing it to Qiu Yaokong later to see if he can repair or replicate it. After burning the body and nearby green blood entirely, Dudi's team converged and began to collect samples and clean up the battlefield. In one battle, nearly a quarter of Feng Heng's lickers died due to the petrification effect. Duda looked cautiously at the front passage and asked, Feng Shuo, it's not clear how deep it is ahead. Should we continue to explore, or go back? Take a break and then come back? Feng Heng glanced ahead. He did not see any other creatures deep in the passage, but there was a black thing. Judging from the shadow's shape, it looked more like a structure. Hint: the player completes the mission. Duties stand, and the player's friendliness with Duda greatly increases. Hint: the player triggers the follow-up mission. Deep Investigation. Mission name: Deep Investigation. Mission description: explore the depths of the cave. Mission reward: goodwill from the Duda team. From a gaming perspective, having just experienced a boss battle, the likelihood of encountering a large number of 6th-tier creatures consecutively is unlikely. Feng Heng glanced at the mission description, saying, "No need. Let's continue further and retreat if we encounter danger." Okay. The liquor horde swiftly disappeared into the darkness ahead, and the team continued forward along the passage. As they got closer, they found a huge oval-shaped ruin building in front. This ruin had been here for a long time, accumulating a thick layer of soil on the surface. Huh? This is... Dudi's face showed astonishment. He carefully walked up, scraped away the sand on the outside of the ruins, revealing the metallic layer underneath. National game. Idle play starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 834. Trick Mojawe was confused. He approached and asked, "What is this thing?" "A research institute." "Is there a research institute here?" "Who built it?" "It's not a research institute. It's a giant spaceship. I've seen something similar in the data before. My guess is right. This is a celestial navigation spaceship." Dudi's face showed excitement. "I guessed it right. The family admired by Shine will come from an alien race. Look, there are symbols on it too? Is this a spaceship?" Mojawe was shocked. He reached out and tapped the outer metal shell cover in front of him. Dong dong dong. It felt solid. Mojawe was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. His tapping triggered something, and the entire ship made a buzzing sound, followed by a faint blue light spreading out. Click. A large door suddenly opened in front of Mojawe. The cabin door opened. Feng Heng and Duda looked at Mojawe at the same time. "How did it open?" Mojawe shook his head repeatedly. "It's not me. I just touched it a little." Feng Heng controlled the liquors to explore the interior of the cabin first. Seeing no danger, Feng Heng nodded. "Confirmed safe. Let's go in and check it out." Following the large door into the interior of the cabin, Dudi's face showed a look of astonishment. He had never seen such a design and research level inside a ship before. After a rough exploration, everyone stumbled their way and finally reached the main control room of the ship. An alien life-form spaceship. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Duda had already started searching carefully in the main control room. "I found it? Look at this. Doesn't it look like a navigation log?" Feng Heng and Mojawe leaned in to take a look at the three-dimensional screen on the main control console. The data was filled with densely packed text. They looked at each other. It was truly impossible to understand this thing. "It turns out we made a mistake. The energy reaction is not triggered by a large number of life forms, but by the ship's engine being in an activated state." Duda was excited as he turned to Feng Heng. "Our team can analyze the instructions on the navigation log, and we can probably find out where these alien beings come from, figure out if the radiation they released is real, and understand what their true purpose is." Hint: players complete the mission. Deep Investigation. Players receive due to team favorability. Hint: players unlock part of the worldview, the alien family. Hint: players cannot unlock main missions. Players receive an additional 100 points of main god points as compensation. Hint: players trigger the mission. Dudi's request mission description. Dudi's request. Mission requirement. Duda hopes to continue researching the alien spaceship. Mission reward. Dudi's favorability. Feng Heng looked at the game hints, contemplating. This thing is related to the main storyline, but he's not interested in the main missions. He is only interested in Dudi's team and the Federal main mission. Relevant information can be sold to the Federal in exchange for high-energy crystal, and the Federal should offer a high price. Feng Heng quickly thought about it and nodded. "Of course, Duda, but this place is not suitable for research. As I said before, join my team. How about it?" we can provide you with the best research conditions. But, Duda frowned. After all this, he had complete trust in the ARC company's strength and had increased his level of trust in Fang Heng. I have a lot of research facilities here, and the alien spaceship is also here. For now, I have no plans to join any other forces. I can provide you with our laboratory for your research. Fang Heng interrupted. Duda was taken aback. Really? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. In addition, I can take care of moving all the equipment here back. After all, this place is very dangerous, and the ARC company also has tasks to do. So, we cannot stay here to provide protection for you all the time. Your world. Duda furrowed his brow and fell into hesitation again. That world has no threat of radiation, and there are plenty of research resources. There, you can conduct better research. Fang Heng patted Duda on the shoulder. Sorry, all the resources discovered here belong to the ARC company. I have to take them back. Duda was torn. He had spent most of his life researching the Shine Society and the alien family, and was on the verge of a major breakthrough. Now how could he be willing to give up? Not to mention that these things are related to the world caught in the radiation doomsday. Fang Heng and Mojoe exchanged a glance, waiting for Duda to agree. Mojoe thought to himself that Fang Heng's move was really sly. You want to research, right? Okay then, let's pack up and go to our zombie apocalypse for research. Once you get there, can you escape? Boss Fang Heng has 10,000 ways to make you stay and shine in the zombie apocalypse. Alright, I agree. I need to communicate with my team. I won't force them to come with me. And regarding the research on the alien family, I don't want any interference from others. Of course, that's not a problem. You are the highest responsible person for the project. Please trust us. We sincerely invite you to come to the ARC company to lead the research work. Seeing Duda's agreement, Fang Heng's face showed a smile of successful scheme. Plan complete. The only thing a little uncomfortable was wasting manpower and resources to move, though many things back for research on these damn aliens might take more time. But who knows? Maybe new technology can be developed from this damn thing. Moreover, after the research is completed, the research results should be related to the main mission, and related data should be able to be exchanged for more high-energy evolution crystals from the Federation. Right. In the end, it seems like a profitable deal. The next afternoon, Alba led a small elite federal team, driving an off-road vehicle deep into the primitive forest along the safe passage. He was going to find the ARC company. This guy, he felt like the whole ARC company was just Fang Heng and Mojoe. Since the last separated under the cave, he had not been able to contact the ARC company. His superiors requested him to find the ARC company as soon as possible and discuss the cooperation in the later stages. Helplessly, Alba could only try his luck at the temple again. Kunmin game, hanging out from the zombie doomsday to the temple outside. Alba felt something in his heart. What's going on? At this moment, a large amount of supplies and materials were piled up on the empty space outside the temple. Aren't these people all members of the Door team? How do they come out from the underground research lab? Alba was puzzled and gestured for the team to stop the car. Hey, Alba. Mojoe is helping to direct Door's team to transport supplies. When he saw Alba bringing people over, his eyes lit up, and he immediately waved to signal them. This is awkward. The porters are here to help move. Alba had never experienced Fang Heng and Mojoe's routines. Seeing this scene, he was a bit confused for a while, leading the team over. What are you guys doing? Moving house, moving house. Alba was completely confused. What kind of ghost is moving house? Oh, we helped Door investigate below the cave, and the problem has been solved. Door is ready to go back to the ARC company safe zone with us for research. Mojoe came over and said softly to Alba's ear, we checked below the cave. Guess what? We found a special crystal, ore, that has undergone mutation, emitting strong radiation. And it's very difficult to mine. Anyway, the danger has been averted. We are preparing to bring some ore back for research and find a way to mine the high level or below. Door's team will follow us together. Alba was somewhat incredulous at the words, and he confirmed with Fang Heng again. Did you really go to the lower level? And found something? Yes. Mojoey squinted his eyes, suddenly became alert, and said softly, will your federation compete with our ARC company in mining special energy ores? No, it's definitely not. Alba waved his hand, looking suspiciously at Dudor's research team. The federal team immediately evaluated the cave after triggering the main mission. They considered exploring the cave to rescue the Dudor team's difficulty, and even conducted practical tests. The exploration difficulty was too high. The results of the risk assessment by the experts showed that they should focus on the main mission for now. The current danger to the Dudor team is minimal, so it can be put on hold. But before even a day had passed, the Dudor team was packed up and taken away by the ARC company. Alba stared blankly and couldn't help but curse in his heart. What foolish brick family! No wonder their main mission has always been full of troubles. Look at the ARC company. Alba asked again, have you found any information related to the main task? There may be some related information. We found some text records. Dudor is still deciphering. Once deciphered, we will give you a copy. You know, our company is not interested in the main task. Okay. Alba's face looked serious. He immediately said, by the way, this information must not be given to others. Our federation will make a purchase. Just as Fang Heng came online at the right moment, listening to their conversation all along, he came over and said, are you ready to sell it for high-energy evolution crystals? Okay, no problem. Alba reached into his pocket and proposed a trade to Fang Heng. Hint, you have received an anonymous trade from a player. Hint, you received 5 high-energy evolution crystals. 5 evolution crystals. The Federation is indeed wealthy. Fang Heng was moved and accepted it with satisfaction. He had only obtained 3 from his monster grind, plus the Federation's 5, totaling 8. Upgrading the 5th-tier spatial rift device was now feasible, and he would start expanding it as soon as he got back. The 4 crystals are the previous rewards, and the remaining 1 is a deposit. Be sure not to hand over the data to others. Alba was afraid that the ARC company might not trade the main task with them, so he paid a deposit. Of course, our ARC Science and Technology company has always been based on integrity. You can ask around. Fang Heng smiled. By the way, since you are here, would you mind helping us a bit? You've seen that we're in the middle of moving. Could you lend a hand? 3 days later. Federal Conference Room. Well, according to the final report provided by the ARC company, they conducted an investigation of the cave below the temple, where they found a severely damaged interstellar space vessel and some data in the navigation control room. From the decrypted data, it was revealed that this spaceship was initially conducting a Starfield-class prisoner transfer mission and received a distress signal during the transfer. Unfortunately, it encountered a space turbulence on the way to the signal point. To bypass the turbulence, the ship suffered severe damage, low energy storage, and was forced to land in our world. Before landing, extraterrestrial life forms scanned our planet and selected a location with advanced energy reactions for efficient energy conversion to charge the ship. However, unfortunately, the ship exploded during landing, but some extraterrestrial life forms may not have died. These are the information we have obtained from the Dudor research team and ARC Game Company. Subsequent main quest-related side missions have been triggered. Next, we can try to repair the radar coordinates found in the wreckage, and contact the extraterrestrial life forms still existing in this world. Alba finished reporting the events and bowed to the audience. My report is concluded. We need to thank the ARC Game Company for activating the side missions so quickly. There was applause from the high-level federal officials in Conference Room 11. When the applause subsided, Shangui nodded and asked, how is the background investigation of the ARC Company going? Yes, we have submitted the data to the federal headquarters for image comparison. Because the images were captured through the game system and underwent some blurring modifications by the main God game system, making it unidentifiable, we can only analyze and compare through some behaviors and small habits. Alba said, The similarity rate is as high as 95.7%. The expert group believes that without a doubt, the Ark Company was the one that caused the battle between the Blood Clan and the Holy See in District 9 during the zombie doomsday. The federal headquarters believes that the Ark Company comes from a higher-level world, but there are still no more clues about their investigation. The hall fell silent once again. Then, the high-level federal officials in District 11 began to discuss in low voices. No wonder the Ark Company is so powerful. They are from a high-level world. But how did they break through the game's restrictions and come from a higher level to a lower-level world? What are their intentions? Shenghui furrowed his brow. Alright, let's put this matter on hold for now. Let's move forward with the mission line. Has there been any movement from the Ark Company in the past few days? The federal players once again turned their focus to Alba. Alba smiled bitterly. I have contacted the Ark Company many times, and they say they are not interested in the main mission. The text discusses a game called, where the player has advanced in-game technology and resources to benefit their company, particularly in areas related to high-energy evolution crystals and rare mineral materials. The company, named, doesn't seem to care about the main storyline missions, lacks ambition, and operates mysteriously, showing little interest in interacting with the outside world. The company's behavior is deemed odd by characters in the game. The protagonist and his team are impressed by S capabilities and the advancements they have made in various technological aspects. They are planning to establish a large-scale radiation research laboratory to enhance the abilities of the zombie clones used for resource collection. The character is excited about the prospect of using radiation to mutate and improve the zombie clones, ultimately enhancing their capabilities significantly. The story unfolds with discussions around research, resource acquisition, and the setup of the radiation research lab on a remote island to conduct dangerous experiments. Plans to prioritize upgrading the research facility quickly, aiming to incorporate radiation-induced mutations into the zombie clones. The text hints at the protagonist's ambitious plans to leverage advanced technologies and resources to further develop and enhance their operations within the game universe. Game for everyone. Hanging out from the start of the zombie apocalypse. Feng Heng lightly hummed. So, tricking duty back, and incidentally salvaging a special architectural structure from a wasteland world. It could also increase the rating of the boundary world. Pleasant surprise. The trip to the wasteland world isn't a loss. It could even enhance the abilities of the zombie doppelgangers slightly. It seems that this special architectural structure can also be upgraded, similar to the Blood Clan's Angitas and the Temple of Zeus of the Holy Court world. However, the level should be slightly lower. Feng Heng pondered in his heart, nodding, and glanced at Mo Jiawei beside him. Old Mo, it's up to you. Beside him, Mo Jiawei shrugged. Simple. I'm familiar with this job. It's just acquiring external resources. Money isn't an issue. Mo Jiawei didn't expect that the agreement was just for a vacation, but ended up establishing a branch base here. And it seems that Feng Heng's intention is to clear out the wasteland world as well. Over these 2 days, in Zone 11 of the Wasteland Apocalypse, the Ark Game Company's reputation skyrocketed. They occupied the entire original forest area ruthlessly. Upon hearing the name of the Ark Company, players surrendered without a fight and left directly. That's the impressive aspect of the Ark Company. Despite occupying the original forest, it didn't go unnoticed by other game guilds' interests entirely. Several companies that developed in the peripheral areas of the original forest wanted to challenge the Ark Company and declared war jointly. The Ark Company ignored completely, continuing to occupy the original forest area. After a few tentative attacks by the Alliance, they were completely dumbfounded. 2 or 3 days later, the Alliance dissolved entirely. They didn't gain any advantages. Instead, it sparked laughter. The slightly higher acquisition prices of the Ark Company than the market rate somewhat boosted the in-game economy, garnering goodwill from ordinary players. Just when players thought that the Ark Company was about to become a super large game company, potentially even competing with the Federation, the entire Ark Game Company suddenly became extremely low-key. Fang Heng entered the game world once again. A line of game prompts quickly refreshed on his retinas. Prompt: you have completed the upgrade of the 5th tier spatial tier device. Your sanctuary level has been additionally elevated. Prompt: your researchers have gained inspiration, gaining a special status. Sincere cooperation, increasing the loyalty of all personnel, enhancing the experience and levels of some researchers, additional increase in research and construction speed. Item: large spatial tier device. Current level, LV, 5. Current level effect 1. Permanently shorten the positioning time of the branch terror. Reduce the construction time of the channel. Number of constructible teleportation disks, 5. Allowed number of invading world players simultaneously, 9. Current level effect 2. The current large spatial tier device can be transported across regions, enabling large-scale teleportation and reducing the time needed for interconnection positioning. Current level effect 3. Players receive an additional 6 spatial leap backpack grids. Grade. Fang Heng was in a good mood, clenching his fists firmly. The upgrade of the spatial device was completed. After the upgrade, 3 more leap backpack grids were added, which were very practical. Theoretically, with the current state, the teleportation disk should be able to go 2 more worlds. The vacation in the wasteland world is almost over, and duty is still researching aliens, not knowing how long it will take. It's time to consider the next plan, Fang Heng thought, heading towards the temporary second teleportation hall built in the sanctuary. In the temporary hall, Victor was discussing something softly with Mo Jiawei in front of the teleportation disk. Seeing Fang Heng, Victor waved to greet him. Fang Heng, you're here. I have good news to tell you. I guessed it. The mechanical device has completed its upgrade. Right. You really can't hide anything from you. Victor shrugged helplessly, then showed some excitement, inviting Fang Heng to take a look. Come and see. I just upgraded the mechanical disc along with it, improving the running performance of the mechanical disc. Now we can go to more worlds with the help of the mechanical disc. Fang Heng walked up to the mechanical teleportation disc, and a line of game prompts appeared again in his retinas. Mechanical teleportation device. Explanation 1. Players from District 7 and District 8 of the zombie apocalypse can use the mechanical teleportation disc for time-space teleportation. Explanation 2. Assigned players can consume main god points for teleports, can carry up to 7 backpack slots of items during transport. Explanation 3. Current transportable areas. All areas of the zombie apocalypse, all areas of the Blood Clan apocalypse, all areas of the Wasteland apocalypse. Explanation 4. The maximum number of individuals that can be transported in a single target world. 9. Closing the message prompt, Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction, asking, can we activate the teleportation now? Of course, I've tested it. Very reliable. Victor nodded, then continued, by the way, there's one more thing. The spatial tear device has been restructured. We can upgrade it to a higher level. Theoretically, after the reconstruction is completed, we can discover more teleport nodes. However, last time, you only found the reconstruction blueprints for tiers 4 and 5. Continuing the upgrade will require relevant blueprints for the higher tiers. If my research team analyzes the upgrade themselves, it may take a long time. Prompt: the player lacks the 6th tier spatial tier device upgrade blueprints. Players can engage in research. Current research efficiency. Slow. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, patted Victor's shoulder. I'll figure out a way to get the blueprints, focusing on building the temple and radiation experimental island. Good. Victor nodded, having some sense of accomplishment in being able to manufacture a 5-tier super large spatial tier device. Mo Jiawei approached, with some expectation on his face, and said, Fang Heng, the transit channel is also completed. Should we go wander around the Blood Clan apocalypse now? The vacation in the wasteland world has come to an end. It's time to get serious. Fang Heng agreed, looking at the metal teleportation machine in front of him, rubbing his chin, pondering. After upgrading the 5th stage teleportation channel, he could freely enter all elementary game worlds. It's time to solve the mystery of the Blood Clan world. Find the final missing Blood Clan relic. Complete the revival of Anjitas. The text you provided is a passage from a novel or story. It contains a lot of detailed information about a game scenario involving zombies and vampires. Here is the English translation. Popular game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 838 of the story unfolds entering the 6th district of the Blood Clan world. Fang Heng felt a surge of excitement. During his break, he had even made some tactical plans. This time, he planned to head to the Blood Clan world's 6th district. After all, he had an insider there. The owner of the Blood Clan sacred artifact, the Stare of the Right Eye, was Athena. In the personnel list of the prison supersized shelter, Fang Heng could still find Athena. This meant that Athena did not betray them. Her loyalty was not high, only 67 points. Originally, her loyalty had dropped to just over 40 points. Not long ago, after successfully building the Radiation Isolation Island Laboratory, a wave of loyalty was obtained, and completing the upgrade of the Space Rift device also gained another wave. Therefore, this time Fang Heng prepared to use Athena as the entry point for the 6th district operation. Additionally, Anjitas is still in the artificial caverns under the prison in the 6th district, asleep. It is said that the current situation of the Blood Clan in the 6th district is very grim. How about it, Fang Heng? Shall we go to the 6th district now? Mojawei was quite excited. He had come here immediately upon hearing the news of the completion of the teleportation channel upgrade. I have gathered a lot of information before. Since the last time Anjitas was brought back by us, the Blood Clan in the 6th district has gone crazy. Without Anjitas, the Blood Clan needs to absorb a large amount of blood to maintain their power and control the curses inside their bodies. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, looking at Mojawei and asking, is this also related to the curse? Who knows? These are just rumors. It seems like Anjitas has always had a role in suppressing the Blood Clan curse. Mojawei shrugged. As far as I know, in the week since Anjitas was brought back by us, the death rate of players in the 6th district has increased 1,000 times, all trying to defect. However, the disappearance of Anjitas is very secretive. Very few people outside know about it, and most players don't know what happened. The Federation also claims that it was attacked by anti-Federation forces. Really? Why do they always blame everything on anti-Federation organizations? Fang Heng was speechless, shook his head, and emphasized the political correctness within the prison. By the way, the 6th district is different from the 9th district. That area has the presence of a domain lord, and that domain lord may be related to the Night Owls. So, we need to be extra careful. Mojawei responded. Well, I understand. I have also investigated the information about the domain lord of the 6th district. His name is Li Chang, currently an elder judiciary in the elder court of the 6th district. There is very little information related to him outside, mostly old data. Mojawei was very interested in the Blood Clan world. The lineage of the Demon Hunter could only be advanced after entering the Blood Clan world. He was not marked by a Blood Clan prince, but without Fang Heng's help, the operation in the 9th district was currently in a dilemma. After all, he was used to relying on others. Mojawei thought they could wait for Fang Heng to deal with the 6th district before returning to the 9th district together. My research team found that Li Cheng is secretly funded by the 12 consortiums, a very obedient puppet with little real power. The main storyline missions completed by him are relatively basic, so it can be concluded that his strength is not strong. Mojawei asked, so, when should we go? Fang Heng thought for a moment. I think tonight is a good time. What do you think, Boss Fang? I think your idea is spot on. Mojawei glanced at the time. 3 hours left. I'll go prepare. Fang Heng watched Mojawei run off, feeling a bit excited himself. He also needed to prepare. After all, he had made a trip to the Wasteland Apocalypse, not just for various resources and zombie doppelgangers, but also to improve his combat abilities. The fusion of the tyrant body could finally be put to use. Hint, Players entering the Blood Clan World's 6th District will have an assigned domain lord. Hint: players can choose to spend 10 God points within 1 minute to use the anonymous invasion state. Hint: when in the anonymous state, the domain lord player will not receive notifications of player invasions. Hint: certain player actions will break the anonymous state. Hint: you can spend 10 God points to establish a return teleportation area. Hint: current teleportation time is 24 hours. City street corner. A red light flashes by. Two figures appear out of thin air. Fang Heng quickly scans the game prompts. Spending 10 God points, both immediately enter the anonymous state. Every time they enter the world, they consume a bit of God points, which add up, and they are running out of God points. They need to quickly replenish the funds in the abyssal corridor. Fang Heng winces. Some actions will break the anonymous invasion. What do these actions refer to? Lack of relevant information is truly troublesome. Fang Heng shakes his head, deciding not to dwell on the complexities, and quickly surveys the surrounding environment. The random spawning point is in a rather old-looking urban district. At night, there are very few locals in the city. Before entering the Blood Clan world, ManhwaRecap had made sufficient preparations. He looked around, compared the information in his mind. This should be Cobalt City. Fang Heng, you were recently trapped in the abyssal corridor and unaware of the situation. Since the last time we caused a commotion in the 6th district, many Blood Clan worlds that were previously stable have triggered new storyline missions. We had our family investigate, and it is related to a special domain mission. I feel like Uncle has some plan regarding this. They seem to be keeping it from me, which feels odd. Anyway, recently the Blood Clan world seems restless. Many players in the game have also felt it and are trying to escape to other zones from the Blood Clan world. ManhwaRecap spoke as he walked along the street with Fang Heng. The 6th district of the Blood Clan world was originally divided into 10 major regions. Now, only 3 regions have Marquis-level Blood Clan guards, while the rest of the higher-ranking Blood Clan members are all in the Elder Court. I don't know what they are up to, suspecting it might be related to that special domain mission. In addition, the news of Angitas disappearing in the 6th district is still sealed off. Most people are unaware of this. Fang Heng thought for a moment and asked, "Any news about Athena?" "Yes. I had people inquire about it and also posted relevant missions in the black market. For now, there is only one unconfirmed piece of information that says Athena is still being detained in the Blood Clan Elder Court, and the credibility is relatively high," ManhwaRecap said, shrugging his shoulders and looking at Fang Heng. "So shall we go to the Elder Court now?" All People's Game. Idle Text Volume 839 of the Zombie Apocalypse Chapter Lucky Draw. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. There were many things to be done in the 6th district this time, but everything started with Adia as the starting point. First, find a way to locate Athena. Once she is found, the exact location of the last artifact, the left eye of blood, can be confirmed. At that time, gather all 13 artifacts to unlock the secret of the Blood Clan artifact, and then find a way to awaken Angitas. However, it would be a bit difficult to force your way into the Elder's Hall at the moment. After all, the Blood Prince of the 6th district has not died yet. It is highly probable that the prince is still in the Elder's Hall, and Fang Heng thought that brute force was not advisable. No, let's first confirm if the information is reliable, and then consider going to the Elder's Hall. "Okay, I'll follow your lead," said the other person. With that, the two walked out of the street corner along a small path. Fang Heng raised his head, put on his mask, and looked at the tall black building in the center of the city. "Let's start with the Blood Clan's building." "Sounds good." ManhwaRecap became more excited, waving his fist. "Let's do something big together." The two walked to the side of the street and stopped a passing taxi. After sending away the taxi driver, ManhwaRecap drove, taking Fang Heng directly to the Blood Clan building. After more than 20 minutes, when the two entered the building, ManhwaRecap couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. There wasn't even a single blood count inside the Blood Clan building. Fang Heng easily took control of the Blood Clan building in the city center without a fight. After that, with a testing attitude, Fang Heng inquired about Athena from the high-ranking Blood Clan members inside the building. Undoubtedly, this high-ranking Blood Clan member had no idea about Athena being imprisoned, or even about Angitis of the 6th district having trouble. Helpless, Fang Heng could only take Mojaway through the transmission channel directly to an area guarded by a blood count and prepare to randomly ask one fortunate blood count about Athena's situation, and maybe even win a prize. What if he happened to kill that count and draw the Blood Clan artifact, the left eye of blood? Fang Heng began to feel excited. He couldn't help but look at Mojaway and asked, "Brother, which city do you think we should visit to try our luck?" Yudi City? Blood Count Nat, responsible for guarding the city, raised his wine glass high, gently swaying it in the light. He slowly poured the high-concentration liquor mixed with fresh blood into his mouth. The taste that slipped into his mouth was dry and bitter, completely devoid of the sweet sensation from before. Even with the high-concentration liquor, he couldn't mask the stench of blood. Bang! Nat crushed the wine glass in his palm. When would this damn day come to an end? Without Angitis, he would die soon. Those fools in the Elders' Hall. How could they believe that person's nonsense? Would they all bury the entire Blood Clan together? But what could he do now? Anxiety and unease made Nat's mood extremely terrible. Ka, a light sound. Who? Nat turned alertly. He saw two people standing at the door. One of them, a masked Blood Clan member, walked straight towards him. "Who are you?" Nat frowned, suddenly realizing something was wrong, and raised his hand towards the other party. "Blood curse." Hiss, hiss. Blood gushed out from the wound on his palm caused by the shattered glass, forming to blood arrows in the air aimed at Fang Heng's face. Huh? The next second, Nat was astonished. The blood arrows he had formed abruptly stopped in midair, unable to approach Fang Heng at all. Plap! As Fang Heng stepped forward, the two blood arrows in the air disintegrated into droplets of blood. The blood droplets hung suspended in the air. "Hello, Nat. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Fang Shuo from the Arc Technology Company." "Arc? What kind of thing is that?" Nat stared at the newcomer intently. "You hiss." Almost as soon as Nat opened his mouth to speak, the blood droplets surrounding Fang Heng congealed into a blood-colored palm. The blood-colored palm swiftly struck at Nat. Nat felt a momentary dizziness. The next moment, he lowered his head to see the blood-colored palm clutched tightly around his throat. The people's game, starting from the zombie doomsday. Fang Heng continued to ask, "Where is Athena? What else do you know about Athena? I heard that Athena was suspected of colluding with outsiders, possibly related to the destruction of Angitis. The Elder Council has confined her in the Blood Dungeon." Nate shook his head frantically. "I don't know. I really don't know anything. Spare me." Mojaway asked, "The Blood Dungeon? What kind of place is that?" The Blood Dungeon is a small space specially created where the blood lineage has detained criminals throughout history. Only blood lineage has the right to be detained there. Only blood lineage can enter it. And only the Elder Council can open the portal to the Blood Dungeon. "Oh." Fang Heng stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and asked, "So can you take me into the Blood Dungeon? You want to go there?" Nate hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. "Yes, as long as you spare my life, anything is fine. But how can I trust you? I can swear by my bloodline." Fang Heng shook his head. "No, that's not enough. Let me do it. Let me do it." Hearing this, Mojaway realized he still had a role to play. He excitedly stepped forward, with a mischievous smile on his face. Volunteered, Hey, boss, I learned some tricks from the demon hunters. Let me show you." As he spoke, Mojaway took out some special magic powder from his backpack. He looked at Nate, warning, "Stand still. Don't move. If it fails, you will die. Don't blame me when that happens. It's not my fault." Nate immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this warning, not daring to move. It took a bit of effort, but Mojaway engraved a special demon hunter seal magic circle on Nate's back. He placed his hand on Nate's back. A dark red light emerged from the magic circle, then slowly disappeared. Done. Seeing the successful prompt of the magic circle on the retina and the increase in demon hunter skill experience, MoJoe clapped his hands in satisfaction. Fang Heng asked, "What is this?" "It's a skill inherited by the demon hunter bloodline after upgrading. I obtained it from the elder demon hunter I encountered before." MoJoe chuckled and looked at Nate. 3 days later. "If you can't unlock this seal, you'll die with us." Nate's expression changed several times in an instant. He was puzzled. Demon hunters. Weren't they supposed to be extinct long ago? The demon hunter heritage is no less than your blood lineage. Either you can find other high-level demon hunters to help you unlock the magic circle, or you can ask the Elder Council to perform a ritual to forcefully break this seal for you. MoJoe chuckled, explaining, "Don't think about it. I've checked. The demon hunters in this world have long been extinct. So, it's even more impossible to save you through the Elder Council. The Elder Council is preoccupied with their own affairs now. They won't save a criminal like you." Nate stared at MoJoe. "What did you say? Who's the criminal? Just look at yourself. You've exposed all the secrets of the blood lineage. If not you, then who's the criminal?" Nate opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to completely tear MoJoe apart. "Why not cooperate with us? After it's done, we can help you leave this place." MoJoe adopted a strategy of offering a carrot then a stick. Looking at Nate, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I've given you so much information. Why don't you try to guess where we come from and why we want to know about Athena, who stole Angitas?" Nate was stunned. He hadn't thought that much before due to the desperate situation. Now, after MoJoe's prompting, he started to ponder over MoJoe's words. Suddenly, Nate abruptly understood the whole situation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fang Heng next to him. "It's you. You stole Angitas." "Yes." Upon hearing the confirmation from the person in front of him, Nate was even more amazed. Instantly, a glimmer of hope kindled in his heart. "Angitas is in my hands. Have you made a decision? Help me. And it's done. I can help you leave this place without having to be buried with the blood lineage." Fang Heng paused, his cold gaze piercing Nate. "Or do you want to die now?" "Do I have a choice?" Nate forced a bitter smile. "I'll do whatever you say. I just hope you keep your promise." "Of course, in the name of the holy light," Fang Heng said. Shrug, retracted his blood-colored hand, and released Nate. "Let's go. Take us to the Elder Council. I want to see Athena." Since he had made a decision to stand with Fang Heng, and his fate was now in someone else's hands, Nate could only resign himself. He asked, "Do you want to rush in directly? Is there a better way?" Nate looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel that they were both mad. Yes, only a madman could come up with and successfully execute a plan to steal Angitas. Nate carefully observed Fang Heng and MoJoe. Fang Heng and MoJoe exchanged glances. The prince and the duke. Indeed, troublesome. The prince was out of the question. They couldn't defeat him. The power difference was too great. Even after taking advantage of various opportunities last time, they only managed to steal a sacred item from the prince's hands. As for the Duke, Duke Bellamy was an old acquaintance. There was indeed a chance to confront her. Nate said, "Gentlemen, I don't recommend a direct approach. We still need the Elder Council to open the entrance to the Blood Dungeon." "Then what do you suggest?" "If you simply want to see Athena, I can take you into the Blood Dungeon first." Nate thought for a moment and said, "The Elder Council won't suspect me. I can disguise you as a prisoner and take you in. Then you can find Athena in the Blood Dungeon." Nate looked at MoJoe beside him. "But you can't. You don't have the blood lineage on you and you're a demon hunter. You'll definitely be rejected by the Blood Dungeon." "Discrimination? Huh?" MoJoe shrugged and threw a helpless look at Fang Heng. The Blood Dungeon is a large prison specifically for imprisoning blood lineage individuals. He didn't even have the qualification to be imprisoned. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. "All right then, I'll go in with you. I can forge your prisoner identity. After 1 day, I'll get you out of the Blood Dungeon." "1 day is too long. Old Mo, you stay outside to respond at any time." "Got it. I understand." MoJoe nodded in agreement. He knew he had to watch Nate from outside the door, guarding against any ulterior motives Nate might have. National game. Hanging out with the Blood Clan starting from the zombie apocalypse. 6th Elder Ward has entered emergency status over half a month ago. A large number of high-ranking Blood Clan members have gathered inside the Elder Ward. Nat smoothly led Fang Heng through the transmission channel into the Elder Ward area. The Blood Abyss is a special spatial area, only accessible to Blood Clan members, historically used by the Elder Ward for detaining Blood Clan internal criminals. Within the Blood Abyss, the power of Blood Clan members will be partially weakened. On the way to the lower prison area of the Elder Ward, Nat quietly explained to Fang Heng, the Blood Abyss detains a large number of Blood Clan members who have committed crimes, some of whom have been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. Be careful when you go in. Tens of thousands of years. That long. Fang Heng's heart stirred. I don't know what the Elder Ward is thinking. Just throwing prisoners into the Blood Abyss and only pulling them out for interrogation when needed. Anyway, the inmates inside are very troublesome. According to Athena's strength, even if part of her strength is sealed, she is still extremely powerful, and no one should dare to provoke her. She should be in the 5th floor area. Fang Heng asked in confusion. 5th floor. What does that mean? I've heard that the Blood Abyss is divided into layers, a total of 9, with generally lower-level prisoners living in lower areas. The higher the layer, the stronger the strength of the inmates residing there. Fang Heng furrowed his brow and asked, even the strength of a Blood Clan Duke can only stay on the 5th floor. Nat looked at Fang Heng with some doubt. He felt that Fang Heng didn't seem to be very knowledgeable about the Blood Clan. Strength is one aspect, and the Blood Clan places a lot of emphasis on seniority internally, combined with the unity among various Blood Clan lineages. The older Blood Clan members have higher authority internally. As they spoke, Nat and a few others eventually arrived at a certain front hall of the 2nd underground floor of the Elder Ward. In the hall, several high-ranking Blood Clan members looked at Nat questioningly. Nat gestured to Fang Heng beside him. He is a somewhat special prisoner. Specific instructions from the Elder Ward are needed. He will be locked in the Blood Abyss for a few days first. I'll come to take him out when the time comes. 2 high-ranking Blood Clan members walked up and cast probing gazes at Fang Heng. At this point, Fang Heng had already put on a human skin mask, gazing back fearlessly. Register. Nat nodded, following the high-ranking Blood Clan members to register. Fang Heng was placed under the surveillance of 2 high-ranking Blood Clan members with a metal wristband on each arm. The wristbands were engraved with a number, F39982. Let's go. Behave yourself. Don't cause trouble. The 2 high-ranking Blood Clan members cautioned, leading Fang Heng into a bronze gate behind the front hall. Stepping into the hall beyond the bronze gate, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the center of the hall. A large magic circle was engraved on the ceiling of the hall. The magic circle slowly rotated. Around it, over 20 Blood Clan members formed a circle sitting on the floor. A bright red, sharp crystal floated in the center of the magic circle, about half the height of a person. A crimson portal gradually appeared in front of the crystal. Go. A high-ranking Blood Clan member beside him pushed Fang Heng. Fang Heng glanced at the crystal, thinking it looked quite valuable. He would have to find a way to take it back when possible. Prisoner F39982. What are you looking at? The high-ranking Blood Clan member barked. 2 high-ranking Blood Clan members pushed Fang Heng into the portal leading to the Blood Abyss. A feeling of weightlessness and dizziness washed over him. Game prompts appeared on his retina. Tip. Bloodline verification successful. Player enters special zone. Blood Abyss. Tip. Within the current zone, the player's Blood Clan bloodline attribute is weakened by 50%. Tip. You are affected by a special effect. Unable to use the bat-like form. Fang Heng opened his eyes. In front of him, a giant pyramid-shaped building came into view. The building was divided into several levels with gaps in between each level. The bottom level was the largest, and a few Blood Clan members were visible occupying various levels. Fang Heng looked around. This created world wasn't large, with a central pyramid-like structure surrounded by red barriers. Beyond these barriers, the outside world was nothingness. The entire area seemed to exist for the purpose of sealing the pyramid building. Blood abyss, a prison, Fang Heng murmured to himself. At the entrance of the teleport area, a high-ranking Blood Clan member glanced at his report list, then stared at Fang Heng, saying, "Newcomer, remember your number, F39982. Your location is the temporary lower-level area. Don't cause trouble," the high-ranking guard warned, pointing towards the area ahead. "Go, there's a place to stay inside. If your wristband senses something, come out immediately to find us. Don't make us come in to look for you. Understand?" "Okay." Fang Heng nodded and walked towards the large pyramid-shaped structure ahead. Countess Athena held a prestigious position and was expected to be on the 4th level, so he had to go to the 4th level to find her. Usually, there weren't many Blood Clan prisoners in the Blood Abyss. Many Blood Clan members in the 1st level were now looking curiously at Fang Heng as he approached step by step. "Newcomer, I haven't seen you before." A Blood Clan member stood boldly at the entrance area of the pyramid, looking at Fang Heng. "Which lineage are you from?" Blood Clan members tend to place heavy emphasis on lineage and often gather in clan units. "Hidden clan." Upon hearing Fang Heng's answer, the Blood Clan member immediately lost interest. Hidden clans usually had little influence. "No need to go in. The rooms inside are gone. Find a place outside to rest." Fang Heng didn't respond, but looked up at the building above. "I want to go up there." Hearing this, the Blood Clan members around showed a renewed interest. Living in the higher levels symbolized strength and status. The Blood Clan members reassessed Fang Heng and noticed he was serious, so they chuckled lightly and said, "Interesting." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing towards the central area. "Just go straight. The stone steps leading to the upper levels are ahead." "Please." Fang Heng's gaze moved from the Blood Clan members around him as he walked silently towards the higher levels. Lower-tier Blood Clan members were usually concentrated on the lowest level. The Blood Clan member, who previously blocked his way, spat to the side in disdain and muttered, "Forget about you. I also want to take a look upstairs." Being trapped in this place for decades or centuries, most Blood Clan members were quite bored. Seeing someone challenging the higher levels, many Blood Clan members became interested and followed behind Fang Heng to see what would happen. As Fang Heng walked all the way to the end of the passage, he stepped forward and headed up the stone stairs towards the 2nd level. Two Blood Clan members stood at the entrance of the 2nd floor stone staircase. They both drew short daggers, assumed a combat stance, and looked grave, staring at Fang Heng. Game for all, hanging out started with a zombie apocalypse, and weapons too. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. He raised his hand, aiming at the 2 high-level guards ahead. The 2 vampire guards' faces changed drastically. They realized that the blood in their bodies was uncontrollably stirring. Was it him? The vampires looked in astonishment at Fang Heng in front of them. It could be deadly. The 2 vampires quickly threw away the short knives in their hands, making way for the passage to the upper level. "Thank you." Fang Heng nodded at the 2 vampires, entered the 2nd floor, went straight ahead, leaving the bewildered lower-level vampires behind. When did the guards at the entrance to the 2nd floor become so lax? The 2 guards behind were sweating profusely, facing the questioning gazes of the lower-level vampires, and explained, "His abilities are terrifying." The 2nd floor area was much more spacious than the 1st floor. Vampires gathered in small groups, while most were in a state of dormancy. Unlike the 1st floor, no one asked questions here, and there were no guards either. Under the gazes of the vampires, Fang Heng walked straight towards the entrance to the 3rd floor. "He's going to the 3rd floor." Some vampire guards at the entrance were only responsible for the safety of the entrance and exit, rarely paying attention to the situation inside the Blood Abyss. At most, they would briefly pay attention when someone new arrived. Noticing Fang Heng's situation, some vampire guards were puzzled. The information they received about the criminal stated that Fang Heng was just an ordinary vampire. How could he have the ability to run to the 3rd floor? A vampire guard furrowed his brow. "Is it okay? The 3rd floor has that maniac Hera. What could go wrong? Don't think too much about it. He's looking for trouble himself. We can't stop him." The other guards had no intention of getting involved and shook their heads one by one. As Fang Heng stepped into the third floor area, he looked around. Several vampires cast probing glances at Fang Heng. "A newcomer. Ha ha. A newcomer has arrived." The vampire count slapped Hira's wings and flew to Fang Heng. Excited. "I haven't seen a newcomer in a long time. The scent of blood on you seems strange." Hira sniffed. He felt something peculiar about Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked around and turned to Hira. "I'm here to find Athena. It seems she's not here. I don't care who you're looking for. I haven't had blood in a long time. Same clan blood isn't that tasty, but it can quench my thirst." Hira looked at Fang Heng with greed, as if looking at a delicious dish. Whoosh! Hira suddenly pounced on Fang Heng, sharp fingernails appearing on his fingers. Suddenly, Hira's eyes widened. He saw a shadow swiftly flash by. Then he saw Fang Heng place a hand on his forehead. In the next moment, Hira felt the blood in his body surging uncontrollably. Hira's face turned extremely red. He felt the blood in his body raging wildly, completely losing control of his body. Boom! The smell of blood spread on the third floor. The vampires on the third floor looked at Fang Heng in amazement. Having spent time in the blood abyss, everyone knew Hira was a lunatic, but Hira's strength was unquestionable, especially in the unique environment of the blood abyss. Even the vampire count would have a headache due to Hira's formidable abilities. Moreover, Hira belonged to the Mahal clan, the same clan as the vampire prince. Most people didn't want to cross Hira out of respect for the prince, so he had managed to survive until now. How could he be easily killed like this? Fang Heng looked around and asked, "I don't mean to disturb your rest. I'm looking for Athena. Is she here?" A vampire from the same clan as Athena said, "I've seen Count Athena. She went to a higher level." "Thank you." With the gaze of the vampires gathered on him, Fang Heng continued to walk towards the upper floors. The guards at the entrance were also startled by what they saw. They didn't even see how Fang Heng acted. It was as if Hira had used his blood burst skill to commit suicide right in front of Fang Heng. Being able to easily kill a vampire count, that young man was not right. The guards at the entrance of the blood abyss finally realized the issue. One guard quickly checked Fang Heng's record and said in a deep voice, "His abilities are marked as a mid-level vampire on the record. There's a problem. Inform the outside and investigate his detailed background." "Yes. Should we go and bring him out?" Several guards looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. That guy seemed like a lunatic too, being so casual in killing even a prince's descendant. It's better not to cause trouble. Blood abyss. Fifth floor. Athena had been trapped here for 20 days. "Athena, you're not willing to give up, are you?" Athena turned her head to look at the young vampire behind her with a clear face. Pallet was once a powerful count, the former owner of the Blood Wrist. He had committed a taboo among vampires, falling in love with a demon hunter. As a result, he was punished by the Elder Council, being permanently sealed inside the Blood Abyss. "I will never give up. I have completely lost faith in the Elder Council. It has completely lost itself, becoming a tool for others. When the tool becomes dull, it's when we lose our usefulness." Pallet, you wouldn't want to see that scene. Days of being trapped in the blood abyss made Athena constantly ponder. She lifted her head, eyes firm and determined. "I'm willing to take a gamble. I'll bet that Fang Heng will take me out of here." Pallet sighed helplessly. "I don't know what spell he's put on you, Athena. What about you? Do you still believe in the Elder Council?" Athena turned to Pallet. "Li Cheng is just a puppet. Our plan in Sector 7 has proven that we've been played. The Elder Council is still being controlled like puppets on strings even now." Pallet shrugged his shoulders, agreeing. "Yeah, the Elder Council never fails to disappoint in its disappointing ways." As they were talking, both suddenly frowned and looked downwards. A strong smell of blood. The scent was coming from the fourth floor below. Everyone looked down at the fourth floor. Pallet raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. A young vampire was ascending the stairs. Fang Heng. Despite wearing a mask made of human skin, Athena immediately sensed him. He was Fang Heng. Pallet squinted his eyes. carefully observing Fang Heng. Master. Athena was extremely excited, kneeling down. Exactly as she had hoped, Fang Heng hadn't given up on her. Athena had been waiting for this moment. She had considered many ways Fang Heng could take her away from here, but she never expected him to venture into the blood abyss himself to find her. The risk was too great. Fang Heng also spotted Athena right away, feeling a sense of relief. Athena, it's been a long time. I need your help. I am at your service, Master. Starting from the zombie doomsday, Athena took Fang Heng into the central area of the 5th floor. Along the way, Paride kept curiously looking at Fang Heng, eager to know how Fang Heng could persuade Athena to spare no effort in inciting him to rebel against the vampire clan. He is Paride, my friend. He will not reveal our information. Athena nodded and introduced Paride to Fang Heng. Fang Heng's gaze lingered on Paride for a moment, then moved away. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took me a lot of effort to come here. Yes, I understand. After I returned, I was controlled by the Elder Council of the Vampire Clan. Athena quickly regained her composure and nodded to Fang Heng, telling him what happened at their last parting. The Elder Council believed that I was hiding something about Angatathos, so after discussion, they decided to temporarily imprison me in the blood abyss. After returning, I immediately read the ancient scriptures related to awakening Angatathos. Awakening Angatathos is not easy. We need. Fang Heng interrupted Athena, nodding. If I'm not mistaken, awakening requires the essence of blood, the original book of Venus, and a ritual conducted by the Elder Council. Athena paused, looking at Fang Heng in surprise. How do you know? I have also done some research during this time, and I have another question. Fang Heng looked at Athena. What is the secret of the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampire clan? Athena's expression tightened slightly. I don't know either. According to vampire legend, only by gathering all 13 sacred artifacts of the vampire clan can the secret be revealed. Paride had been listening to their conversation, and he said, Fang Heng, I admire your courage. As far as I know, the most crucial part of the 13 sacred artifacts is the headdress, which has always been controlled by the prince. It is very difficult to gather all 13 sacred artifacts. Indeed, Fang Heng shrugged. Last time in the 9th district, he made a lot of effort to outwit the vampire prince and obtain a sacred artifact. By the way, where is the left eye of blood? Athena shook her head. I don't know. The left eye of blood has been lost for a long time, and its whereabouts have always been unknown within the vampire clan. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. How convenient. The missing left eye of blood has been lost. That means finding the left eye of blood will be a more troublesome task. All right. Fang Heng nodded. I will first find a way to get you guys out of here. Any suggestions? No, we can't leave now. Athena pointed upwards. We need them to awaken Angatathos. Fang Heng furrowed his brow, puzzled. Them. Rumel, the ancient branch of the vampire clan, has been sealed in the blood abyss for tens of thousands of years. To revive Angatathos, we must have their support. Besides the Elder Council, only they know how to perform the ritual to awaken Angatathos. Fang Heng thought for a moment. I have been trying to persuade them during this time. Athena frowned, clearly encountering significant trouble, but it is not enough yet. They are not convinced by me. They believe you lack the ability to lead the vampire clan out of the quagmire. I think you should meet them and convince them. A gaming prompt appeared in Fang Heng's retina. Hint. Detected that the player has Angatathos within the territory. The player meets the initial conditions, triggering the mission, Loyalty of Rumel. Mission name, Loyalty of the Rumel Clan. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, the vampire clan is gradually decaying. The Rumel clan, trapped in the blood abyss for nearly 10,000 years, never stops seeking breakthroughs and rebirth. Athena suggests that you seek the help of the Rumel clan. Mission requirements, pass the test of the Rumel clan. Mission reward, Loyalty of the Rumel clan. Loyalty of the vampire clan. After reading the mission details, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He looked at Athena with great admiration. Was she so powerful? Just a while ago, Fang Heng was troubled, thinking that the mission of awakening Angatathos was too difficult. The Book of Enos obtained was just one part of it. The essence of blood could be gathered somehow. Only the Elder Council ritual was a bit tricky. Fang Heng had planned to deceive the Elder Council by some means to conduct the ritual, and now, the opportunity has come. Directly deceive the entire ancient clan. Okay, I will go see them. I have some relationship with the Rummel clan. I will go with you. Perite added. The Rummel clan once failed in power struggles with the Elder Council and chose to remain in the Blood Abyss, opting out of the Vampire clan conflict to protect the safety of the Blood Abyss. They are not easy to deal with. The Blood Abyss, 8th layer. A barrier opened, enveloping the entire 8th and 9th layers, blocking external surveillance. The guards guarding the entrance to the Blood Abyss were even more puzzled. The young vampire, who had just been thrown in, seemed to be on autopilot, charging all the way to the 5th floor. The guards thought this young man would surely be stopped at the 5th floor. There were powerful vampire aristocrats there. However, the young man had said something to Athena, and he was led all the way to the 8th floor by her and Perite. How did he get there? Could he be a descendant of the Rummel clan? Impossible. How could there be descendants of the Rummel clan outside? Is he trying to challenge the Rummel clan? The vampires whispered to each other. Quick, go report to the Elder Council. Tell them it's a special emergency situation? Yes. In the high place of the Blood Abyss, Fang Heng followed Athena and Perite into the 8th layer. The pyramid-shaped structure became narrower as they ascended, and the entire 8th layer area had been transformed into a spacious hall. 3 elders of the Rummel clan sat on chairs directly in front of the hall, observing this young descendant of their clan. Athena and Perite knelt down on one knee, paying their respects. You are Fang Heng. Hayes, the elder of the Rummel clan sitting in the middle of the 3 chairs, observed Fang Heng and silently praised him. He could sense an abundant blood energy from Fang Heng. The elder on the right nodded at Athena. Athena, your judgment was correct. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the 3 vampire elders sitting on the high chairs. I believe you have already heard about me from Athena. So, I would like to know your thoughts. Are you willing to join my team and restore the glory of the vampire clan? I can offer the clan not much, besides the highest level of clan benefits. The newly established Vampire Council will be built by the Rummel clan. The 3 of you will be the first arbitration elders of the council, shouldering the responsibility of leading the vampire clan back on track. In the game of the nation, starting from the zombie doomsday, while idly proceeding on the path to the 8th level, Fang Heng had already had preliminary communication with Atia. The Raymond family valued the interests of the clan, the future of the bloodline, and the rights of the elders. If they could satisfy these, the success rate of persuading them to join the prison forces would greatly increase. After listening to this, Fang Heng felt that none of these were problems. What's the big deal? As long as he could deceive them into coming to awaken Angitus, and hand over the management of the bloodlines in the territory to them in the future. Being able to come here to see us personally, I appreciate your courage, and we also feel your sincerity. Young bloodline, says Hayes with a barely noticeable nod. The bloodline has decayed, and we have been waiting for the birth of a new king. Atia and Parrot have spared no effort to recommend you to us. So, you must have outstanding qualities, the elder of the Raymond family on the right side continued. However, that's not enough. We need you to demonstrate your strength, young bloodline. As they spoke, 3 young members of the Raymond family came out from both sides of the hall and approached Fang Heng. Hayes pointed to the 3 bloodlines. Defeat them, and we will consider your proposal. Atia and Parrot stood up and backed away, giving space for Fang Heng to perform. Fang Heng carefully assessed the 3 approaching young bloodlines. Swiftly, the 3 bloodlines drew closer and suddenly turned into 3 blood shadows, darting straight towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng's wrist flipped, and a hunt demon Slayer greatsword appeared in his hand as he swept the blade forward. Phew! The hunt demon Slayer greatsword drew a red light as it slashed forward. The 3 bloodlines felt a great sense of danger approaching simultaneously and dared not confront the edge head-on, quickly retreating. Swiftly, Feng Heng took a step forward and swung the Hunt Demon Slayer greatsword down again. The blade passed in front of one of the bloodlines. Boom! The Hunt Demon Slayer greatsword smashed a large crater in the hall floor. The three bloodlines looked at each other, their faces showing astonishment, then focused their gaze back on Feng Heng. Terrifying greatsword, terrifying brute force. Feng Heng lifted the Hunt Demon Slayer greatsword with one hand, pointing it diagonally towards the three bloodlines across. Come, don't hold back. Faced with the provocation, the three bloodlines did not act impulsively. They maintained a cautious distance between each other, circling around Feng Heng slowly. 1 round, 2 rounds. After circling around 5 or 6 times, the three bloodlines still did not make a move. They were constantly trying to find Feng Heng's vulnerability, but they simply could not find it. Although there were clear weaknesses in Feng Heng, the Hunt Demon Slayer greatsword in his hand exerted immense pressure on them. The three bloodlines felt that Feng Heng had established a bizarre area around him, and once they entered it, they would face the sword's fierce attacks. No one wanted to confront Feng Heng's greatsword with their own flesh and blood. For a moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. All right, everyone back off. The elder of the Raymond family sitting on the platform in front waved his hand. Feng Heng, you have passed the test. We acknowledge your abilities. Thank you. Feng Heng felt a bit odd, silently retracting the Hunt Demon Slayer greatsword and asking, "So are you ready to leave with me now?" "Not yet." Elder Hayes shook his head. Once, the Raymond family participated in a struggle within the Bloodline Elders Council and lost. His Excellency the Bloodline King gave our family a chance to reform. We once made an oath to the Bloodline King to stay here and guard the entire bloodline as well as the safety of the Blood Abyss. In addition, I have an important mission to fulfill, and until that mission is completed, we will not leave here. Atia and Parrot exchanged a glance beside him. Indeed, there was a problem. The Raymond family's strength ranked second to none among the bloodline families, but they had long been dormant and imprisoned in the Blood Abyss. There were also many rumors about the Raymond family in the outside world. Feng Heng furrowed his brows and asked, "What is this mission?" "To welcome the new king." Hayes looked at Feng Heng. "These are the only words I can say. After you find all 13 bloodline sacred artifacts, come find me here, and our family will follow your lead." A prompt appeared in Feng Heng's retinal display. Hint: Player's current mission update. Trial of the Raymond family. Mission name: Trial of the Raymond family. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: The Raymond family hopes you can find all the bloodline sacred artifacts to prove your abilities. Mission requirement: Find the bloodline sacred artifacts. Feng Heng's heart stirred. It had been a long time since he encountered an SSS level mission. What's more coincidental was that the mission line had progressed to this point, which was strangely coincidental. He was already planning to find the bloodline sacred artifacts to uncover their secrets, and now the convince also required the use of the 13 artifacts. It worked out perfectly. Another elder on the left noticed Feng Heng's contemplative expression and nodded, saying, "Feng Heng, we can sense the strong blood aura emanating from you. You must have gathered some of the bloodline artifacts already, but we know that some are still lost. When you have found more than 6 artifacts, we can provide some assistance in locating specific artifacts. However, searching for artifacts will consume our strength, and we can only search for the specific location of one artifact every 2 weeks." This was great news. Feng Heng became delighted. With only the last bloodline sacred artifact, the left eye, missing now, what a timely revelation. Feng Heng raised his head immediately and said, "Thank you, elders. I want to know the location of the blood left eye now." The 3 bloodline elders' expressions changed slightly at the mention of it, exchanging glances with each other. 13 bloodline sacred artifacts, and he wanted to find the most crucial one. "Let's change the subject." Feng Heng, after a brief silence, Hayes raised his hand and said, "The blood left eye holds some secrets, and only after you have found the remaining 12 bloodline sacred artifacts will we help you locate the specific location of the blood left eye." "I see." As Hayes spoke, Feng Heng had a moment of realization. It wasn't that he had bad luck, but the last artifact, the left eye, itself was peculiar. It's okay, I have already found the other 12. As a matter of fact, only the last blood left eye is what I can't find. What? The elder of the Raymond family on the left side had a drastic change in expression upon hearing his words. Hayes couldn't help but show amazement on his face. Are you serious? Atia and Parrot, like the elder, all looked at Fang Heng with a mix of shock. All 12 bloodline, sacred artifacts gathered. Was this for real? In just a month, he had grown strong enough to directly confront the bloodline prince, even excluding the left eye piece. The mass game, starting from the zombie doomsday. Fang Heng nodded. I did not deceive you. It is difficult to collect 12 sacred artifacts. Looking back, Fang Heng also felt the journey was rocky. Everyone in the hall stared at Fang Heng, watching as he displayed each Blood Clan sacred artifact one by one. Bracer, belt, right eye, necklace, headdress. Until the moment Fang Heng took out the Blood Clan headdress, the air in the hall seemed to stagnate. The authenticity of the Blood Clan sacred artifacts was easy to distinguish, and almost everyone recognized the authenticity of the headdress at a glance. Did he really snatch the sacred artifact from the prince's hands? How did he do it? Fang Heng displayed the 12 Blood Clan sacred artifacts one by one, and the entire hall once again fell into a long silence. Ha ha ha, good, very good. In the silence, Hay sighed with relief. After thousands of years, he finally felt a sense of relief. Welcoming the birth of the new king, he never expected that this moment would really come. The other 2 elders of the Rhymer's elder muttered to each other, feeling somewhat dazed. It actually went so smoothly. They never imagined they would actually see the day when the Blood Clan 13 sacred artifacts were gathered again. The person they had been searching for thousands of years actually came to their door on his own. The Rhymer's family can finally leave this cage. Hayes calmed down a bit, stood up from the chair. Come with me, Fang Heng, I have something to tell you alone. Fang Heng looked at the 3 elders of the Rhymer's family, puzzled. He nodded and followed Hayes to break the seal barrier covering the entrance to the 9th floor, under the gaze of everyone, entering the stairway leading to the 9th floor. 9th floor, a smaller hall than the 8th floor. The hall was somewhat empty, with no one in sight. In the center of the hall was a raised wooden platform, on which a box was placed. Hayes led Fang Heng step by step towards the central wooden platform. Open it, Hayes said. Fang Heng reached out and opened the wooden box. At the moment the wooden box opened, a blood-red light burst from the box. Fang Heng was stunned. He saw a blood-red eye lying quietly in the wooden box. Blood sacred artifact, left eye. How could it be here? Fang Heng suddenly turned his head and looked at Hayes behind him. The last piece of the blood left eye has always been kept in our family. Hayes sighed deeply in his heart. All this was arranged by the Blood Clan King before he fell asleep, with the Elder Council in charge of distributing the 12 Blood Clan sacred artifacts, and the last piece was guarded by our Rhymer's family through the generations. If one day, a member of the Blood Clan who can obtain the remaining 12 sacred artifacts and find us, that person is the successor of the leader, leading the Blood Clan forward, inheriting the power of the Lord King, and regaining the glory of the Blood Clan. Hayes knelt and said, Please accept the last sacred artifact, Master. Fang Heng was astonished. He hit the jackpot. Is it really that simple? The sacred artifact left eye was actually hidden here. 13 sacred artifacts were actually gathered like this. Fang Heng was also excited at this moment. He was very lucky to have come to find Athena first. If he had been wandering outside looking for the Blood Clan sacred artifacts, who knows how long it would have taken. Fang Heng took a few steps forward, carefully reaching out to touch the last Blood Clan sacred artifact. Instantly, a row of game prompts flashed on his retina. Prompt: Player bloodline identification successful. Player equipped with Blood Clan sacred artifact, blood left eye, activating attributes. Item: Blood Clan sacred artifact, blood left eye. Description: Special item, soulbound, occupying a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will drop upon death. Description: One of the Blood Clan 13 sacred artifacts, rumored to possess powerful strength, when placed in the backpack, immediately increases base agility +1, base strength +1, base stamina +1, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, blood ritual. Skill description. Players can host or participate in blood clan rituals of levels 3 and below. Holding or participating in rituals increases the success rate by 10%. Prompt: you have obtained a 3-piece Blood Clan Sacred Artifact set. Activating the special effect of the Blood Clan Sacred Artifact, Blood Sanctuary, enhancing all attributes by 15 points. Prompt: player completes the Rhymer's Clan test mission. Player gains Rhymer's Clan favor. Prompt: player completes the Rhymer's Clan loyalty mission. Player gains Rhymer's Clan loyalty. Prompt: loyalty family defaults to binding player main world sanctuary, prison sanctuary, player sanctuary level increased. Prompt: players can find detailed information about clan members among the surviving residents of the prison sanctuary. Feng Heng held the left eye in his hand, quickly scanned the game prompts, and frowned. Strange. Although the 13 sacred artifacts are gathered, the game prompts did not reveal what the hidden secret of the 13 sacred artifacts is. Feng Heng felt like he was being fooled by the game. He couldn't help but turn around and look at Hayes. Get up, Hayes. I heard that there is a secret hidden in the 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan, which can only be revealed after obtaining all the sacred artifacts. Do you know what it is? I know. It is the passage to the sleeping place of the Blood Clan King. He stood up and continued to explain. The Lord King infused part of his power into the Blood Clan 13 sacred artifacts, and then he opened a special space, where he would always be asleep. He hid the coordinates of the passage in the 13 sacred artifacts, and only by finding all the artifacts can one obtain the coordinates. The Lord King has left a clue that only when one finds the 13 sacred artifacts he left behind and finds the coordinates, and then opens the passage through Angitas, can one enter the sleeping place for inheritance of the Lord King's power and become the new leader of the Blood Clan. Feng Heng's pupils shrank. Inheriting the power from the Blood Clan King, it must correspond to the bloodline inheritance of the Blood Clan King. Right. The temptation was too great. Also, the so-called eternal sleeping place of the Blood Clan King mentioned by Hayes. Feng Heng suddenly remembered something and felt a shiver down his spine. Could it be the place of origin mentioned in the stone tablet he saw on the prince in the Blood Clan's 9th district before? Thinking of this, Feng Heng asked, "Are you talking about the place of origin? Master has also heard of that place." Hayes nodded. Indeed, the place of origin is also called the Eternal Sleeping Place. Another game hint flashed in the bottom right corner of Feng Heng's retina. Prompt: player gains more clues. Current domain mission: to go to the place of origin updated. Mission name: go to the place of origin. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: you have learned the relevant information about the place of origin from the Rhymer's family. Please go to the place of origin to search for the Blood Clan King's inheritance. Mission reward: unknown. Description: this mission is a special domain mission, shared across domains. Players can attempt to complete the mission in all Blood Clan worlds. National game: starting with the zombie apocalypse, hanging up to the main text chapter 846 of the Loyalty to the Blood Clan 13 Sacred Treasures, there are hidden coordinates of the initial place. Entering the initial place requires the power of Angitas, and the ancient stone tablet left by the king is a talisman for teleportation. Hayes explained to Feng Heng, I heard Adia talk about it. Angitas is now in the hands of the master. Let's quickly complete the awakening of Angitas. After obtaining the ancient stone tablet, we can go to the initial place and receive the king's inheritance. Listening to Hayes' explanation, Feng Heng couldn't help but be excited. The inheritance of the Blood Clan King should be an extremely powerful force, right? At least it should be stronger than the lineage of a prince-level vampire, right? By comparison, the power of the vampire prince is already a lightning rod in the early game. With the inheritance of the king's power, would they not be walking sideways in the mid to high level game? Having worked so hard to pursue the quest for the 13 sacred treasures, The outcome is indeed not disappointing. However, upon further thought, is it really that simple? One thing is worth noting. The triggered quest is at the domain level. In other words, all players who enter the vampire world are competing for this quest, and there is only one inheritance of the king. Feng Heng's heart beat faster with excitement. He almost subconsciously thought of something. The 12 consortiums. They are likely to have also come into contact with related quests. Is their goal also the inheritance of the king? Stay calm. Don't be reckless. The enemies are still difficult to deal with. Feng Heng admonished himself silently. After calming down a bit, Feng Heng raised his head and said, "Haze, let's take it step by step. Let's first find a way to awaken the dormant angitis. Following your will, Master. Blood Prison, Level 8. Feng Heng followed Haze downstairs. Two other rumor elders led the way and knelt down. The rest of the vampires knelt down together. Master. In the back of the hall, Pallet was surprised and looked towards Atia. He was extremely puzzled. What's going on? Is that guy really that powerful? Just a few words exchanged with Haze, and he gained the recognition and loyalty of the rumor clan so easily. How can it be that simple? Atia also looked surprised when she saw this scene. Atia had only intended for Feng Heng to interact with the Elders' Council, but things went too smoothly. Feng Heng actually directly gained the loyalty of the rumor clan. Atia quickly regained her composure. Feng Heng has always been a source of fear for her as an enemy. Having the courage and determination to carry out the plan to seize Angitis from the vampire prince's hands. How could Feng Heng be an ordinary person? Pallet, am I dreaming? Pallet rubbed his forehead, looking baffled. Is he really the new king the rumor clan has been looking for? Atia grew more convinced in her judgment. Feng Heng is indeed the new king of the vampires. Pallet, he is worthy of our loyalty. I am willing to believe that he can save our clan. Pallet frowned but did not express his opinion. He decided to observe further. Feng Heng motioned for everyone to rise. Guided by Haze, Feng Heng sat in the central chair of the hall to discuss the next plan with everyone. Having been imprisoned in the blood prison for thousands of years, according to our understanding of the blood prison, forcibly destroying it is easy, but it will cause irreversible damage to the blood source crystal. The blood source crystal is the core of the blood prison and is very important to the entire vampire clan. I suggest that we wait until the next time the gates of the blood prison open to leave, occupy the entrance of the blood prison, and gain control of the blood prison. Listening to the discussion of the vampires, Feng Heng also began to calculate in his mind. The blood source crystal is the red crystal seen when entering the blood prison. It cannot be destroyed but must be brought back to the prison. I can contact the outside world and arrange with them the next time the gate of the blood prison opens. At that time, we can seize control of the blood prison. Atia nodded, contemplating. Leaving from here is not difficult. The choice lies in what we do after we get out. The Elders' Council will not tolerate the rebellion of the clans and will quickly counteract against us, summoning a large number of vampires to deal with us. Indeed, our clan has survived here for thousands of years and knows very little about the outside world. We need to be prepared. Pallet suggested, with our current strength, we do not have the advantage of directly confronting the Elders' Council. After breaking free, we still need to leave the Elders' Council as soon as possible. It is necessary to find a place to settle down in advance, and many clans are very dissatisfied with the current Elders' Council. If we find an opportunity to contact them and persuade them to rebel against the current Elders' Council, it is not difficult, with or without intention. Pallet glanced at Feng Heng. He felt that if Feng Heng could easily convince the rumor clan to be loyal, convincing other smaller clans to be loyal would be even easier. We need time to plan ahead. The vampires began to quietly discuss the subsequent plans. Feng Heng did not stop them and was planning his own strategy. With the plan to use those corridors over there to absorb the breath with stone pillars in execution, there could be unexpected situations at any time. He did not have much time to waste in the game. Using the most efficient way to solve everything is the key. Thinking roughly about the tactics after that, Feng Heng raised his head, glanced at the survival radio, and messaged Mojave. Fang Heng, how is it? Have you confirmed whether the prince and duke are in the elders' council? Mojave. Good news. Confirmed the prince is not here. He just went to the time-space fissure this afternoon and is not expected to return so soon. As for the Duke Bellamy, it is unclear. Her whereabouts are always mysterious. No one knows her movements. Fang Heng. Okay. Log off and find a way to contact the prison. Let Victor be prepared to connect the spatial channel of the 6th district. Prepare for battle. Mojave. Mojave. Done. Discussed with Victor. The teleportation channel will be opened at the latest in 15 minutes. An anchor signal with coordinates will be sent out. I will send you the coordinates then. Clarifying that the vampire prince is not in the elders' council, Fang Heng felt relieved. Their own strength is enough. Without Angitis, the combat power of the vampires in the 6th district is greatly weakened. As long as the lightning rod of the prince-level vampire is not in the elders' council, it should be fine. They might even brush off some evolution crystals along the way. After roughly considering the next strategy, Fang Heng waved his hand, indicating for the vampires in the hall who are discussing their next move to quiet down. Everyone, after leaving the blood prison, we will immediately launch a surprise attack on the Elders' Council and occupy the teleportation hall of the Elders' Council. The vampires fell silent for a moment and glanced at each other. There are 2 ways to leave the Elders' Council. The first is to go out directly, and the second is to use the teleportation channel to leave. The latter is more difficult. Universal Game, Grinding from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 847 Chapter Alarm and Blood Abyss are different. The Elder Council's transmission hall, a central building within the Elder Council, established in the central area of the Elder Council, where a large number of high-level bloodsuckers gather. This means that they will face great pressure on their way to the transmission channel. The longer they stay inside the Elder Council, the more dangerous it becomes. Similarly, inside the transmission hall, they will also encounter a large number of bloodsucker groups. Athena reminded, Master, the Elder Council has a high-intensity alarm system inside. Once we leave the Blood Abyss, the alarm will be triggered, making it difficult to invade the central transmission hall. I've already considered this. I have a plan. Everyone get ready. We'll start in an hour and a half. Fang Heng opened the character panel and checked the time. There was still 1.5 hours left for the zombie avatar to revive. By then, they would have a good fight with the Elder Council. After all, it wasn't the first time they were fighting the Elder Council. As long as they calculated the time correctly, it wouldn't be difficult to forcefully break into the central transmission hall with the help of the zombie avatar's power. The 3 bloodsucker elders still had doubts about this, but seeing Fang Heng's determination, they stopped discussing and immediately deployed the Arl family with the best combat preparations. Parla glanced at Athena beside him and whispered, "He looks very confident." Athena, it's confidence. Athena, having witnessed Fang Heng's strength, also believed that Fang Heng was not an ordinary brute. She nodded and said, "Just wait and see. Parlet, he will surprise you." Oh? Parlet looked at Fang Heng, even more curious in his heart. Bloodsucker Elder Council, Underground Area, Prisoner Number F3998, Elder Council Emergency Trial. The blood crystal slowly rotated. The orange-red passage of the blood abyss emerged slowly in the center of the hall. Nate stood near the entrance of the bronze gate. At the behest of Mojoe, he had just returned to the outside of the blood abyss in a hurry, attempting to rescue Fang Heng from the dungeon. Hurried all the way, Nate vaguely felt that something was off. Ever since he learned that the Blood Prince had gone to the temporal rift, he felt that Fang Heng and Mojoe were up to something shady. It seemed like they were planning something evil. Did that Mo guy, the demon hunter, even ask him to get ready to take action? Take action? In the Elder Council, what were they planning to do exactly? Weren't they just coming to see Athena before? Nate couldn't quite explain how, but he also started feeling nervous, as if something big was about to happen. Moments later, a ripple appeared on the orange-red transmission channel screen. Fang Heng stepped out of the transmission gate. Nate immediately looked towards Fang Heng. He saw Fang Heng looking back at him. The two quickly exchanged glances. Huh? What's going on? What should I do? Nate looked puzzled. He had only known Fang Heng for less than a night and had not received any signals from Fang Heng's gaze. The next second, Fang Heng's actual actions told Nate the meaning behind that look. Bang! As Fang Heng stepped out of the gate, the cuffs that had imprisoned his hands instantly burst open. With a flick of his wrist, a demon-hunting beheader sword appeared in his hand, striking towards the two nearest high-level bloodsuckers on his left and right. The two high-level bloodsuckers immediately raised their hands to block, but were instantly knocked back by the beheader sword, causing their blood to rage inside their bodies. Bang bang! Amidst the horrified gazes of the bloodsuckers, the two bloodsuckers sent flying burst into blood balls in midair. Behind them, the blood abyss transmission gate once again showed a faint ripple. Alessia and Parlet, two bloodsucker dukes, successively flashed out from the transmission gate following Fang Heng. Nate was shocked. What the hell? Are we fighting now? Wasn't it just supposed to be a meeting? Now you're attacking. Nate felt like he had been taken for a ride. At this point, he couldn't get off the ride. Seeing that Fang Heng and Alessia had already taken action, Nate couldn't think too much. He used a blood curse to attack the two high-level bloodsuckers beside him, then turned and tightly closed the bronze gate behind him, trying to delay the pursuing bloodsuckers outside as much as possible. The guards had never encountered such a situation before and were in a state of panic. Surveillance inside and outside the blood abyss was not strict. In fact, for tens of thousands of years, the surveillance of the blood abyss had mainly been managed internally by the Arl family. Under the suppression of the Arl family, no bloodsucker prisoners had dared to act out. The guards responsible for security at this moment were completely confused. What was happening with the Arl family? They had been honest for thousands of years. Why were they suddenly letting out dukes today? Sound the alarm, close the channel. The high-level bloodsuckers responsible for guarding the blood abyss shouted, and the internal alarm of the bloodsuckers was immediately sounded. Fang Heng took a step forward, his left hand swiftly reaching out to pierce the heart of the high-ranking bloodsucker issuing orders. Tip: you killed the high-ranking bloodsucker guard. You obtained a Tier 1 Evolution Crystal *1. You obtained Survival Points *21. Due to the long absence of Angitas's nourishment, the abilities of the bloodsuckers in this world were greatly reduced. They were weaker than any encountered before. A great opportunity to obtain crystals. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The guards quickly made emergency plans, but it would take a few seconds for the dozen or so bloodsuckers manipulating the blood crystal to close the channel. Before the channel was completely closed, 7 high-level bloodsuckers from the Arl family stepped out of the transmission gate. Fang Heng, along with Alessia and Parlet, completely cleared the hall. In an instant, Fang Heng and his companions had cleaned out the entire magical hall of the blood abyss. Fang Heng nodded to Alessia and the others. Alessia immediately stepped forward to check the condition of the blood crystal. The crystal is intact. Alessia breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze to several high-level bloodsuckers from the Arl family and said, "Assist me in reactivating the blood crystal and reopening the blood abyss channel." "Yes, Duke." Under Alessia's guidance, several bloodsuckers sat around the magic circle and began to reactivate the transmission channel of the blood abyss. Inside the hall, the alarm sound was buzzing incessantly. Fang Heng felt irritated and turned to Nate, asking, "It's noisy. Is there any way to shut off the alarm?" Nate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "The alarm authorization is at the central hub of the Elder Council. Once the alarm here is triggered, they will send someone to check soon. We probably have 5 more minutes at most." Fang Heng shrugged helplessly. It would be a waste of time to run to the central hub to deactivate the alarm. 5 minutes was enough. Is the situation okay on the prince's side? He won't be back so soon, right? National Game. AFK starting from the Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 848 Blood Rhoda. Nate couldn't guarantee. He could only shake his head and say, "Theoretically, it shouldn't happen, but we can't rule out the possibility of our luck being pushed to the extreme, and the Royal Lord coincidentally encountering some special situation, suddenly returning early from the time-space crack." As he spoke, the crystal of blood source activated again, and the orange-red transmission channel reappeared in the center of the hall. One by one, the blood clansmen of the Rumroll clan walked out from the transmission channel. Seeing the last 3 elders of the Rumroll clan come out of the channel, Nate was taken aback. What's going on? The 3 great elders of the Rumroll clan. Nate had heard the stories of the Rumroll clan, but never expected to see them today. Wait, seeing their appearance, Nate suddenly realized something, turned to look at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with shock. Going to the blood abyss once, and coming out convincing so many people to rebel together. Fang Heng didn't pay attention to Nate's expression at all, and looked at Adia, asking, "How long will it take to take away the blood source crystal?" Adia estimated the time, at least 3 hours, without damaging the blood source crystal. Fang Heng made a quick decision. Forget it, we'll talk about the blood source crystal later. According to the plan, let's go to the transmission hall first. Let's go. Pallet walked in front of the group and opened the bronze doors of the hall. Seeing the scene outside the bronze doors, the faces of the blood clansmen turned grim. At the end of the passage ahead, a dark mass of blood clansmen was rushing towards the hall. They've arrived. The most difficult battle. The blood clans, despite losing the support of Angitas's power, still pose a formidable threat. An elder of the Rumroll clan raised his hand, with a solemn expression. Warriors of the clan, we have prepared for today for thousands of years. The time to test us has come. Be prepared for a fierce battle. The blood clans of the Rumroll clan had the same solemn look. There was no choice but to break through with strength and create a path of blood. Nate was extremely nervous. What they were facing now was the entire strength of the blood clans. Even with the assistance of the Rumroll clan, it was still very difficult. He had mentioned to Fang Shuo before that a head-on confrontation wouldn't end well. Nate's mind was racing, thinking about how to survive. He approached Fang Heng and whispered in his ear, "The blood clan support has arrived. Fang Heng stopped Nate from continuing, his gaze sweeping over the several elders of the Rumroll clan. A fierce battle. Not quite. Leave this to me. Follow me behind. The blood clans looked puzzled upon hearing this. He wanted to face so many blood clans alone. Fang Heng walked to the forefront, raised his hand to signal everyone to temporarily retreat, then walked out of the hall alone, standing at the mouth of the passage. Just as planned, the countdown to the resurrection of the zombie avatar. 3, 2, 1. As time reached 0, magic circles of various sizes appeared under Fang Heng's feet. Hiss, hiss. The lickers emerged first from the rapidly rotating red magic circles. They crazily rushed towards the front group of blood clans. Slaughter. The blood clans and the lickers clashed. Flesh and blood splattered. Then, 3 tall figures rose from 3 magic circles next to Fang Heng. Merged tyrant bodies. Giant 3-meter-tall merged tyrant bodies emerged from the magic circles. Unable to equip weapons due to just being resurrected, they could only choose brute force, stepping forward and throwing punches at the group of blood clan ahead in the passage. Boom! The merged tyrant bodies possessed high-strength attributes, combined with the high attribute buffs from Fang Heng. A direct hit could easily cause an instant kill. Even a minor scratch could leave them in a state of shock. Fang Heng's retinas began to rapidly refresh. Hint: your zombie avatar killed the intermediate blood clansman. You gain 18 survival points. Hint: your zombie avatar killed the senior blood clansman. You obtain a first-tier evolution crystal *1. You gain 22 survival points. Seeing the zombie army entangled with the blood clans, Nate was shocked to the core, unable to help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng. What are these things? Summoned creatures. There was a hint of fear of power in Nate's eyes. He thought Fang Heng's strength was already very formidable, but it turns out what he had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. The combined tyrant bodies and the lickers themselves were extremely powerful, and coupled with the enhancement effect of the undead bodies, they could easily handle a large number of senior blood clans. Moreover, recently, Fang Heng had gained a lot of basic attribute bonuses due to level and bloodline upgrades, and even the blood clan's 13 holy artifacts had provided additional attribute bonuses. These bonuses were also reflected in percentage form on the merged tyrant bodies. At this moment, the strength of the Blood Clan group in the 6th district was greatly weakened to the loss of Angitas's effect. With one side gaining and the other side losing, the merged tyrant bodies were unstoppable. The blood clans of the Rumrel clan watched the Lickers and the merged tyrant bodies rushing forward, creating a path through the group of blood clans in front. Originally, the Rumrel clan had prepared for a life and death battle, paying a huge price to escape from here. Holding a strong belief, they were ready to fight the incoming blood clans. However, now they suddenly found out that they might not need to fight so desperately. The newly appointed leader had the powerful ability to summon creatures, easily overwhelming the enemy without their assistance. 3 elders of the Rumrel clan had heard something about Fang Heng's special ability to control zombie creatures from Ataya and other blood clansmen to some extent, but seeing it with their own eyes still amazed them. After the initial confusion, the blood clans of the Rumrel clan were approaching with renewed momentum. With the assistance of the summoned creatures, they definitely had the ability to reach the transmission hall. Let's go. Seeing a clear path ahead, Fang Heng waved his hand, took a step forward, leading the blood clans to charge towards the transmission area. The entire blood clan had been weakened to the loss of Angitas and the absence of the blood clan prince in the Elders' Hall, and the cooldown of the ultimate skill Eternal Moon was already over, preventing any unexpected events. Fang Heng smiled. He didn't know how he could lose this match. Inside the Elders' Hall, the alarm sounded loudly. Li Cheng, one of the arbitrators of the Blood Clan World's 6th District Elders' Hall, and also one of the world's masters, received the news from the game while asleep, and hurriedly got up to return to the game world. Just entering the game, the successive game prompts made his heart jump to his throat. The Blood Abyss was under attack. The Rumrel clan rebelled, and even reached the transmission hall. How could this have happened? The People's Game, starting with the idle hanging of Zombie Doomsday, Li Cheng, under the support of the 12 financial tycoons, has gradually arrived at his current position after experiencing many hardships. He has never been caught off guard like today. Things happened within a few hours of his sleep, completely beyond his control. In the past, he followed various clues given by the 12 financial tycoons internally and completed tasks step by step. Despite the final main mission rating being only B grade, and apart from the main god points, there were no other rewards. However, he has obtained the qualification of Realm Lord and controls the entire Blood Clan 6th district. After becoming the Realm Lord, Li Cheng did not have any dissent and has always been manipulated by the high-level members of the 12 financial tycoons. Like a puppet on strings, when trouble arises, Li Cheng's first reaction is to immediately inform the top members of the 12 financial tycoons, telling them that there is trouble in the 6th district. A high-level Blood Clan member hurriedly reported to Li Cheng, "Elder, the Rui Mo clan led their subclans in a rebellion, and they have invaded the Elders' Hall Transport Hall. Judging by their actions, they might want to use the transport channel to escape. Additionally, we found that Rui Moil can control a large number of special creatures, suspected to be the Lickers and Fusion Tyrants encounter during the Zombie Doomsday. Zombies." Li Cheng's eyes widened at the news. Zombie Doomsday. Their world was under invasion. Wait, if a large number of creatures invaded, why didn't he receive any game hints? Li Cheng was momentarily overwhelmed with confusion and reconfirmed the state of the world. Several elders have already gone to the transport hall to provide support, preparing to completely take down the Rui Mo clan. Gather everyone and make sure they don't escape. Li Cheng was extremely uneasy, knowing that the call for help had already been sent to the top of the 12 financial tycoons. He just needed to stabilize the situation. Comforting himself, Li Cheng was about to go to the transport hall. Just as he took a step forward, several game hints refreshed on his retinas. Hint: player controlling realm position, Blood Clan Doomsday 6th District under external invasion. Transport channel expected to be established in 5 minutes. Hint: invasion coordinate judgment point. Hint: current world faces anonymous invasion. Number of individuals, 2. Hint. Invasion source. Zombie Doomsday 8th District. The 6th District was invaded. The zombie 8th District. Was it Fang Heng? Li Cheng saw the game hints and immediately remembered this name. It was him. The 6th District was in this ghostly state because of him. He hadn't personally participated in the battle in the 7th District during the zombie Doomsday, but he remembered Fang Heng's name and appearance. This name had become a nightmare for him. The invasion coordinates were as clear as day. Wasn't it their blood clan Elder Hall's transport hall? What rebellion of the clan? Rebellion was a lie. The invasion was true. The plan for the 7th District was about to be completed last time, but Fang Heng intervened. Now, they were directly infiltrated into their headquarters. Li Cheng paled. He never expected Fang Heng to be so audacious, daring to directly invade their 6th District. Did he really think their 6th District was easily manipulated? Li Cheng immediately ordered his blood clan subordinates. Quick! Recall all blood prints in the temporal gaps. Elder, the transport area has been occupied by the rebellious Rui Moyo clan, and we were unable to warn them in time to retreat. What a waste! Li Cheng scolded his clan members. Feeling more panicky, he shouted, "Then find Duke Bellamy. Go and send all the blood clans to support the transport hall. Quickly! Absolutely do not let them activate the transport channel. If the channel opened, the 6th District would be invaded, and he would be done for." Yes, Elder. On the other side, Fang Heng led his blood clan team to advance into the blood clan transport hall, clearing the defending blood clan members with some effort and successfully taking over the hall. Controlling the zombie avatars to block the passage, Fang Heng immediately cut off the transport channel, sealing the blood prints on the other side. Taking a breath, he opened the survival radio and found the coordinates sent by Mo Jiawei, then began manipulating the space rupture device to accept external channel signals, establishing a connection with the zombie Doomsday 8th District. Since the large space rupture device in the Blood Clan Elder Hall had been upgraded and connected to the 7th District, Fang Heng didn't need to spend time upgrading it and directly opened the anchor point link. Hint, player is constructing transmission channel. Estimated construction time, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. Hint, player is attempting to bridge the construction channel. Anonymous infiltrator identity discovered by the Realm Lord. Fang Heng glanced at the hints and nodded to the other Blood Clan members. It will take 5 minutes to build the channel. The 3 elders of the Rui Moyo clan looked at each other in surprise, seeing each other's amazement in their eyes. Constructing a transmission channel. They originally thought Fang Heng came to the transport hall to use the channel to escape the Blood Clan headquarters. It now appeared that Fang Heng had bigger plans. Opening a direct link to the zombie Doomsday world where Angitis was located, the 3 elders' expressions grew solemn. Having witnessed Fang Heng's summoning abilities, they had great trust in him. They nodded in agreement and turned their gaze towards the entrance of the transport hall. Initially catching the Blood Clan Elder Hall off guard, Fang Heng managed to push back and occupy the Blood Clan transport hall smoothly. Subsequently, more and more Blood Clan groups rushed in through the 4 entrance channels of the central transport hall. The Blood Clans also realized that conventional physical damage couldn't completely kill the lickers and started using blood magic for ranged attacks. Strong blood energy continued to explode within the channel. In the rear, the elite blood puppet of the Blood Clan also stepped onto the battlefield. Fang Heng felt a bit overwhelmed by his own actions. The Blood Clan still had considerable strength. However, he had not anticipated this quick and direct confrontation in the 6th District, and the initial zombie avatars were few and lacked 3 times the amount of replicants. As a result, the number of zombie avatars was overwhelmed by the Blood Clan. The elite Blood Clan members within the Elder Hall fought fiercely, striving to regain control of the headquarters. Under continued blood magic bombardment, the number of lickers gradually decreased. The geographic location of the transport hall was not favorable for entrance points, making it easy to attack, but hard to defend. 3 fusion tyrants each blocked 1 entrance channel, while a large number of lickers blocked the last channel. Nevertheless, many Blood Clan members broke through the gaps left by the fusion tyrants and infiltrated the hall. The Blood Clan groups began to breach the channels blocked by the zombie avatars, and a small number began to rush into the transport hall. Game for all, starting from the zombie doomsday. Hang up, protect the space-tearing device. Stop them. Feng Heng saw the situation was dire, raised the decapitation sword in his hand, and cut towards the approaching Blood Clan on the side. Clan warriors, prepare for battle. The three elders of the Rui Mro clan have always been tough. Seeing the situation, they led their clansmen to gather around the large space-tearing device to defend it. With the demon hunter's blade in hand, Feng Heng transformed into a slaughter machine, continuously triggering the self-destruct of the blood within nearby Blood Clan members. The remaining members of the Rui Mro clan surrounded the large space-tearing device, tightly protecting it in the center. At first, the Blood Clan did not realize that Feng Heng was trying to manipulate the space-tearing device to open another passage, so they did not actively try to destroy the device. This bought Feng Heng some time, until a voice sounded, "Quick, attack the space-tearing device. Don't worry about the others. We can't let them open a temporal channel." Li Cheng barely caught up with a team of Blood Clan reinforcements to the teleportation hall. Seeing the scene inside the hall, his face turned even paler for a moment, and he immediately shouted loudly. Several Blood Clan elders finally realized what was happening upon hearing his words. They had been tricked. No wonder the people of the Rui Mro clan were gathered and not leaving. It turns out they wanted to open a higher-level spatial teleportation channel to completely leave this world. How could they succeed in this? The members of the Blood Clan prepared to attack upon hearing the order. Just then, a loud roar came from the central large space-tearing device in the teleportation hall. A blue light wave ripple spread outward. It's here. The passage connection preparation time was complete, and a game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina again. Prompt: player's current passage construction is complete. Current passage affiliation. Recipient: current energy consumption rate is over 100%. Prompt: the sixth area of the Blood Clan world is in a state of full invasion. The Zombie Doomsday's 8th area occupies over 90% of the world by default. Invading the world? Feng Heng thought. What does this mean? If the invasion is successful, will the 6th area eventually fall into their hands too? The dull blue light shimmered on the large space-tearing device. The device formed a huge dull blue spatial ripple ahead. Done. Seeing this, the morale of the Rui Mro clan soared. Li Cheng's face, on the other hand, changed drastically. On his retina, he also saw the game prompt about the invasion in the Zombie Doomsday's 8th area. Oh no, he was too late. They had already opened the temporal channel. The Blood Clan's 6th area and the Zombie Doomsday's 8th area were now connected. Li Cheng was extremely nervous and pointed at the central large space-tearing device, shouting, "Quick, destroy it. Destroy the teleportation channel." The only hope now was to completely crush the teleportation channel to have a fighting chance. Li Cheng had put in countless effort into creating this high-level space-tearing device, and now he had to destroy it by his own hands. He even wished it to be destroyed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Li Cheng's heart was bleeding. Boom, boom, boom. The high-level Blood Clan members immediately unleashed blood magic at the central large space-tearing device from a distance, bombarding it relentlessly. Feng Heng also noticed a player not far away issuing orders. Li Cheng. Feng Heng recognized him. He had seen him in the information photos provided by Mo Jiawei before. Glancing at Li Cheng, who was commanding at the end of the passage, Feng Heng faced the oncoming blood magic and suddenly spread his hands wide open. Blood Clan Sacred Artifact Additional Skill. Blood Barrier. A circular blood-colored barrier centered around Feng Heng rapidly spread out in all directions, blocking the incoming ranged attacks from all sides. Boom, 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 boom. The blood magic fell on the blood barrier and exploded one after another. Feng Heng frowned. The barrier's absorption efficiency was related to his blood level and various basic attributes. Under the barrage of numerous skills, his mental strength was plummeting rapidly. Help me. 3 Rui Mro clan elders immediately reached out and placed their hands on Feng Heng's shoulders, infusing their own strength into the Blood Clan sacred artifact in Feng Heng's hands. Buzz. The barrier's light surged again, fending off the external attacks. Nat retreated and came to Fang Heng's side. He was waiting for Fang Heng to give the order to retreat. Strangely, the blood barrier could not hold for long. They needed to pass through the teleportation channel and escape quickly now. But Fang Heng still did not make a move. If they continued like this, Pelate, who was fighting the Blood Clan, was also unusually tense. He occasionally glanced at Fang Heng, waiting for his orders to retreat, and Aisha guarded around Fang Heng, expressionless as she resisted the surrounding Blood Clan attacks. The three clan elders fully cooperated with Fang Heng to cast the blood barrier, seemingly too preoccupied to care about anything else. Unable to bear it any longer, Nat was about to ask Fang Heng when he suddenly froze. Stop. Stop, stop. In the blue light curtain behind them, several red figures consecutively rushed out of the blue ripple torn by the space-tearing device from behind and plunged into the group ahead. Devourers. Reinforcements. The addition of Devourers joining the battle brought joy to Nat's heart. Right, after the bidirectional teleportation channel opened, there could also be support coming from the zombie doomsday side. Use the zombies to block the Blood Clan's attacks, then use the opportunity to escape. So that was the big plan from the boss. Nat mentally praised Fang Heng and thought highly of him for being able to deceive the entire Rui Merle clan and act so decisively. The Blood Clan elders on one side saw the red Devourers continuously emerging from the teleportation channel, and their faces became even more grim. Li Cheng's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ignore them. Break through that barrier." What else could be done? Li Cheng saw it clearly. Now he had to endure significant losses and break the space-tearing device to stop the channel from operating. Otherwise, the constantly arriving zombies from the 8th area would lead to their slow death. Huh? What's that? Li Cheng noticed a large wooden box appearing from the light curtain of the teleportation channel. The box even had wheels attached below. Several zombies were struggling to push the wooden box out of the teleportation channel. A box? What on earth is that? Li Cheng was taken aback. 7 or 8 wooden boxes were successively pushed forward by the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden boxes exploded one by one. The shadows crouching inside each box reflected in Li Cheng's eyes. Li Cheng's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of astonishment. That was... A tall figure stood up straight from the broken wooden box. Fusion Tyrant Body. It's over. Everything is over. Dealing with 3 Fusion Tyrant bodies was already difficult enough. And now this. Dong. The Fusion Tyrant body stood up straight. A fist smashed open another wooden box beside it. Its right hand mutated into dense tentacles, reaching out and lifting up an extremely exaggerated large rotary machine gun from the box, firmly fixing it to the right side of its body. This, national game. Hang up from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 851 Shootout. Li Cheng looked at this scene, feeling extremely nervous. Fang Heng looked satisfied as he inspected the fused tyrant bodies emerging from the wooden crates. They were now his strongest zombie subordinates in terms of combat power. Due to the huge size of the fused tyrant bodies, they couldn't pass through the teleportation channel directly. In order to ensure that the teleportation wouldn't damage the space rupture device, they were forcefully stuffed into wooden crates for transport. Furthermore, there was good news. The fused tyrant bodies that were teleported from District 8 were equipped with a complete set of equipment customized by Dr. Ding Min. Unlike Qiu Yao Kong, besides his interest in beauty, Ding Min also had a passion for firearms. According to the Scavenger Legion, one of Ding Min's hobbies before the apocalypse was action movies. Legitimate ones. The fused tyrant body held a heavy rotary machine gun in its right hand, and its tentacles extended from behind, locking a large ammunition box behind the body. They straightened their bodies, took 2 steps forward, raised the supersized rotary machine gun in their hands, and aimed at the densely packed Blood Clan group ahead. Clickety-clack, clack, clack, clack. The rotary machine gun barrel spun rapidly, and the dense large-caliber bullets sprayed out from the muzzle. Dong, 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 dong. The ground trembled. The Blood Clan group in the path of the bullets was almost instantly torn into pieces by the large-caliber bullets. The Blood Clan group had never experienced such violent and terrifying firepower before, immediately dodging to evade. Hint: Your zombie subordinate killed intermediate-level Blood Clan members, earning you survival points *17. Hint: your zombie subordinate killed high-level Blood Clan members, earning you survival points 27, and a first-tier evolution crystal *1. Fang Heng's game notifications on the retina kept refreshing madly. This terrifying monster spawning efficiency. Excellent. Countless Blood Clans were obliterated by the gunfire. Wooden crates containing fused tyrant bodies and special equipment were pushed out from the teleportation screen. More fused tyrant bodies joined the battle. They also picked up the customized rotary machine guns and wildly shot at the Blood Clan groups from the other 3 entrance directions. The entire hall's attacking and defending situation completed a huge reversal in less than 30 seconds. Over a dozen fused tyrant bodies with rotary machine guns aimed the wild outputs at the Blood Clan groups. Fall back. Quickly retreat. Li Cheng, following the team at the rear, rapidly moved backward. His shouts were drowned out by the firearm roars. The enemy's firepower was too fierce. Amidst the panic, Li Cheng felt a hint of relief. Fortunately, he arrived late and didn't advance into the channel, or else he would have definitely died there. After the relief, Li Cheng was filled with anger. An ambush. The jerks from District 8 unexpectedly took advantage of the prince heading to the spatial rift to ambush their District 6. But Li Cheng couldn't understand. Clearly, the upper echelons of the 12 Consortia had confirmed that the current ruler of District 8 in the zombie apocalypse, Fang Heng, was still trapped outside the game. How did they suddenly break in? He couldn't fathom that District 8's combat power was this terrifying. The defense of the Elder Council in the teleportation hall seemed as fragile as paper, thoroughly pierced by the opposing squad within less than 10 minutes. Despite only 2 people sneaking into District 6 anonymously, why could they cause such chaos for them? Gritting his teeth, Li Cheng had no time to ponder these questions. He quickly exchanged glances with the 2 Elder Arbiters from the Elder Council behind him, seeking a final desperate struggle. These are modified life forms from the zombie world, fused tyrant bodies, with a strength level of 5, Li Cheng said solemnly. Their firepower is formidable, but their ammunition is limited, and the barrels are prone to overheating. We have one chance, to rush over during their interval of attack cessation and destroy the teleportation channel in one strike. The 2 Blood Clan Elder Arbiters nodded in agreement. They immediately gave orders for the remaining Blood Clans to hide behind the corner of the channel, quietly waiting for the right moment. However, as 30 seconds passed, the bullets continued pounding. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Watching swaths of Blood Clans fall, Fang Heng exhilaratedly shouted inside. There's no denying it. This vacation to the wasteland apocalypse was worth it. Dr. Ding Min developed a new material using special, or materials, obtained from the wasteland world, further enhancing the fused tyrant's custom rotary machine gun. The rate of fire greatly increased, and the caliber of the bullets slightly enlarged. With Mojowe's suggestion, each bullet during the manufacturing process was infused with a trace of secret silver to enhance the damage to high-level Blood Clans. After completion, runes specifically effective against Blood Clans were inscribed uniformly on the bullets. Although the manufacturing process was a bit complicated, this modification ensured that the bullets could inflict sufficient damage on high-level Blood Clans. Additionally, the improved new materials obtained from the wasteland greatly mitigated the issue of the barrel overheating. In theory, as long as there were enough bullets, continuous firing for half an hour wouldn't be a problem. The Rumor family was also astonished by the immense combat power of Fang Heng's world. They questioned themselves, would they survive when facing these large creatures? Observing the fused tyrant bodies wreak havoc, the remaining Rumor family clan members gathered around Fang Heng, guarding the large spatial rupture device. In a short moment, the ground at the 4 entrances of the teleportation hall was covered in a thick layer of evolution crystals. Need turned back and looked at Fang Heng with a tinge of fear in his eyes. Who could withstand such overwhelming firepower? The fused tyrant bodies exhibited unreasonable strength, which the Blood Clan's flesh and blood couldn't endure. Even the blood puppets, capable of withstanding for a moment, were surrounded and swiftly killed by the remaining horde of lickers. Blood clans fell in swaths. Around the corner, Li Cheng's eyes were bloodshot. The 3-minute barrage finally ceased, and the fused tyrant bodies tossed away an empty ammunition box from their backs and started to reload. Fang Heng surveyed the surroundings. The 4 corridors around the hall were empty. All the blood clans had obediently retreated to hide around the corners. Those who hadn't fled had already turned into evolution crystal deposits on the ground. Fang Heng reached out and picked up a thick layer of evolution crystals from the floor, absorbing them into the palm of his hand, merging with his handprint. Hint: player acquired evolution crystals 13871. Complete evolution crystals * 9891. First tier evolution crystals 3221. Second tier evolution crystals * 472. The Blood Clan members of the Rumor family all turned to Fang Heng, awaiting his command. Ni also gazed at Fang Heng inquiringly. Now was the perfect time. Why not retreat immediately? What were they waiting for? Was there some follow-up plan in play? Ni now completely trusted Fang Heng, assuming there must be some post-action strategy. The national game. Start idle play from the zombie apocalypse. Li Cheng finally waited for the opportunity and shouted out loud. The Blood Vampire clan hiding behind the corner of the corridor once again surged out from the 4 passageways. The lickers lurking around the hall immediately rushed towards the Blood Vampires, firmly blocking them outside the passageways. Fang Heng continued to switch magazines, controlling the fused tyrant body. One by one, ordinary modified tyrant bodies strode out from the teleportation passage, joining the battle. Li Cheng gritted his teeth tightly. What kind of monsters are in the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse? Where did they get so many high-level modified zombie bodies from? Their vitality is unbelievably high. This intensity doesn't seem like a low-level game at all. Long-range attacks. Use long-range attacks. First, destroy the teleportation passage. Blocked by a large number of zombies at the passageway, the Blood Vampires could only forcefully use blood magic to attack the spatial rift device in the main hall. The distance was too far, so the accuracy of the attacks was not very good. Most of the attacks fell into emptiness, while the remaining attacks were blocked by the zombie clones using their bodies. Over a dozen ordinary tyrant bodies joined the battle, surrounding the spatial rift device with their huge bodies as shields. Li Cheng's heart sank as he saw the fused tyrant body reloading ammunition nearby. Finished. The previous scene is about to repeat itself. They simply cannot break through the passageway. If it doesn't work, he will have to run first, ensuring that he saves his life. Li Cheng knew that running away would mean a slow death, but not running would lead to immediate death. He was deliberating when suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice. Oh my, it's really ugly. You are the worst group of elders I have ever met. Upon hearing this somewhat mocking voice, Li Cheng's heart leapt with joy and he quickly turned to look. He saw a familiar face. It's Bellamy. Upon seeing the Blood Vampire Duke Bellamy, Li Cheng immediately felt a ray of hope for a turnaround in this dire situation. Duke Bellamy, where have you been? Please help. Help me take him down. They are. Li Cheng's vision suddenly blacked out, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak anymore. Li Cheng lowered his head, looking at his heart that was pierced through by Bellamy's hand. Bellamy lightly licked his lips, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Accept your fate. Weaklings can only be eliminated from the game. A Blood Vampire elder looked at Bellamy in horror. Bellamy, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Bellamy's style has always been unconventional, often disregarding the elders and princes. But Bellamy extracted his hand from Li Cheng's body, and in a few moments, he harvested the lives of 2 elders from the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders has decayed. Forgive me for speaking frankly, we need a new beginning, a new ruler. Bellamy looked at the shocked blood vampires around him. Under the astonished gazes of the blood vampires, Bellamy stepped towards Fang Heng, who was also staring at Bellamy walking towards him. He felt that something was not quite right. Bellamy knelt on one knee facing Fang Heng. Bellamy, on behalf of the family, I swear allegiance to the new king. Hint, Bellamy swears allegiance to you. Do you accept? What's going on? Winning by lying down. Fang Heng saw the game prompt and was puzzled. What kind of plot is Bellamy playing at now? When he first saw Bellamy appear, he thought he was unlucky and had to fight against a 6th level life form. With the power of a 6th level creature, he could easily destroy the spatial rift device in a fight. Unexpectedly, Bellamy had surrendered directly. Isn't this too good to be true? Fang Heng gazed at Bellamy and quickly made up his mind. Forget it. Regardless of what might happen next, he decided to accept first. Hint, you accepted the allegiance of the blood vampire Duke Bellamy and his clan. Hint, you triggered the quest, Bellamy's Concerns. Quest, Bellamy's Concerns. Quest description. Bellamy is in great trouble. Please find Bellamy privately. Mission failure penalty. Bellamy dies. Fang Heng saw the emerging game prompt and couldn't help but glance at Bellamy in the distance. Indeed, there was a problem here. Bellamy's betrayal left the remaining blood vampires disoriented. The Council of Elders Arbiters were wiped out. The Blood Prince was still trapped in the temporal rift. Theoretically, Bellamy now had the greatest command authority within the entire Blood Clan, enough to lead the entire clan. But she killed 3 arbiters, and she surrendered with the others. The bewildered blood vampires looked at each other, unable to comprehend, uncertain of what to do. Adia turned towards Fang Heng and knelt down, saying, Adia, on behalf of the Gredi clan, I swear allegiance to the new king. This such a fantastical scene Nat and Parrot never imagined. The two couldn't help but turn their heads towards Fang Heng, who stood calmly on the side. From start to finish, Fang Heng seemed composed, as if everything was part of his plan. When did Fang Heng establish a connection with Duke Bellamy and get her assistance? Nat was even more baffled. Wasn't the plan to control the central teleportation hall and flee directly? How did it turn into taking over the entire Blood Clan in the blink of an eye? Could this also be part of your plan? Nat speculated to himself, and was pulled back by Parrot beside him. The two quickly exchanged glances and knelt down alongside Fang Heng. We represent the family and pledge allegiance to the new king. Everyone thought that Duke Bellamy's rebellion was part of Fang Heng's plan. How else could things go so smoothly? The Rimal clan had long decided to follow Fang Heng, and upon seeing this, the 3 elders unhesitatingly knelt beside Fang Heng. The Rimal clan pledges allegiance to the new king, for the glory and future of the Blood Clan. Asterisk click 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 asterisk. The fused tyrant body finished reloading the bullets, once again raising the spinning machine gun towards the mass of blood vampires at the passageway. It's not clear who started it, but the blood vampires besieging the central hall all knelt down. We pledge allegiance to the new king. This. Fang Heng looked around at the blood vampires, all kneeling on the ground. It seems a bit too smooth, doesn't it? In the beginning, Fang Heng really hadn't thought about running. He wanted to take advantage of the open teleportation passage and use the power of the fused tyrant body to harvest a wave of evolutionary crystals, trying to level up to 25 in one go. After all, the 6th district had been greatly weakened, and opportunities were scarce. Master, please give your orders. Title, National Game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse to hang up the main text volume 853 chapter control. Fang Heng looked at Adia, who was making eye contact with him on the side. Rushing up the ducts, right? The steps in this wave are a bit aggressive. He wasn't prepared for it. Forget it. Get up. Everyone. Fang Heng raised his hand. Currently, the rebuilding of the Blood Clan Elder Council under the responsibility of the leader of the Ryan clan. The rest of the clan leaders stay, while the rest of the people retreat first. What happened today is strictly confidential. No information leakage is allowed. Understood? Yes. The Blood Clan members stood up and slowly retreated. Game prompts popped up one after another. Hint, the player successfully gained allegiance from the 6th District Blood Clan. Hint, player's current comprehensive control rating of Blood Clan, 35. Hint, player can increase control through Blood Clan friendliness, Elder Council friendliness, etc. Hint, the current Blood Clan region lacks Angitas strength supply, Players' blood clan control decreases by -1 daily. Clan friendliness decreases by -1 daily. Blood clan leaders' reputation decreases by the current 10% daily. Hint: the current assessment shows that the player has controlled 42% of the 6th District world area. Feng Heng quickly glanced over the game prompts. He wasn't very interested in occupying the Blood Clan Apocalypse in the 6th District or controlling the Blood Clan in the 6th District. His attention was now focused on the realm task of the original place, the inheritance of the Blood Clan King. That sounds powerful, but it's better to take it step by step. First, find a way to awaken Angitas. Feng Heng looked at Hayes, the leader of the Ryan clan. Hayes nodded at Feng Heng, his eyes full of respect, without a hint of previous doubt. Along the way, Feng Heng had completely conquered the Ryan clan by his abilities. At the beginning, Hayes thought Feng Heng's actions were risky. Looking at the results, they were just too ignorant themselves. Within a short hour of leaving the Blood Abyss, Feng Heng gained control of the entire Blood clan with lightning speed. The efficiency of his actions was terrifyingly fast, beyond what he could have ever dreamt of. Hayes and the other 2 elders of the clan were equally excited. At this moment, the entire Ryan clan had completely recognized Feng Heng as the new king of the Blood clan. They believed he would lead the Blood clan back to glory. Adaya also looked at Feng Heng with bright eyes, full of admiration. Feng Heng didn't notice the burning gazes of the Blood clan members. He was now focused on the game's Blood clan faction options in the character attribute panel. After controlling a faction or world, the first thing to do is to deal with the traitors. Feng Heng had experience and expertise in this operation. Through Blood clan branch management, he could handle most operations for the Blood clan, like recruitment, expulsion permissions, mission assignments, etc. However, these operations would reduce the loyalty of the corresponding clans. Feng Heng didn't care about that. With a single click, he expelled all personnel whose loyalty displayed unknown from the Blood clan faction. These were all players without exception. In the 6th District, most of the players who joined the Blood clan faction were from the 12 consortiums and the Federation. There were also a few unintentionally injured ordinary players. Feng Heng didn't have time to distinguish between them. He could only say sorry and remove all of them in one go. At this moment, in the 6th District, late into the night, the players of the Blood clan forces were all heading towards the Blood clan Elder Council in the game. Previously, they received instructions from the Federation High Command that the 6th District was under attack, so they immediately logged in to support the Elder Council. Almost at the same time, they all received sudden game prompts. Hint: your clan has sworn allegiance to an unknown new leader. This inexplicable game prompt left the supporting players puzzled. Was the original Blood clan regime overthrown? Was it the 8th District? Has the Blood clan collapsed so quickly? While they were still in doubt, another game prompt popped up. Hint: you have been expelled from the clan faction by the new leader. You are currently in a state of being non-aligned. Being expelled from the clan faction. The Federation players in the 6th District were even more confused. What's going on? Joining the Blood clan, gaining lineage, spending so much effort to reach this point, only to be expelled from the faction now. It would be extremely difficult to improve the Blood clan lineage later. After more than half an hour, through a teleportation space rift, Feng Heng led the 3 elders of the Ryan clan and more than 10 clan leaders of the Blood clan to the underground Angitas cave in the 8th District of the zombie apocalypse. Seeing the sleeping Angitas in front of them, the Blood clan members showed excitement and all kneeled. ManhwaRecap followed Feng Heng. Previously, he didn't have the chance to sneak into the Blood clan Elder Council. His memories were still stuck over 2 hours ago. At that time, Feng Heng only told him to go and check on Adaya in the Blood Abyss. How come a few hours later, the entire Blood clan's high command returned along with him? It seems as though he had control over the entire Blood clan. ManhwaRecap finally had the opportunity to quietly ask Feng Heng, "Boss, what exactly happened just now?" Ahem. Feng Heng cleared his throat and glanced at Adaya beside him. He didn't expect things to develop this way. It truly was a bit rushed. This wave truly caught him off guard. Fang Heng whispered back. There was a small accident. I'll tell you later. ManhwaRecap nodded thoughtfully. Shortly after, he stood up and approached Angitas, trying to sense the state of Angitas. Angitas' power is slowly fading with time. Once it reaches a certain point, Angitas will die completely. Hayes turned to the Blood Clan members. The hibernation state is for Angitas' own protection. In the short term, Angitas won't be in danger. We still have plenty of time. Hayes then looked at Fang Heng. Master, I suggest we execute the awakening process for the Blood Prince as soon as possible. The awakening requires the original Book of Noah and the essence of blood. The Book of Noah should still be in the Elder Council, and the essence of blood requires a large amount of blood to converge. We need to find these two key items before we can proceed with Angitas' awakening ceremony. Fang Heng nodded. The blood of the Blood Clan couldn't converge the essence of blood. Therefore, mass killing of humans to obtain blood for convergence was undoubtedly the fastest and most efficient way. But Fang Heng didn't want to do such a thing unless absolutely necessary. So, it's best to find another way. How should he do it? Right. The Wasteland World. The blood of the deviant beasts. In the 11th district of the Wasteland, there are a large number of deviant beasts. The blood of high-level deviant beasts also contains powerful strength, which can also converge the essence of blood. It just takes a bit more time. The text is quite lengthy. Here is the translation of the first few paragraphs. In the game for all, starting from the zombie apocalypse, the popular recommendation for AFK. In the Wasteland World, Fang Heng can directly acquire the blood of the mutated beasts through the Ark Company. Anyway, he can't exhaust his survival points now, so he can directly use the points for acquisition. The power of the player community is huge. By releasing the message, they can quickly receive a large amount of blood. The blood of high-level mutated beasts contains powerful energy. The efficiency of condensing the essence of blood will not be much slower than slaughtering ordinary humans. Fang Heng calculated in his heart, looking at ManhwaRecap next to him. Let's go to District 11 to acquire the blood of the mutated beasts and condense the essence of blood there. Understood. ManhwaRecap nodded. Understanding. I'll take care of it. Leave it to me. Ataya walked out from the side and nodded to Fang Heng. Master, we have completely controlled the central hub of the Elder Court, found the original Book of Enoch in the shrine of the Elder Court, and found the ancient stone tablet in the sarcophagus where the sleeping prince slept. Thank you, Ataya. Fang Heng nodded lightly. The stone tablet, Angitas, and the 13 artifacts of the blood race. Once these three are gathered, he can find the way to the land of origin. Fang Heng looked at Hayes. Hayes, start preparing for the awakening ceremony as soon as possible. I will prepare the essence of blood. The great game. Auto hang up starting from the zombie apocalypse popular recommendations. Imperial City Tower. Remote projection conference room. Upon learning that the Blood Clan World's 6th district had been invaded by the zombie apocalypse's 8th district, the 12 consortiums immediately summoned high-level executives to open a projection conference for discussion. And Tongming explained to the gathered high-level executives via physical projection, it has been confirmed that the Blood Clan World's 6th district has been invaded, and the domain Lord Li Cheng unfortunately died during the defense, confirming that the invasion comes from the zombie apocalypse's 8th district. The Elder Council of the Blood Clan has come under heavy attack from a large number of lickers and mutated tyrant bodies, and the current situation is very dire. A woman frowned and said, Impossible. We just confirmed that the Lord of the 8th district, Fang Heng, is currently in the depths of the sinking corridor. He cannot simultaneously appear in the game, let alone lead the people of the 8th district to attack the Blood Clan apocalypse. The facts are already before us. The 6th district of the Blood Clan world has been thoroughly invaded by the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse, and we have lost control over the Blood Clan 6th district. The high-level executives of the 12 consortiums fell into contemplation. Did the Undead Research Association also set up several game warehouses in the sinking corridor? This sounds quite far-fetched. Being forcibly pulled into the game is also not right. They are sure that Fang Heng still has plenty of time to stay outside the game. Unless a very few special circumstances occur, the game will not directly pull players into it. Initiating attacks on other worlds is definitely not within this range of special circumstances. Therefore, it is speculated that Feng Heng is just a puppet that some organization has put on the surface, with someone manipulating its actions from behind. And I Tongming pondered and continued. If someone has foreknowledge of our plans and intervened beforehand, trying to obtain Angitas, while also considering his manipulation of Feng Heng. A middle-aged man with a goatee asked, "Is it the North River Heavy Industries? Their relationship with Feng Heng is unusual, and they also have some understanding of our plans." The crowd fell silent for a moment. North River Heavy Industries has always been an unstable factor. The plan has progressed to this point, on the brink of completion, yet the people present seem to grow more uneasy with each passing moment. As if with the final step of the plan on the horizon, the entire 12 consortiums were bound to face disaster. I've said it before, North River is trouble. We should have dealt with them early on. What's the use of saying this now? The plan has already started, we have no room for regret. Let's discuss how to resolve this. What does Mr. Jian say? And I Tongming nodded and said, Mr. Jian is carrying out arrangements in the real world. Everything is proceeding normally, and the outer breach is expected to be fully prepared by tonight. With the gap from the 6th district missing, it will have some impact on opening the spatial breach. We need to find a way to gather from other regions. Also, what about Shiyangzi? Is there a chance with the Shrine of Bone Spirits? We're trying, but the design from the Undead Research Association is very tough, and the Shrine of Bone Spirits is hard to acquire. Alright, everyone. Although the 6th district has encountered some trouble, the overall plan has not veered off course. We have been steadily moving in the right direction. I suggest we continue, but we should accelerate the pace. We can't delay any longer. Tell Shiyangzi to abandon the Shrine of Bone Spirits and immediately activate the plan. The crowd fell silent once again. Seeing that no one spoke up, and I Tongming looked around at everyone and said, as always, let's vote by raising our watches whether to immediately initiate the plan. After a moment, all 12 people inside raised their hands. The vote is passed. Abandon the Shrine of Bone Spirits. I will inform Shiyangzi to take immediate action. We will try to open the Blood Clan's breath while the death blow of the Undead Research Association's split crack explodes. As Feng Heng had anticipated, the blood of the deviant beasts in the wasteland world could also be used to condense the essence of blood. It just took a bit longer. Hayes explained that the blood of beasts was far less pure than that of humans, containing more impurities, making the process of purification more difficult. Led by the Ryle clan, the Blood Clan worked together to awaken Angitas with their lives. Without waiting too long, after accompanying the players of the Undead Research Association in the sinking corridor for a day offline, Feng Heng returned to Angitas Cave the next night, only to find everything prepared. Inside the underground cave, high-ranking Blood Clan members gathered around Angitas, kneeling devoutly, chanting. Hayes held the Book of Enoch in his hand. The blood essence, painstakingly condensed to the size of half a palm, shone weakly in response to the prayers, gradually floating in midair. Hint: players are currently awakening Angitas. Current successful awakening rate, 79%. Players participating in the ritual gain an additional 10% success rate. Hint: players can cancel this ritual within 10 seconds. Feng Heng glanced at Mojawei, who was watching nearby, feeling reassured with him there. Continue the ritual. The blood essence floated higher and higher until it reached the top of the cave, and with a crash, it shattered. Spakes of starlight fell from the sky. Many spakes landed on the withered canopy of Angitas. The dormant Angitas began to show signs of life. The falling spakes were absorbed by Angitas. The originally withered tree sprouted fresh leaves, with strong roots extending deep into the soil, anchoring the entire tree. The dormant Angitas began to radiate vitality, absorbing even more spakes around it. Feng Heng felt a summoning power and raised his hand. A blood-red light enveloped him, displaying rows of game prompts on his retina. Hint: player has completed the revival of Angitas. Hint: player has obtained ownership of Angitas. Player has soul bound with Njita's sacred tree. Hint, player's friendly relationship with all Blood Clan tribes has increased. Player's loyalty with the current Blood Clan faction has increased. Hint, player's current zombie apocalypse strength rating has been raised. Hint, player has obtained the ranking of the 8th world of the zombie apocalypse LV8. Hint, player's current world rating for Blood Clan survival has been raised to the maximum value. Hint, player's current world has merged with the Blood Clan world. Hint, after the merger, limits on the current world's biological hierarchy are unlocked, with a chance for more powerful life forms to appear. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. The world's rating level initially started at LV5, and, allocating a lot during this time, it had now been raised to LV8. From the description, it seemed that this world might have surpassed the peak of 6th rank creatures. Putting that aside for now, there are more important matters. Feng Heng opened the attribute panel for Njita's and found the relevant attributes. National Game, Idol from Zombie Doomsday Bloodline Divine Tree, Angitis. Bound World, Zombie Doomsday, District 8. Bound Player, Feng Heng. Type, Low Tier Miracle, can grow. Current level LV, 9. Current health, 9%. Current remaining energy, 10%. Additional ability Miracle, enhances basic growth of the realm, provides world support, enhances world adaptability to bloodlines. Additional ability Blood Ancestor Tree, consumes energy, can summon bloodlines through Angitis. Additional ability Bloodsucking, Angitis can draw energy from blood. Absorbing energy can enhance Angitis level, restore Angitis energy, restore Angitis health. Additional ability Blood Pool, Angitis can condense a blood pool through primal power. Obtain subsidiary building Blood Pool, which can provide bloodlines for blood vein tempering. Enhance bloodline strength. Leveling up Angitis can enhance the blood pool level and acquire more blood pools. Additional ability Coagulation Gathering, pulls back the souls of deceased bloodlines. Nurtures rebirth through the power of the Divine Tree. Additional ability Blood Puppet, consumes energy to breed blood puppets in the blood pool. The level of blood puppets is related to the level of the Divine Tree. Additional ability Blood Realm, allows the current world to construct and activate the Blood Realm. Additional ability Limiting Power, enhances basic attributes of all bloodlines in the current world. As Angitis revives, the bloodlines all kneel one by one, sensing the waning power within themselves gradually recovering. Feng Heng carefully observed Angitis attributes. After awakening, Angitis can provide protection for the current world's bloodlines, offer advanced resurrection ability for high-tier bloodlines, as well summon blood pools and blood puppets. Unfortunately, at the current level, the resurrection ability is only effective in the current world. This means, unless he moves Angitis to other worlds, the resurrection function is almost useless. The biggest good news is that besides the zombie simulacrum, he can officially establish a bloodline base in District 8, summon a group of bloodline for his combat. When the world portal is reopened in the future, bloodlines can also become a substantial fighting force. Yes, bloodlines are not just ordinary combatants. With blood magic, they can do much more. As for the Blood Realm, Feng Heng wondered and turned his head to Hayes beside him. What is the Blood Realm? Hayes shook his head, looking puzzled. I've never heard of it. The Blood Ancestor has left descendants in many worlds. Through the Blood Realm, we can communicate with and contact bloodlines from various branch worlds. The Blood Realm was a special ability triggered by the Elderly Council nearly a dozen years ago. The one who discovered this ability was Li Cheng. Adia knew more about this, explaining, after entering the Blood Realm and communicating with other bloodline worlds, the Council decided to jointly attack the Zombie District 7. Feng Heng furrowed his brow and asked, there must have been a leader. Do you know who it was? Unclear. The communication was conducted by the Council, who publicly stated that the war was to obtain the Bloodline King's inheritance, continuing the glory of the bloodlines. Adia paused and continued. After the failure of the last plan, our world's voice in the Blood Realm has been diminishing. In order to replenish with power from meningitis in other worlds, descendants have been forced to venture into spatial rifts to collect the dust of the rifts at great risk. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. In the low-tier gaming world, the Bloodline's doomsday was mostly under the control of the United Federations. The 12 consortiums secretly manipulated and influenced the United Federations. Based on this inference, the 12 consortiums were undoubtedly the masterminds. This aligns with the information leaked from the other side. If that's the case, the 12 consortiums have most likely visited the Origin Realm. Have they already received the final reward? It's not that simple. Feng Heng had a very strong premonition. Traveling to the Origin Land was just a prelude to the mission. Feng Heng pondered. At the entrance to the cavern, two high-tier bloodlines carried a heavy slab of stone into Angitis Cave. Hayes walked up to Feng Heng's side and nodded. Master, Angitis has awakened, and the ancient slab is ready. We can go to the Origin Land anytime. Reminder, the player has unlocked the 13 sacred bloodline items, Angitis, and the ancient slab. Reminder, the player can choose to activate the ancient passage. Reminder, only with the protection of the ancient slab can you enter the Origin Land. Feng Heng lifted his head. Yes, let's go check it out. Run to the Origin Land and see. Everything will be clear then. Alright, let's begin. The 13 bloodline sacred items were arranged one by one. They floated upwards in unison, forming a circle in midair, slowly rotating. A red light radiated from the 13 sacred items, enveloping the entire underground cave. Angitis also flickered. After a moment, a blood-colored vortex formed in the center of the rotating circle of the 13 bloodline sacred items. Reminder, the player has located the space-time beacon. Reminder, Angitis has opened the space-time passage. Reminder, please enter the passage under the protection of the ancient slab. The slab slowly floated into the air, drifting towards the vortex passage. Hayes couldn't contain his excitement. After being trapped in the blood abyss for so many years, he never thought he would actually get to witness the king's inheritance and the revival of the bloodlines in his lifetime. Master, our judgment was not wrong. The passage will guide you to the resting place of the bloodline king, to obtain the king's heritage. Feng Heng nodded, transformed into a bat form, and followed the slab as it flew into the sky. As soon as he touched the red vortex, an irresistible force enveloped Feng Heng and pulled him inside. For a moment, chaos unfolded before his eyes. Reminder, the player has entered the Origin Land. After some time passed, Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes. It was a dim world. Under his feet, a sandy soil stretched out with no sign of any life forms around, scattered dried trees serving as the only decorations. The severed space only extended a kilometer in radius, outside of which was a black void. In the center of the sand space stood out a blood-red stone coffin. Is the bloodline inheritance inside this coffin? Feng Heng gazed at the stone coffin and approached slowly. Caw caw caw. Just as he was nearing the coffin, the previously flat coffin emitted a faint sound and slowly stood upright. A blood-colored humanoid figure emerged from the tightly closed coffin. Young descendant, the national game. Starting from the zombie doomsday, Feng Heng stares at the virtual image in front of him. The virtual image appears ethereal. I have been waiting for your arrival all along, my inheritor. What you see now is the remnant image of me. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was chased by the divine domain, and 13 divine judges of the divine domain sacrificed themselves to seal me completely, leaving a curse in my bloodline. Find my sealed body. Build an altar with blood to awaken their dormant power again. By then, you can inherit my power, gain powerful enough to change the whole world, break the curse, lead my descendants. The voice of the virtual image becomes weaker and weaker until it shatters in front of Feng Heng. In the next moment, eerie images appear in Feng Heng's mind. Under the holy light, the young vampire king imprisoned in midair, his body suppressed by divine power, and a sacred long blade descends from the sky, slicing the vampire king's body into 9 parts. Dark golden runes cover the 9 divided bodies. Boom! The 9 bodies shoot out in all directions. The image in front of Feng Heng is also divided into 9 parts. The 9 images correspond to the 9 Vampire King bodies that lost their power and were completely sealed. They fly to different corners of the world: mountains, plains, rivers, gorges, the underwater. As time passes, the scenes in the 9 images rapidly progress with time. Feng Heng sees the birth and destruction of countless life forms. The changing images gradually freeze. That world is. Feng Heng's mind is in turmoil. The real world. The place where the Vampire King is sealed is actually the real world. Find my body, awaken them, and receive my inheritance. The voice by Feng Heng's ear gradually fades. The 9 different images in front of him suddenly shatter. Feng Heng feels a flood of mixed messages rushing into his brain in an instant. Upon opening his eyes again, the game prompts refresh. Hint: player acquires skill, spatial crystal fusion, special building, vampire altar, ritual, blood awakening, special alchemy array, spatial destruction, special alchemy array, spatial fusion, spatial rift anchor coordinate. Hint: player acquires skill, basic alchemy array. Skill, basic alchemy array. Skill description: establish the foundation of alchemy array. Hint: player realm mission update: find the inheritance of the Vampire King. Mission name: find the inheritance of the Vampire King. Mission type: realm mission. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: you have arrived at the initial location and seen the remnants left by the Vampire King and some images. You have obtained clues about the sealing of the Vampire King. Mission requirement: players to explore on their own. Mission reward: unknown. Explanation: this mission is a special realm mission, shared among realms. Players can try to complete this mission within all vampire worlds. Watching the game prompt on the retina, Feng Heng slightly twitches his lips. He stood in place for a full 10 minutes. Coming back to his senses, Feng Heng realizes that his brain has been forcefully filled with a lot of information. How to conduct the ceremony to unlock the sealed Vampire King's body. How to establish a passage between the real world and the vampire world. And how to summon the initial site fusion world. Feng Heng ponders with his head lowered. It takes him some time to fully digest the information from the mission. Now, Feng Heng finally understands. Nyx. Since entering the zombie doomsday, Nyx has been trying to obtain the spatial crystals of the 3 initial game worlds. By gathering 3 different spatial crystals and special fusion collected from the spatial rift, they aim to open a passage to the real world. Nyx may simply want to enter and cause destruction in the real world. Behind the scenes, Nyx, as an organization, is just a pawn utilized by the 12 conglomerates. The goal of the 12 conglomerates is not that simple. They seek to awaken the Vampire King and inherit the King's power. To awaken the 9 sealed body parts of the Vampire King, they must use the blood of life as a sacrifice in the real world, build a blood-cast altar, and form a pool of blood. Awaken the power that was sealed by the holy light. The 12 conglomerates manipulate the Western Union from behind, making it inconvenient to intervene directly, hence choosing to control the anti-union organization Nyx, a visible front. The objectives of both are the same: to destroy the real world, and thus fit together naturally. Understanding the whole situation, Feng Heng feels a sense of enlightenment. He never imagined that the 12 conglomerates would be so crazy. In order to obtain the inheritance of the Vampire King, they are willing to bring the flames of war from the game directly into the real world. Building the blood-cast altar requires a large amount of blood. Obviously, the 12 conglomerates will take blood from the people in the real world, leading to a massacre. Boom! A loud noise interrupts Feng Heng's thoughts. Looking up, a red coffin falls heavily in front of him. In the confined space, everything returns to calm once again. Feng Heng takes another step forward and looks at the coffin. Turning back to the mission description is somewhat strange. The requirement of the mission is to explore it by oneself. Explore what? The coffin? If what was seen just now was an image, then what is sealed inside the coffin? Feng Heng's curiosity grows, and he takes another step forward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A strong scent of blood emanates from the closed coffin. It seems to have sensed the threat from Feng Heng, as the breath condenses into a dozen blood-colored figures. The figures face Feng Heng, protecting the coffin in the center. The image facing Fang Heng at the forefront slowly opens its mouth. "Find my body." Roar. Fang Heng feels a rush of heat hitting him head-on, uncontrollably flying backward and crashing into the teleportation vortex he came from. Angidith Cavern. Fang Heng slowly descends from the vortex in midair along with the ancient stone slab. 13 sacred vampire artifacts that were hovering in the air also fall down and re-enter Fang Heng's hands. Seeing Fang Heng's unusual expression, ManhwaRecap walks up to him and whispers, "Is something wrong?" "Yes, a big problem," Fang Heng quietly responds. The high-ranking vampires around look at Fang Heng with an expectant gaze, waiting to know if Fang Heng has received the king's inheritance. "I have found the resting place of the vampire king and gained some inspiration. As for the inheritance, it is not that easy. Let's disband for now." Fang Heng waves his hand, signaling the vampire crowd to disperse first. Except for leaving necessary guards, Fang Heng takes a few core members to the underground second-floor meeting room. After listening to Fang Heng's narration, the group falls into a brief silence. ManhwaRecap is the first to be shocked. Then he immediately reacts. "Damn it. So the 12 conglomerates triggered the mission earlier than us. They want to inherit the power of the Vampire King, so they have been preparing to take action in the real world." Sync to the latest. Close sync title. National Game. Hanging around from the zombie doomsday to chapter 858 of the main text. Fang Heng nodded. "Yes, my guess is similar to yours." Well, as it was related to the real world, things were getting a bit serious, and ManhwaRecap was at a loss for a moment. "What should we do then? Should we inform the Federation about this matter?" "Such matters should be handled by the Federation." "Right. Yes. Let's find Chen Yu and try to inform him about this matter, saying that we received secret intelligence." Fang Heng also wanted to obtain the power of the Vampire King, but he couldn't do something as crazy as massive slaughter of their own kind in the real world as an exchange condition. Moreover, this mission seemed strange. It felt like it was not so simple. "TSK, ManhwaRecap clicked his tongue. Suddenly realizing something, he said, "Fang Heng, our family has secretly been developing in the vampire world, always being sneaky. I'm sure that a few of my uncles know something. I'll go confront him and ask what he's been hiding from me." After saying that, ManhwaRecap hurriedly disconnected. Bellamy and Atia exchanged a glance. "Master, the inheritance of the king is related to what you mentioned about the real world. Should we also be prepared? Enter the space-time rift, and collect some dust of the rift." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. The dust of the rift was an intermediate material that fused 3 types of spatial crystals, only obtainable in the spatial fissures. "We rechecked after occupying the Elder's house. A part of the dust from the space-time rift is still stored in the warehouse. The quantity is not large. As per your request, we have already transported them to the prison warehouse." "Right." Fang Heng remembered at this time and asked, "Is the prince also in the space-time rift to search for the dust of the rift?" Bellamy nodded. "Since the 6th district was taken by you, losing the support of Angidus, it can only rely on the power of Angidus in other major districts to survive. As an exchange condition, clans risk their lives to venture into the space-time rift to find the rift dust." This cooperation was reached under the instigation of Elder Li Cheng from the Vampire Elder's house. Fang Heng realized that Li Cheng's involvement may be related to the inheritance of the Blood King as well. If the Federation were reliable, they could directly capture Li Cheng and probably extract a lot of information from him. Unfortunately, the Western Federation was firmly controlled by the 12 consortiums and was not reliable. Furthermore, after gathering the 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan and obtaining the control of Angidus, he could enter the initial land. In the process, he encountered great dangers many times. But before him, someone from the 12 consortiums had already entered the Blood Realm ahead of him and also triggered the mission to awaken the king. That person's strength must be formidable. Atia looked at Fang Heng, who was lost in thought and didn't understand why he was hesitating. The inheritance of the Blood King should only be possessed by the master and not be touched by others. Atia continued to suggest, Master, I suggest we should also prepare in advance to enter the real world and seize the inheritance of the king. Feng Heng nodded in agreement. Indeed, opening the passage to the real world was crucial. Regardless of the feedback from Beihang Heavy Industries and the Federation, they must be able to disrupt the consortium's plans and have the initiative to enter and exit the real world. Moreover, opening the passage had its benefits. Once the passage construction was completed, it meant that he could control the fusion tyrant body in the real world. Feng Heng started pondering. Forget it. That thing was too ostentatious and could easily be seen as a hostile force by the Federation. It's better to be discreet. Feng Heng had some concerns and said, now that the prince is trapped in the space-time rift, if we reopen the entrance to enter the space-time fissure, and if we encounter the prince, it might cause a lot of trouble. Atia nodded. The internal space of the space-time fissure is almost infinitely large, with an infinitely small number of exits. Probability-wise, the chance of the prince finding another exit to escape is almost zero. He would be forever trapped in it, affected by the curse within him, and his strength would gradually weaken until he dies. Feng Heng shuddered, thinking that the prince was a bit unlucky. He had lost his home and was now trapped and dying within the space-time rift. Bellamy continued, we can construct another passage, opening an entrance to another space-time rift. The probability of the two entrances adjoining is almost zero. That's a good idea. Feng Heng nodded. Alright, let's start working on it immediately. Real world. Eastern District of the Federation. The internet was already in an uproar, with discussion soaring. A few days ago, the massive evacuation of people outside the area of the Undead Research Association had sparked widespread discussions among the masses. The Federation had not given a clear answer and allowed various speculations to flow freely in forums. People's curiosity and fear grew stronger. Up until this afternoon, the Federation issued a Level 1 warning, expanding the evacuated areas. Subsequently, a large number of circulating videos appeared in the forum area, the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Countless skeleton creatures resurrected from the underground, bones and souls wandering the deserted streets. In the videos, players also saw the defense lines built by the Federation on the periphery, crushing the wandering skeleton creatures. The location of the video was quickly recognized by people. The areas urgently designated for evacuation by the Federation in recent days. Game invasion. The world and the game had been integrated for many years, but such a terrifying scene had never happened before. The people of the Eastern District of the Federation fell into panic. The world was watching the developments. Emergency notifications from the Federation followed one after another. Affected by the outbreak of undead life forms, all related areas were under urgent evacuation. It was advised for all people outside the designated areas to stay at home. At this moment, the Undead Researchers Association. The scent of death enveloped the entire association. A pitch-black cloud rapidly spread outward from the main building of the Undead Research Association, covering the vast land. The echoes of the undead's wails resounded over the vast land. White bones continued to resurrect from the muddy ground. Su Xiaojiang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside, his face solemn. At 13:20 this afternoon, patrol personnel found that the seal within the Death Frontier had been intentionally broken from the outside, leaking the aura of the Death Frontier. The Federation has immediately issued urgent mobilization orders and evacuation orders, with a large number of reinforcements on their way. Confirmation that the seal was externally broken, a significant leakage of the Death Frontier aura. The Undead Research Association has taken countermeasures at the first time, working to repair the seal. Irrelevant personnel have been completely dispersed. Also, there are problems with the seal inside the Abyssal Corridor. We have just learned that, when Push was investigating the situation inside the Abyssal Corridor, he encountered danger and we have temporarily lost contact with him. There is a high probability that he has already died. Su Xiaojiang nodded, saying solemnly, it seems they have made a move. The cleanup plan officially starts. Remember what we need to do. Closely monitor the movements of all personnel on the list. Find the people behind this, And if there is any sign of mischief, move to arrest directly? Yes. Su Shaojiang gazed into the distance. Sacrifices were necessary, just hoping the cost wouldn't be too painful. 7017K. The game that everyone is playing, hanging out in the depths of the ruins starting from the zombie apocalypse. These days, Pu Shai, the mentor, led the players to draw a death breath from the central ceiling area with the help of the seal stone's power. Fang Heng pondered that there was nothing he could do now, so after logging out, he simply pretended to be cultivating divinity and rested in the tent. Boss Fang. Trouble. Fang Heng, are you there? Outside the camp, Li Shaoqiang hurried back, shouting and rushing into Fang Heng's tent. Fang Heng had just laid down not long ago, a bit confused from sleep, and when he saw Li Shaoqiang rushing in, he awkwardly realized he was caught in the act of slacking off. Seeing Fang Heng sitting on the bed, Li Shaoqiang did not think much, and hurriedly approached. Fang Heng, don't rest, something went wrong at the central ceiling area, hurry and go check it out. Fang Heng instantly woke up. Central ceiling area, Li Shaoqiang added. Mentor Pu is in trouble. The boss was in trouble. Fang Heng saw the urgency in Li Shaoqiang's face. Looked like he wasn't lying, quickly got up from the bed. Don't worry. Take me there, and tell me slowly. Okay. Li Shaoqiang steadied himself. In the central area of the depths of the ruins, the dense death breath continuously seeped from the ground and walls. Undead life forms were rapidly gathering all around. Players had to gather in one place, forming a circle, guarding the safety of the central area against the invasion of undead creatures from the outside. The sudden outbreak of death breath left the members of the Undead Society in a panic, and they argued for a long time without reaching a consensus. We can't go back, we have to go find Mentor Pu. We can't leave the mentor behind in there. It's easy for you to say, but how do we go back? You've also seen the situation inside. Another high-ranking player frowned. We barely ran out. You want to go back in and die. We have to go back. If something happens to Mentor Pu, where can we go? Wait here to die. We can wait for rescue. Don't joke with me. The central ceiling area is clearly completely corrupted. The death breath leaked out. The Undead Research Society may choose to directly seal off the depths of the ruins. Waiting here will only bury us together. There's no rescue at all. Listening to the discussion, Li Qingren felt anxious. Mentor Pu was trapped in the central ceiling area with an uncertain fate, and players were divided into two factions arguing endlessly. One side supported leaving the central area and waiting for rescue. The other side insisted on returning to the central area to rescue Mentor Pu. One side argued that Mentor Pu was likely already dead, so going back would be useless. The other side retorted again, saying that running back now would result in slow death, while going back to fight at least had a chance of survival. Neither side could convince the other, and they were in a deadlock. Li Qingren tried to take control of the situation, but couldn't make it work. Her attempts to speak were constantly interrupted by other agitated players. As more undead creatures started gathering in the depths of the ruins to the influence of the scattered death breath, the situation gradually worsened. The outbreak of death breath in the central area came suddenly, causing most players to panic for a while, with the team extremely chaotic. Li Qingren had been trying all along, but it was still difficult to get the players of the Undead Research Society to listen to her commands. In the crowd, Chen Yao Yun stood in the back of the players, silent. He was a nail embedded in the Undead Research Society by the 12 wealthy families and had been undercover in the society for nearly 20 years. This time, he was entrusted with an important mission by the 12 wealthy families. He had prepared in advance to infiltrate the depths of the ruins, carrying a special item called the Prophecy of the Future. Using this item, he could communicate with the outside world. The communication effect of the special item was not very good, as it could only be used for communication of fewer than 50 words once within 24 hours. About 3 hours ago, Chen Yao Yun received an urgent message from the 12 wealthy families. His mission objectives had changed. The upper echelons of the 12 wealthy families hoped that Chen Yao Yun would abandon the Shrine of Bone Spirits, find an opportunity to destroy the magic array in the central depths of the ruins, and trap Fang Heng completely in the depths of the ruins. Almost simultaneously, ManhwaRecap seemed to have sensed something and led the player team into the central area of the depths of the ruins for inspection. While Piyushai was inspecting the central magic array, Chan Yao Yun took advantage of the lack of attention and secretly made a move, causing a riot in the Shrine of Bone Spirits in the central area. In concert with the outside world, the entire seal of the death realm was loosened, and the sudden outbreak of death breath in the central area of the depths of the ruins awakened the King's Guard. When the King's Guard woke up, they immediately launched an attack on the players. In order to protect the group, Piyushai chose to stay behind to delay the King's Guard. Since then, Chan Yao Yun had hidden among the players, following them in retreat. The mission was completed. The magic array sealing the death realm was destroyed, and no one would come to rescue them. Chan Yao Yun thought to himself, everyone would die here. They were all just struggling helplessly. Chan Yao Yun was prepared to die, as he was seriously ill and wouldn't live long anyway. If he died, his remaining family members could receive the best resources and care. Just as he was thinking about this, Chan Yao Yun noticed that the once noisy surroundings were gradually quieting down. He raised his head and saw a path opening up in the crowd. Fang Heng walked in from the crowd. Seeing Fang Heng, Chan Yao Yun felt a particularly ominous feeling in his heart. Not him again? National game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse to idle play. Fang Heng, you've come at just the right time. Upon seeing Fang Heng's arrival, the players of the Undead Research Association, who were originally arguing, all stopped their bickering simultaneously. Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, tell us, what should we do? After being locked in the abyssal corridor for some time, Fang Heng had left a deep impression on the players of the Undead Research Association. Almost everyone here had been studying undead longer than Fang Heng, with much more knowledge in the field and countless times more experience. But it was strange, upon seeing Fang Heng approach, everyone suddenly felt as if they had found their leader, and stopped arguing, all looking towards Fang Heng, waiting for his suggestion. I've heard the gist of the situation. When Fang Heng arrived, he had already heard the players arguing from afar. He walked into the group and didn't choose a side in the argument, instead turning to look at the two undead attendants who had always been following at the back of the crowd. I think we should let them speak. The players all looked in the direction Fang Heng pointed to undead attendants clad in gray robes. The players were puzzled. The two attendants exchanged a glance, equally confused. Fang Heng looked at them. Tell us what's been happening outside the abyssal corridor. Why did Master Piyushai suddenly take such a huge risk to venture into the central area of the abyssal corridor? Has something gone wrong outside? Seeing the questioning looks from the players, the two undead attendants exchanged a glance. Under Master Piyushai's instructions, they had always kept a low profile when entering and exiting the game. So how did Fang Heng know about them? One of the attendants spoke. About 3 hours ago, the Undead Research Association came under attack from an unknown source, causing significant damage to the external seal of the Death Realm, greatly reducing its efficiency and causing a large amount of Death Realm energy to leak out through the cracks. The players of the Undead Research Association all had their faces change at these words. A senior Undead Studies player couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you saying the seal of the Death Realm has been broken, and Death Realm energy is leaking out, causing the outside world to fall?" Yes, the spreading Death Realm energy is already having a significant impact on the world, causing a large number of undead creatures to revive. Several days ago, the Federation collaborated with the Undead Research Association to evacuate all civilians from the peripheral areas of the association. The Federation has set up a defense network to resist the revived undead creatures, while the Undead Research Association is working on repairing the magic array. The undead attendant nodded and continued. After receiving the news, Master Piyushai immediately led a team into the central area to stabilize the seal inside the abyssal corridor, aiming to coordinate with the outside to maintain stability. During the investigation, the Death Realm energy was somehow stimulated and suddenly erupted. What happened next was already visible to everyone, so the undead attendant did not elaborate, saying, "My comrade has entered the game world and is currently communicating with the outside, receiving the latest instructions from the Undead Research Association." Hearing this, the players of the Undead Research Association all showed a different expression. They were all a bit disoriented, silent for a while as they processed the information brought by the undead attendants. It turned out that the attendants could enter the game world at any time and communicate with the outside world. Not only was the seal inside the abyssal corridor compromised, but even the seal of the Death Realm outside had been broken. The leaked energy had thrown the entire eastern district of the Federation into chaos. Feng Heng frowned upon hearing this. It was a bad situation. Feng Heng, seeing the hesitation in the group, Qian Yao Yun looked at Feng Heng and asked, "Can we trust what they're saying?" Everyone also turned to Feng Heng with questioning looks. Feng Heng glanced at Qian Yao Yun and nodded slightly. "It should be reliable. I can vouch for that." The 8 undead attendants who followed Master Pu Shai all have the ability to enter the game. For some reason, Master Pu Shai did not reveal this to the outside world at the time. Li Qingren didn't know how Feng Heng got this information. Seeing Feng Heng back, Li Qingren felt a bit more confident and stepped forward to help explain. The sacred equipment on Feng Heng's body was also brought into the abyssal corridor by the undead attendants from inside the game. This is all the secret of the Undead Research Association, so please keep it confidential. Everyone nodded, firmly believing the words of the undead attendants. Feng Heng looked at the attendants and asked, "If control is lost in the abyssal corridor, what will happen? What will the Undead Research Association do?" The gray-robed attendant pondered for a moment, before speaking solemnly. The Undead Research Association cannot afford to be concerned about the abyssal corridor. To prevent the leakage of Death Realm energy affecting the world, the Undead Research Association may decide to thoroughly seal and clear the abyssal corridor, reducing the pressure from the leaked Death Realm energy. At these words, the players once again fell into silence. Feng Heng furrowed his brow and exchanged a quick glance with Li Qingren. Who could have imagined that things would deteriorate to this extent so quickly? Just half an hour ago, he had just been sound asleep. "Everyone, we have no more choices. If we want to survive, we must re-enter the central zone. Find Master Pu Shai. I believe this is our only option now." During this time, the players had only seen a playful and light-hearted side of Feng Heng, playing the role of a sacred undercover agent in their studies. Today, they saw him being serious for the first time. Seeing no objections raised, Feng Heng nodded and continued, "Qingren, how is the situation in the central zone now?" Li Qingren deeply admired Feng Heng. She had put in a lot of effort to barely prevent the team from fighting, while Feng Heng effortlessly controlled the situation with just a few words, bringing the team together as one. "When we left, the internal seal of the central area had suffered significant damage, causing a massive outbreak of Death Realm energy. The royal guards were driven into a frenzied state by the unstable energy, and there are definitely many high-level undead creatures still present in the central zone. Half an hour has passed since the outbreak, and while the initial outbreak of Death Realm energy stored in the Bone Spirit Shrine has ended, the energy continues to spread out from the central zone through the cracks. The spreading Death Realm energy will lead to a large number of undead creatures reviving, and the powers of undead life forms gradually increasing." The more Li Qingren analyzed, the more pessimistic she felt. In this situation, even if they rushed back and tried to find Master Pu Shai, the chances of success were still terribly low. Li Qingren bit her lip lightly and continued, "With our current abilities, it will be very difficult to deal with a large number of undead creatures amplified by Death Realm energy. The national game, starting from the zombie doomsday, the players hang around idly, rubbing their chins. Very difficult. Probably impossible, right? The aura of death seeps out, and the situation in the descending corridor will only get worse. We can't delay, but we can't force our way through either." Most players are clear about this, but no one speaks up, fearing it would affect the already rock-bottom team morale. Alright, I got it. Fang Heng nodded. Let's take action first. Let's explore the inner area and try to figure out the situation in the central area. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. Yeah, okay. The players of the Undead Research Association immediately regrouped and prepared to return to the central area. Just 100 meters forward, the team had to stop again. At this moment, the players suddenly realized that the corridor they came through was completely shrouded in dense black mist ahead. A large amount of black mist was visible, gradually spreading towards them through the passage. Numerous wailing undead beings emerged from the thick black mist, rushing towards the team of players. The number of resurrected undead beings was terrifying, almost filling the entire passage. Li Xiaoding, seeing this, felt a chill down his spine and whispered to Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, be careful. They are not easy to deal with." "Yeah, you too. Blessed weapons." Fang Heng, wearing supportive equipment, waved his hand to release a weapon blessing buff to the players. "Cover me," Fang Heng shouted, lifting the sacred cleansing spear and charging forward. The other players hesitated at first when they saw the overwhelming undead creatures, but seeing Fang Heng leading the charge, they gritted their teeth and followed, assisting from the side. With the help of the Blood Clan artifact, Blood Shadow's attack effect, the cleansing effect of Fang Heng's weapon was triggered frequently. The constantly flashing sacred light slightly dispelled the darkness around and somewhat boosted the team's morale. However, the effect only lasted for a while. The black fog in the passage gradually pushed forward, and high-level grudges kept emerging. Fang Heng, together with the team, fought forcibly against the grudges for a while, only to find that they had only advanced a dozen meters. Holding the line here was already the limit, and pushing forward was simply impossible. How much longer until we reach the central area? At least another 500 meters. Li Qingren estimated the distance from the entrance to the central sealed area. 500 meters might as well be a chasm for the player team. They couldn't even enter the central area despite wasting too much time. Upon hearing Li Qingren's response, the group fell into silence. It was too difficult. Even with Fang Heng, forcing their way through was impossible. Fang Heng gazed at the black mist ahead, sighed, and said, "Forget it. Let's not force it. Let's retreat." Li Qingren looked worriedly at the black mist ahead. It seemed like it could swallow everything. The players followed Fang Heng's command without hesitation and began to retreat. Among the team, aside from questioning the undead servant at the beginning, Chen Yao Yun's performance was unremarkable. He had been carefully observing Fang Heng from the sidelines. The 12 consortiums also paid a lot of attention to Fang Heng's situation in the descending corridor. "It's useless," Chen Yao Yun sighed as he watched the players who were still fighting desperately. As an enemy, he admired Fang Heng's displayed abilities. Since entering the descending corridor, Fang Heng's sacred learning had played a crucial role in the team, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. Chen Yao Yun even suspected at one point whether Fang Heng already knew about the 12 consortium's internal plans, including now, facing such a crisis as Master Piyushi's uncertain fate. Fang Heng had managed to swiftly reorganize the disintegrated team. But what could they achieve in the end? The power difference was too great. The black aura from the Death Realm was too powerful. With the current capabilities of the Undead Research Association team, they were absolutely unable to approach the gate of the central area, unaware of any traitor within the team. Fang Heng led the team to retreat. The black dense fog continued to spread slowly outward. What to do? Fang Heng pondered deeply. The biggest obstacle was this black mist. It was the aura of the Death Realm. They needed to find a way to cleanse or deal with it. Although the seal stones could absorb a large amount of death energy, the effects weren't great. They clearly couldn't absorb such a massive amount of energy. The current amount of overflowing energy from the Death Realm far exceeded the absorption capacity of the seal stones. It was a shame that zombie avatars couldn't be used in the real world. Summoning a zombie avatar to absorb energy would have been somewhat effective. But it was impossible. Zombie avatars couldn't be brought out of the game world. Fang Heng shook his head, discarding this unrealistic idea. Wait a minute. Perhaps. Fang Heng suddenly realized something, a flash of insight. Right, the World Channel. When entering the initial area, he had already imprinted in his mind the method of breaking open the channel between the game and the real world. It wasn't difficult on the end of the real world, just needed to set up a more complex alchemical magic circle as a channel node exit. If they could open a channel to the game world within the descending corridor. Feng Heng looked around, continuing his thoughts along this line. He had obtained the 3 space crystals needed to open the channel, although the amount of interstitial just collected from the Blood Clan's 6th District Elder House was small. The completed fused space crystal could only create a small space rift, and it couldn't be sustained for long. It didn't matter, just need to open a small crack to execute the plan. Almost in an instant, a simple plan rapidly formed in Feng Heng's mind. He couldn't determine the success rate of this plan, but it was currently the only method he could think of. Everyone, I have an idea. Walking back with the team, Feng Heng suddenly stopped. Facing the players' gazes, he spoke. I have come up with a method that might help us. If you believe in me, I need everyone's help. The players of the Undead Association nodded without hesitation. What can we do to help? Just say it. It was already this time. There was no talk about trust. Of course, everyone would place their lives on Feng Heng's shoulders. From being trapped in the descending corridor to now, Feng Heng's performance had been witnessed by everyone. Even in the face of the trouble that not even Master Pu Shai could solve, Feng Heng could come up with a solution. They were already in a desperate situation. Besides Feng Heng, who else could find a way out? National Game. Hang Up from the Zombie Doomsday. Volume 862. Chapter Break Brother. Don't say any more. My life is on you. Whatever needs to be done, as long as we can survive, we must give it our all. Other players also shared the same attitude. Feng Heng, you are the captain now. Hurry. Don't beat around the bush, we don't have time. Feng Heng, go ahead, we will fully cooperate. Okay, I hope everyone will keep this matter confidential. Feng Heng's face was solemn as he nodded. We will first retreat and guard the connection entrance area in the inner and middle layers of the sinking corridor. We must guard the entrance to the death. I will go back to the temporary camp to make something. I need a few people who understand alchemical magic circles to come back with me to help. Feng Heng continued, looking at everyone, raising his voice. Everyone, basic alchemy skills or expertise in magic circles are acceptable. Of course, higher levels are better. I know a little. I will help too. Intermediate alchemy LV6. I'm in. Hearing Feng Heng's words, quickly, 7 or 8 players walked out from the crowd. That's enough. Feng Heng then looked at Li Shaoqiang. You take a few low-level melee players with me. There are things to transport later. We will go together. Thank you all. You must guard this place. I will come back immediately after finishing making. Kingren, I leave this place to you. Li Kingren nodded? Yes. Leave it to us. You can go with peace of mind. At a critical moment, the players of the Undead Society showed unprecedented unity. There is no problem handing it over to us. Feng Heng, you go quickly and come back quickly. Even if we give up our lives, we will help you guard this ghostly place. Okay. Feng Heng didn't say more, just responded, leading Li Shaoqiang and a group of Undead Society players back in a mad dash. With the increase in character levels, as well as the increase in lineage levels and the completion of the 13 bloodline holy artifacts, Feng Heng's current attributes received another significant increase. Along with that, his movement speed also greatly increased. In the state of running desperately, he quickly distanced himself from Li Shaoqiang and the others behind. Li Shaoqiang clenched his teeth and ran desperately, but he found that he was gradually losing sight of Feng Heng in front of him. He could only hear Feng Heng's distant voice ahead. I will go ahead. We will meet at the camp. Li Shaoqiang was astonished. How high were his basic attributes? Li Shaoqiang's own physical attributes were not low, but he found that he couldn't catch up with Feng Heng's running speed. Helplessly, he stopped to catch his breath. The other Undead Society players following also realized that the pursuit was hopeless, and they all stopped to catch their breath. They looked in the direction Feng Heng went, showing expressions of confusion and envy. as if they were looking at a freak. Feng Heng ran faster than a mad dog. It should be noted that Feng Heng was deliberately wearing a thick set of sacred buff equipment. Feng Heng intentionally did this, realizing that he had completely left Li Shaoqiang and the others behind. He immediately entered a side passage. Closing his eyes, the magic circle under Feng Heng's feet spun rapidly, entering the game world once again. The underground teleportation hall of District 8. The teleportation gate was still open, and the accumulated resources of the Elderly Institute of the Blood Clans District 6 were being continuously transferred through the teleportation channel to the Zombie Doomsday Prison headquarters. Feng Heng wandered around the prison but didn't find Mo Joey, and there was no response when he tried to contact him through the survival radio. So, he hurried to the teleportation hall. Master, Adia was commanding the Blood Clan to transport goods when she saw Feng Heng's arrival. She walked to Feng Heng respectfully and asked, "Do you have any orders?" "Gather manpower. Tell Hayes, I need to immediately condense and fuse the spatial crystal. Open the portal to the world as soon as possible. Now." Suddenly, so urgent, Adia asked in surprise, then nodded. "Yes, Master. The amount of residual dust of rifts in District 6 is not much, unable to open a complete portal. Even if forced, only a small rift can be opened, barely allowing small life forms to pass through." "Okay, a small rift will do. Set the entrance to be in the Blood Clan world. Find a quiet place. Disperse the crowd in advance. Keep it confidential. I can't leave. If there are any issues, discuss and decide with the Elderly Institute, but make it fast." The prison shelter was the main base. Feng Heng thought that if the space rift to the real world was opened, and the death aura invaded the game world accidentally, causing the prison to be destroyed, it would be embarrassing. For safety, Feng Heng decided to set the exit at the other end in District 6 of the Blood Clan. Even if trouble occurred, it would be the Blood Clan District 6 that suffered the consequences, limiting the damage. "Yes, Master." Adia realized the seriousness of the situation and wondered if Feng Heng had some advanced plan again. She didn't dare delay. Immediately returned to the Blood Clan world through the teleportation channel to find Hayes, preparing to use the power of the Ramiro clan to condense and configure the spatial crystal. Feng Heng opened the game character panel and began to control a large number of zombie clones to head to the Blood Clan world. The plan was this. Feng Heng felt that the interior of the sinking corridor was like a balloon, the death aura constantly overflowing from the rifts in the death realm, filling the entire corridor. The higher the concentration of the death aura inside the balloon, the faster the undead creatures would revive and strengthen, making it difficult for the players to handle. Now, by opening up a passage between the game and the real world, it's like making a hole in the balloon, transporting the aura from the sinking corridor into the game world. Inside the game world, Feng Heng planned to use the zombie clones to absorb the leaked death aura. The plan formulated in haste had many problems, such as the possibility that the passage may not be able to absorb a large amount of death aura, or the zombie clones might not absorb the aura fast enough to keep up with the leaking speed. Anyway, Feng Heng could only think of this plan to solve the current dilemma, calling the zombie clones to line up for teleportation to the Blood Clan world. Feng Heng hurriedly returned to the real world, speeding up his steps and running back to the container near the temporary campsite. The container still held the loot stolen from the Blood Clan's court headquarters not long ago. The plan seemed simple in a few words, but to accomplish the opening between the game and the real world was not easy. Besides the extremely difficult to obtain spatial crystal, Feng Heng needed to set a marker point in the real world as the exit of the passage. This marker point needed a special alchemical magic circle. The larger the exit, the larger the magic circle needed. Lacking rift dust as the fusion material, Feng Heng planned to open a very small space rift this time, but it still required drawing a very intricate magic circle. His current magic circle skill level was only 1. It would be very difficult and time-consuming, with a high failure rate, to complete the magic circle on his own. So, he had to rely on the cooperation of the players from the Undead Research Society. 7017K. National Game. starting from the zombie apocalypse. As Fang Heng pondered while hanging out, he walked into the depths of the container and his gaze wandered among the many sacred artworks in the boxes. Found it. There it is. Leaning in a corner of the container was a huge stone slab. The slab was emitting a faint sacred aura. It was something Fang Heng had found not long ago while scavenging at the Sacred Court headquarters. It was inscribed with the prayers of the Sacred Court's revelations. A very rare decorative prop that, when placed in the Zeus temple, could greatly increase the level of experience of the temple. The inscribed prayer slab was a cube about 3 meters long, itself very valuable. It was made of a rare special material that could hold a magic array, and it was rare to find such a complete piece. The situation was critical now, so he used it. Fang Heng approached, lifted the stone slab and turned it over, revealing the clean back of the stone. Should be enough. Fang Heng closed his eyes and envisioned the magic array in his mind, roughly estimating it, and then took out the special materials needed to engrave the magic array from his backpack and placed them in a corner of the warehouse. All set. Let's start drawing the magic array. Fang Heng muttered to himself, took out paper and pen, and began drawing on the paper. Just as he finished drawing the magic array, Li Xiaoqiang, followed by a group of breathless Undead Research Association players, hurried back to the temporary camp, shouting Fang Heng's name along the way. Boss Fang, we're back. Where are you? Boss Fang, over here. Fang Heng jumped out of the container and waved to the players. Come, help me move this. This slab is a bit heavy, and there's only one piece, so be careful not to damage it. Li Xiaoqiang gasped for a few breaths, spat out a breath heavily from his lungs, nodded, and waved to a few players behind him. Let's go, help with unloading. The players who followed did not even have time to catch their breath and followed into the warehouse, where they all cooperated to move the heavy slab out of the container. Li Xiaoqiang felt like he was seeing a ghost. What kind of material was this slab made of to be so heavy? How did they manage to bring it into the Forsaken Corridor earlier? Several senior players, who are skilled in magic arrays and alchemy, recognized the special radiant stone slab being moved by Li Xiaoqiang's group. Such a large piece of radiant stone slab was indeed rare, but not difficult to obtain. For the players, once a magic array was inscribed on the radiant stone slab, the array could move along with the slab without needing to be redeployed multiple times. The downside was that due to moving, the marks on the array were prone to wear and tear, and it was more difficult and costly to inscribe a magic array on the slab. Also, the slab was extremely heavy and cumbersome to move. Even a slight wear and tear on a large magic array could result in significant consequences, potentially a catastrophic explosion at any moment. Therefore, the practicality of large-scale magic array slabs was not very high, and small magic arrays did not require slabs, as on-site customization was more convenient for the players. Therefore, the general view among players in the current world was that magic array slabs were somewhat redundant. Its appearance in this place was indeed very strange. However, combined with the players Fang Heng had found before who understood alchemy and were skilled in magic arrays, everyone had a guess. One of the players skilled in magic arrays raised his head and asked, Fang Heng, do you want to inscribe a magic array on this? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. The players were even more puzzled. In such a critical situation in the Forsaken Corridor, could a magic array really handle this situation? The larger and higher level the magic array was, the longer it took to deploy. With the urgent situation now, did they have time to create a magic array? Brothers, this is the magic array layout I worked hard to obtain in the game. Time is tight, so let's work together to inscribe the magic array. We have only one slab. We absolutely cannot make a mistake. Please help. Fang Heng showed the magic array drawn on the paper to the players. Whether they understood magic arrays or not, the players curiously gathered around to take a look. Several players skilled in magic arrays looked at the array and showed puzzled expressions on their faces. It was a very strange magic array. The drawing difficulty of the magic array itself was not high, but it was very complex. It could only be considered a low-level magic array with a very high difficulty. Strangely, They had never seen a similar magic array before, and it involved many unfamiliar patterns. Let's begin. Okay. After a brief look, it was clear that there were no problems with Fang Heng's magic array layout. With the situation being critical, most of the players present had been familiar with magic arrays for many years, so memorizing the array was not difficult for them. After completing the memorization, they immediately gathered around the slab to start inscribing. The square slab was about 3 meters in length, allowing for people to squat down and work on it simultaneously. When their mental energy was exhausted, they would switch immediately. Taking advantage of the concentration of the players on inscribing the magic array, Fang Heng and Li Shaoqiang quietly whispered a few instructions and then discreetly retreated into the darkness, returning to the game world. Once back in the game world, Fang Heng immediately entered the 6th district of the Blood Clan through the teleportation channel. Inside the teleportation hall was a dense crowd of zombie clones. At the entrance stood Adia, waiting for Fang Heng's arrival. Not long ago, she had communicated with the Elders Guild and had started integrating the dust of the interval and preparing the teleportation portal. Master, the integration of the spatial crystals has been successfully completed and can be activated at any time. Additionally, the time is tight, so the Elders Guild decided to establish the teleportation point in the desolate northern region. Elder Hayes is currently leading the Blood Clan in setting up the magic array pathway in the wasteland, which is expected to be completed in about 30 minutes. Well done. The desolate northern region was sparsely populated and very wide, making it suitable for the diffusion of death energy. Fang Heng nodded and gestured lightly. A large group of zombie clones crowded in the teleportation hall began to enter the desolate region through the teleportation channel. Fang Heng nodded to Adia. Tell them that if they encounter an uncontrollable crisis, to immediately sever the connection with the 6th district and all evacuate to the 8th district. When I'm not around, you have the freedom to act. Yes, Master. Adia nodded respectfully and took her leave. Fang Heng then checked the game log. Strange. It had been several hours, and Mojawei still had not logged in to respond to his message on the survival radio. Very abnormal. Could there be some issue in his real-world environment over there? The whole nation's game, starting from the zombie apocalypse, the latest URL for AFK has sunk into the corridor. After several relays, players have already imprinted the magic circle 7 or 8 times. Fang Heng quietly followed over after returning to the real world, quietly waiting on the side. Done. With the final step of recording complete, players moved aside around the stone slab, glancing at Fang Heng. Thank you all for your hard work. Fang Heng stepped forward, taking out a sharp small knife. Theft. With a light stroke, a long cut was made on his right wrist with his left hand. Several players proficient in alchemy magic circles showed hesitation. Yes. Okay. Out of trust in Fang Heng, players reached out to press their hands on the stone slab. All were advanced players in necromancy studies, and their mental strength recovered quickly. Click, click, click. With mental strength infused, the stone slab began to slightly tremble. Seeing this, Li Shaoqiang and several other players hurried forward, immediately pressing the stone slab firmly to the ground to prevent damage from the shaking. Close. Flow mode per mode reading. What is that latest URL? A very subtle crack appeared above the stone slab. Could it be a spatial magic circle? Click, click, click. The cracks in the space above gradually intensified. Not only Li Shaoqiang, but other players also showed surprise. It's so strange. Spatial magic circles belong to the realm of advanced magic circles. So how can a low-level magic circle affect space? Theft. When setting up the layout, many players noticed the connection between the magic circle and special bloodlines, but after combining various runes and imprints, the final effect was unpredictable. Who would have thought that the ultimate effect would be to crack open a spatial rift? It doesn't make sense. Tearing open a spatial rift requires immense energy, far beyond what they could provide. Huh? Looking closely, is the rift absorbing energy? The aura of the dead world within the sinking corridor is continuously being absorbed by the spatial rift, albeit very weak. Done. Close. Flow mode per mode reading. A player proficient in magic circles hesitated for a moment, walked up, and asked, Fang Heng, do you want to rely on the rift to absorb? Yes. Seeing that the plan was more than halfway successful, Fang Heng turned to Li Shaoqiang and others. Hurry, put it on the cart together. Be careful, and immediately go to support the central district after you're done. Okay, Li Shaoqiang, excited, replied after snapping out of it. Damn it, Boss Fang has a way. Although unclear about the method, it's likely to work. Li Shaoqiang immediately called on several players behind him to cooperate and put the large stone slab on 3 parallel carts. Fang Heng, what exactly is that magic circle? Li Shaoqiang couldn't help but ask. Other players also cast inquiring gazes at Fang Heng, especially those who didn't understand magic circles, looking confused and unsure. It's a special space. Fang Heng nodded, briefly explaining the principle to everyone. I'm trying to crack open a special space, guiding the aura of the dead world into the space. It's a secret I discovered in the game, and I ask for everyone's confidentiality. Fang Heng didn't lie with these words, just omitted many key points. Sure enough, it's a special magic circle for breaking open space. Players who knew about magic circles showed expressions of realization, amazed by the intricate nature of this magic circle. Players who didn't understand magic circles were even more pleasantly surprised. Close. Flow mode per mode reading. Description of a game scenario where players are facing increasing challenges in a dangerous environment. The main character, Li Qingren, along with other players, is in a tough situation as they are losing ground against the undead and dark forces. Despite the difficult circumstances, they remain hopeful and determined to fight back. The arrival of a powerful ally, Fang Heng, provides a much-needed boost to their morale and combat capabilities, leading to a coordinated effort to confront the looming threat. As the situation escalates, a new danger emerges in the form of malevolent spirits, adding to the complexity of the battle. With strategic planning and teamwork, the players rally together under Fang Heng's leadership to combat the encroaching darkness and supernatural foes. The nationwide game, starting with the zombie apocalypse, they are hung by a thread. They flood into the world of the blood clans through broken spatial rifts. Around the magic circle, a large number of zombie doppelgangers forcibly absorb and transform the spreading breath of the dead realm through the Book of the Dead. However, there is too much of the breath of the dead realm, and these zombie doppelgangers simply cannot absorb it all. A large amount of the breath of the dead realm disperses outward. Influenced by the breath of the dead realm, undead beings also begin to spread on this land. However, due to the vastness of the barren land and the sparse population, the concentration of the breath of the dead realm will not be very high in the short term, resulting in only some low-level skeletal creatures being resurrected, easily dealt with by the blood clans guarding the area. Lord Duke. Several high-ranking blood clans who are killing resurrected undead beings on the outskirts all knelt down when Duke Bellamy arrived. Bellamy rushed to the scene upon hearing about the spatial rift. She looked at the surge of the breath of the dead realm rising to the sky, feeling the power, and couldn't help but lick her lips slightly, showing an interested expression. Is this the breath of the dead realm? Bellamy murmured to herself, then turned to look at the blood clans behind her. To let the breath of the dead realm run loose like this, isn't it a bit of a waste? The master will blame us for being ineffective, huh? The surrounding high-ranking blood clans looked at each other, all showing puzzled expressions. They did not understand. Duke Bellamy had always been like this. Her thinking was terrifyingly unpredictable. No one could keep up. Bellamy, what are you thinking about again? Lang Pharaoh, one of the 3 elders of the Rumrow clan responsible for guarding the outskirts, walked over after seeing Bellamy arrive. He had been imprisoned in the blood abyss for thousands of years and had not seen Bellamy, but had heard a bit about her. Nothing. I just think that the master will be very angry if he knows that we are wasting the breath of the dead realm that he worked so hard to recover, Bellamy said with a faint smile, making it hard for anyone to figure out what she was thinking. Her current life is all dependent on Fang Heng, so naturally, she wants to perform well. Langfaro furrowed his brows. What do you mean? What is the breath of the dead realm? It is the breath of the dead realm, a unique product of the dead realm, which I have read about in the records, Bellamy said, pointing to the nearby spatial rift passage, her expression becoming serious. These breaths possess a powerful force. It's a pity to let them disperse like this. Langfaro shook his head. Do not take matters into your own hands, Bellamy. The Master only assigned us to operate the magic circle. The situation is urgent. When the Master instructs us to do something, we cannot overlook any details. We should be worried on behalf of the Master, Bellamy said, turning to look at Adia on the side. Don't you think so? Adia saw Bellamy from afar, just coming over to say hello. Hearing the conversation between the two elders and being suddenly asked, Adia hesitated for a moment. She looked at Duke Bellamy and found everything very strange. In the past, even when the Blood Clan was on the verge of extinction, Bellamy didn't care much. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic about working now? Being named by the Duke? Adia was momentarily speechless. She nodded. Indeed, when the Master assigned the tasks in a hurry, he allowed us to make decisions independently. Duke, do you have any ideas? Langfaro frowned. Bellamy, speak up. What do you want to do? If it benefits the Master, the Elder Council will naturally not object. Very well. The breath of the dead realm is extremely rare. We should try to gather it, Langfaro said. How to gather it? Bellamy smiled again, and said slowly, the blood abyss. Langfaro raised an eyebrow, and looked at Adia beside him. Adia also appeared to suddenly understand. Yes, the blood abyss. Bellamy once again habitually licked her lips, her expression serious, and continued, I will control the breath of the dead realm from leaking out, while the Elder Council controls the blood abyss to absorb the breath. Langfaro immediately understood Bellamy's intentions and raised his hand to give orders to the blood clans. Elder Council order. Clear out all the people in the blood abyss immediately and temporarily move them. Bring the blood source crystal here. Immediately. In the depths of the corridor, Feng Heng led the Undead Research Society team, stopping and walking along the way. They spent nearly an hour covering over a kilometer. Ahead, the bone gate leading to the central area was wide open. Dense black aura overflowed from inside, constantly being conducted into the game world through the space rifts broken by the stone magic circle. The interior of the central area was still pitch black, making it difficult to see inside. Feng Heng's childlike eyes were covered with a layer of red light, eagerly searching inside the central hall. Where was Master Pushy? Found him. In the corner on the right side of the hall, Pushy was leaning against the wall, lying on the ground. He looked terrible. Feng Heng's heart sank. The vortex could absorb a large part of the dissipating breath from the dead realm, but the absorption rate was still limited. The group waited at the door of the central hall for nearly 10 minutes as the breath gradually was absorbed by the vortex, and the player's vision also became clearer. Soon, someone also saw Master Pushy lying by the wall on the edge of the central hall. Master, Lee Kingren looked anxious, trying to shout from a distance, wanting to wake the Master up. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Through the darkness, Feng Heng stared inside the main hall, trying hard to see more clearly. Still no use. Couldn't see. The dense breath of the dead realm in the hall was too thick, and the night vision ability provided by the Blood Clan still could not penetrate the black mist formed by the breath of death. Feng Heng held his holy purify spear and said in a deep voice, Everyone help absorb the breath of death and guide it into the space rift, accelerating the absorption of the breath. All right. The players immediately understood Feng Heng's battle plan, just like when they used the Book of the Dead to guide the breath of death into the sealing stone before. However, this time the target needed to change, directly infusing the breath of the dead realm into the space vortex. The players quickly divided into two small groups, one covering the others to resist the resentful spirits resurrecting around, while the other group began to guide the frenzied breath of the dead realm into the space rift. This operation quickly had an effect. The extremely dense breath in the central region was rapidly dissolving. As for what would happen when so much breath of the dead realm was infused into the world of the blood clans. Feng Heng had no time to consider at the moment. In the front, as a large amount of the breath of the dead realm was being absorbed, the player's vision became clearer. In the center of the hall, the King's Guard, who had previously been in a fierce frenzy, had now calmed down. It sat there quietly, slowly absorbing the breath of death spilling out from the Bone Spirit Shrine. Influenced by the concentration of the breath of the dead realm, the surrounding aura around the King's Guard became thinner and thinner. Great. This move was effective. The players became more excited when they saw this, and they trusted Feng Heng more, working hard to use the Book of the Dead to guide and infuse the breath of death. National game. Hang Up starting from the zombie apocalypse had waited for more than 10 minutes. The absorption speed of the death aura diffusing from the central region and the breath of the black vortex reached a delicate balance. The aura in the central hall had been dispersed by more than half. The skeleton guard sat in the center of the room, seeming unaware of everything happening outside. Time was pressing, and there were not many fusion crystals in the vampire world's merging space. The space rift could not be sustained for too long, so action must be taken now. Feng Heng nodded to everyone and whispered, "You all stay here. I'll go over and try to rescue the menor from inside first." Li Qingren instructed, "We'll cover you. Be careful." "Okay." Feng Heng raised the holy light cleansing spear in his hand and took steps into the central area. In the rear, the high-level players of the Undead Research Association also raised the Book of the Dead, carefully protecting Feng Heng to ensure he wasn't attacked by the wandering spirits around. Feng Heng stepped forward cautiously. He hugged the wall, moving towards the position of Master Piyushai, trying to stay as far away from the central skeleton guard as possible. It was smooth sailing all the way, until he reached Master Piyushai. Feng Heng squatted down to check on the menor's condition. There was no breath. He couldn't feel his heartbeat either. Feng Heng's heart sank. Clinging to the last glimmer of hope, Feng Heng reached out to touch Master Piyushi's body. Still no response. He even felt a chilly touch emanating from Master Piyushi's body. Under the erosion of the death aura, Piyushi's body had begun to stiffen. He had been dead for some time. Feng Heng looked back at the players at the entrance to the central area, shaking his head at them. The players also showed disappointed expressions. A sense of desolation enveloped the team of players from the Undead Research Association. It's over. Even Master Piyushai, as powerful as he was, had died, shattering their last hope. No one could repair the magic circle to get them out of here. Their efforts to return here had been in vain, only to end up facing a death sentence. The players' morale plummeted. "Feng Heng, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Come back." Suddenly, the players who had fallen silent heard Li Qingren shouting. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of Li Qingren's gaze. In the hall, Feng Heng reached out, pointing at the Bone Spirit Shrine in the central position, indicating to everyone that he was preparing to make a move against it. Feng Heng hadn't given up yet. The Bone Spirit Shrine was one of the key points of the magic circle. Yes, if they could destroy the Bone Spirit Shrine, there might still be a way to escape from here. Wasn't that the plan when Master Piyushai was still around? Seeing Feng Heng's actions, the players inexplicably felt a glimmer of hope for turning the tide in this desperate situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Heng always had the ability to bring hope to everyone. The last hope? Yes. It was not yet time to give up. Feng Heng, the undercover agent from the School of Divinity, the guy who had repeatedly created miracles, was the only one capable of miracles in this situation. After roughly indicating his plan to the players, Feng Heng approached the central Bone Spirit Shrine step by step. Whether it was useful or not, they had to try. Earlier, they had planned to destroy the Bone Spirit Shrine. Now that the entire magic circle had been broken, it was unknown if destroying it would have any effect. But it didn't matter. Among the players, Qian Yao Yun stared intently at Feng Heng's actions. What was he going to do? Destroy the Bone Spirit Shrine. Qian Yao Yun's heart sank. If the Bone Spirit Shrine was destroyed, they might actually have a chance to escape from here. He had 3 tasks this time: destroy the internal magic circle, find a way to get the Bone Spirit Shrine, and trap Fang Heng in the sinking corridor. The first task had been completed. The second task had been cancelled. As for Fang Heng, he had to die here. He must. With gritted teeth, Jian Yao Yun flipped his wrist, revealing a black iron fragment hidden in his palm. Previously, he had used the same method to secretly plot against Master Piyu Shai. Since Piyu Shai had died, there was no way Fang Heng could escape to. Stop. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Fang Heng, Jian Yao Yun flicked his fingers and quietly flicked the black iron piece into the hall. Boom. The moment the black iron piece approached the central Bone Spirit Shrine, it triggered an immediate impact. A large amount of death ore erupted wildly from the Bone Spirit Shrine. At the same time, the black death ore on the bodies of the king's guards also suddenly exploded. It's awake. The players were extremely nervous when they saw this, staring at Fang Heng's every move. The crisis Piyu Shai had encountered earlier was repeating itself. Li Qingren shouted anxiously, "Fang Heng, hurry back." As the king's guard erupted, Fang Heng, who was closest to it, felt a strong sense of oppression coming towards him. Faced with a life-threatening situation, Fang Heng's passive skill, Bullet Time, kicked in, slowing down everything around him. In an instant, Fang Heng made a judgment. Go for it. They had no time left. Without the choice to retreat, Fang Heng accelerated towards the Bone Spirit Shrine ahead. There was only one goal, to destroy the Bone Spirit Shrine. The skeleton guard moved at an extreme speed, swiftly flying towards Fang Heng. Its black bony longsword slashed in front of Fang Heng. A black blade ore dispersed from the tip of the longsword, blocking all of Fang Heng's attack routes and slashing fiercely at him. Suddenly, a bloody shadow flashed past. Dodge. Instead of retreating, Fang Heng swiftly appeared to the right side behind the king's guard, using the instant teleportation ability brought by the Blood Clan artifact. His high perception attribute made Fang Heng sense a great sense of danger from behind again. There was no time. At the limit of the distance, Fang Heng flicked his wrist, fiercely stabbing the Bone Spirit Shrine with the Holy Spear. Stuck. The moment the spear tip touched the shrine, Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Time seemed to freeze. A bizarre illusion appeared before Fang Heng. A desert surrounded him. Death aura shrouded the sky above the desert. Countless massive skeletal dragons flew through the air. A human-shaped phantom stood on the back ridge of a skeletal dragon, holding a staff. Fang Heng. Li Qingren's cry brought Fang Heng back from the illusion. As he returned to reality, Fang Heng felt his back being hit hard by something. Boom. A massive force struck, causing Fang Heng's outer two sets of sacred armor durability to instantly burst, shattering on the spot. Fang Heng realized he had never experienced such a powerful impact before. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, and he was sent flying. Every part of his body was in intense pain, as if falling apart. Fang Heng found he had completely lost control of his body, unable to make any counterattacks, struggling to keep conscious. If this were in the game, a long list of negative status effects would surely appear on the game log. The effect of undying remained in effect outside the game. National game. From the beginning of the zombie apocalypse to the moment of hanging up, except for the severe pain all over the body, all physical negative states on Fang Heng's body were eliminated. The brain regained clarity, and he regained control of his body. The sense of crisis strikes again. Fang Heng took a breath and endured the pain. Looking back, behind him, the royal guard raised his long sword again and approached rapidly. Coming again? Fang Heng's brain rapidly turned. The terrifying strength of the royal guard is formidable, and with just one blow, it will shatter the sacred turtle shell. Who can endure another round? Isn't this risking one's life? Plan failed. Activate backup plan. Run away. Fang Heng didn't care to pay attention to the state of the Bone Spirit altar behind him anymore. Quickly closed his eyes, preparing to return to the game to dodge this blow first. Close eyes. In the darkness, the bone gate composed of skeletons gradually appeared before Fang Heng. Fang Heng was controlling his consciousness to push open the gate and enter the game when a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Fang Heng, take him down? Huh? Master Piyu Shai. This voice startled Fang Heng, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, the royal guard stood still as if imprisoned. The royal guard tightly held the bone-made long knife in both hands, poised to strike forward. Dark breaths bound him tightly, restricting him. Feng Heng looked in amazement and glanced behind the royal guard. Master Piyushi didn't die. Master Piyushi's face was extremely pale. He held the bone spirit altar in his left hand and reached out with his right hand. Countless black solidified breaths formed into black chains extending from his hand, tightly restraining the royal guard's skeleton in place. Teacher. The players from the Necromancer Research Institute were thrilled to see Master Piyushi resurrected and immediately controlled the royal guard. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. First Feng Heng struggling to attack the bone spirit altar, then facing a crisis, followed by Master Piyushi's sudden resurrection and control over the royal guard. In just a few seconds, so much had occurred that the players' emotions went from hell to heaven. Piyushi said in a deep voice, "Feng Heng, purify him." Understood. Feng Heng didn't know what happened to Master Piyushi, as he was certain Master Piyushi had not the slightest bit of breath left. But whatever. Feng Heng didn't dwell on it, and with just a glance, he understood Master Piyushi's intent. Tightly gripping the holy light purification spear in hand and swiftly rushing towards the royal guard. Hiss! The golden spear swiftly stabbed into the royal guard's bony body. Feng Heng knew very well that mere stabbing would not inflict any damage. It was the purify effect attached to the holy light purification spear that was the source of damage. The bloodline sacred artifact, blood shadow attack, and blood blade effect simultaneously activated. Feng Heng tightly gripped the spear and kept thrusting forward. Purify, purify. Facing the royal guard already controlled by Master Piyushi, and with Feng Heng's holy light attribute set just destroyed by the royal guard, his agility was maximized. Feng Heng madly swung the holy light purification spear in his hand. The spear formed a phantom that continuously thrust forward. Purification effects frequently triggered, constantly bursting on the royal guard. Each bursting holy light purification breath was accompanied by a large amount of death breath dissipated from the royal guard. Feng Heng keenly felt the royal guard's power rapidly weakening. Bang! Another purify effect triggered, making Feng Heng's eyes narrow. The soul fire in the royal guard's eyes violently trembled. Boom! The next moment, the royal guard exploded in front of Feng Heng. A huge death breath, carrying an irresistible force, burst outward again. Damn! Feng Heng cursed inwardly and immediately raised his hands to block the approaching breath. Huh? What's that? Feng Heng balanced his body in midair and clearly saw dark light swiftly merging into his right hand along with the burst breath. Landing, Feng Heng immediately raised his right hand to inspect. What the heck? Fine black lines quickly spread up the arm. A curse, special magic, or a mutation. This didn't seem like a good thing. Feng Heng's heart thumped, and he raised his left hand to release a blood blade, about to cut off his palm to stop the spread of the black lines. Just as he raised his hand, suddenly, Feng Heng saw a flash of illusion again. Feng Heng was acutely aware that this was an illusion. It was an endless desert all around, shrouded in death breath. In the deepest part, a huge tomb stood. Black breath enveloped the sand, and countless black royal guards devoutly knelt on the ground. Bang! The illusion in front of Feng Heng burst, followed by a row of game prompts on the retina. Prompt: player gains the royal guard mark. Curse: player strength plus 0.5. Constitution plus 0.5. Huh? A curse? Why could a curse enhance attributes? Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Feng Heng was momentarily stunned. He looked again at his arm, where the black breath halted below the joint, then quickly faded. Alright. It was no use cutting off his hand now. Feng Heng shook his hand and found no abnormalities. Right. Master Piyushi should know what it is. Feng Heng furrowed his brows, looked up at Master Piyushi, and saw Master Piyushi staring at him. Master Piyushi shook his head and then nodded. What was he doing? Feng Heng felt puzzled. What was the meaning of nodding and shaking his head? At the entrance of the central hall, players saw the royal guard easily annihilated under the joint efforts of Feng Heng and Master Piyushi, and they rushed into the hall with joy. Master Pu Shai. The players from the Necromancer Research Association gathered around. Li Qingren, seeing Master Pu Shai, had a hint of redness in her eyes. He was a lich. She immediately realized that Master Pu Shai had successfully advanced to become a lich. Teacher, you. This is not the time for this now. Master Pu Shai raised his hand to stop everyone from continuing, his gaze quickly scanning Fang Heng. During the recent mutation in the central area, at a critical moment, Master Pu Shai knew he was doomed and decided to forcefully evolve into a lich to try and preserve his life. But this was only prolonging death. The evolution and advancement of a lich were a life or death situation, almost impossible to succeed in such circumstances. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng touched the Bone Spirit Altar, activated it, and allowed Master Pu Shai to successfully absorb the power of the Bone Spirit Altar, completing the lich's advancement at the last moment. A lich scholar could gain a vast power boost and almost eternal life shortly after advancing to a lich. However, all abilities of a lich scholar would permanently solidify, losing the possibility of further progress. Master Pu Shai had no regrets. Being able to survive was already quite good. Master Pu Shai sensed something again and turned to look at the stone slab at the entrance of the cave. What is that? National game. Start AFK from the zombie apocalypse, a space rift that can absorb the breath of the death realm. Fang Heng stepped forward and explained, adding, but it can't absorb too much. It fills up quickly. Since players stopped infusing the breath of the death realm into the vortex, the speed at which the vortex absorbed the breath of the death realm significantly decreased. Furthermore, within the Blood Clan world, the concentration of the breath of the death realm inside the dark prison of blood rapidly increased, further slowing down the speed at which the vortex absorbed the breath of the death realm. Pu Shai re-examined the stone slab and felt regretful. The absorption efficiency of the vortex was still too low, and there was a limit to how much it could absorb. Otherwise, they could have relied on this vortex to make some progress. Pu Shai then turned and scanned Fang Heng. He was certain that Fang Heng was not an enemy of their Undead Research Association. If not for Fang Heng, including himself, everyone would have died there. However, there must be a traitor within the team. The sudden resurrection of the King's Guard earlier was very abnormal. However, now was not the time to deal with traitors. The entire Undead Research Association was facing a great threat from the outside and needed to quickly leave the sinking corridor. You've all done well. Pu Shai cleared his mind and said solemnly to everyone, the breath of the death realm inside the sinking corridor has already spread outside. Continuing the blockade is meaningless. Leaving the stone slab here will reduce the speed at which the breath of the death realm spreads outside. We will open a special passage to leave the sinking corridor and return to the Undead Research Association. Yes. Finally, they could get out, barely escaping death, and receiving confirmation from Master Pu Shai. The players all breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, move back a bit. Pu Shai walked alone into the main hall to inspect. In the central hall magic array, the breath of the death realm continued to seep out through the cracks in the floor. As the entire central magic array had been completely corroded and rendered ineffective, Pu Shai couldn't open it by conventional means. Carefully, Pu Shai walked to the right corner of the hall. He crouched down, placed his hand on the corroded magic array, and infused breath into it. Sizzle, the floor rapidly decayed and disintegrated at a visible speed, emitting a sizzling sound. Soon, a huge hole appeared in the floor. Peering into the hole, a staircase leading downward appeared before everyone. It was the exit. The players' faces lit up with joy. Let's go, Pu Shai said, signaling for everyone to follow him into the underground passage. Fang Heng glanced back at the stone slab left in the room, deliberately staying at the back of the group. He waved his hand toward the slab before leaving. Unable to store it in the backpack. Was it because it was inscribed with a magic array? Forget it. He wouldn't retrieve the stone slab. It was too heavy to carry. Eventually, the energy stored in the slab would deplete, and the space rift would close on its own. Helplessly, Fang Heng could only leave the stone slab behind. Following through the rift into the emergency escape passage, the players remained silent, the atmosphere heavy. Having been enclosed for nearly a month, they could finally leave the sinking corridor, yet their moods were still not great. The situation outside was equally dangerous. The magic array suppressing the Death Realm rift had been mostly destroyed, and the sinking corridor was in ruins. If it truly collapsed, the entire Undead Research Association might face destruction. Among the group, Chi and Yao Yun felt more uneasy than the others. One piece of bad news after another. Piyu Shai not only survived, but also successfully ascended as a lich, obtaining the Bone Spirit Shrine. And Fang Heng, he didn't meet his predetermined fate of dying in the sinking corridor. Qian Yao Yun always knew Fang Heng was a big troublemaker, but he didn't expect it to escalate to this extent. As the situation developed, he quickly seized the opportunity to send a message to the outside world through the diary to the 12 consortiums. Fang Heng followed behind the group. Just now, his life was at stake, and he didn't have time to think much. Now that the crisis has passed, he also felt a bit uneasy. The Undead Research Association's magic array had been destroyed, and the leakage of the breath of the Death Realm would surely create chaos in the real world beyond. This was a golden opportunity for the 12 consortiums to invade the real world. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to resist taking action. However, he wondered how prepared the 12 consortiums were at the moment. Also, Mojawei had not returned since the last disconnection. Perhaps he encountered something unexpected? Was it the Blood Clan? Hopefully, it wasn't that unlucky. Lost in his thoughts, Fang Heng noticed the group had come to a stop up ahead. Master Piyushai had led the player team to the end of the emergency escape passage. In front of them, a pitch-black metallic door blocked their way. Piyushai approached and placed his hand on the metal door. A dark aura swiftly spread out from the center of Master Piyushi's palm, and numerous dark runes emerged on the door. Creak! The mechanism triggered, and the black bronze door slowly opened outward. Fang Heng stared at the door, his brow furrowed. Behind the door, a large group of high-ranking federal players dressed in uniforms blocked the passage. They were on high alert, watching the players of the Undead Research Association inside the passage cautiously. Noticing this scene, the players from the Undead Research Association were infuriated by the federal members' gestures and expressions. How could Piyushai, their master, be related to the anti-federal forces? Nonsense. Master Piyushai led us out of the sinking corridor. How could he be associated with anti-federal forces? Title: National Game. Auto Hang from the Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 870 of the main text volume. Broken Spirit Niche. What were you doing while we were trapped inside? Stop beating around the bush. So, I've always been annoyed with the Federation. If you don't open the emergency passage, we will have to stay inside and die. Except for the Federation, other lives are worthless, right? In fact, Master Piyushai has always had a sour face. Players have always had low affinity with Master Piyushai. But this time, within the sunken corridor, Master Piyushai risked his life to upgrade as a lich to rescue them from the sunken corridor. Moreover, compared to that, the actions of the Central Federation are more despicable. Seeing the players raising the Book of the Dead, most players in the undead camp are the most indifferent. But having experienced so much within the sunken corridor, us now, everyone is very rare in their united resentment. Let's just go for it. Who's afraid of whom? Seeing the players agitated, Xiangzi, followed by a line of Central Federation members, also became a bit nervous, raising their weapons to be on guard. No intention to cause disputes. Please stay calm, everyone. Xiangzi stepped forward half a step, trying to stabilize the situation. Not long ago, the Federation received unverified information claiming Piyushai and the anti-Federation force Night Owls were related, and the goal of destroying the sunken corridor was to seize the Bone Spirit Niche. Please trust in the Federation. We are just conducting a routine investigation and will not harass Mr. Piyushai. The investigation results will be made public. With these few words, Piyushai had already realized where the problem lay. The Bone Spirit Niche. Shi Yangzi once again focused his gaze on Pu Shai and asked in a deep voice, Pu Shai, do you have the bone spirit niche in your possession? So, you are looking for this, Pu Shai said, turning his hand over and holding the bone spirit niche that he had obtained in the central hall before. Shi Yangzi's eyes lit up when he saw the niche, unable to contain his excitement. It is it, the special item that the 12 consortiums have been desperately searching for, right in front of him? Yes. Pu Shai noticed the greed in Shi Yangzi's eyes, and with a light force from his right hand, bang! In the midst of everyone's astonishment, the niche in Pu Shai's hand exploded instantly. The bone spirit niche exploded into a cloud of dust. Shi Yangzi's pupils shrank, anger rising within him as he stared at Pu Shai. What? Pu Shai, do you know what you are doing? It's fake. Shi Yangzi furrowed his brows, asking, what do you mean? The bone spirit niche inside the central area is fake. When I found it, it had already been tampered with. Pu Shai shook his head, responding indifferently, oh well, I also want to know what happened in the sunken corridor, who was behind it, and since the Federation wants to investigate, I will naturally cooperate. Let's go with you in person. Listening to what Pu Shai said, Shi Yangzi was momentarily bewildered. The bone spirit niche had been completely destroyed, leaving only a pile of dust. Fake. How could that be possible? Why would the bone spirit niche be fake? Did something go wrong with the plan? Had the upper echelons of the 12 consortiums already obtained the bone spirit niche in advance and left a fake one there? Or had someone already seized the niche before they could act? Or was Pu Shai lying to him? He looked up at Money Yao Yun behind Pu Shai, wanting to confirm with him. Money Yao Yun also had a shocked expression. Fake. How is that possible? Let's go. Let's go to the Undead Research Association. Pu Shai walked up to Shi Yangzi. I also suspect that you are involved with the anti-Federation forces. How did you know that we had left the sunken corridor from the inside? Shi Yangzi's face darkened. Pu Shai, what do you mean by this? Pu Shai ignored Shi Yangzi, but instead looked at Fang Heng in the crowd. Fang Heng, go back and bring the sacred prayers I gave you 2 days ago in the temporary camp to your teacher Dicky. The rest of you come with me. Let's go see what evidence the Federation has to prove our connection with the Night Owls organization. After speaking, Pu Shai looked expressionless at Shi Yangzi. We can go now. Shi Yangzi gritted his teeth. Okay. Let's go. Master Pu Shai left with a team of players, leaving Fang Heng, Li Shaoqiang, and Tan Shuo behind. Li Shaoqiang had been piling his years of collected cough in books on Fang Heng, thinking that the books he had collected in the sunken corridor had been left behind to discuss how to return to life with Fang Heng. Tan Shuo had been following Li Shaoqiang, so he stayed as well. Fang Heng also stood there without moving. Watching the group leave together, Fang Heng felt puzzled. He didn't understand. What did Master Pu Shai mean by asking him to go back into the sunken corridor to fetch the sacred prayers? That book. Honestly, with so many books, did they really contain something called sacred prayers? Fang Heng was not sure. Moreover, with the strong death aura in the sunken corridor, could he rely on himself alone? Even with 100 Tan Shuo and 1,000 Li Shaoqiang, it would not be enough to face the dead. So, what was Master Pu Shai hinting at? Asking him to go back into the sunken corridor to see. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo were also puzzled, but they also felt that something was not right. They looked at each other and asked, Master Fang, are we really going back inside to see? I also. Fang Heng was about to say something when suddenly he heard a hissing sound. Hissing. Fang Heng was very perceptive. He turned his head quickly in the direction of the sound. That was. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. He was shocked to find that the dust scattered on the ground was emitting a faint undead aura. The debris left after the explosion of the bone spirit niche. Fang Heng's heart stirred. He was very familiar with this powerful aura, confirming its connection with the bone spirit niche. Hey, Master Fang. What's wrong with your hand? Li Shaoqiang suddenly noticed something odd about Fang Heng's right hand, looking at him with a strange expression. He walked up to him and quietly asked him. Feng Heng also lifted his right hand to inspect it upon hearing the question. Only then did he notice that at some point, the black patterns on his right hand had reappeared clearly. Hissing, as he raised his hand, the scattered dust once again showed a faint reaction. What was the debris of the bone spirit niche responding to his hand? Feng Heng speculated, trying to raise his hand and channel his mental power into it. Hissing. Suddenly, the dust quickly gathered in front of Feng Heng's right hand palm. Seeing this, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo were astonished. Countless dust on the ground quickly rose, congregating in front of Feng Heng's raised right hand palm. Hissing. Under the unknown force exerted by Feng Heng, the dust rapidly condensed into fragments of the bone spirit niche. The fragments of the niche hovered in the air, quickly reconstituting and restoring their original appearance.
The national game. Hanging up from the zombie apocalypse hint, players have skills related to undead studies. Players have the Curse of Kingsguard. Check successful. Hint. Players obtain an unknown artifact. Spirit Coffer of Bones. Item. Spirit Coffer of Bones. Type. Artifact. Status. Damaged. Usage requirement. Mastery in Undead Studies. Description. An auxiliary artifact capable of absorbing and transforming the aura of the dead realm, possessing many unknown powers. Additional attribute 1. Can absorb auras, such as the aura of the dead realm, vengeful spirit aura, non-solidifying aura, and purify them, refining them into high-concentration death aura. Additional attribute 2. Can absorb soul bodies and seal them. Additional attribute 3. Summon a Kingsguard to fight for you, and can enhance it by pouring death aura into the Spirit Coffer of Bones. Hint. Players lack relevant skills. Players can acquire and enhance relevant skills to gain more unknown attribute explanations and additional attribute abilities. Hint. Players come into contact with artifact-like items for the first time. These items do not occupy inventory space, and all additional attributes take immediate effect in the inventory. Spirit Coffer of Bones. Feng Heng muttered to himself, holding the Spirit Coffer of Bones in his hand, as if he realized something. The Spirit Coffer of Bones obtained from the sinking corridor was real. To prevent the Spirit Coffer of Bones from falling into the wrong hands, Prefect Piu Shai used some special technique to temporarily destroy it. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he understood. So Piu Shai believed that Ziyangzi from the Central Federation had some issues, intentionally hinting to leave it behind and pass the Spirit Coffer to his hands. Right, it should be like this. So now, what should he do? Li Shaoqiang and the others observed this strange situation and followed suit. Tan Shuo asked, "How did you do it? Do you understand antique restoration?" "No, I also have no idea." Feng Heng shook his head. He was also puzzled. From the recent game hints, it seemed to be related to the patterns on his arm and the strange illusions he had seen earlier. Seeing Feng Heng also unclear, Tan Shuo pondered for a moment and asked, "Feng Heng, if Master Piu Shai passed the Spirit Coffer of Bones to you, it may be because he doesn't trust Ziyangzi and doesn't want to hand it over to the Central Federation. Previously, he suggested that we enter the sinking corridor, find the books, and hand them to Master DG. Is it implying that we should now go find Master DG, yes? That makes sense." Feng Heng nodded in agreement. "Let's go. Let's find Master DG." With the Undead Research Society under siege on all sides, seeking protection from a master seems more prudent. Feng Heng and the others left the sinking corridor together, heading straight towards the central building of the society. Blood Clan Doomsday's Own 6. A huge blood-red barrier spread out, locking in the aura of the dead realm. Inside, Bellamy led the entire blood-red barrier, while behind her, thousands of Blood Clan members continuously provided her with power. On the side, the Elder Council Langfeller used a special technique to control the blood source crystal and channel a large amount of dead realm aura into the blood abyss. Time passed by. In the center of the many Blood Clan members, the giant magic circle summoning the space rift slowly closed until it disappeared. Hayes, who controlled the main magic circle, opened his eyes, stood up, glanced around at everyone, and nodded, saying, "The other end of the passage to the real world is sealed. It seems that the Master has finished on their end. How are all of you doing?" "Very well. I believe the Master will be very satisfied." Bellamy nodded in satisfaction. The inside of the blood abyss had been sealed with a large amount of high-concentration dead realm aura. Bellamy looked to the side at Langfeller and nodded. We can start sealing off the blood abyss now. In the real world, Feng Heng didn't have time to go back to the game and, along with Li Xiaoqiang and the others, ascended the stairs leading to the first floor of the building. Unlike in the past, at this moment, the entire interior of the Undead Research Society seemed deserted, eerily quiet. Feng Heng and the others made their way to the first floor, pushed open the door to the main hall, and entered directly. As they entered the hall, Li Xiaoqiang couldn't help but curse softly, "Damn." The aura of the dead realm had spread to such an extent. Through the entrance hall, the three could see the courtyard outside the glass door. The outside courtyard was pitch black. The black aura covered the sky, giving a sense of an apocalyptic world. A heavy aura of death rose from the main building of the Undead Research Society, continuously spreading outward. The main building was only a few hundred meters away from the exit. The courtyard in front was filled with undead creatures. Skeletal creatures contaminated by the aura of the dead realm continued to crawl out from the depths, and a large number of vengeful spirits lingered in the air. Fortunately, the strength of these creatures wasn't high. The affiliated building of the Undead Society also had magic formations inside, preventing these ordinary skeletal creatures from getting too close, so there was no major issue. The three exchanged glances. Li Xiaoqiang asked, "Boss Feng, what do you think?" Feng Heng raised the Holy Purify long spear in his hand and said, "Let's go. These are low-level undead creatures. We should be able to handle them. Let's break through and go see what's on the other side of the building." Okay. Li Xiaoqiang and Tan Shuo agreed as they each took out the Book of the Deceased. Following Feng Heng's lead, they made their way out of the building, heading towards the main building of the Undead Research Society. The reanimated undead bodies and skeletal creatures wandering in the courtyard had just revived, moving slowly and with low attack desire. Feng Heng casually knocked down a few, blocking their path with the long spear, quickly arriving at the entrance of the main building of the Undead Research Society. Over a dozen undead attendants blocked the entrance. They stood in a straight line, vigilantly watching Feng Heng and the others who had come from the affiliated building. One of the undead attendants bowed respectfully and said to the three, "Respected scholars, the chairman of the Undead Society has issued an order. The current situation within the Undead Research Society is in a first-tier emergency lockdown state, and no one except special personnel is allowed inside." The undead attendant gestured towards the other side of the affiliated building. "I suggest you all head to the right-wing building to seek refuge with the Federation." The building was closed. Li Xiaoqiang turned around and pointed to Feng Heng. "He's a disciple of Master DG and has very important matters to report. He wants to see Master DG." The Undead Studies attendant looked at Feng Heng, confirmed his identity, and then nodded, saying, "Respected scholars, not long ago, the seal of the Dead Realm Magic Circle was damaged. Master DG is assisting the Society in trying to repair the damaged Magic Circle, so he doesn't have time to see you. It's very dangerous here. If you don't wish to seek refuge with the Federation, I recommend that you immediately evacuate the dangerous zone at the center of the Society. The Federation has set up numerous shelters in the outer regions where you can ensure your safety."
People's game, starting from the zombie doomsday, Heng Li Kong was unwilling to give up idling. He continued to ask, "Can you help pass on a message for us? We are here under the guidance of Master Pu Shai. Sorry, it's not possible. Several presidents are currently repairing the magic circle and cannot be distracted. Even DG's students couldn't get in." Upon hearing this, Feng Heng and the others quickly exchanged glances. It seemed unwise to force their way in. Besides, it wasn't necessary. Feng Heng looked at the towering building ahead and quickly made a decision. "Let's run." Master Pu Shai has successfully advanced to a lich, with formidable strength, and the Undead Research Association supporting him. It's not worth the trouble to confront the Federation. Moreover, he already has the Tomb of Bone Spirits in his hands, and the Federation can't do anything to Master Pu Shai. Since he can't see Master DG at the moment, staying here is pointless. It's even more impossible to seek shelter from the Federation. That He Yangzi looks very odd. It might be a good idea to ask Chen Yu about the specific situation at the Federation. Unfortunately, this area belongs to the Undead Research Association's internal zone, with a strong aura of death enveloping it. completely blocking normal communication. Staying here won't help. So, it's better to leave early. Having absorbed so much death aura entering the vampire apocalypse, it's uncertain if there will be trouble in the vampire apocalypse. He needs to find an opportunity to go back and check. Besides all this, there's one more urgent matter Fang Heng wants to confirm. The Blood King sealed in the real world. If what he saw in the initial place was correct, then after the Blood King was sealed, his body parts were buried in the real world. Assuming the 12 consortiums have indeed made plans in advance as he suspects, these locations might already be under the control of the 12 consortiums. He needs to find a way to go and see the situation. Fang Heng thought for a moment and nodded to a few undead attendants. You're right. Staying here will only bring trouble. Let's go. Please inform Master DG and Master Pu Shai that we are temporarily leaving the Research Association to evacuate to another city. Okay. Respected scholar, we will deliver the message. Huh? Are you leaving just like that? Hearing Fang Heng's words, Li Shaoqiang was surprised. Given the current situation, they are leaving just like that. Fang Heng shrugged. I want to go out and take a look. Besides, we can't communicate with the outside world here anyway. What do you think? Li Shaoqiang hesitated for a moment. Since Fang Heng is leaving, there's no point in him and Tan Shuo staying here. It's better to follow Fang Boss and see what's outside, then figure out a way to contact their superiors in their own federation. Alright. Li Shaoqiang had hoped to find a way to retrieve the coffin, and immediately nodded. Okay. My car is parked in the parking lot behind the building. Let's go together. Okay. Fang Heng nodded and picked up his long spear once again. Let's fight our way out. 1 hour later, Li Shaoqiang was driving the car on the highway. A large number of wandering skeletal creatures occasionally appeared on the road. Unable to evade, they could only crash into them head-on. The whole car stumbled and bumped along the way. Fortunately, Li Shaoqiang's Land Rover is more sturdy, and the just resurrected skeletal creatures are relatively fragile. Away from the Undead Research Association, most of the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. We have a signal. Tan Shuo, in the co-driver's seat, had been testing the network with his phone. Seeing the hard-earned signal, he exclaimed in surprise. Before Tan Shuo could contact his superiors, the phone suddenly froze. Following that, numerous news pop-ups and chat messages quickly crowded the screen. Tan Shuo quickly browsed through the most recent information and looked puzzled. What did you see? Why do you look so grim? Li Shaoqiang, noticing Tan Shuo's silent demeanor, couldn't help but turn to him, urging, the Undead Research Association is already in this state. What more is there to be anxious about? Tan Shuo put down his phone, took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He then looked at Li Shaoqiang and said, word by word, vampire invasion. Ah, Li Shaoqiang was greatly shocked, nearly losing grip of the steering wheel. What did you say? An hour ago, the Central Federation officially announced that our world is undergoing a massive game invasion, with a large number of vampires entering the real world through unknown means. Vampires harbor great hostility towards humanity, and the casualties reported within an hour have skyrocketed. The Eastern District has already declared a state of emergency, urging people to seek protection in the nearest Federation shelter. Fang Heng's heart sank upon hearing this. It's them. The 12 consortiums have made a move. Upon hearing Tan Shuo's words, Fang Heng immediately took out his phone to search for a signal. The invasion of the real world. Li Shaoqiang's face also changed upon hearing this. Soon he noticed something amiss and turned his head. Wait. Are you saying the invasion is coming from the vampire apocalypse? When did things get this crazy in the vampire apocalypse? Almost all players started from the lower tier game world and worked their way up. Li Shaoqiang had also dabbled in the vampire apocalypse before, later advancing to the mid-tier game world and becoming involved in undead studies, gradually showcasing talents, and eventually getting recruited by the Federation through a fortuitous encounter. Hearing about the vampire apocalypse invasion, Li Shaoqiang was somewhat bewildered. In his memory, the vampire apocalypse was relatively reasonable. The vampires mostly didn't randomly attack ordinary people, As long as one wasn't extremely unlucky or picked a fight, they wouldn't die in that simple level world. It's different this time. The invading vampires are extremely aggressive, searching for humans everywhere to attack. Tanchuo swiftly scrolled through his phone screen to view related news and nodded. In addition, the most recent media reports reveal that there have been large numbers of deaths globally. The Western Federation's area is the hardest hit by the attacks. Over a dozen small towns have already been thoroughly cleansed by the vampires, and it's estimated that this disaster has claimed over 100,000 lives. Currently, panic reigns outside, with speculation that this event is linked to the anti-Federation organization, Night Owls. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. After the signal was restored, he tried to call Mo Jiawei and get in touch, but found that his phone was out of signal reception. Damn, what are those incompetent folks at the Intelligence and Inspection Bureau doing? How could they not realize that someone stole the house? Li Shaoqiang couldn't help but slam the steering wheel heavily and cursed. They had just managed to survive perilous situations in the abyssal corridor, only to find out that the whole world had changed. Coming down a bit, Li Shaoqiang asked, "The initial vampire apocalypse was led by the Western Federation?" "Right. What are they saying over there? What's the situation and any explanations provided?" "The Western Federation has not yet released any information to the public," Tanchuo said. Frustrated, Li Shaoqiang's temper flared up again. "Hey, playing dead, are they?" Tanchuo lowered his head to fiddle with the phone again, then looked up and said, "I've contacted the captain. In the current B45 district, a high-level vampire prince is leading a large number of vampires in attacking the city. The Federation is requesting nearby personnel to provide emergency support. In addition, the captain is currently conducting a massacre operation on vampires in the A42 district."
National game, starting with the zombie doomsday to AFK away from keyboard farming. Besides this, the Federation is trying to search for the spatial nodes broken through by the Blood Clan world. The team leader has asked us to report to the nearby Federation gathering point for support. The coordinates of the nearby gathering points have already been sent to us, and we need to go back immediately. Saying that, Tan Hao turned around and looked at Fang Heng, sitting in the back seat, asking, "Fang Heng, what about you? Are you coming with us?" "Let me think about it." Fang Heng reluctantly put away his phone. Not only was Mo Jiawei not answering calls, even Chen Yu and Lao Hei were unreachable. It felt like being abandoned by the world. Well, forget about them for now. He needed to take action himself. Fang Heng closed his eyes and thought quickly. Li Shaoqiang couldn't understand the reasons behind this Blood Clan invasion, but he had a rough idea. Various signs indicated that the 12 financial families hidden behind the scenes had made a move. From Tanchuo's intelligence, the Blood Clan invasion was almost simultaneously happening all over the real world, with large-scale invasions and killings globally. No matter how strong the mobility of the Blood Clans was, it was impossible for them to spread worldwide so quickly. Based on this deduction, the Blood Clan had definitely not just opened 1 or 2 spatial rifts. There were probably more than a dozen. Only in this way could such widespread chaos ensue. The 12 financial families had indeed made some preparations after so many years. The inheritance of the Blood King was an attractive asset, enough for the 12 financial families to go all in. Fang Heng didn't want to cause too much slaughter in the real world. He couldn't do it himself, but he also didn't want the people of the 12 financial families to get the inheritance. What if his Blood Clan rebellion under his command turned against him once the 12 financial families obtained the king's inheritance? Whose loss would that be? Besides, his relationship with the 12 financial families wasn't good. If the enemy grew stronger, he would be in trouble. He had to find a way to stop the 12 financial families' plans. Of course, it would be best if he could benefit a little from it. But how to stop it? Fang Heng thought about it. Assuming he could destroy 1 or 2 seal points, would that prevent the Blood King's inheritance from being obtained? Let's try. No matter how many rifts the 12 financial families had established, the goal of the Blood Clans was the sealed body of the Blood King. Find the seal points. The Blood Clans would probably be there. After figuring out the key points, Fang Heng raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of calmness. In the real world, his power was still a bit lacking. Besides the skills attached to the Blood Clan's sacred artifacts, he couldn't use active skills. He couldn't even transform into a bat form like the Blood Clan's. At most, he could utilize the Blood Clan's night vision as auxiliary. He still needed outside help to deal with the 12 financial families. Chen Yu couldn't be contacted now, so he could only rely on these two people to contact the Federation for help. Fang Heng leaned forward between the front seats and said, "Brothers, instead of going to the nearest Federation gathering point, I have a bigger plan." Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo looked a little puzzled, turning their heads to look at Fang Heng at the same time. Fang Heng continued, "Let's save this world invaded by the Blood Clans together. How about that? Li Shaoqiang was speechless. "Don't mess around, Fang Heng. The situation is very dangerous now. We should." "I'm not joking. I have a very reliable source of information, and this incident is related to the 12 financial families behind the Southern Federation," Fang Heng said with a serious expression, handing his phone over. "Let's go to this place now. It's one of the target points of the Blood Clan's invasion into the real world." The coordinates displayed on the phone were one of the seal points of the body of the Blood King that he had confirmed through the illusion. It was the nearest location to the Undead Research Association. "Inform the Federation. Tell them that this location is one of the strongholds of the Blood Clan. Immediately send people to check it out." To avoid trouble, Fang Heng planned to act as a helpful citizen behind the scenes and added, "By the way, say that you got this information. Maybe you'll get a promotion unexpectedly." Hearing Fang Heng's earnest tone, Li Shaoqiang couldn't help but believe him to some extent. After all, Fang Heng had performed exceptionally well in the Labyrinth of Despair before. He was someone worth relying on. Tan Shuo, in the co-driver's seat, also became serious. He took the phone handed over by Fang Heng and looked at it. Seeing the location marked above, Tan Shuo was taken aback. He immediately picked up his own phone nearby and compared the two. Tan Shuo's expression became increasingly strange. "What's wrong? If Manager Fang guarantees, don't you believe it? Hurry up and start the navigation." Li Shaoqiang, who was driving, couldn't help but urge when he saw Tan Shuo's delay. "Okay." Tan Shuo nodded and tapped on his phone. Soon, a pleasant female voice sounded from the phone. "Currently locating. Target location, Federal Emergency Collection Point F-2. Planning the route, 32 kilometers in total. The road is clear. The estimated time for the entire journey is 26 minutes. What the heck? The Blood Clan gathering point Fang Heng mentioned turned out to be one of the Federation's emergency collection points just mentioned by the team leader. Li Shaoqiang was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Fang Heng reflected in the rearview mirror. "Manager Fang, are you messing with us, huh?" Fang Heng was also surprised. "What's wrong?" Tan Shuo handed over the two phones he held. Fang Heng compared the two locations displayed on the phones. It was strange. The location where the remnants of a Blood King were sealed most recently was actually one of the Federation's emergency gathering points. The two locations almost overlapped. It was very interesting. Fang Heng squinted and thought for a moment, nodding. "Don't panic. Everything is under control." Li Shaoqiang pursed his lips, thinking, "I'm not panicking. I just feel like you're playing me." Fang Heng handed over the phone and asked, "What's the situation with that location? Do you have any specific information?" Well, Tan Shuo took back the phone, checked some information, and said, "The emergency gathering point was transformed into an emergency safe refuge area by the Eastern Federation 4 days ago to prevent the death aura of the Undead Research Association from spreading externally, equipped with high-intensity military protection. It is managed by Pan Xiangdong, one of the senior military officers in the Eastern Federation, who has been in charge of several high-level Federation projects and has a very high level of authority, and I couldn't find any more information." Fang Heng shrugged. "All right, let's go check it out together." "Sure, buckle up," Li Shaoqiang agreed, and the car sped off towards the planned Federal Emergency Collection Point. Half an hour later, the sky had gradually darkened. A makeshift military base emerged in the distance. Fang Heng leaned out from the car window, observing the surroundings. The military base was established at the foot of a mountain. About 20 Federation members were monitoring and patrolling the makeshift military base from the high towers outside. "Do you smell it? The strong bloody smell." "Smell what?" Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang sniffed hard, shaking their heads, indicating they couldn't smell anything.
The whole nation game. starting AFK from the zombie doomsday. Well, it should be due to the enhancement of the blood lineage, and I am very sensitive to blood. Feng Heng became more convinced that there was a problem with this place. Hey, things are always darkest under the lamp, right? Vampires play quite lavishly. Li Shaoqiang slowed down the speed of the car and slowly stopped the vehicle outside the military base. Getting out of the car, two well-equipped Federal Patrol soldiers walked up outside the base. Federal Third-Class Military Officer Li Shaoqiang, Third-Class Military Officer Tan Shuo, reporting at the order of the superior. The soldiers checked Li Shaoqiang's credentials, confirmed the identities of the two after saluting, and said, "To officers, please follow me." Feng Heng turned his head somewhat unexpectedly to look at Li Shaoqiang. Military officers. Ahem. Li Shaoqiang coughed lightly and said, "It's a nominal position, no real power." Should he mention that he's also a genius? He and Tan Shuo are both extremely talented in necromancy. Do you think anyone can be chosen by the Federation for special training? 1 in a million, alright. Li Shaoqiang sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, he ran into Feng Heng, this big monster, and felt more and more ordinary and common, to the point of recently thinking about working with Feng Heng to make a fortune and retire. However, he had encountered this annoying situation in the Lost Corridor. Lost his pants. Inside the military base, the three were temporarily taken to a makeshift meeting room. Officers, the Legion commander is participating in a remote video conference. Please rest for a while, and you will meet immediately after the meeting. You can also lead a team to join the exploration squad that will depart in 5 minutes to clear the wandering undead life forms in the undead research area and search for survivors along the way. Thank you, we'll wait. You can go. Busy yourselves. Looking at the two soldiers leaving, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang both turned to Feng Heng. Mr. Feng, what do you think? Feng Heng sniffed again. The bloody smell became even stronger. The scent seemed to be coming from behind the military outpost. Feng Heng looked at the two and straightforwardly said, "There's a problem here." "What problem?" "You'll know when you see it." Feng Heng stood up and walked out of the room. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo couldn't quite grasp it. Out of trust in Feng Heng, they followed him. Following the direction of the bloody smell, Feng Heng walked out of the main building through a side door, heading towards an old building on the square behind the main building at the base. The security within the military compound was extremely tight. Along the way, Feng Heng encountered at least 3 patrol teams, and there were also 2 patrol teams on the square. Federal soldiers stood guard 24 hours a day. Halt! At the entrance of the old building, 2 federal soldiers with firearms stopped Feng Heng and his companions, and said in a deep voice, "This is the arsenal area, and no one is allowed in by order of the Legion commander." The 3 of them exchanged glances and communicated quickly with their eyes. "Feng Heng, there's a problem inside. We need to go in and check." Tan Shuo, "Now, isn't it too risky to barge in?" Li Shaoqiang, "Don't be impulsive. Brothers, we should find another way in." Ahem. Perhaps sensing the killing intent gradually emanating from Feng Heng, Li Shaoqiang reached out and pulled Feng Heng back, nodding to the guards. "It's okay. We made a wrong turn. We're leaving now." Saying that, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang turned around and left. Feng Heng remained standing in place. The 2 guards stared at Feng Heng, their eyes becoming more vigilant. "What are you doing? Aren't you leaving?" Feng Heng turned sideways and pointed to an empty space on the square nearby, looking puzzled, and said, "Strange. What is that thing?" By now, it was completely dark, and the 2 guards subconsciously raised flashlights and aimed in the direction Feng Heng pointed. As their line of sight shifted, Feng Heng suddenly drew back his left hand, held behind him. The bone spirit altar appeared in the palm of his hand. His mental power instantly infused into the bone spirit altar. "Huh?" Tan Shuo let out a soft exclamation. "The breath of death." The black aura quickly condensed. In the direction Feng Heng pointed, a pitch-black alchemical magic array appeared on the ground. A skeletal creature, entirely black and holding a bone-made long knife, gradually rose from the magic array. The expressions of the 2 federal guards at the gate changed. "It's an undead creature. Undead invasion. Sound the alarm. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The undead aura burst out and spread around. In the center of the scattered aura, the skeletal guard raised the black bone knife and rushed towards the nearest Federal Patrol Guard team on the square. Federal players immediately raised their firearms and shot at the skeletal creature. The strength of the Royal Guard was formidable, enduring the dense shots while charging towards the patrol team. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo were shocked to see this scene. The Royal Guard. No, isn't that the Royal Guard? In the depths of despair, even Tutor Pu Shidao almost died at its hands. Wasn't it already destroyed? How come it's appearing in this place? It seems to have been greatly weakened. It should be manageable by our party. Tan Shuo's face darkened, as he had just used the Book of the Dead to prepare to contain the Royal Guard. But at that moment, he heard Fang Heng's voice in his ear. Immortal Wood Adventures, quick, come here. Looking back, Fang Heng had already taken advantage of the brief chaos and entered the building. Fang Heng, it was his doing. Both Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang immediately realized. Taking advantage of the focus of the federal people on the Royal Guard, the two of them quickly followed suit and entered the old building. Fang Heng swiftly closed the main door of the building and walked forward briskly. It was the first time he had summoned the Royal Guard for battle, and he didn't have time to confirm its exact strength. After all, it was just a tool, and he simply hoped it would cause some chaos to buy time. After a quick glance, it seemed fine. Beyond a certain range, Fang Heng quickly lost his mental power connection with the Royal Guard. Looking again, the Royal Guard had already entered the summoning cooldown period. Without any game prompts, Fang Heng was not sure how long the cooldown time would be. Fang Heng put the Bone Spirit Altar back into the game backpack. Seeing Fang Heng retrieve the Bone Spirit Altar, Li Shaoqiang suddenly realized the Royal Guard summon just now was called forth from the Bone Spirit Altar. Envy. Although it was damaged, it was a genuine artifact. It could be used both in and out of the game. It was a treasure for necromancers. It's strange. Looking back now, Mr. Fang seems to have made a big profit in this wave battle. It seems like he's the only one who's lost in the investment in the Lost Corridor. No, after this is over, I need to discuss with Mr. Fang how to make a profit from this. Li Shaoqiang mumbled to himself as he continued to walk with the three of them. National game. Hengmu starts with the end of the zombie apocalypse, and Fang Heng frowned. The strong smell of blood made him almost certain that there were vampires conducting a special ritual to awaken a vampire prince in this place. Tan Shuo also found it strange. This place was a stronghold for storing weapons, clearly with so many federal guards outside the building, yet no guards were visible inside. It was obvious that something was wrong. Li Shaoqiang increasingly believed Fang Heng's judgment, nodding and saying, "Boss Fang, this doesn't seem like a warehouse for storing weapons." Fang Heng replied with a nod. Following the direction of the blood smell, the three walked through several corners and descended to the basement using the stairs. In front, two guards dressed in federal attire stood in front of a large door on the right. When the guards saw Fang Heng approaching, a look of surprise flickered in their eyes, wondering why a stranger would come here. "Stop!" The guard stared at Fang Heng and his companions, saying in a deep voice, "This is a crucial federal weapons storage facility. How did you get in here?" "No, we are here to inspect." Li Shaoqiang was about to speak, but was stopped by Fang Heng. Slowly, Fang Heng walked towards the two guards. The two federal soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming at Fang Heng. "Did you hear me? I said stop. Stop now." Fang Heng halted his steps, turned his wrist, and raised the vampire holy artifact scepter in his hand, showing it to the guards. The two federal guards were shocked to see the vampire holy artifact in Fang Heng's hand and looked at his face. Almost simultaneously, a unique red light shone in Fang Heng's eyes. The two guards' hearts began to beat faster as they felt their blood boiling rapidly. Vampire suppression. The two guards' expressions changed suddenly, realizing the identity of the newcomer, and both knelt down together. "Your Grace, what is going on here?" Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo were both dumbfounded, watching the two vampires kneel before Fang Heng. Wait, they were not federal soldiers, they were vampires. They were actually vampires. The entire Federal Emergency Assembly Point had been completely infiltrated by vampires. Almost instantly, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo realized the situation and looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Feng Heng was right. This place was actually a vampire stronghold. Remaining composed, Feng Heng waved his hand. "Get up, I will go in and take a look." "Yes, Your Grace." The two vampires respectfully stood up, stepping aside. Feng Heng took a step forward and entered the gate guarded by the two vampires. Behind the gate, it was dark with no lights on. Relying on his vampire night vision ability, Feng Heng looked around and walked towards the staircase next to the hallway, following the direction of the blood scent. Making sure there was no one around, Feng Heng stopped walking. The sealed area of the Vampire King should be below. There was no rush to go in. He needed to plan. Li Shaoqiang and the others would probably inform the feds, and support would arrive soon. There was no need to engage in a battle with the vampires right away. Instead, he could pretend to be a vampire, gather information about their plans, and maybe gain some benefits. Reincarnation Paradise. If higher-ranking vampires recognized him, his cover might be blown. So, he decided to return to the Vampire Apocalypse game for an update while bringing a personal skin mask. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Heng closed his eyes. A dark red magic circle appeared beneath him, and red blood rose along the magic circle, enveloping Feng Heng entirely. Outside on the first floor's gate, being blocked by two vampires, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo showed expressions of helplessness and left. Returning along the way, they leaned against a wall at a corner, taking 2 minutes to digest what they had just witnessed. They couldn't help but exchange glances. This situation had escalated. Looking at the current situation, Feng Heng had been right all along. This place was indeed a problematic vampire nest, and the entire temporary federal military base had been covertly controlled by vampires. Who would have thought that the vampires' influence extended this far? Moreover, the fact that such elaborate setups were arranged made them not believe that Base Commander Panqiang Dong was not involved. Contact the captain and ask for backup? Yes. They tried to get a signal on their phones and immediately sought support from the captain. Not far from the temporary federal military base was a summer campsite for students. At this moment, the campsite had been urgently requisitioned by the feds. Information related to the eastern area of the Federation and the vampires had quickly reached Sushaojiang. In just a few hours, the Federal Inspection Bureau had identified 39 federal personnel associated with the 12 consortiums and over 200 dangerous individuals who had caused trouble by participating in the game invasion against the Federation. Pre-planned missions were proceeding as scheduled, combining continuous surveillance of several dangerous federal individuals and monitoring of vampire activities in the eastern region. The target individual, Panqiang Dong, began to enter Su Shujiang's scope. After confirming Panqiang Dong's extremely suspicious behavior, Su Shaojiang personally led his team to the scene. With limited available manpower, a vampire prince leading a large number of vampires was launching a frontal attack on the city, causing some trouble for the Eastern Federation. Elite teams from the inspection unit were sent to support there. Director, we have detected vampire activities at the F-22 emergency assembly point, but we haven't received any reports from the F-22 location regarding the vampires. The Internal Affairs Department's investigation is ongoing, and no problems have been found yet. Based on recent investigations, 5 suspicious individuals are inside the F-22 emergency assembly point, with 3 of them having previously visited the temporary military base. Report. An excited federal soldier said, Director, we just received a situation report from the 7th Squadron of the Undead Studies Division. 2 federal military officers from their team entered the F-22 location about half an hour ago and found vampire movements inside. Suspecting a huge problem at the location and requesting backup. Ha, a big fish. Su Shaojiang sneered. Full team, move out. Yes, sir. National game. Starting from the zombie doomsday, hanging up the main text scrolls of the 876th chapter of the Altar Blood Clan Doomsday 6th District. Adia knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting, "Yes, after the proposal of Duke Barami, we temporarily sealed the breath of the dead realm in the blood abyss, hoping that the collected breath can help the master." The breath of the dead realm was secretly collected by the blood clans and stored in the blood abyss. Entering the game, upon hearing Adayana's report, Fang Heng was momentarily stunned. Immediately, Fang Heng was overjoyed. Great! Why didn't he think of it at first? The broken space of the blood abyss is the most suitable place to store the breath of the dead realm. Originally, the breath of the dead realm was of little use, only to increase the efficiency of leveling up the undead experience values. With an ultimate account, Fang Heng had always been dissatisfied with the leveling efficiency of the undead studies, only to be frustrated by the lack of breakthroughs. But now is different. He obtained the Shrine of Bones. The initial strength of the Kingsguard summoned by the Shrine of Bones is not high, but it can be enhanced by the power of the Dead Realm Breath. It's just what he needs now. Fang Heng couldn't be more satisfied with the performance of the blood clans. You have done very well. I am very satisfied. The blood clans are still more useful in some aspects than the zombies. After all, they know how to think. Atiya's heart was full of joy, faithfully bowing her head. Worrying for the master is our duty. Fang Heng thought for a moment, and continued, there are serious problems in the real world. I need you to be on standby at all times, and once Mojoe logs in, immediately inform him that I have left the abyss of corrosion and ask him to contact me. Yes, master. After confirming that the Blood Clan Doomsday World was not affected by the breath of the dead realm, Fang Heng switched his skills to the Blood Clan academic form, and also transferred a human skin mask into the Space Elite backpack, then immediately logged out of the game. The academic fusion skill is still useful. After switching to the Blood Clan form, it can still work when returning to the real world. Back in the real world, Fang Heng put on the human skin mask, took off a few damaged sacred equipment on his body, and walked towards the front of the passage again. Fang Heng pursued the bloody scent all the way into the underground second floor. Inside the front passage, it was still dark without lights, completely black. Over a dozen blood clans stayed at the end of the corridor, vigilantly watching Fang Heng approaching step by step. Unlike just now, from a distance, the blood clans could clearly feel the same clan aura emanating from Fang Heng. As he got closer, Fang Heng once again raised his blood clan spirit staff high. The blood clan relic was a symbol of blood clan glory. Seeing this, all the blood clans knelt in unison. Lord Marquis, Fang Heng answered, taking a step forward, pushing open the metal door guarded by the Blood Clan. Unexpectedly, behind the metal door was a large cavern that had been partially excavated by someone. Stepping into the cavern, Fang Heng couldn't help but blink his eyes again. In the center of the cave was a circular stone Blood Clan altar. A stone pillar about 3 meters high stood in the center of the stone altar. 12 Blood Clans surrounded the altar, their hands pressed to the ground, performing a special ritual to awaken the king's body. Fang Heng's eyes were immediately drawn to the towering stone. Yes, that stone should be the remains of the sealed Blood King. Fang Heng whispered softly. Blood dripped from high above, continuously pouring onto the stone pillar, making a sound. So that's it. Fang Heng muttered. Looking up, there was a hidden hole at the top of the cave. Faint moonlight shone through the hole. Occasionally, blood clans flew in and out of the hole with fresh blood, splashing it on the stone pillar. The stone pillar absorbed some of the blood and was awakened by the blood ritual conducted by the blood clans below. When Fang Heng, who entered the cavern through the main entrance, many blood clans in the cavern cast probing glances at him. After confirming Fang Heng's blood clan identity, most of the blood clans quickly averted their eyes and continued with their tasks. Among the crowd, 3 blood clan marquises guarding the central altar exchanged puzzled looks. Who is he? From the aura emanating from him, he must be a blood clan marquis without a doubt. Where did this blood clan marquis come from? According to the plan formulated by the Elder Council, the security of this sealing point is entrusted to us 3 blood clan marquises. Advanced blood clan dukes and princes may also join the battle, but they prefer to engage in eliminating humans around the world to attract attention. We've never heard of an unfamiliar blood clan Marquis coming to support. The youngest Marquis among the three, Micah, stepped straight towards Fang Heng. He stared at Fang Heng and asked, "Who are you? I have never seen you before." Fang Heng gestured with his blood clan spirit staff and nodded. "Nate, from the Asamai tribe. Due to some special reasons, I have been active in this world. Just noticed that someone from the Federation is rushing towards here. You may have been exposed, so I came here to take a look. I suggest you relocate immediately." A blood clan surviving in the real world. It sounds very strange. Really? You mean the Federation has discovered this secret base? Micah's tone was full of undisguised suspicion, and he turned to a middle-aged man wearing Federation military uniform. Yuanzi said in a deep voice, "That's impossible. We've been very secret of this time, and we haven't received any intelligence. It's impossible to be discovered by the Federation." Micah looked at Fang Heng. "Did you hear that?" "I'm not deaf," Fang Heng replied, looking at Yuanzi, not bothering to argue, looking indifferent. He took a step forward, staring at the huge stone block in the center of the stone altar. Over the years, the body of the Blood King seal had gradually petrified, merging completely with the original seal left on the ground, unable to move, forming the current appearance. The power absorbed the blood, and the stone block began to emit a faint red light. The seal was gradually being released. Micah blocked Fang Heng in front of him, shielding his sight. Fang Heng asked, "How long before the seal is completely released?" Micah waved his hand, indicating one of the Blood Clan subordinates to investigate Fang Heng's identity. "Soon. The first seal will be released soon, and we will soon enter the second stage. Let's talk about your situation. Which region are you from? Why have I never seen you before?" "I've never seen you either," Fang Heng said casually. "With so many ethnic groups invading the world, it's normal not to have seen me." Fang Heng quickly thought of a strategy. Originally, he wanted to disguise himself and infiltrate the Blood Clan, listening to some information from the Blood Clans, gaining some benefits. In the past, this trick was very effective, but this time it encountered trouble. The vigilance of the Blood Clans was very high. 7017K. National Game. Hang up from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 877 Chapter. Take advantage of the fire to rob. The good news is, there are no Blood Duke and Princes, still within controllable range. Speaking bluntly, Fang Heng quickly assessed the combat capabilities of both sides. In the real world, his abilities have been greatly weakened. 3 dukes gathered together. Is it justified? You can try to accelerate the opponent's blood circulation to impact them. Maka stared at Fang Heng, his suspicion growing stronger. Is that so? Fang Heng looked back at Maka provocatively. "Hey, I don't like the way you look at me. Do you want to fight?" Maka looked eager to try. "This is what you asked for." Boom. Just as the two were about to prepare to fight, a loud explosion suddenly came from the entrance behind the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Then, the alarm inside the Federal Emergency Gathering Point suddenly sounded. Yuanji's face changed slightly. Maka, no longer willing to fight Fang Heng, turned to Yuanzi and asked, "Yuanzi, what's going on?" "Not sure. Perhaps the Federal temporary base is under attack from outside. Who else besides their blood race could attack the Federal?" Yuanzi had a sense of foreboding, wondering if they were really being targeted by this blood race. He looked around at the others and quickly said, "You guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look. Do not act recklessly." Seeing the Federal people hurriedly leaving, the 3 Blood Duke also realized something was amiss. "No more fighting, right?" Fang Heng relaxed his fighting stance, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I've told you all before, the Federal people have noticed this place. Now we need to find a way to evacuate quickly." While saying this, Fang Heng also felt strange. Why did the Federal react so fast this time? This does not align with the Federal's usual sluggishness. Maka still harbored suspicion towards Fang Heng. Not saying a word, he turned to the senior blood leader conducting the ritual. "Report on the status of the seal operation." "Duke, We are doing our best to unlock a layer of the seal. The senior blood elder presiding over the ritual was sweating profusely. The seal is 95% unlocked. Just a little more, we still need time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a faint sound of gunfire outside the main entrance. The noise gradually approached the main gate. A blood member flew down from high altitude and reported, "Duke, we observed from a distance that the federal inspection team had infiltrated the base perimeter. We have been discovered. It seems the federal troops have breached the military base." "Tisk, Federal?" Maka felt annoyed and waved his hand. "Prepare for battle." A large number of blood members descended from the high cave entrance, reverting into their human forms, gathered at the entrance gate ready to fight. Boom. In just 2 minutes, the main gate exploded open. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire erupted from the passage. The blood members blocking the gate immediately dispersed. The gunfire lasted for half a minute. In the lull, several figures dashed in from the other side of the passage. 3 blood dukes led the cave's blood members to intercept them. Suddenly, several players from the federal inspection team and a large number of blood members were entangled in battle. Fang Heng had been staying at the back, and when he saw the federal people rushing in from the gate, his brows furrowed. 5 people. It's the federal inspection squad. Since being invited by the federal inspection squad to assist in an investigation before, Fang Heng had asked Mo Yongxiao for detailed information about the squad. In the real world, the federal openly recruits internal personnel every year. After background checks and strength assessments, these people are allocated to different departments based on their characteristics. Federal personnel are divided into many categories. Overall, there are 2 main types like Chen Yi focusing on in-game tasks, while another type focuses on handling crises in the real world, with departments generally distinguished by the game's major regions. The largest department is the Unified Armed Operations Headquarters. Generally, due to the relatively low number of high-level players in the game world, the main combat personnel of the Armed Operations Headquarters have undergone long-term training in the game, with strengths 3 to 5 times those of ordinary people, equipped with the Federal's standard weapons and custom firearms, as well as advanced melee combat skills. They are a large-scale combat force cultivated by the Federal, often adopting a strategy of overwhelming numbers and emphasizing cooperative combat. The Inspection Department is a more specialized department focusing on non-game aspects. They are engaged in intelligence collection and counteracting anti-federal forces to prevent threats to the real world. In terms of individual player strength, the inspection team is several orders of magnitude stronger than ordinary federal combat members. The inspection department's tactics are different. They mostly operate in groups of 1 to 6 people. Their battles are characterized by diverse and mysterious methods. They primarily handle reconnaissance and high-difficulty missions. Fang Heng didn't want to participate in the battle between the 2 sides, so he retreated back, carefully observing the situation. This time, a 5-person elite team from the inspection department was deployed for the mission. For frontline combatants, and 1 female combat member at the back had not yet entered the battle. She seemed like a support role. 4 against 3. Despite the large number of blood members aiding inside the cave, the 3 blood dukes were forced to retreat continuously. Fang Heng had always thought the Federal was incompetent, but that was not the case. The individual strength of the Federal inspection team members was very high, capable of overpowering a blood member in one-on-one combat, especially the tall one. Relentlessly pursuing Maka, the blood members were struggling to keep up. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Who cares? Profit from the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Heng immediately darted towards a nearby pillar. Might as well snatch the remains of the blood royal. Fang Heng excelled at taking advantage of the situation. Don't let him touch the seal. An elite squad member from the inspection team who had been observing the situation shouted as Fang Heng approached the pillar quickly. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Huh? The Federal also knows about the seal. Has Mo Jiawei already contacted them? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a large figure dived towards Fang Heng. I'm talking to you. Don't run. With eyes shining cold, Li Hu lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The fist hit the rock wall, shattering stones and leaving a large dent. Regaining balance, Li Hu turned back to Fang Heng, muscles bulging, charging at him again. Bloodsuckers, stirring up trouble in our East District was your biggest mistake. 7017K. In the national game, Guatrak's eyebrows slightly furrowed from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. The opponent is a power-type player. His strength attribute looks impressive. Mega saw that Li Hu, who had been chasing him, was now entangled with Fang Heng, and he immediately felt relieved. God knows what he just experienced. Brother, be careful. He's very strong. Don't let him touch you. Fang Heng's cold gaze swept over Meika on the side. Good buddy. Now you know how to call me brother. Are we close? Meika shook off the burden and immediately rushed to support another Blood Count who was being surrounded. Blood Clan, surrender. Don't try to run. Your every move is under our surveillance. Li Hu raised his fist, looking as if he could easily control Fang Heng and the others. In the recent battle, Li Hu felt that he already understood the strength of these blood clans. But then, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, trying to trigger the energy in Li Hu's body. He found Li Hu's qi and blood to be so full that it couldn't be triggered at all. Do you understand manners? I am talking to you. Li Hu didn't know what strange thing Fang Heng was doing in place, raising his fist and striking fiercely at Fang Heng again. Kneel down. The fist passed by Fang Heng with a strong wind. Relying on the strength attribute, Fang Heng's face stiffened, and he raised his fist and fiercely slammed it towards Li Hu. A look of surprise flashed through Li Hu's eyes. Who dares to directly challenge him like this? Boom! A heavy blow. The onlookers felt their eardrums ringing like a muffled thunder. Almost everyone turned to the center of the battlefield where Fang Heng and Li Hu were located. The clash of fists caused both Fang Heng and Li Hu to be filled with astonishment, and they both flew backward at the same time. Boom! Fang Heng's entire right arm was instantly shattered. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Meika's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he had just gotten lightly brushed by Li Hu before, and now his entire right side was still numb. How dare that kid challenge such a freak head-on? And he's not dead yet. Damn, that kid is bad. Luckily I didn't get tricked into fighting him. Us now. Meika wiped the cold sweat off his head. In midair, a look of surprise flickered through Fang Heng's eyes and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Such a strong power attribute. When facing players, he was in a losing position for the first time. Under the impact just now, his entire right arm was completely shattered. Hey, Federal? Fang Heng smirked. You're polite when facing night owls, but you fight back hard against yourself. Right. Li Hu, who had been thrown back, glared angrily. His whole right arm also tingled, followed by a sharp pain. When he looked down, his entire right hand and arm were bleeding profusely. Boom! Li Hu slammed heavily into the back wall. Seeing this, Jushu immediately came to check the extent of the injury. Upon closer inspection, Li Hu's entire right hand, including his arm, had lacerations. Blood was continuously seeping from the wound, looking very serious. Jushu observed the wound with a tight frown. Li Hu snorted lightly, disdainfully saying, "It's nothing major. It's the cutting effect of the Blood Clan's sacred weapon Blood Blade. The external wounds are indeed not serious, but if left untreated, they will continue to bleed. Simple bandaging can solve it, but the problem is with your old injury." Jushu looked at Li Hu and said, "Your physique has not fully recovered yet. Forcing battle will lead to a re-tear of your foundation, so your combat ends here." With that, Jushu took out bandages and began treating Li Hu. As she quickly treated the wounds on Li Hu's arms and fists, she was also extremely surprised. Li Hu, who possessed the innate power of the earth, had already entered the advanced game world for training under the guidance of the Federation some time ago, but had accidentally been injured during the training. After more than 3 months, he had almost fully recovered, just in time for the Blood Clan invasion. They had come to limber up, but they encountered trouble. Isn't the Blood Clan world a low-level game world? The intensity doesn't seem to match. Jushu originally thought that the department head was making a big deal out of nothing by having them all come over, but now it seemed that the strength of the Blood Clan had been greatly underestimated. HMPH, sneaky Blood Clan, only know how to use such despicable means. Lee, who grunted heavily, although his hand was cut, he had disabled the opponent's arm, rendering him combat ineffective. Not a total loss. With 3 against 3, the remaining teams should be able to handle the situation. Thinking this, Li Hu looked up again at the direction where Fang Heng was located. At this look, Li Hu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Fang Heng, who had been thrown backward, slammed into the rock wall with a loud crash. He then quickly adjusted his posture and landed steadily on the ground. His shattered right arm had already fully recovered in an instant. How could this be? Li Hu's eyes widened, seeing that he had just beaten the Blood Clan without any damage and then landed and bounced twice as lively as ever, while he himself was on the side licking his wounds, looking like the loser. Li Hu's blood boiled, and he shouted at Fang Heng, "Sneaky Blood Clan, come back. Do you dare to fight me head-on this time?" Li Hu gritted his teeth, unable to resist the urge to go up and beat up the Blood Clan right now. But in his excitement, blood sprayed out from the wound on his right arm. "Don't move." Jushu grabbed Li Hu's shoulder and glared at him angrily. Thinking quickly, Jushu looked up again towards where Fang Heng was located. There is a special clan among the Blood Clan, which possesses a powerful regenerative ability and can quickly recover from injuries, most likely encountering this clan. This ability cannot be used multiple times in a short period. Li Hu clenched his teeth. "Sneaky Blood Clan, come over here if you dare." On the other hand, with the effect of the undead body in effect, Fang Heng's shattered right arm quickly healed, almost returning to its peak state by the time he landed. In the deep water corridor before, Fang Heng had gained enough experience of taking a beating. Although Li Hu was very strong, he was nothing compared to the royal guard he had encountered in the deep water corridor before. Fang Heng also heard Li Hu shout and couldn't help but roll his eyes. How naive, the Federation's brute. "Sorry, the Sneaky Blood Clan chooses not to accept your challenge." When they had clashed fists just now, Fang Heng had already adjusted his angle and positioned himself right by the central altar as he landed. Without a word, Fang Heng quickly darted towards the altar. The Blood Clan elder was still fully in control of the ritual and breaking the seal. Fang Heng wasted no time, walking swiftly to the altar and placing a foot on the edge, reaching out to touch the central statue. In the next instant, several game prompts appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Prompt: you have discovered the sealed remains of the Blood Clan King. Prompt: the current state of unsealing the first stage of the Blood Clan King's remains, 98%. After the first stage is unsealed, it can be moved. Prompt: current player mission updated. Mission name: Sealed Remains. Mission description: through the guidance found in the starting area, you have discovered the sealed remains of the King of the Blood Clan. Mission requirements. Mission rewards. In a national game setting, starting from the zombie apocalypse, Fang Heng turned back to look at the Blood Clan conducting the ritual and shouted loudly, "Quick!" The elder of the Blood Clan conducting the ritual had exerted all his efforts, his face showing bitterness as he said to Fang Heng, "Sir, we are running out of blood." "Not enough blood? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, pointing towards the center of the battlefield with his hand. The blood flowing from Li Hu's wound on the ground was drawn towards Fang Heng rapidly. The blood converged into a small thumb-sized cluster in the center of Fang Heng's hand. "Rest." Fang Heng flicked his hand towards a stone pillar on the right side. A small cluster of blood landed on the pillar. Buzz. Stimulated by the blood, the stone pillar emitted a bright light. Fang Heng had noticed earlier that the blood power within Li Hu was extremely abundant, with a drop of his blood equivalent to that of thousands of ordinary people. Those Blood Clan members responsible for running the ritual were momentarily stunned. Could they still play like this? Fang Heng frowned and shouted, "Quick!" The Blood Clan members conducting the ritual immediately regained their senses, realizing that Li Hu's blood contained extremely potent blood power. They concentrated once again to carry out the ritual to lift the seal. "Haha, brother, You are amazing. I admire you. Meika was engaging with two elite members of the inspection team, but seeing Fang Heng's extraordinary resurrection abilities, as well as using Li Hu's blood to break the seal, he couldn't help but give Fang Heng a thumbs up. Li Hu, seeing the enemy using his blood for some strange ritual, couldn't contain his anger and, breaking away from Jushu's interference, charged towards Fang Heng. Courage is commendable. Fang Heng chuckled lightly, turning to face Li Hu. From their previous clash, he had a somewhat better grasp of Li Hu's strength. Taking a step forward, he split into two figures at the same time. Blood Clan Sacred Artifact Skill, Blood Shadow Doppelganger. The two split figures, identical in appearance and movement, advanced towards Li Hu from both sides. Startled by this eerie sight, Li Hu's heart skipped a beat. Illusionary skills. With ample combat experience, Li Hu quickly discerned which of the two Fang Hengs was the real one. The two figures looked almost identical, and he couldn't differentiate between them. Li Hu, that's the effect of the Blood Clan Sacred Artifact. They are both real. Jushu in the rear saw through Fang Heng's physical splitting, loudly warning, "Be careful, despicable Blood Clan. Do you have any other tricks? Bring it on." Li Hu's eyes turned blood red as he raised his fist and smashed it into the ground. Bang! A large fist mark cracked open, rapidly spreading outwards, with sharp spikes continuously protruding from the ground. Countless spikes pierced through the doppelgangers before Fang Heng could dodge them. Li Hu pulled back his fist, squinting as he saw another shadow, swiftly turning around and delivering a heavy blow towards the figure that appeared behind him. Boom! The punch solidly landed on Fang Heng's shoulder, sending him flying back once more. Similarly, his shoulder was struck hard by Li Hu's fist. Li Hu clenched his teeth, retreating several steps. In a rush to confront Fang Heng, he exerted 7/10 of his strength in that punch, causing less damage than the first encounter, but reopening a bloody hole on his right shoulder from Fang Heng's blood blade. The previous injury compounded by the new one made his right arm feel numb, with fresh blood oozing from the explosion's wound. Frustrated and furious, the blood flowing from his shoulder and arm began to gather in Fang Heng's direction in midair. Cowardly Blood Clan, how dare you? Veins bulging on his forehead. Li Hu's foot slightly trembled. Don't move. Jushu appeared next to Li Hu at some point, her face serious as she warned him, if you don't want to recuperate for another half-year, stop releasing your skills immediately. Li Hu gritted his teeth. If he weren't still recovering at the moment, how could he be toyed with by a low-level Blood Clan member in the game? In midair, Fang Heng, thrown once again, spat out blood. His heavily injured body quickly healed under the effect of immortality after expelling impurities. Unfortunately, the blood of the Blood Clan couldn't help lift the seal, somewhat wasteful. Fang Heng landed and glanced at the mission quickly. Without much time to think, he reached out, grasping the central part of the stone heavily. The stone suddenly emitted a glaring red light in his palm. Feeling a sharp pain, Fang Heng firmly held onto the pillar. Bang! Under immense pressure, the stone shattered in Fang Heng's hand. Fine debris scattered around as the outer layer peeled off, revealing a large fossilized chunk approximately over a meter long, slightly curved in shape. Enveloped by the stone, the sealed arm of the Blood Clan King had turned into a massive fossil. With difficulty, Fang Heng picked up the fossil and weighed it in his hand. It seemed to be part of the left arm of the sealed Blood Clan King, extremely heavy to hold. The text provides a detailed account of a scene in a game involving characters facing off against zombies and bloodline vampires. The main character, Fang Heng, and a vampire named Meika are in a tense situation where they are being pursued by elite members of a federal inspection team and vampires. Meika, injured from a previous encounter, leads Fang Heng through a secret passage to escape. They discuss their next steps, including finding an alternate ritual site to unlock the next seal on a vampire king's remains. Lastly, they make their escape with the help of a bloodline vampire, driving them away in a vehicle. The whole nation's game, starting from the zombie doomsday to hanging out idle at this moment, inside a cave. After everything inside the cave was cleared out, Pan Cheong-dong, a senior military officer who had been hiding in the Federation for decades, along with 37 related personnel, were surrounded. So, Su Xiaozhang led his elite team into the vampire cave. They left with the remains of the vampire king. After listening to Zhu Shu's retelling of what had just happened, Su Xiaozhang rubbed his chin, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Sorry, Captain. I didn't stop them. Li Hu felt guilty for failing his team this time. Your old wounds have not healed. So, it's not your fault. I underestimated the enemy's strength. Su Xiaozhang comforted Li Hu by patting his shoulder. 3 teams were brought in. Su Xiaozhang led one team to capture Panxiangdong, and Li Hu's team came to deal with the vampires, while the last team prevented Panxiangdong from escaping. In Su Shujiang's whole plan, catching Panxiangdong was the most important. Capturing Panxiangdong would eliminate the traitors from many years and provide valuable information. The remains of the vampire king were just a plus. However, it was a bit strange as it didn't match the previous intelligence received. There were supposed to be 3 vampire marquises guarding each location, but there was an extra marquis here, and their strength was very strange. A Federation member brought Li Xiaoqiang and another person over, reporting, Captain, these 2 provided us with the intelligence. Su Xiaozhang turned to look at Li Xiaoqiang and the other person, with a gentle smile on his face, politely greeting them. Thank you both for providing valuable information to our inspection team. You have been a great help, and we will be sure to thank you properly once everything is over. Not at all. Captain Su is too polite. It's what we should do. Li Xiaoqiang and Tan Shuo exchanged pleasantries while continuously observing the inside of the cave, feeling puzzled. Where was Fang Heng? How come he disappeared after agreeing to come inside to investigate? Under Su Shujiang's questioning, the 2 retold the events that had occurred earlier. Remembering Fang Heng's instructions not to reveal his name, they didn't mention him. Captain, a federal youth in black approached Su Xiaozhang and whispered, It's confirmed that a vampire broke through the external defenses. What's the next step? Do we need to send someone to pursue them? Not necessary. Su Xiaozhang waved his hand, capturing Panxiangdong. The mission's target has been achieved. Order all teams to close the net immediately. But, there's no but. Su Xiaozhang looked confident. Order the closure immediately. This invasion has caused many unnecessary sacrifices. Remember, our mission is to protect the people in the Eastern District. There will be people on the vampire side to deal with them. Yes, on the suburban road, the high-level vampires sped on the open road in a vehicle. In the back seat, Meika opened the car window, looked back, then turned his head back. No pursuit from the Federation. Fang Heng shrugged. Maybe they got scared. Quite strange. Fang Heng was actually prepared to face the Federation and engage in a heated pursuit battle. Meika found the behavior of this vampire marquis somewhat abnormal. Why do you sound a bit disappointed? Do I? Not really. Fang Heng answered casually, took off his coat, tore his shirt, wrapped the king's left hand, which was sealed like a rock, tied it behind his back. After completing these actions, he patted the stone and asked, Is this less conspicuous now? Meika looked at Fang Heng and shook his head somewhat speechlessly. No. Now it's even more noticeable. After the recent battle with the Federation inspection team, Meika had completely dismissed his suspicions about Fang Heng. Soon, the vehicle entered an outskirts factory. The interior of the factory was pitch black and seemed to have been shut down for some time. Smoothly entering the interior of the factory, two security personnel helped open the warehouse door. Following Meika into the warehouse, Fang Heng's brows furrowed. It turned out to be a teleportation passage. A special teleportation passage built by the vampires themselves. To be precise, this type of teleportation passage was a form of alchemical magic circle. Each magic circle could only accommodate one person per transmission, requiring over 10 vampires to activate the magic circle simultaneously. Besides expending mental energy during operation, it also required human blood as a medium energy source. Therefore, it couldn't be used as a large-scale transfer channel for vampires. It was only sufficient for a small team or two. Since the emergence of space rift devices, vampires rarely utilize these primitive teleportation circles. In the battlefields of invading the real world, these original teleportation circles found new usability. Let's go, we're going to meet Duke Zhaotai, Meika said, already standing in the center of the teleportation circle. A vampire duke? Fang Heng's heart stirred. Following Meika into the teleportation channel, Fang Heng saw a flash of red light. Where was this? One of the vampires' headquarters set up in the real world. Fang Heng opened his eyes again, surveying the surroundings. Dark brown rock walls, vampires kneeling respectfully around the teleportation circle. A pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils. We're here. Let's go. Meika walked to Fang Heng's side, saying, the plan has changed, and we need to hurry. The Duke is still waiting for us. Fang Heng lightly responded, looking around. Hey, where are we? Meika walked past Fang Heng, heading straight ahead. It seems you don't really understand our plan this time. I already told you. I've been active in the real world all along. I just happened to see the Federation attack you. Out of goodwill I warned you. Who knew it would cause such trouble, making me get beaten up by Federation personnel? Fang Heng jokingly complained. This is one of Mr. Jian's 3 bases established in the real world. As Meika walked forward, he patiently explained to this unfortunate companion, the seal on the Vampire King's remains has 3 layers. The first part of the seal is the outermost layer. Once you unlock the seal, it turns into the stone you now hold, which has the advantage of mobility. The second part of the seal is to fully awaken the power of the Vampire King's remains. Completing this part requires more blood, with higher concentration. Originally, we were supposed to complete the first 2 parts of the seal at the previous base, then proceed to the original site, unlock the final part of the seal, and receive the inheritance of the king. Hearing this, Fang Heng asked, Inheritance? Yes. Unlocking the 3-step seal will reawaken the power of the king, and receive the king's inheritance. At that time, the curse that has been imprisoning us will be completely lifted. Meika said with added enthusiasm. Nat, our vampires will regain control of the entire world. Is it really that simple? Fang Heng pursed his lips, pondering in his heart. He had never heard of what Meika called the 3rd step to awaken the power of the king. Based on the information he obtained from the initial place, after completing the seals of the first 2 steps and bringing them to the initial place, he should be able to obtain the inheritance of the final Blood King. Meika did not know what Fang Heng was thinking and continued. I didn't expect a group of people from the Federation to have such keen senses. Our people hidden among them were discovered so quickly. Now we can only activate the backup plan. What is the backup plan? It's the temporary base where we are now. A large-scale ceremony is also set up here. If something unexpected happens during the unsealing process, we will come here for a 2nd stage ceremony, which will take a bit more time. Meika chuckled and patted Fang Heng's shoulder. Don't worry. This place is even more hidden. The Federation won't find us. You're lying. Fang Heng smiled and followed Meika forward. As they spoke, Meika led Fang Heng through a passage into a huge central cave. A large group of blood family members moved back and forth within the central cave, constantly pouring fresh blood into the artificial blood pool at the center of the cave. The strong smell of blood permeated the entire cave. Meika, you're back. An elderly blood member saw the 2 approaching and walked towards Meika. He glanced at Fang Heng and said, I heard you encountered some trouble on your end. Yes. Pan Xiangdong ran into some problems. He was caught by the Federation. Meika felt annoyed when he mentioned this. He felt that someone arranged by the 12 Consortium had a problem, causing him to flee all the way in embarrassment, almost losing the king's remains. After a brief explanation, Meika shifted his gaze towards the central blood pool and asked, Elder Dao, how are things on your end? Is everything going well? Yes. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The blood pool has been constructed. Fresh blood is constantly being transported from the front line, and the remains of the awakened king are almost ready for the 2nd round of unsealing. A female blood countess also joined the conversation, nodding. It's rare that everything is going so smoothly. Mr. Jian must be very pleased. He certainly will be, Dao Feng said, looking at Fang Heng who was beside Meika, scrutinizing him. Is he your friend? Yes. Thanks to him. Otherwise the king's remains would have almost been taken by the Federation, Meika said as he walked with Fang Heng towards the altar. Fang Heng carefully inspected the interior of the cave in the same way. Inside the cave, the Blood Clan Elders Institute had arranged a large-scale unsealing ceremony. At the center of the ceremony was an artificial blood pool. Around the pool, 128 Blood Clan members under the command of the Elders Institute continuously infused their blood power into the center of the pool. Bubbles were bubbling up from the center of the blood pool. It seemed that the Blood Clan had found one of the remains of the Blood King, soaking in the blood pool for the unsealing process. Fang Heng squinted. Where is the prince? It said that there was a tough situation in the East Federation. The remains of the king in the Eastern Federation were taken by someone, and the prince led a team over to retrieve it. Meika frowned, again from the East Federation. Yes. It seems it wasn't done by the Federation's people. Dao Feng paused, turned and looked towards the entrance of another large cave on the other side. A group of people walked towards the crowd led by an elderly blood member. Seeing this group, Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. It was strange. Among the crowd, there were 4 people dressed in black robes with white masks. He couldn't sense their Blood Clan aura. They were humans. Huh. It's the old black man. These 4 masked individuals bizarrely dressed were following behind the old black man. The old black man sensed Fang Heng's gaze and glanced over his face. The two briefly locked eyes. Your Grace. The Blood Clan members saw the Duke arriving and knelt down together. The Duke raised his hand slightly, gesturing for everyone to rise. He turned to the elder Dao Feng in charge of the ceremony. How is the progress of the ceremony? Everything is going smoothly. The blood supply is very sufficient, and we expect to complete the unsealing within 10 minutes. Very good. Duke Xiaotai nodded satisfactorily. Suddenly, he noticed a Blood Clan he had never seen before in the crowd. Who is he? Meika took a step forward and explained. Your Grace, he is a Viscount of the Blood Clan from another region. Our base was attacked by the Federation, and he helped us buy time and evacuated the remains of the king. Is that so? Xiaotai still seemed skeptical and looked directly at Fang Heng. It's strange. Why have I never seen you before? And I have never come across the name Nat on any of the operation lists, because I have been working behind the scenes. Fang Heng looked at the old black man behind Xiaotai. Old Black, won't you speak up on my behalf? When the old black man first saw Fang Heng, he felt a sense of familiarity, now mentioned by Fang Heng. He narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Fang Heng. He realized that the person in front of him was likely a player, and they knew each other. An Earl-ranked Blood Clan lineage could be felt clearly even by the old black man. However, after searching through his memory, he did not find any corresponding player in the database. Fang Heng shrugged and continued. Forget already. Don't you remember when we cooperated in building the space rupture device during the zombie apocalypse? Our cooperation has always been very pleasant. I even helped send your people to the wasteland world, but now you don't recognize me. The old black man's pupils contracted, combining the information provided by the other party, along with details such as physique, tone of voice, etc. Fang Heng. This Blood Clan Viscount turned out to be Fang Heng. Wasn't he trapped in the abyssal corridor now? During this time, the old black man had been working within the Blood Clan. Due to the signal fluctuations caused by the Blood Clan alchemical arrays, he was mostly disconnected from the outside world. The old black man did not know what had happened over in the abyssal corridor. Now, seeing that Fang Heng had freed himself from the abyssal corridor and had appeared here, the plan to deal with Fang Heng was led by the 12 Consortium, and the old black man was initially unaware. Upon learning this, he silently considered Fang Heng out of the picture. The old black man also felt somewhat regretful. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng has entered the game again, and in just over a month, Fang Heng's Blood Clan aura had grown to such a level. His growth rate was terrifying. Even the abyssal corridor couldn't hold him back. Ha ha. A dozen thoughts crossed the old black man's mind, and he laughed heartily as he approached, warmly patting Fang Heng's shoulder. Of course, I remember. Nat, we have been old friends for many years. The game of the people. Starting with the zombie apocalypse, Lao To turned to Zhao Tai and said, he is arranged by Mr. Jian and has a special mission to handle. Hearing Lao Hai's words, Duke Zhao Tai put down his suspicion of the other party. Lao Hai smirked, changed the topic. The sealing in the southern district has just been completed, and Mr. Jian has already begun the spatial fusion. I came to check the situation. By the way, are the sacrifices ready? Sacrifices? Fang Heng was puzzled. What is that again? They have been prepared in advance. Dao Feng nodded and pointed to 5 senior blood family members on the right. They were carefully selected by the Elder Council, and they all volunteered to sacrifice for the blood family. Lao He went up to a few senior blood family members. He walked up to the senior blood family member on the far left, observed closely, patted the senior blood family member's shoulder. One by one, they were inspected until at last, Lao He turned back to Dao Feng, nodded and said, very good sacrifices. Thank you, Elder Dao. It's nothing. Everything is for the glory of the blood family. Very well. After the seal is lifted, I will personally escort the sacrifices back. Duke Xiaotai said, standing patiently in place, waiting for the seal to gradually be completed. The entire cavern fell into a strange silence. Fang Heng quietly walked up to Lao He. He wanted to have a conversation with Lao He, but the entire cavern was too quiet, and the 4 strange black-robed figures behind Lao He followed him closely, so Fang Heng could only give up. In a moment, the blood water in the center of the blood pool began bubbling up, seemingly boiling. Sensing the anomaly in the blood pool, the surrounding blood family members became excited, staring at the center of the stone blood pool nervously. A piece of blood-red flesh rose from the blood pool, gradually suspended above it. The heart of the Blood King. Thump. The heart suddenly contracted. Thump. Thump. The heart seemed to regain vitality, beating steadily in midair. Lior, your turn. Yes. Under the gazes of everyone, a blood family member referred to as sacrifice, Lior, slowly approached. He walked up to the blood pool and slowly reached out towards the heart of the Blood King floating in midair, trying to touch the blood-red flesh. Hiss. The blood-red flesh immediately reacted, extending extremely fine red tentacles from the flesh. The tentacles suddenly entwined around Lior's fingers, rapidly climbing up his arm until they settled in place of his heart. Sizzle. The fine tentacles ruthlessly pierced Lior's heart area. In an instant, Lior's face turned extremely pale, his eyes covered in a layer of crimson, his meridians all over his body bulging, looking particularly terrifying. Ooh! Lior couldn't help but kneel on the ground, clutching his throat and dry heaving. Meika on the side looked excited. Done. To Blood Family Dukes, who came with Duke Xiaotai immediately stepped forward and personally lifted Lior up. Lao He approached, opened Lior's mouth, and poured a thick black potion from a bottle into his mouth. Lior's head turned, and he fainted. Duke Xiaotai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I will take him to see Mr. Jian personally. You continue to unseal the next seal. I will be back soon. Yes. Fang Heng frowned, feeling puzzled. He still hadn't figured out what was going on. In any case, it was very concerning. The body of the Blood King after unsealing was strange. He seemed to parasitize on a blood family member in a strange way. Fang Heng was about to ask Lao He something when he suddenly noticed a strange smile on Lao Hai's face, and he was gesturing towards him. What does that mean? Fang Heng tried to decipher the signal from Lao Hai's eyes. He saw So He take a step back when the blood family members weren't paying attention, retreating behind the 4 black-robed figures. He took out a conch-shaped horn from his hand. What? In the next moment, Fang Heng seemed to hear a low, deep sound of the horn in his ears. The sound of the horn was accompanied by the waves of the sea. The other blood family members also heard the strange horn sound. The blood family members looked around, becoming alert. Fang Heng couldn't help but be cautious, squinting his eyes and observing the surroundings. The horn in Lao Hai's hand had disappeared. In just a few seconds since the horn sounded, a dense mist appeared in the entire cavern, significantly reducing the Blood family members' visibility. What is Lao He up to? Feng Heng wanted to approach Lao He, but hesitated as he suddenly felt something was amiss. Restriction. Feng Heng looked down and saw a layer of tide that had appeared under his feet at some point. It was about 2 to 3 centimeters thick, covering the soles of his shoes. The water surface had a strange tension that wrapped around his feet. He needed to exert more force to move in this state. The surrounding mist continued to intensify, reducing visibility further. Watch out! Enemies are here! A Blood family member shouted. Suddenly, Feng Heng saw a figure flash through the mist ahead. The figure swiftly passed in front of a Blood family member. The Blood family member let out a scream and made a thud as he fell into the water. Stay alert. Invaders are here. Blood Duke Xiaotai's face darkened, quickly surveying the surroundings. He couldn't see the enemy, but he could sense the forces gathering in the thick fog. Suddenly, Xiaotai realized the situation was not good. Disaster. Protect the teleportation array. Protect the blood pool. The Blood family members acted immediately following Xiaotai's to Blood family counts, swiftly rushing towards the direction of the teleportation magic array, with over 20 senior Blood family members surrounding and guarding the Blood family magic array. On the other side, Meika and the remaining members of the Elder Council quickly gathered towards the center of the blood pool. Is it the Federation? Not sure. Be careful. Feng Heng furrowed his brows deeper. The mist became thicker, and even the Blood family's night vision couldn't see through it. Feng Heng could sense something was coalescing in the mysterious mist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At Feng Heng's feet, the tide on the ground gradually rose, forming into a humanoid life form. Feng Heng suddenly turned around, picked up a stone behind him and swung it to the right. Bang! The water creature that had just materialized was smashed into a splatter by the stone. Soon, sounds of battle and cries erupted around him. In what seemed like moments, the cavern descended into chaos, with Blood family members fighting against the water beings constantly emerging from under their feet. Tisk, TSK, TSK, Feng Heng, you seem to have a short temper lately. Feng Heng turned his head, looking at the figure that emerged from the dense fog. The national game, starting with the zombie apocalypse. Long time no see. I heard that you were trapped in the abyss of lamentation. I have been thinking about you all this time. Old Black chuckled as usual. Whenever Feng Heng saw Old Black's smile, he knew that he was up to something mischievous again. Is this all you're doing? What were you thinking? Of course, to make money, Old Black said boldly. I told you before, real money is what you earn. Let's catch up later. Can you handle that blood, Count Duke? Feng Heng followed the direction indicated by Old Black, but could only see a thick fog. Well, my plan had a success rate of only 30%, but if we work together, it's 100%, Old Black said sinisterly. There are benefits in it for you. You don't have to kill him. Just delay him for 5 minutes. You're overestimating me. That's the blood, Count Duke. Feng Heng shook his head, beginning to negotiate. Fighting may not be the best option. Delaying time might not be a problem. With the Eternal Moon Continuum activated, he could easily delay for 5 minutes. However, Feng Heng didn't want to reveal his hand so quickly. My people will help you. Just hold him back and prevent the sacrifice beside him from entering the magic circle. You should be able to do it in just 5 minutes. Why not just destroy the magic circle then? Feng Heng assessed the Blood Count Duke and the alchemical array from a distance. It could be simpler. That's possible. But if you can do it, there are quite a few people over there. Old Black, this task won't be easy. Easy tasks have plenty of people eager to do it. Not us. Old Black shook his head. Everything is under control. The song of the sea serpent lasts for 20 minutes, after which the fog will dissipate. We need to solve the problem within 20 minutes. Greedy merchant, Feng Heng remarked jokingly, but Old Black tossed a pendant towards him, urging, the people I brought aren't very reliable. Go help quickly, and the deal is 50-50 once it's done. Feng Heng caught the pendant thrown by Old Black. As soon as he held the pendant, the thick fog in front of him dissipated. The tidal ripples that had been trapped at the feet swiftly vanished. Turning around, Feng Heng looked into the distance. Within the fog, the bloodkin were battling the continuously forming water creatures, and the four masked figures in black robes, who were beside Old Black earlier, had already charged in and were attacking the Blood Count Duke Xiaotai. A large number of aquatic creatures gathered in front of the Blood Count Duke, impeding his progress. Feng Heng and Old Black now shared the same target. They didn't want the Bloodkin to easily take away the remains of the Blood King. As for the little scheming in Old Black's mind, Old Black, you'll have to pay more. Do you still not trust me? Old Black said as he threw a mask towards Feng Heng. Also, put this on. Feng Heng donned the mask quickly and swiftly rushed towards the Duke Xiaotai. Nearby, Duke Xiaotai raised a bloodkin barrier in place. The barrier kept the mist and water at bay, but couldn't prevent the rising tide beneath his feet. Beside him, the sacrificely, or had completely lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Xiaotai dragged the sacrifice along as he moved swiftly towards the alchemical teleportation array ahead. He hadn't noticed the water slowly seeping into Li Or's body as Li Or lay on the ground. Where did the enemies come from? Duke Xiaotai wondered. He was sure that no one from the Federation was chasing them. Apart from the Federation, who else could it be? The thick fog in the cavern was affecting his visibility, and the thin layer of water on the ground was hindering movements. Alone, he wouldn't be worried, but with the sacrifice weighing him down. HMPH. Duke Xiaotai snorted, sensing someone attacking nearby. The blood-colored longsword in his hand surged with blood-red energy and struck fiercely to the right. Bang! The figure was hit hard and retreated in an instant. The mercenaries attacking Xiaotai were having a tough time. They had been hired by Old Black, and their mission was to stall Duke Xiaotai for 5 minutes. However, the task turned out to be quite challenging. The vampire count couldn't see clearly through the thick fog, but his powerful perception allowed him to anticipate the mercenaries' attacks. After several failed attempts, the mercenaries had to change their strategy and resort to harassment from a distance, only managing to slow Xiaotai's progress. Seeing Xiaotai and his group nearing the teleportation channel, the mission was about to fail. Quick! Seeing Feng Heng charging towards Duke Xiaotai wearing the pendant, the mercenaries quickly realized that Feng Heng was an associate of Old Black. The squad leader, Li Hao, muttered, "Be careful, he seems skilled." Without a word, Feng Heng lifted the left arm of the Blood King and slammed it against the Bloodkin barrier in front. Duke Xiaotai also sensed the approaching enemy and lifted his long sword to counter. Bang! Duke Xiaotai's face changed as the attack was unlike the previous minor disturbances. It was powerful and overwhelming. His long sword was knocked back, and he staggered a step back. Snap! His right foot created a shallow pit on the ground. Boom! The sealed left arm of the Blood King hit the Bloodkin barrier hard. Crack! 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 The barrier instantly showed a dense web of cracks. Unbelievable! Some of the mercenaries were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Feeling a tingling in his wrist, Feng Heng instinctively stepped back. Can't help but make a move. Huh? Xiaotai smirked. He thought the real master had finally intervened. With a serious expression, Xiaotai lifted his head and spread his hand out towards the fog. Hiss. The blood-colored sword cut through his palm, and red blood oozed out. The blood-colored sword absorbed the blood and surged once again. Not just the sword. Xiaotai's entire body was enveloped in a bloody aura. In an instant, the cracked bloodkin barrier rapidly healed and expanded several meters outwards. Feeling the surge of blood energy from Xiaotai, Feng Heng's heart sank. The power of the Blood Count Duke was not to be underestimated, and facing him head-on might not be feasible. The text is quite lengthy, but here is a translation in English. All People's Game, starting with Zombie Doomsday AFK. Feng Heng quickly scanned around the cave. Unable to defeat the Duke, he could only sneak attack from the other side of the magic circle. It's all chaos. Feng Heng is very familiar with this task. Engage him. Feng Heng dropped a sentence in place, raised the left arm of the Blood Lord in his hand, and flew towards the teleportation array not far away. Huh? Gone. Pretend a bit and run. Seeing Feng Heng leave, a few mercenaries brought by Lao He were stunned for a moment, then cursed and grumbled in their hearts and followed suit. Originally, they could barely engage the Duke of Blood for a while. Buddy, you rushed over, pretended to be cool, pushed the Duke into the second stage, and then ran away. Helpless, everyone could only reluctantly engage the second stage Duke of Blood, who erupted with a fierce aura, a teleportation channel not far away, to blood marquises and a large number of high-level blood gathered together. The teleportation channel is vital, and everyone guarded it closely. In the thick fog, the blood guards guarding the teleportation channel were also under continuous attack from the water people gathering around, but the impact was not significant. The attackability of the water people is limited, and can be easily dealt with methodically. Bang! A high-level blood family member had just blasted a water person into splashes of water droplets, suddenly noticed a figure flashing through the thick fog in front. Huh, it's a stone. A massive stone emerged from the thick fog and collided head-on. The blood family member couldn't dodge it and felt a huge force hitting his chest. Bang! Bones shattered. The blood member made a muffled sound, swept away by a stone. What? Another high-level blood family member saw his companion being blasted by something and was also stunned for a moment. Before he could see who the attacker was, another stick shadow struck out from the dense mist. Huh! Ah! The blood member was hit hard in the abdomen, let out a painful cry, and was also knocked away. In the thick fog, Fang Heng continuously launched sneak attacks, taking advantage of the enemy's inability to see clearly, just bullying the enemy who can't see, whose perception ain't enough. He wielded the sealed left arm of the Blood Lord, finding the isolated targets and hitting them with the stone stick. Precisely targeted hits. The blood family members quickly realized that there was a powerful enemy in the thick fog, and immediately became tense, gathering even tighter. He's coming. Stop him. Help me. Bang, bang, bang. The blood marquises could still sense the threat in advance, barely blocking or dodging. But the general high-level blood family members had no way to resist. For a while, cries continued at the teleportation channel. Not far away, Jedi heard the shouts coming from the direction of the teleportation channel and felt anxious. The enemy came from an unknown location, but clearly came prepared. If the teleportation channel is destroyed, Jedi glanced at the sacrifice, liar, lying on the ground next to him. A decision had to be made. First, deal with the person in the teleportation array. Grinding his teeth, Jedi threw Liar on the ground, quickly pointed at him with his palm, and blood water seeped out from under Liar's skin under the influence of blood curse, wrapping around him tightly, locking him in place. HMPH. Jedi snorted lightly, leaving Liar behind, quickly rushing towards the teleportation channel. Far away, Lao He saw this and a sinister smile appeared in his eyes, taking out the Kong-shaped horn behind him again. Chi. Under Lao He's control, the seawater on the ground slowly climbed up Liar's body, flowing into his body through his facial features. On the other side, Duke Xiaotai was unaware that Liar was being controlled by Lao He, quickly dashing towards Fang Heng's location. After entering the blood-burning state, Xiaotai's attributes greatly increased, his perceptual abilities sharply enhanced again, locking onto Fang Heng's approximate location from the dense fog. Xiaotai's blood-colored long sword slashed forward, creating a huge blooming blood-colored sword aura in the air. The mist glowed red. Fang Heng, attacking the magic array, sensed the threat behind him and turned around to see, with a slight change in his expression. Is the hatred so strong? Have to keep chasing me. The coverage area of Xiaotai's sword aura was very large, almost sealing all his available spaces to dodge. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, raised the Blood Lord's arm to block in front of him. Dong! The blood-colored sword aura fiercely collided with the Blood Lord's left arm, emitting a dull impact. Boom! A stone in his hand exploded with a deafening sound, followed by a dazzling blood-colored sword aura exploding in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng's entire body was affected by the blood-burning effect, burning uncontrollably and stumbling backward. Before landing, the negative blood-burning effect had already faded away. A look of surprise flashed in Xiaotai's eyes. He was actually blocked. The blood-burning longsword in the explosive state couldn't even kill the opponent. Interesting. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Tai's lips. He raised his right hand and roughly aimed in Fang Heng's direction in the mist. Numerous dense blood spikes condensed in the air. Drop. Hiss hiss hiss. The fine blood-colored spikes flew towards Fang Heng like a shower of rain. Seeing the intensifying dense blood spikes not only not stop but also escalating, Fang Heng directly used the Blood Lord's remnants of a stone to block in front of him, forcibly finding cover from the explosions, and swiftly darted towards the other side. Let me know if you need further clarification or assistance with the translation. Everyone's game. Have you been hanging around since the zombie apocalypse without dying yet? Realizing that Fang Heng still maintains a fast movement, Zhao Tai is once again amazed at the opponent's powerful defense. On the other side, the four mercenaries who accepted the mission from Lao He saw Fang Heng's wretched appearance through the thick fog, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Fortunately, they didn't provoke that blood noble. Only that mysterious guy can withstand it. If it was any one of them, they would have died. Phew. To outsiders, it seems that Fang Heng has been blown up into a blood man by the blood spikes. Fang Heng forcibly withstands the dense spike attacks, finally manages to dodge behind a boulder with great difficulty. Before he can catch his breath, the dense blood spikes directly shatter the large boulder behind him. Damn it. That old black bastard. Fang Heng estimates that it's almost time. Nearly 5 minutes have passed as agreed. Teleportation. His figure flashes, and Fang Heng swiftly moves towards the other side of the cave. He can hold on a bit longer. If not, he will have to forcibly enter the game. Hey, I can still continue. Zhao Tai and Fang Heng had played a game of cat and mouse for a while, and they were getting impatient. The other party had quite a few tricks up their sleeve, and continuing might lead to accidents. No more games. Take care of him. Zhao Tai draws out his blood-burning long sword and once again aims towards Fang Heng's direction, about to strike. Huh? Zhao Tai suddenly feels something sensitive. He stops the casting of his blood curse, turns his head to look back, his eyes showing surprise. Boom. In the next instant, a violent bloody aura suddenly erupts in the cave. Fang Heng, who is trying to escape, also jumps in shock, turning his head to look at the direction where the blood explosion occurred. That sacrifice. Boom, boom, boom. The raging bloody aura abruptly bursts out from Rio's body, the burning blood even directly dispersing a large area of thick fog around Rio. Everyone in the cave feels the sudden burst of blood aura. Damn, the sacrifice is out of control. Mecha can't see very clearly, but he sees the red color and violent blood aura rising in the mist, realizing that it's not good, cursing softly. Rio, engulfed in burning blood, stands unsteadily. The blood aura on his body continues to rise, and the Blood King's heart exposed on his chest beats faster and faster. Rio lowers his head, still looking a bit disoriented. Zhao Tai looks at Rio's position, his expression extremely solemn. The state of the sacrifice possessed by the Blood King's body is very unstable. Therefore, after completing the sacrifice, it needs to be quickly transported to the starting point to complete the final step of the ritual. In order to maintain the stability of the sacrifice as much as possible, the Blood Clan pre-selected multiple candidates from within the clan. Theoretically, these selected sacrifices are very stable, and even if left alone for 20 hours, they will not lose control. So it was him. How did he do it? Zhao Tai looks towards the darkness again, furrowing his brows. Oh no, can't sense him anymore. In the moment of the blood outburst just now, his mind was drawn to Rio, and the opponent cleverly evaded and disappeared. He has completely lost the lock on the enemy's presence. Turning back again, Rio is steadily walking towards the rock wall ahead. He raises his right hand, clenches his fist and fiercely strikes towards the rock wall in front. Boom. The rock wall makes a loud noise, trembling the entire cave. Boom. The rock wall shatters, leaving a hole blasted through by the fist. Rio's use of power is extremely violent, almost releasing his full force indiscriminately on the outside. If he continues to destroy the cave like this, there is a risk of the entire cave collapsing. Control the sacrifice first. Helpless, Zhao Tai no longer pays attention to Feng Heng, clasps his hands together, controlling the blood curse to assault Rio in an attempt to temporarily control him. Several blood-red orbs surrounding him violently blast towards Rio. Bang, bang, bang. The orbs strike Rio's back spine. The Rio who is continuously hitting the rock wall sways slightly. He turns back but cannot see clearly through the mist. Bang, bang, bang. The successive blood curses burst out from the mist and hit Rio one after another, pushing him back until he hits the wall. Rio's body is burst open by the blood explosion, blood flowing down his body. Roar. Rio looks up to the sky and releases a roar. The previously suppressed bloody or erupts again. The blood orbs attacking him in midair burst one after another. Rio slowly raises his head, looking towards Zhao Tai's position in midair. Locked on the aura, with the blood aura shrouding him, Rio rushes towards Duke Zhao Tai. On the side, Feng Heng sighs in relief, quickly catches up. He walks up to Old Black and asks, "What's the situation? What about the sacrifice?" In just a short moment, Feng Heng's injuries from the battle with Duke Zhao Tai have completely healed, and he looks lively as if he hasn't been chased by the Blood Noble for half a day. Old Black looks at Feng Heng enviously, and responds quietly, "Nothing much, I tampered with the sacrifice and his drugs a bit." Feng Heng continues to ask, "What is the sacrifice?" After the second phase of unsealing the remnants of the Blood King's body, it can't directly pass through the transmission channel. It needs a carrier to transport it, which is the sacrifice, Old Black explains. Through special Blood Clan elixirs, we can temporarily make the carrier who inherits the power of the Blood King faint, making it easier for us to transport them back to the starting point. Feng Heng's heart skips a beat as he looks at Rio, who is in a state of frenzy. The power of the king's remnants can be directly inherited by the sacrifice. Yes, indeed, Old Black nods. Inheriting the power of the king's remnants can significantly strengthen the abilities of high-level blood clans in a short time, but the negative effects are also apparent. One is power. If the power is too weak, they will not be able to withstand the power of the king's remnants and explode. And second is mentally. Even if the body holds up, they will be influenced by the will of the Blood King, being induced to head towards the starting point. Of course, higher-level blood clans can endure longer. Old Black shifts his gaze to Rio. Like him, he can't handle it. He has completely lost his self-awareness, being wholly influenced by the will of the king, relentlessly seeking the starting point, and destroying anything that gets in the way. Feng Heng looks at the blood clans fighting with Duke Zhao Tai not far away, feeling envious. The power of the king's remnants. What a good thing. After getting the enhancement from a part of the remnants of the Blood King, the abilities of high-level blood clans have greatly improved, and they can even fight evenly with Duke Zhao Tai without falling behind. The national game, hanging out with zombies from the Doomsday Apocalypse, is pretty awesome. Feng Heng feels a bit itchy, but it seems a little difficult to deal with Zhao Tai. Well, that's because he can't fully control his own power. If a duke comes over, it'll be a different story, said the four players who were hired by Lao He and who had now all retreated. They quickly surrounded Lao He and Feng Heng to form a circle. Lao He said, "Everyone, we need to speed up." Okay. The four players nodded in unison, each taking out a white crystal statue over half a meter tall from their arms. The statues depicted a woman with a charming face, but with a holy aura in her eyes. More strangely, her lower body was that of a fish person. A Nereid statue. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. The crystal statues were placed in front of the four people. White dots of light flickered, quickly coming together to form a pyramidal shield that securely enveloped Feng Heng and the others. Lao He also placed his hand on the pendant on his chest. A faint blue light shield shone, once again enveloping everyone in the center. Feng Heng turned to look at Lao He. "What does this mean?" "I drugged him. He's about to self-destruct," Lao He said to Rilnu not far away, who was entangled with the bloodline Duke Zhao Tai. His face calm. "The explosion won't be weak. You also have a life-saving tool. Don't hide it." "Damn, you're still scheming." "Huh?" self-destructing at such close range. Duke Zhaotai is definitely going to suffer. Immediately looking at Lao He, Fang Zheng activated the bloodline barrier attached to the bloodline holy artifact. The bloodline barrier expanded outward, forming the outermost red shield. For Fang Heng, the real-life saving tool was to directly enter the game. Until there's a life-threatening situation, this move cannot be revealed in front of outsiders. Well, this way it's safe. Lao He saw Fang Heng's bloodline barrier and nodded approvingly, looking up into the sky again. Duke Zhaotai and Riul were in the midst of battle. After receiving the power of the Bloodline King, Riul's body's various qualities had explosively increased. But unfortunately, he had lost most of his consciousness and was unable to fully utilize his abilities, only relying on instincts to continue swinging fists and using the power of blood and Chen in battle. Duke Zhaotai quickly seized the situation, constantly moving around Riul, launching attacks. Soon, blood-red chains entwined around Riul, imprisoning him in midair. Boom! Riul's eyes widened in anger, and his blood-colored aura radiated once again. The blood-red aura radiating outward once again forced Duke Zhaotai to retreat. Duke Zhaotai secretly praised Riul's terrifying blood and Che power contained in the body of the Bloodline King. He was extremely envious of that kind of power. However, such power was doomed to not be able to be controlled for long. It would eventually become a puppet of the king's will, merely a matter of time. When the wave of aura dissipates, Duke Zhaotai once again dashed forward. It's almost time. Riul was only a high-level bloodline being, and he couldn't bear the power of the Bloodline King for too long. It's troublesome. After dealing with him, I'll have to find another sacrifice. Huh? Suddenly, Duke Zhaotai realized that something seemed different this time. The Bloodline King's heart in Riul's chest was beating rapidly, almost as if it could explode at any moment. In an instant, Duke Zhaotai felt an extreme sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. As Duke Zhaotai quickly retreated, he bit his tongue and spat out blood. The bright red blood quickly converged into a red bloodline barrier that spread out around Duke Zhaotai. In the next moment, the blood-colored aura exploded in front of Duke Zhaotai. Boom! The dazzling red light flooded Duke Zhaotai's vision. Cracks instantly appeared on the bloodline barrier. Bang! The barrier couldn't hold for more than a second before shattering. Northern Federation. A pillar of fresh blood-red aura soared into the sky from the flat ground, illuminating the entire night sky. Such a conspicuous blood aura attracted the attention of nearby players. The Northern Federation was hit hard by the bloodline attack this time. Players hiding in several nearby safe zones saw such a terrifying shockwave burst forth, once again falling into great fear. Such supernatural power. Is the end of the world coming? In the darkness, many high-level player organizations of the Northern Federation region who operated without authority were quietly observing the situation. Most of them were also shocked by the sudden outbreak of the blood aura. However, soon greed overcame fear. With such a huge outburst of blood aura, could there be a mistake on the side of the bloodline? Could there be some treasure? Let's go see. There's no harm in checking. What if we can find something to take advantage of? Many players were blinded by greed and quickly rushed towards the direction of the blood aura. On the other hand, after being attacked, the main forces of the Northern Federation's operations department were focused on dealing with the bloodline princes in the cities and searching for and destroying the various spatial teleportation channels within the northern region. Upon seeing the bursting blood aura, the Northern Federation headquarters immediately dispatched inspectors to investigate. For a time, a large number of high-level players, both openly and covertly, headed towards the location of Fang Heng's altar. At the altar, the blood aura that surged upward continued for several minutes before gradually dispersing. Affected by the explosion, most of the Blood Clan's cave was already buried under large chunks of rubble. Fang Heng and the others were the same, buried deep underground. During the explosion, Fang Heng's outer barrier lasted less than 3 seconds before being broken through, and thereafter, their vision was blocked by the fallen debris. After a few minutes, Fang Heng nodded to everyone and said, "We can go out now. The aura has dissipated." The second Nereid barrier surrounding the 6 people outside was already covered with cracks, on the verge of crumbling. A flash of excitement crossed Lao He's eyes, nodding. Everything went smoothly. Quick, let's go out and take a look. Understood. The 4 mercenaries were sweating profusely on their foreheads. They nodded in agreement, pouring all their remaining mental energy into the Nereid statue. Boom! The Nereid barrier protecting everyone exploded, shattering the surrounding rubble as well. Feng Heng was the first to walk out from the rubble buried underground. Ahead, a huge crater on the flat ground was visible, evidence of the recent explosion. It was Zhao Tai. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed suddenly. Zhao Tai was lying flat at the bottom of the pit, half of his body already engulfed by the violent blood and Che explosion, exposing half of his white bones. He hadn't died yet. The life force of the bloodline duke was extremely tenacious. Even though he had been affected by the explosion at such close range, he hadn't been killed, and his body was still twitching slightly. The wounds on his body were slowly healing, and the bleeding was beginning to stop. Give him another day or 2, and he might even regain his mobility. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Website URL. In the national game. Start AFK from the zombie doomsday. Hey, Feng Heng looked towards Zhao Tai. Not far from Duke Zhao Tai, in the central position of the pit, a blood-red heart was suspended in midair. The heart of the Blood King. The instigator of the just exploded blood energy. The heart was still weakly pulsating. Well, good luck. It seems our plan is complete, said Lao He, slowly taking out a pair of black gloves from his pocket and putting them on. He walked forward step by step, while also not forgetting to look back at Feng Heng beside him. Follow me. Lao He walked to the edge of the pit, jumped down directly, and approached the location of the Blood King's heart. Upon seeing this, Feng Heng immediately leapt toward the bottom of the pit and looked at Lao He, asking, after all that, is your target the remains of the Blood King? No, the blood of the Blood King's heart is a high-level material, one of a kind, can be sold for a good price. I've been working hard for so long. It's good to get a little benefit, but the heart is just a little bonus. The real jackpot is still ahead, Lao He replied. While talking, Lao He had approached the heart of the Blood King. Lao He intentionally slowed down his steps, appearing very cautious. The king's heart seemed wary of the gloves in Lao He's hand, as the tentacles extending from the heart quickly retracted upon touching the vicinity of the gloves as if encountering a natural enemy. Lao He carefully picked up the heart of the Blood King. Then, he shifted his gaze to the nearby Duke Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai suddenly opened his eyes wide. It's although he about to tamper with the heart of the Blood King. Instantly understanding everything, it was Lao He. He secretly tampered with the sacrifice, causing the premature awakening of the sacrifice and the strange explosion from before. It's you. Zhao Tai glared at Lao He fiercely, as if to devour him. Heh heh, it's me, but now it's too late, Lao He said, tossing the heart of the Blood King in his hand towards Zhao Tai. Asterisk thud asterisk. The heart fell next to Duke Zhao Tai. Asterisk. Hiss hiss hiss. Asterisk. The fine tentacles extended from the heart once again, swiftly crawling towards Duke Zhao Tai's body. The whole heart climbed onto the chest of Duke Zhao Tai along the broken part of its body. Asterisk sizzle. Sizzle. Asterisk. The tentacles viciously pierced Duke Zhao Tai's heart. Duke Zhao Tai's pupils suddenly dilated, bloodshot veins visible in his eyes. The previously blown-away right side of its body rapidly healed at a visible speed, regenerating. Lao He quickly stepped forward, opened Zhao Tai's mouth, and poured a bottle of black potion into it. After doing all this, Lao He somehow produced a metal syringe. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. With a swing of his hand, Lao He drove the syringe into the exposed heart of the Blood King, extracting a tube of black blood the size of a thumb from the pulsating heart. After extracting 3 tubes of blood from the heart, Lao He stepped back and tossed one of the black blood tubes towards Feng Heng. 50-50 split, 1 bottle each. The remaining bottle will be used for the next phase of the plan. If you don't need it, I can buy it for 3,000 God points. Is this thing so valuable? Feng Heng examined the black blood in his hand and hid it on his body. He then re-evaluated the heart attached to Duke Jiaotai's body and asked, "Is this it? Is it over? No more extractions?" Fang Heng thought that Lao He was getting soft. This was nothing compared to how he used to ruthlessly snatch samples in the game. "No, we can't extract more. The heart's power is close to exhaustion after the explosion just now. If we continue, the heart might go dormant again, and we won't be able to complete the mission. The follow-up plan relies on it," Lao He explained. "Oh?" Fang Heng became interested and looked at Lao He. "So, what is your follow-up plan? Are you also trying to obtain the Blood King's legacy?" "No. I am very clear about my position. My ambitions are not that great." Lao He shook his head, stepping back a few steps with Fang Heng. "I just want to gain a little advantage, earn some small gains. Obtaining the Blood King's legacy is too troublesome, and if all goes well, we can try to steal the Blood King's coffin. There lies a small but significant secret." As Lao He rambled on, Fang Heng's gaze remained fixed on the suspended heart. Ever since he heard that the remains of the Blood King could directly absorb and harvest power, a tempting idea lingered in Fang Heng's mind. "Since you don't need it, will you mind if I take this heart?" Lao He, who was contemplating, suddenly paused, turned to look at Fang Heng, a look of inquiry in his eyes. "You!" The heart of the Blood King possessed immense power. Who wouldn't want it? Lao. He had considered countless times to directly snatch it from the Blood Clan. However, after much thought, he ultimately chose to give up. It wasn't a matter of wanting or not, but a matter of how. This thing was a hot potato, not easy to handle. "It's tough, Fang Heng. Are you sure you want it? The power of the Blood King's remains can enhance one's strength, but there is a great deal of uncertainty. The lingering will of the Blood King will constantly erode your will. One misstep and you may become a puppet of the Blood King." "No." Fang Heng shook his head, stepping forward to observe the unconscious Jiaotai. "Who said I had to personally take the risk?" "Huh, not you, Lao." He didn't immediately grasp Fang Heng's words. Frowning slightly, he continued, "After the remains of the Blood King are unsealed, the Blood Clan can inherit a portion of the power. Besides, there are special containers that can temporarily store them. The trouble is that the Blood Clan can sense the whereabouts of the king's remains." Lao He explained to Fang Heng the difficulty of obtaining the remains of the Blood King. "I also spent a lot on these gloves. Apart from that, securing the remains for a period is very difficult." "It's tough, Fang Heng." Seeing Fang Heng falling into silence, Lao He shook his head. "The Blood Clan will arrive soon. Let's enter the initial land together and wait for the right moment to act. We'll figure out how to get the coffin and split the profits 50-50 once it's done." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It's not difficult to get the remains of the king. Just like the Blood Clan, we can find a sacrifice." "It's not a good idea." Lao He raised his eyebrows, shaking his head. "Ordinary sacrifices can't withstand the infusion of the Blood King's power, and powerful Blood Clans are beyond our control." "Lao He, do you know the tyrant? All people game, starting from the zombie apocalypse to hang up the overlord of the AFK. Lao He was taken aback for a moment and turned his head to look at Fang Heng. A powerful life form in the zombie apocalypse. How could he not know? It's just that Lao He never expected that Fang Heng would actually come up with this idea. Earlier, Lao He had also conducted many investigations on Fang Heng in private, and he was well aware that controlling the fused overlord body was Fang Heng's special ability. So Fang Heng wants to merge the body of the Blood Clan King with the fused overlord body, and then try to control the fused overlord body, in order to control the power of the Blood Clan King. In an instant, Lao He figured out Fang Heng's thoughts. "So, you're thinking about using the overlord body as an intermediary to control the power of the Blood Clan King." Lao He and Fang Heng were already very familiar, able to keep up with his thinking. He quickly pondered and said, "The physical strength of the overlord body is sufficient. As for the strength of will, whether it will be easily influenced by the will of the Blood Clan King, this is something you should be clearer than me. Apart from these 2 points, your idea still has one fundamental problem." Fang Heng looked puzzled and asked, "What?" Lao He raised his head towards Fang Heng, The power of the Blood Clan King's remaining body can only temporarily attach to a Blood Clan. No other life form can inherit the power of the Blood Clan King. That's not a problem. I have a way. Feng Heng felt confident about this. Lao Hai's biggest problem mentioned was not a problem for him at all. The academic fusion skill of the zombie doppelganger can also be shared. By directly switching the fused overlord body to the form of the Blood Clan, the zombie doppelganger can also transform into the form of the Blood Clan. This issue can also be perfectly resolved. If everything goes smoothly, he will be able to control the fused overlord body's power of the Blood Clan King. Previously, even the Blood Duke Zhatai could not quickly resolve the high-ranking Blood Clan members who had absorbed the power of the king's remaining body. Now, switching to the overlord body, its strength should be greatly enhanced. Plus, with his secret control over the overlord body, it might even be possible to fight on par with the Blood Duke one-on-one. Thinking this, Feng Heng felt a little excited. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. Seeing Feng Heng so confident, Lao He was also momentarily stunned. Does he really have a way? Lao Hai's expression turned serious. How certain are you? Originally only 30%. With your help, it's naturally 100%. Haha. Lao He burst into laughter at his words. Well, your plan is much greedier than mine, but I like it a lot. How do you plan to do it? I can handle the other aspects, but now there's a big problem. We need to figure out how to retrieve the overlord body from the game. Feng Heng spread his hands and looked at Lao He. This is where I need your help. Time is too tight. Give me a little more time. I can think of ways to gather some special items from outside to help you retrieve it. Lao He frowned. This was a difficult problem. Feng Heng was also troubled. Ordinary living organisms cannot be stored in a backpack, and even if forcibly stored after being sealed layer by layer through sealing techniques, when taken out, the sealed creature will die directly. In addition, players, after opening higher-tier gates, can gradually acquire skills from the game world even in the outside world, including innate skills. Time was running out, and this path was also not feasible. The only solution Feng Heng could think of was to open a spatial channel between the game and the real world. Thinking this, Feng Heng continued, we don't have time. I want to open a spatial channel between the game and the real world. How about this move? Lao He raised his eyebrows in surprise. He suddenly realized something and looked amazed. Have you been to the initial place? Yes. Feng Heng nodded. Continuing, I have found the spatial crystal, and the method to set up spatial fractures can also be arranged quickly, right now. The only thing missing is dust of the gap. It's too hasty, and I don't have time to collect it. Lao He was profoundly shocked. Feng Heng had also reached the initial place. Initially, when Lao He first saw Feng Heng, he only thought of him as a highly potential partner for cooperation. As time went on, Lao He increasingly felt that Feng Heng's growth rate was astonishing. It wasn't until now that Lao He even felt that Feng Heng had become somewhat unfathomable. There were rumors in the outside world, and even within the 12 wealthy families, that Feng Heng was a pawn of a major gaming force. But Lao He knew Feng Heng earlier than anyone else. He was certain that Feng Heng was not. All of this was achieved solely through his own efforts in the game. Seeing Lao He silent, Feng Heng urged, what do you think? Is there a way? Hurry up and give me an answer. Always giving me challenges. The dust of the gap can be found in the time-space rift. Now, it's too rushed to go collect them, and there are few for sale in the outside world. Even if they are for sale, the amount of dust required to open the spatial channel is enormous. Lao He followed Feng Heng's line of thought and thought for a while before looking up and saying, perhaps. Feng Heng already had an answer in his heart and nodded to Lao He. Since you are quite familiar with the Blood Clan, how about you talk to the Blood Clan side and borrow some? Lao Hai's face darkened as he quickly thought about the measures and the various risks and consequences that might occur. Soon, Lao Hai's face returned to normal. Hey, Feng Heng, I'm putting my old life at stake. If something goes wrong, my career will be over in your hands. Bargaining. Huh? As long as he didn't refuse, Any challenges posed were just for bargaining. Looking at Lao He, Fang Heng said, I remember someone saying, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. What do you want after success? Har ha, just a favor. Lao He narrowed his eyes and held up a finger to Fang Heng. No one understood better than him how terrifying Fang Heng's growth was. Today, Fang Heng was already a dual world master, and he was convinced Fang Heng would go even further in the future. Asking for just one favor was definitely a huge investment. Alright, I agree. Time was running out, and Fang Heng kept it brief. As long as Lao He didn't make outrageous demands, he would agree to almost anything. The power of the Blood Clan King was just tempting. Your world has the ability to access other beginner worlds. We'll return to the game immediately, and you go to the Blood Clan's first District Elder's Court. With your Blood Clan status, you should be able to do this. I'll wait there for you. As for the specific plan, I still need to think it over to ensure nothing goes wrong. Understood. Fang Heng quickly nodded. As the two were discussing, some of the piled-up rocks nearby loosened. Several senior Blood Clan members emerged with great difficulty from the ruins. They all looked extremely miserable. During the explosion earlier, Micah and the others were further away from the ritual, and they quickly gathered everyone's strength to erect a Blood Clan barrier to withstand the impact, ultimately saving their lives. The bloodsuckers emerged from deep-buried ruins, which took quite some time. They are here. Fang Heng glanced at the bloodsuckers crawling out from under the ruins not far away and asked, how should we handle this? Since the target has changed to obtaining the remains of the Bloodsucker King, our plan needs to be adjusted accordingly. Lao He rubbed his chin in thought and nodded. Leave it to me to handle. Okay, not far away. Micah had just walked out from under the ruins. He saw Fang Heng and Lao He standing in the deep pit and immediately ran over. He didn't stop until he saw the Duke Xiaotai unconscious in a coma. What's going on? Micah clearly saw the Bloodsucker King's heart attached to Duke Xiaotai. Duke Xiaotai was possessed by the heart of the Bloodsucker King. Micah had no idea that the culprits behind all of this were Fang Heng and Lao He right before his eyes. He had been clueless since the mist rose before, experiencing the chaos and explosion of the ritual sacrifice, and now emerging from under the ruins. Micah still had no idea what had happened, looking completely befuddled. Micah spoke up and asked Fang Heng and Lao He, what's going on? How did it come to this? Duke Xiaotai tried to control the sacrifice and unfortunately triggered an explosion. Lao He turned his head towards Micah, sighed, and shook his head. Duke Xiaotai was severely injured and unconscious, and the heart of the Bloodsucker King took advantage to possess Duke Xiaotai. Micah opened his mouth and asked, what about the attackers? They probably died in the explosion, right? Fang Heng scanned the surroundings. When I woke up, I didn't see anyone else. Lao Hai's story seemed reasonable. The only one in a miserable situation was Duke Xiaotai. As they were speaking, the two remaining surviving bloodsucker marquises also approached. Upon hearing Lao Hai's account, the two marquises showed different expressions. Obviously, the current situation of Duke Xiaotai, the bloodsucker duke, was not optimistic. At the moment, Micah was also at a loss, unsure of how to handle the current chaotic situation. Do we know who the enemy is? I'm not sure. From the situation just now, I think the enemy might be from the Hai Clan. I didn't expect the Hai Clan to meddle in this too. Lao Hai's expression turned grave. In any case, everyone, the altar magic circle here has been destroyed, and the Duke has been possessed by the King's heart. Now all we can do is to give up on the Duke and transform him into a sacrifice. But, once becoming a sacrifice, it meant a sacrifice. There's no time, we can only do this, prioritize the bigger picture, for the revival and glory of the bloodsuckers. Micah gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. Since Duke Xiaotai was beyond saving, they might as well cut their losses. Also, we need to immediately head to a new evacuation point. The recent explosion was too conspicuous, and forces from many factions, including the Federation, will come rushing over. It's not safe here anymore. Another young bloodsucker nodded? Yes, we can return to the initial location to find Mr. Jian. No, it's too far over there. It's too late. We need to figure out a way to stabilize the Duke's condition with a ritual ceremony. The previous explosion has affected the king's heart, making it very unstable. He might fall into a deeper slumber again, and it will be more troublesome to awaken him then. We need to go to the nearest backup ritual location immediately. Meika looked at Duke Zhaotai lying on the ground after hearing this. Indeed, the king's heart in Duke Zhaotai's chest was beating very slowly, even showing a dull gray color on the outside, indicating it could stop beating at any moment. Alright, let's go over there now. Split up. I need to go back and inform Mr. Jian about the situation with the High Clan. Let's meet at the ritual location in Area G. With these few words, the group finished discussing. In order to prevent the king's heart attached to Marquis Zhaotai from falling into a deeper seal, the group immediately headed to the nearest bloodsucker ritual gathering point. Feng Heng watched as Lao He and Meika were talking earnestly, feeling a bit exasperated. He is such an old fox. He doesn't speak a word of truth. After hustling, Lao He walked over to Feng Heng, looking normal. I've prepared a bus outside. There's a game storage on the bus where we can enter the game. The sealing stone on your body is too heavy to bring, so leave it to them to take to ritual area G. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. My people will be watching over it. We'll come back immediately after obtaining the dust of interstice. Quick and decisive. Alright. Feng Heng thought for a moment and nodded. There was no choice. The remains of the Bloodsucker King were a special item that couldn't be brought directly into the game. As for using sealing techniques for indirect transportation, that was uncertain, but the current situation was urgent, and there wasn't much time to handle that. So, under the pretext of reporting to Mr. Jian with Lao He, Feng Heng handed over the sealed left arm of the Bloodsucker King to Meika for safekeeping. Meika's trust in Feng Heng increased significantly upon hearing this. He looked serious and promised Feng Heng, "You can rest assured, I will take care of it carefully." He had already been entrusted with the remains of the Bloodsucker King. He couldn't possibly be a traitor, could he? Meika was convinced. With no time to dwell on it, Meika immediately summoned the remaining bloodsuckers to assemble and prepared to head to the nearest gathering point. Separating from the bloodsuckers, Feng Heng and Lao He boarded a bus parked not far away by the roadside together. We'll meet up at the Elders' Hall in 15 minutes. With that, the two quickly entered the game cabin and returned to the game world. Upon entering the game world, following the plan made with Lao He, Feng Heng immediately returned to the prison through the teleportation channel, and then entered the first area of the zombie apocalypse through the prison's individual teleport plate. Hint: players enter the first zone of the Bloodsucker world. Hint: players enter the first zone of the Bloodsucker apocalypse, with the zone already having an owner. Hint: players can choose whether to spend 10 deity points to enter anonymous invasion status within 1 minute. Hint: entering anonymous status means the zone owner will not get notifications of player invasions. Hint: some special actions by players will break this anonymous status. Hint: you can spend 10 deity points to re-establish the return teleport area. Hint: current teleport time is 24 hours. Upon entering the first area of the Bloodsuckers, Feng Heng quickly brushed through the game tips on his retinas. It was fortunate he was born in the city. Looking at the bustling food street in the city center, Feng Heng relaxed. His luck was good. He didn't randomly teleport to the outskirts, which would have been a waste of time. National game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, hanging out to find the direction of the Blood Clan City's central Blood Clan building. Amidst the shocked cries of pedestrians, Feng Heng transforms into a bat shape and quickly flies towards the building. In the first zone of the Blood Clan apocalypse, due to the fact that many high-level Blood Clan members have already entered the real world, there are no top-tier Blood Clan guards in major and minor cities. With the identity of a high-ranking Blood Clan member, Feng Heng smoothly uses the teleportation channel in the city center to enter the elderly house of the first zone of the Blood Clan world. Feng Heng has already made the action route as fast as possible, and all in all, it took less than 10 minutes. Walking out of the teleportation channel, Feng Heng frowned. In the hall, 5 teleportation devices are operating at full capacity, continuously sending high-ranking Blood Clan members from other worlds through to the 5th zone. He then transforms into a bat shape and swiftly flies straight towards the distant passage. Feng Heng's gaze sweeps around and quickly finds Lao Hei in the corner on the right. Behind Lao Hei stand 2 Blood Clan counts. Seeing Feng Heng come out of the teleportation channel, Lao Hei nods at him. "Follow me," Lao Hei says, motioning for Feng Heng to walk towards another channel. The 2 Blood Clan counts lead a group of blood slaves following behind them. Jian Muzi has opened a special area behind the elderly house of the 1st zone, where a large number of magic arrays have been constructed, opening channels connecting the real world. Lao Hai's actions are also swift. He immediately formulated a battle plan upon entering the game world and quickly communicated urgently with Feng Heng before the plan. Now high-ranking Blood Clan members from various major regions are gathering in the back mountains, continuously invading the real world. With the current prince guarding there, it's almost impossible for us to directly occupy that place once invaded. With my identity, we can openly go in and steal a bit of dust without any problem. But have you thought about the transportation issue? Feng Heng's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this. Indeed, transportation is a big problem. Opening a channel between the game world and the real world requires a large amount of dust. Dust of the Void is a commodity type item, and there is a limit to the amount a person can carry. Solely depending on him, he cannot transport the necessary amount of dust. Indeed, it's a problem, but this small issue should not be an obstacle for you, right? My favor doesn't come for free. Feng Heng's eyes shift over the Blood Clan following behind them and quietly asks, "Do you have a plan?" Lao Hei, "Don't exaggerate my abilities. I'm not almighty either." Helping Feng Heng, an investment made in advance for the future. The plan is this: I will find a way to open a spatial teleportation channel and transport the tyrant from the zombie apocalypse world here. Transport him here. Yes. I just found out that most of the dust within the Blood Clan has already fused into fusion space crystals. Even if we manage to steal or type materials, we won't be able to send them back to your world in a short time. So let's give up the ore and directly use the Blood Clan's channels to bring the tyrant into the real world. Feng Heng quickly evaluates Lao Hai's second plan. Compared to stealing dust of the void, Lao Hai's plan is more direct and daring. It is more time-saving, and this method can only be achieved with Lao Hai's help. This cooperation with Lao Hei is definitely worthwhile. Lao Hei continues, "The 1st zone is the oldest Blood Clan world, and there are reserved branch teleportation points in the elderly house. We are now on our way to the area of the branch teleportation point. I have arranged everything there, and when the time comes, you will open the teleportation channel setting and transport the tyrant from the zombie world here. The speed must be fast." Feng Heng walks with Lao Hei, quickly pondering Lao Hai's plan and nodding. A very good plan, but there is still one issue. Lao Hei concisely asks, "Speak." Once the channel is opened, the 1st zone of the Blood Clan apocalypse will be judged as in an invasive national game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, the text scroll of chapter 892 of the hanging of the idol in the initial place of invasion. Jian Mu quietly stood still in place, concentrating on controlling the power of the initial place. The right hand of the Vampire King was slowly absorbed into the coffin. The coffin burst into a bright red. With the power of the right arm, the boundary between the initial place and the real world quickly expanded outward. Jian Mu had been planning for this day for decades. Sending in a large-scale invasion of the real world by the vampires was the best method he could think of. He was well aware that after the invasion, he would definitely face backlash from the Federation and major forces both inside and outside the game. Jian Mu did not expect to obtain the bodies of all Vampire Kings. He only needed to absorb the power of some remaining bodies, and then he could complete the inheritance of the Vampire King. Even incomplete inheritance would suffice. Suddenly, Jian Mu, controlling the fusion and diffusion of the initial space, raised his eyebrows. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: detected the invasion of the current first district of the vampire world. The first district has been invaded. The Federation's actions are unexpectedly quick this time. Jianmu was slightly surprised. It shouldn't be a widespread invasion. Otherwise, he would have received the news earlier. Was it a covert operation by a special squad of the Federation? Such an invasion seemed highly abnormal to Jianmu. Jianmu had considered many possible problems, but the invasion of the first district was not part of his plan. Go, have Kako keep an eye on it. Tell him that someone has invaded the vampire world, and have him check the status of the teleportation portal. Yes. A player nearby immediately nodded in response. Jianmu shifted his gaze to the coffin next to him. Compared to the real world, the problems in the game world were not significant. Jianmu had awakened the vampire prince in advance to deal with such unexpected situations. The prince's combat power was more than enough. The problem was time. The Federation would soon find their location, and besides the Federation, others must have sensed it too, and were on their way. Time was of the essence. On the other side, at the first district of the vampire apocalypse, the secondary teleportation point, the blood slaves carried large wooden coffins out of the Azure teleportation channel. Under Fang Heng's control, the fusion of the tyrant body shrank into a ball, quietly hidden inside the coffin. The two accompanying vampire dukes were not clear about what was inside. They only knew that this was Mr. Jian's special mission. It was of great importance and needed to be kept confidential. Before all the boxes could be transported, Lao He urged the blood slaves to carry the heavy boxes out of the hall towards the barren mountains behind the hall. The portal to the real world was set up in the barren mountain area behind the hall. Seeing the scene, Fang Heng followed suit. Following the line of blood slaves to the back mountain, Fang Heng was truly shocked for a moment. Over 30 huge red portals were floating in the sky above the back mountain wasteland. The red portals even dyed the sky crimson. Countless bat-shaped vampire groups gathered in the sky, forming a torrential flow, invading the real world through various portals. The saying "big family, big business" hit Fang Heng's heart. He had put in so much effort, but so far, he could only open a small passage to the real world. Looking at others, he sighed inwardly. Lao He, a female vampire duke with long hair. Nan, seeing the blood slaves carrying so many coffins, flew down from high altitude and stopped in front of Lao He. What's going on? You shouldn't be here. Nothing, just a minor issue. I heard that the Federation seems to have found some of our teleportation points. Mr. Jian asked me to check the operation. Without suspicion, Duke Nan nodded. Mr. Jian had set up a total of 48 special teleportation passages. 11 have been destroyed, leaving 37. Most of the destroyed ones are in the east of the Federation's location. Except for vampires, ordinary humans cannot pass through the teleportation channel, and according to Mr. Jian's request, we open the channel one way to avoid accidents. The Federation can only destroy the other end of the teleportation channel. So, we are okay here. With Prince leading the team, there's nothing to worry about. You're good, but I'm not so lucky, Fang Heng murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings. The fusion space crystals were stacked like hills not far away, and the blood slaves kept moving them to various operational magical arrays to provide energy for the spatial channels. As for defense, apart from the continuous influx of vampire groups through the teleportation channel, there were many high-ranking vampires guarding around the magical arrays. Above, the vampire prince floated in the sky, overlooking everything on the back mountain. Any movement would undoubtedly be noticed by him. This is tricky, Fang Heng pondered, looking back at Lao He. That's good. Lao He nodded and continued. Is the quantity of space crystals still sufficient? Due to Fang Heng's involvement, the vampires had prepared to open 68 channels to the real world, but now they were limited to 48. We have reduced the number of channels, but now it should be enough, Nan said, shifting her gaze to the blood slaves behind Lao He. What are they doing? Lao He explained, at Mr. Jian's request. Some very important items need to be transported into the real world immediately. Surprised, Nan asked, items? Yes, from Mr. Jian's special plan, We need to use the teleportation channel to transport them immediately. It won't take long. Where do they need to be transported to? Lao He pointed. Point 32. The 32nd transport point was the closest to their location in the real world. In the real world, Lao Hai's men were driving a bus rapidly towards transport point 32. Once the transport was completed, they could rush to meet them at the fastest speed. Okay, I will arrange it. Nan didn't ask further. Seeing the vampires had no doubts, Lao He waved to the distant barren mountains. The vampire marquises saw the signal and led the blood slaves to transport the coffins into the back mountain area. Feng Heng stood quietly next to them, waiting anxiously. In the high altitude, Vampire Prince Cockle also noticed the outsiders entering the back mountain area. Seeing Lao He and his group, he furrowed his brows. Subsequently, a vampire marquis flew over to report to him. Upon hearing Jian Mu's request to transport a batch of items into the real world using the teleportation channel, Cockle did not inquire further. It was a small matter to use the channel to transport special items. The vampires had high trust in Lao He. However, soon another vampire marquis flew over to him. 7017K. National Game. From Zombie Doomsday to Hanging Chapter 893. Pursuit of the main text of the Prince Lord Prince. Mr. Jian informed us that we have encountered an invasion from the Federation and we need to immediately check the security of the transmission channel inside the Elder Council. Korkel sensed a problem and asked, was there an issue with the transmission channel when you arrived? The vampire count shook his head. He also found this news strange when he first heard it. The transmission channel was invaded. That can't be right. He had never heard of such a thing. Let's go check it out. Prince Korkel felt that the situation was strange, nodded, left the vampire dukes to guard the transmission channel, and personally followed back to the Elder Council for inspection. And as he watched the prince leave with his men, Feng Heng couldn't help but glance at Lao He. Lao Hai's plan was still solid. After receiving news of the invasion, the prince went back to check the transmission channel. Isn't this just a diversion for them to transport the tyrants out? Lao He remained expressionless. He was far from as calm as he appeared on the outside. He was feeling anxious now and didn't even have time to pay attention to Feng Heng's expression. The blood slaves were not efficient enough, dragging along the way, taking more time than he had anticipated. They would be discovered. Lao He wished he could go help the blood slaves move the coffins now. It wasn't that the blood slaves were lazy. It was just that the fused tyrants inside the coffins were bulky and heavy. Moreover, Feng Heng had equipped the tyrants with rotary machine guns and ammunition, significantly increasing their weight. After spending a considerable amount of time, the blood slaves finally carried the heavy boxes unsteadily to the area below the transmission array. Feng Heng and Lao He stood beside the transmission channel, watching the blood slaves send the coffins into the real world. Finally, success. Watching the coffins being transported out of the transmission channel one by one, Feng Heng looked at Lao He and gave him a nod of approval with his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lao Hai's expression suddenly changed slightly. Lao He received an emergency communication from the survival radio station. He glanced at the message and immediately said, "We've been discovered. Retreat." Damn it. He was just about to praise him. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. The players from the reality and game sides couldn't pass through the transmission channel even if they had vampire bloodlines. Lao He had informed Feng Heng of this in advance. Feng Heng wasn't interested in trying it out. Split up. Out of the game, Lao He said in a deep voice, crushing a round sphere in his hand. In the next moment, a bubble-shaped sphere appeared around Lao He, slowly enveloping him. With a bang, the bubble burst, and Lao He disappeared on the spot. You sure know how to run easily. Feng Heng watched Lao He run away directly, and quickly took steps to head in another direction. The nearby vampires were puzzled by Lao Hai's sudden disappearance, not understanding the situation for a moment. Everything continued in an orderly manner, while Feng Heng swiftly moved towards the direction of the Elder Council. Before he could leave the back mountain area, Feng Heng sensed something and looked up. In the distance, he saw two figures flying towards him from high in the sky. It was the vampire Prince Korkel and another vampire count. Fang Heng's expression changed. They are back so quickly. Just then, Korkel had gone to check the inside of the transmission channel and found everything normal. No signs of enemy invasion. He had a doubt and asked his men, only to learn that Lao He had just used an alternative channel. Thinking it was odd, Korkel had his subordinates confirm with Jian Muzi. He discovered that Jian Muzi did not let Lao He transport items into the real world. Lao He had a problem. In midair, Korkel lowered his head and searched for Lao He's figure among the vampire group in the back mountain. "Where's Lao He? Don't let him escape." And, boom, 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 explosions rang out one after another below. The coffins being transported by the blood slaves were all exploding. Korkel's attention was immediately drawn to the exploding coffins below. Boom. Several fused tyrants emerged from the exploded coffins, raising their rotary machine guns and fiercely firing towards the magic array of the transmission channel. "Protect the transmission channel." Korkel was shocked and shouted, then quickly dashed down. A vampire shield appeared instantly, enveloping the magic array. Bang, bang. The open blood-red barrier blocked all incoming bullets. The more than 30 tyrants that emerged from the coffins quickly rushed forward, raising their fists to strike the blood-red barrier frantically. Boom. Boom. The enormous blood-red shield trembled violently under the tyrants' relentless fist strikes. The surrounding vampires, initially stunned by the sudden attack from the tyrants, quickly reacted, using blood curses to attack the tyrants. Taking advantage of the chaos behind him, Fang Heng quickly headed towards the direction of the Elder Council of the Vampires. He had no interest in turning back to observe the specific battle situation of the tyrants. With one vampire prince, two dukes, and numerous groups of vampires, the fused tyrants were simply unbeatable. Fang Heng was well aware of this. Confirming that all the vampires around had been drawn to the back mountain, Fang Heng quickly returned to the Vampire Elder Council, immediately instructed the vampires to open the transmission channel and return to the city where they came from in the first zone. In a seemingly safer human building in the city, Fang Heng hid in the basement, took out his sleeping bag, and went offline on the spot. In the wilderness of the vampire's back mountain transmission area, the chaos continued for over 5 minutes. Korkel led his vampire followers in suppressing all the tyrants. "Report to Lord Prince. Lao He and the vampire count he brought have left early." The report came, causing Korkel to furrow his brows. What was Lao He up to? Was he an enemy? Lao He was deeply trusted by Jian Muzi, and he was an essential part of the entire Vampire King rejuvenation plan. And the strange zombie creatures hidden in the coffins, were they all controlled by Lao He in secret? Those zombie creatures were very peculiar, with extremely resilient vitality, making it challenging to kill them completely. Why did Lao He try to send those living beings into the real world? To deal with the Federation, or to deal with their own vampire clans? Korkel felt that the latter possibility was more likely. "Report to Lord Prince." A vampire from the Elder Council flew up and interrupted Korkel's thoughts. "The magic array has been inspected, only slight damage sustained, and it can be repaired soon." Start repairing the magic array immediately, inform Jian Muzi of what happened here, and let him handle it all, Korkel said, then turned to look at another vampire duke. Non. Once the channel is repaired, catch up and make sure to find out what Lao He is up to, Korkel said with a frown, waving his hand. "Forget it. Just bring Lao—" "Yes, Lord Prince." In the real world, on the bus, Fang Heng opened the game warehouse and got up from inside the game warehouse. Lao He had just come out of the game cabin not long ago, and he turned to Fang Heng and said, "Ran into a bit of trouble." "What do you mean?" "Half an hour ago, the breach of Blood Clan No. 32 teleportation channel was discovered by the Federation, and we are currently under attack by the Federation." Fang Heng was speechless. Was luck really this bad? Fang Heng immediately closed his eyes, trying to sense the state of the fused tyrants through his mental power. Unable to observe the state of the fused tyrants through the game log outside of the game, he could only control them remotely through mental power. Although he faintly sensed the position of the fused tyrants, He sensed that they seemed to be in combat. Once under attack, the fused tyrants would react on their own, automatically counterattacking without the need for control. So, could it be that the fused tyrants are already fighting the Federation? The good news is, of the 12 fused tyrants who entered the real world through the channel, none have died yet. To prevent any accidents, Feng Heng quickly gave simple orders to the zombie horde. Abandon the current attack, gather immediately to his location. Feng Heng looked up and said, "It seems like they have started fighting. Let's speed up and go to assist them." Got it. Influenced by the Blood Clan invasion, the entire Northern Federation region fell into great chaos. The Northern Federation immediately took countermeasures, with the Military Operations Department at the forefront, mobilizing personnel from various departments. On one hand, a large number of high-ranking Federation players were directly resisting the Blood Clan princes and dukes, causing chaos in the city, while on the other hand, led by the Inspection Bureau, they were searching for spatial disturbances and ruptured spatial gates to intercept the Blood Clan reinforcements. The HX-45 region was originally an amusement park. At this moment, a red spatial gate was floating in the air. Blood Clan members poured out continuously from the gate, invading the real world. Upon receiving information from the Inspection Bureau, the Northern Theater Command immediately went to support the operation. As the main forces of the Federation were engaged in the frontal battle in the city, unable to spare more manpower for support, Team Leader Yang Yi, under the command of superiors, led the Federation Operations Department team to launch a surprise attack from behind. Multi-point operations. The goal was to destroy the Blood Clan's spatial gates and intercept their reinforcements. Faced with the middle and high-ranking Blood Clan groups, the Federation Operations Department's high-intensity beam weapons began to take effect, coupled with the excellent group combat capabilities of the Federation, steadily advancing forward. "Captain, it seems like the spatial gate has stopped." A player noticed something odd. Team leader Yang Yi took the telescope from his subordinate and looked in the direction of the spatial gate. Huh? Very strange. The spatial gate was still running, but the Blood Clan suddenly stopped coming out of it. Was the attack over? The silence of the spatial gate lasted for half a minute. Then, one by one, red coffins gradually emerged from the spatial gate. The blood slaves collectively lifted the heavy coffins, continuously transporting them from the other end of the spatial gate into the real world. Yang Yu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. What are those things? The eerie coffins made him extremely uneasy. "Captain, what should we do? Let's not worry about those coffins for now." Yang Yu felt that these coffins were very wrong. Send the relevant data of the coffins back to headquarters for analysis. Faced with the strange coffins, Yang Yi didn't dare to act rashly, ordering the team to focus firepower on the surrounding large groups of Blood Clan. As the Blood Clan members did not continue to pour out of the channel, the Federation players took control of the situation. Just as Yang Yu was carefully considering how to deal with those coffins, the space-time channel in the air suddenly trembled violently. Red light ripples spread outward. Boom! The space-time channel made a dull sound in the air and then vanished suddenly. Stopped. Did the other end of the channel close? Was this Blood Clan attack over? What good news is this? Yang Yu was even more puzzled. The morale of the Northern Federation soldiers soared at the sight of the situation. Never mind. Perhaps there was a problem within the Blood Clan, and now was the best time. Yang Yi no longer wasted useless thoughts and immediately ordered the army to launch an attack forward. With no more continuous reinforcements of Blood Clan groups, the Blood Clan suddenly fell into a disadvantage. Yang Yi was about to make a decisive effort to completely destroy the teleportation channel, when suddenly there was a series of explosions ahead. Boom, bang bang. Investigation revealed that the 12 tall fused tyrants who had borne a large amount of attacks were still standing there stupidly. Where did the Blood Clan get these monsters from? Yang Yi gritted his teeth and asked, "Has the message from the intelligence department come back?" They are life forms from the zombie doomsday, fused with a special virus as the fused tyrants. They have strong regenerative abilities and basic thinking capacity. Yang Yi couldn't help but interrupt. "Tell me something useful." His subordinates fell silent immediately. Yang Yi, helpless, said, "Prepare to use the beam weapon." The national game, hanging out from the zombie doomsday. Yes. The team received instructions and quickly prepared to use the beam weapon to aim for the next round of bombardment. Huh? Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and discovered something amiss again. Initially, the group of silly fusion tyrant bodies that stood idly by and took a beating were all lifting improved Gatling guns from the shattered coffins. After being attacked, the fusion tyrant bodies activated their automatic counterattack settings. They all aimed their dark gun muzzles at the group of federal players. "Be careful. Find cover." Yang Yi's back was sweating profusely as he immediately shouted, "Boom, boom, boom." The next second, the deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the night sky. Continuous streams of fire shot out from the Gatling gun barrels. "Take cover. Find cover." The dense bullets formed a massive firepower network. The federal players hurriedly ducked and searched for cover. Yang Yi and the players behind him hid behind a large cover, sweat beading on their foreheads. The enemy's firepower was too intense. Ordinary small rocks and trees couldn't withstand it and were directly blasted into pieces by the large caliber bullets. With such powerful firepower output, the entire federal team was pinned down. Were these really ordinary tyrant creatures? For a moment, the gunfire stopped. "Captain, the beam weapon is fully charged. Listen to my command. Don't move yet," Yang Yi replied, poking his head out from behind cover to observe the situation of the tyrant bodies. "Huh? What's going on again?" Yang Yi was once again surprised. After emptying a box of ammunition, the group of tyrant creatures from the zombie doomsday did not switch magazines. Instead, they threw away their equipment and the ammo boxes on their backs and took steps towards another direction in the battlefield. "Wait, they're running away. What's going on?" The rest of the federal soldiers also seemed confused. "This is bad. Trouble is brewing." Yang Yu nervously scratched his head. If the zombie life forms fled and the zombie virus spread outward, they must stop them. "Quick, inform headquarters. We need to pursue." Just as he was about to lead his men to chase after the tyrant bodies, a large number of blood clans seized the opportunity to pounce. "Captain, look, not far away." The stagnant blood clan magic circle once again burst with a red light. Crackle. Above the magic circle, the space was densely cracked. Bang. The cracks shattered, and the red space-time passage opened again in midair. Swish. A female blood clan with long hair stepped out of the magic circle. A blood clan duke appeared. "This is unbelievable. What is happening tonight? Are there monsters and ghosts running amok?" Yang Yu quickly whispered, "Quick, report to the higher-ups. A high-ranking duke blood clan has appeared at the position and immediate support is needed." With that, Yang Yu picked up the sniper rifle beside him, aimed at the sky, and pulled the trigger. In the sky, the blood clan Duke Nan surveyed the surroundings. "Federal." Nan's face showed an as-expected expression. "So, the Black Boss is colluding with the Federal after all. But why would the Federal need zombie bodies for something?" Swish. Swish. Faced with the sniping bullets coming from below, Nan reached out a hand forward. Bang. Bang bang. The incoming bullets burst in the air. Quanmin Game, hanging out in the rock cave from the zombie doomsday. Team Elderly has been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Upon seeing Meika and others rushing over, the Blood Clan immediately helped bring the Duke Jiaotai, who was on the verge of death, into their arms and lifted him high, throwing him into the prepared blood pool. Duke Jiaotai's entire body was submerged in the blood pool. Activate the ritual. The Blood Clan Elder sat in front of the main ritual, concentrating. With more than a dozen Blood Clan members surrounding him, the central ritual began to operate. Gudong Gudong. A series of bubbles emerged from the blood pool. With the infusion of blood, the king of the Blood Clan's heart gradually stabilized. Finally, it was settled before any anomalies. Meika finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, an endless wave of exhaustion hit him. He turned to another elder in the elderly group and asked, "By the way, why didn't we see the Duke? You were a step late. The king's right leg has already completed the seal unlock. The Duke has personally escorted the sacrifice back to the initial location over 20 minutes ago. Due to the main battle forces of the Federation being attracted by the Blood Princes who were attacking the city head-on, the luck in this ritual area was pretty good, and it was not noticed by the Federation. They successfully lifted the seal from the king's remains and were then immediately escorted back to the initial location by the Duke with the sacrifice. For Mecha, this was the only good news he received after entering the real world. The Blood Clan hadn't held out much hope in advance of being able to collect all the remains of the Blood Clan kings, but the chaotic situation now was indeed beyond their expectations. Humans really are a diverse group of beings. There are too many damn troublemakers. Coming a long way through deadly struggles, Mecha was exhausted. He leaned against the rocky wall, closed his eyes, trying to regain his strength. After about 10 more minutes, a Blood Clan elder walked up to Mecha and said in a deep voice, "Duke, the situation with the sacrifice has gradually stabilized. The blood supply here is running low. For safety, we recommend sending it back to the initial location immediately." Mecha hesitated slightly. According to his and Lao Hai's and Fang Heng's plans, they were supposed to converge here and figure out how to escort the body of the Blood Clan King together after the situation with the sacrifice stabilized. Currently, Lao Hai and Fang Heng seemed to be having some trouble and were nowhere to be seen. Lao Hai had brought the mercenaries, who split up, with 2 of them driving a bus to follow Lao Hai and the other to following Mecha to the cave. Along the way, the mercenaries had been checking on Lao Hai's status through phone signals. Nodding, he said, "The 2 of you, Lao Hai is already on his way back. Please wait a moment, they will be able to arrive soon." Mecha stood up, walked to the mouth of the cave, and raised the telescope to look down below. The Blood Clan Dukes were leading a group of Blood Clan members to fight against the humans trying to climb up Xianwu Mountain. In addition, there were many humans hidden in the dense forests below. Clearly, this group of people had come to seize the remains of the Blood Clan King, and they were not all together. The Blood Clan elder suggested, "Mecha, we must make a decision immediately. The remaining blood is running out, and the ritual cannot be sustained for too long. We can only guarantee the safety of the king's heart for a while. Further delay might bring unforeseen circumstances." No time to waste. If they wait any longer, those humans will catch up to them at the cave. Mecha nodded and said, "Okay. Activate the teleportation array. Let's leave now." The elder remained silent for a moment and did not move. "What's wrong?" "Mecha, the teleportation channel has already failed." This, Mecha suddenly remembered and slapped his forehead. Damn it, he forgot about this. The Blood Clan's teleportation channel was unique, belonging to a node mode. Once the main node was destroyed, the teleportation channels below the main node would also completely lose their function. In this operation, the Blood Clan had set 3 main nodes and 1 backup main node to prevent the Federation from finding 1 branch node and thereby discovering all the teleportation channels. Each main node corresponded to 3 secondary branch nodes, and below the secondary branch nodes were multiple tertiary branch nodes. The design was intricate, with each secondary branch node corresponding to a location of a Blood Clan's remnant. However, the recent explosion by Ryer directly destroyed 1 main node, rendering the teleportation array where they were completely useless. The Blood Clan elder was also helpless. Originally, after unlocking the seal, the Duke had already left with the king's remains, and the Blood Clans left at the sealing point had started packing up, preparing to evacuate to support other sealing points. Unexpectedly, halfway through evacuating, they suddenly discovered a problem with the teleportation channel. After some contemplation, they realized it was an issue with the main node, so they had to prepare for a forceful transfer. However, just as they were leaving Xianwu Mountain, they happened to come across the Blood Clans sent by Mecha for assistance. As a result, after discussing amongst themselves, they hurried back to the sealing point, restarted the ritual. It was a very troublesome back and forth. Mecha asked, "Where is the nearest available teleportation point?" "B81, 100 kilometers away." "What? Over 100 kilometers away?" This meant that he would have to run over 100 kilometers with those crazy humans chasing him. It would be better to run directly to the initial location. Meika was agitatedly pondering this when the Blood Clan Duke Fente flew in from the cave entrance. He had suffered minor injuries. Fente looked at Meika and the others and asked, "Is it settled?" "Almost. We are discussing how to evacuate," Meika replied. Upon hearing this, Fente frowned and said, "More and more humans are gathering outside. It's difficult to evade them and leave with the sacrifice." "Then forget it. We'll hold this place and wait for reinforcements," Meika decided. In the current situation, they could only wait for reinforcements. Lao He, Nat. Now, thinking back, Meika felt that Lao He and Nat were visionary. From the beginning, they had not chosen to run headlong with him, but had split up, running to the initial location to find Mr. Jian. Those two were definitely going to Mr. Jian to bring reinforcements. Wait, the best solution now was to wait. Wait for Nat's reinforcements to come and rescue them from the predicament. Meika firmly stated, "We have reinforcements too. They will come back to save us." With that, Meika looked at the mercenaries hired by Lao He and asked, "Right." The mercenaries were a bit puzzled. Reinforcements. Their contact with Lao He had been sporadic, so they didn't know. However, if they shook their heads now, these Blood Clan members would probably run away. Their pay would be greatly reduced at that point. The mercenaries quickly nodded. "Yes, we have reinforcements." The Blood Clan people looked at each other and exchanged glances. "Well, let's continue to go out and entangle them to prevent them from easily climbing the cliff and buy time for the reinforcements." The whole nation's game. Starting from the zombie doomsday, the federal team was ambushed in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain while being on standby. Not long ago, a powerful wave of blood and energy fluctuations caught the strong attention of the federal. At the beginning, the federal inspection team rushed to the scene to investigate. They tracked the signal to Mount Xianwu and discovered the base of the Blood Clan. The inspection team did not take action, but instead kept a distance to observe, immediately requesting backup from the higher-ups. Soon after, the Federal Combat Department arrived following their trail. The inspection team smoothly transferred command authority. "Leader, we have reliable information that this group of Blood Clan members is carrying the remains of the Blood Clan King, which possess immense power and are the source of the recent violent explosion," reported a soldier to Captain Zhang Yuanxing. In addition, the external support from the combat department has arrived and is starting to clear personnel from the outskirts of the scenic area, expected to complete the clearance in 10 minutes. The elite team of the Inspection Bureau is on their way, and they will lead us in completing the next mission. Understood. Zhang Yuanxing nodded. Observing is the priority. Charging in is completely unnecessary at the moment. It's best to wait for reinforcements. Most of the players gathering halfway up the mountain, not good people. Let them engage with the Blood Clan, consume the Blood Clan, delay the time, and once the elite team from the Inspection Bureau arrives, push forward in one go and reap the benefits. On the other side, halfway up the mountain, a few player groups are in battle with the Blood Clan. They are mostly composed of high-level players forming interest groups. "Boss, I've confirmed with the beer through photos. The stone they have in their hands is the remains of the Blood Clan King, worth 50,000 God points. It's definitely worth a gamble," said Captain Li Yicheng with a greedy expression. Besides the game forum established and maintained by the Federal, there are many big players in the game who have privately set up trading forums. The Seven Dwarfs Forum is one of the famous ones, said to be jointly opened by 7 high-level players. The entry threshold is very high, mainly accepting new members through offline invitations. Over half an hour ago, a top-rated SS anonymous company on the Seven Dwarfs Forum announced the acquisition of the remains of the Blood Clan King. Through this message, many players learned that this Blood Clan invasion incident was related to the remains of the Blood Clan King. The purchase price for the remains is 50,000 God points, tradable through third parties. 50,000 God points, definitely worth a try. Boss, don't hesitate. If we don't act soon, someone else might beat us to it. Li Yicheng turned back and looked worried. There is more than one player team chasing them. But the real terrifying opponent is not the ordinary player team, but the Federal. The Federal has yet to act. It's highly likely they are waiting for further reinforcements. Understood, Li Yicheng said in a deep voice. The Blood Clan's strength is strong. With only 3 counts. Let's strike first, kill them before the Federal arrives, grab the remains, and immediately disperse and escape. Got it. Under the moonlight, 12 fused tyrants rushed forward, clearing a path through the forest towards the tourist area of Mount Xianwu. The trees and rocks in their path were forcibly pushed aside. The 12 fused tyrants are 3 meters tall, appearing exaggerated, with heavy footsteps that gave no room for concealment. Since hiding is out of the question, Feng Heng doesn't bother trying to hide. It's all or nothing. Almost there, Feng Heng murmured softly from his position on the running fused tyrant's shoulder. The plan was hasty, with many inadequacies and oversight. He is now very worried about Meika. What if Meika can't be relied upon and the Federal eliminates them along the way while transporting the remains of the Blood Clan King? The Federal's strength fluctuates, sometimes fierce as a tiger, other times notably sluggish. Feng Heng is also unsure of the Federal's combat capabilities. After more than 10 minutes of running, a wooded area appears not far ahead. Feng Heng's attention is on the forested area. Once they enter the woods, they'll soon arrive at the 5A grade scenic area where Meika waits for their rendezvous. Feng Heng's eyebrows twitched suddenly. A signal flare rose from the dense forest, bursting in the air. Bang! The signal flare exploded in the air, casting a bright orange-red light on the ground, illuminating the fused tyrants clearly. Feng Heng squinted to carefully observe the figures lurking in the forest ahead, seemingly dressed in Federal attire. Feng Heng took the mask he was recently given and wore it on his face. A Federal soldier raised a bullhorn and shouted at Feng Heng, "People ahead. This is a danger zone. The Federal prohibits anyone from entering or exiting. Please leave within 10 seconds, or face the consequences of any loss on your own." Feng Heng furrowed his brows. The Federal is indeed idle, not dealing with the Blood Clan, but coming to pick a fight with them. Wait, aren't they also part of the Blood Clan now? Well, it seems like they haven't mistaken the person for once. With these thoughts, Feng Heng's heart sank. The Federal guarding here means Meika and their group are in danger. It's about to go down. In the dense forest, Combat Department Unit Leader Zhang Lei, who received the task of guarding and clearing the perimeter, was also extremely nervous. What he thought was just a simple junior mission has turned into something unexpected. Tyrants, isn't it a Blood Clan invasion? How come something from the zombie apocalypse is showing up now? How can they bring out something so dangerous? Is he not afraid of causing a global outbreak of the zombie virus? It seems the opponent is an extremely dangerous anti-Federal faction. Which hidden player force is he from? How many troublemakers have this Blood Clan apocalypse stirred up? Seeing Feng Heng, standing on the fused tyrant's shoulder, not making any moves, Zhang Lei took the bullhorn from his subordinate. Last warning, leave immediately, otherwise, the Federal will hold you accountable for endangering human safety. Seeing that the warning had no effect, and the fused tyrant zombie showed no signs of retreating, Zhang Lei made a firm decision. The opponent is most likely an extremely dangerous anti-Federal element. They must act first. The fused tyrants are formidable, but not invincible. Zhang Lei is confident that their legion's firepower can suppress them. Engage. Destroy them. Bang bang. The Federal players ambushed in the dense forest began firing. The dense cannon struck the fused tyrants. The standard firepower of the Federal's main combat forces is stronger than in the game. However, Feng Heng's fused tyrant's blood volume, after multiple fusion layers and enhanced by Feng Heng's attributes, had already reached an exaggerated level. Coupled with the bug recovery effect of the undying body, the large caliber bullets landed densely on the fused tyrants, bursting out foul-smelling blood. Not hurting, no feeling. National game. Starting with the zombie doomsday, hanging up the text scroll chapter 898 of special means cut. Say let's do it, then let's do it. The real enemy is not the Federation. Feng Heng also does not want to engage in meaningless killings. He is in a hurry to find Mecha and doesn't want to waste time fighting with this group of Federation members. Charge! Feng Heng squinted his eyes, directly leading the fused tyrant body to rush forward, directly facing the firepower of the North Federation operations team. They're coming. Fire! Watching the fused tyrant body charging straight towards them, the Federation players aimed at the fused tyrant body's eyeballs and fired desperately. However, the fused tyrant body raised its hands in front to protect the eyeballs in its chest and continued charging forward. Seeing the fused tyrant body getting closer and closer, the impact was too shocking. The Federation players were nervous, sweat dripping from their foreheads, their fingers on the trigger turning purple. Retreat! Zhang Lei gave the order. The Federation team players blocking the fused tyrant bodies immediately rolled to the sides, creating a passage. In an instant, the fused tyrant body tore a gap through the Federation team, quickly darting into the woods. The gunfire ceased, and the Federation players were breathing heavily. They didn't really engage with the fused tyrant bodies. To be precise, the other side was always on the receiving end, but they felt like they had been through a major disaster. They had been completely overwhelmed by the tyrant bodies. A soldier in the team whispered to Zhang Lei, "Captain, what should we do?" Watching the fused tyrant bodies disappearing into the woods, Zhang Lei also swallowed hard. Terrifying enemies. Those things are definitely not ordinary tyrants. Fortunately, that person had some concerns about the Federation and didn't engage in much killing. Otherwise, the entire team wouldn't be able to handle them.